those that react with anger, I really try to like recognize early and keep my distance. But there's a lot of them.
Yeah, and it's absolutely crazy. Well, I was different. I bought into this. I used to talk about black holes ever since I was a kid, black holes and the speed of light and all that kind of stuff to my mates, because I used to follow it. So we'd be sitting when I was old, we'd be sitting round if we were maybe had a little brew of the mushrooms or taking some mushrooms or a bit of smoke. I'd be spouting out about black holes and but as I say, when I actually found out it was a load of crap, I didn't get triggered. I laughed. I actually laughed about it because I thought you know what I mean. It was like it was amazing. I would totally bought into the every single thing. I bought into it, all this space crap, and then I found out. Then I started. Wait a minute. I started questioning it. I was like, right, jeez, man. But I didn't really get angry. I wasn't bitter at being told lies. I was actually, why would I be bitter? I've just learned, for me, it was a great thing. I would never like to do anything that I've sort of learned, whatever, undo that and go back to. I'm so glad I know all that I know, and it saved me and it saved my family like loads of times, just because I didn't believe a certain thing, which makes you like be more aware. And if you're aware of what's going on around you, you can you might not like what's going on around you, but you can certainly navigate your way through it. Like avoid interaction with the government or the police or stuff like that. You can actually still live in the system and just use it to your advantage, kind of thing. A lot of people want to get out of it, but I would I would rather I would rather remain a part of it. I'm out of it, but I'm in the middle of it, kind of thing. And I sort of live my life accordingly. I don't vote anymore. Well, I didn't. I never ever voted. I think I voted twice. When I got the right to vote, I actually voted. Right, and I think that was the only time I ever voted. Was when actually, I was old enough. I can't remember whether it was 18 or something like that in Britain or something. I can't even remember. It's not long ago what the voting age was. I think I voted once and then I stopped. I stopped voting, but I didn't really go through the angry stage or the depressed stage, because some people, especially in the beginning, where some flat earthers actually took it, they were traumatized. They were traumatized by it. There was a lot of people say that, but I came from one extreme, believing science, being a space nerdy dude, till to the other, sort of realising, man, that's a load of shit. That's just a painting. That's just an image. How the fuck can you see back into the past? What a load of bollocks. And I used to believe that when you looked up the stars, because I was told as a kid, most of these stars up there, a lot of these stars up there, they're dead by now, but because the light takes so long for it to travel, because it's so far away, a lot of them they don't exist anymore. I'm like, that's a load of bollocks. If you actually read, if you go back, it's great. If you go to I think it's the Royal Astronomical Society of Britain, or the Royal, Astronomical, Society. If you go back, or and you look back at the old lectures and all that you can read about books that they were looking out there. They were seeing a star, right, and then it would disappear for a couple of months, right. You wouldn't see it, and then it would come back brighter, and then it would, you know what I mean? It was like, so for them to tell us that, for people like that, that's where the best things, because these guys done observations, and they weren't trying to hide anything. They were just giving observations and writing down. So, there was, as I say, there was stars. They were bright as fuck in the sky, and then they would just disappear for months or years, and then they'd come back again, maybe not as bright. So for them for these scientists to come and tell me they know all this, these and then they keep changing it. You know, like SC's going on about this James Webb telescope. It's just getting worse and worse. And what they're doing is they're just filling in the blanks. And for these people that we interact with to actually criticise us for just questioning, that's all we're doing is questioning, saying, hey, look, they told you this, and now it's that. And they separate, you know, they do, like, I'll finish quickly. In the Big Bang model, right? Not everything. They won't look, for example, they won't look at the relationship between, say, the Earth, Mars, and say they wanted to study Mars, right, in relation to Earth. They would cancel out all the effects of all the planets around it, you know, and just put that Mars in a little virtual laboratory along with the Earth, and then they'll go, right, let's add gravity to that, and they'll work that out, and that'll fit within that scenario, Earth and Mars or whatever. But then you would have to do the Earth and the Sun separate. You couldn't do the 3 or the 4 or the 5 or the 6 together because the mathematics are just like it's astronomical. So that's why they specifically just do, you know, when they want to study a planet or the effect of it, they cancel out every other force that's around it and just add forces in at a time and try to. I'm probably not explaining it properly, but it's quite a weird concept. You know, that's why they haven't got the theory of everything. You know, and their predictions, they predicted nothing. They didn't even. How do you sync, for example, these cesium clocks? It's that noise is the cesium degrading. You know, it's getting less and less. It's losing less and less. Every what do you call it? Signal, radio wave, or whatever that it gives us, it's deteriorating. That's it deteriorating, and it deteriorates. They clicks or whatever they'll say ticks. It comes at it's 186,000 clicks per second, right? But it's not tick 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 like that. It's not like that at all. It's like it could be tick. You know, if you slowed it down, you know, 100,000 times, it'd be tick 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 tick. And you can't. How could you synchronize these two the cesium at the same at the same at the same thing? It's not like a constant. It doesn't go constant.
Ali, please, man. Have you been
But
talking
you
this whole
fucking
time?
shut up. Say
Bro,
something.
you've
Then
been monologuing. This is against the rules,
talk
dude.
about something then, Jeremy. Say, excuse me. I want to talk about. Listen, right? You
Excuse
say
me,
something.
Ali, excuse me, you're monologuing. Wrap it up.
It's finished. On you go. You fucking say something then.
I don't have nothing to say. I mean, no one
Well,
can
shut the
respond.
fuck
No one
up
can
then.
talk if you just keep going and going. I'm
If
modding,
any,
motherfucker.
if anybody, well, not very well. If anybody wants to talk, like when I was talking, Larry said something, I stopped. So don't fucking jump in and start. If anybody wants to talk, you're more. If someone says something, I'll stop talking. It's dead easy, man. But don't fucking make me out to fucking monologue and shit like that.
You're
You fuck.
monologuing, bro. Just wrap it up. Go ahead.
Nobody else is talking. And don't say
They
because I'm
can't talk.
monologuing.
They can't talk because you won't stop talking. I mean, what's up, man? Just
That's a load
wrap
of
it up, bro. You're good. Just wrap. Make your closing statement.
Right. My closing statement is Jeremy is a fucking dick. Finished.
You didn't even have to say that because I already knew that you were going to say that. But that wasn't your original closing statement.
Well,
I can't follow you, Ali. Like, I just work on your impression is all I really do. No offense.
Hold on.
I'm not trying to drop it here either, but I just enjoy the way you speak. But I can't even follow what you're talking about a lot of times.
Well, okay, so I was gonna say something like that. Like, I appreciate what Jeremy's doing because I've been in other channels where people do that. But at the same time, I was actually totally enjoying listening to him. And before he was speaking, it was like silent, and people were like, "Hey, is anybody here?" Larry was like, "Hello, am I just talking to myself?" And
All right. It
then
just
Ali
felt like he
started.
was going on for a long time. I
I
just
get
wanted him to
it.
wrap it up in case somebody
I'm
wanted to
totally.
respond to one of the numerous points
I was
that
enjoying what he was
got
saying.
said.
That's all I was saying. I get the same shit all the time. People cut me off. They'll be like, "Dude, shut up." But I will say that it was quiet when I first got in here. Larry was like, "Am I the only one here?" And then Allie started talking. Then Allie and I kind of chatted a little bit, and then he was just going on, and I was enjoying it. But I do understand what Jeremy was saying because a lot of people.
Yeah, like we want to get it popping. We can't get it pop. I realized it might have been quiet at the beginning when you got here, but I'm sorry, Allie. Just you do tend to go on for a little bit, and it's all
No,
good.
no,
We're
I
all
appreciate
working
that,
together.
Jeremy. I appreciate that, Jeremy. Fair enough. But as I tell anybody, if I'm talking and someone wants to say something, just pipe up and I'll shut up. All I was doing was filling in a bit of fucking dead air.
Yeah, but
All right,
that's
what was
okay.
the
You
main
don't have
point,
to.
though?
Nobody has to fill in dead air, right? Because if there is dead air, there will be a point in time when someone's like, "Hey, why the fuck is nobody talking?" And then something else will organically occur. You know what I mean?
What was your main point, Allie? So we got something to sink our teeth into.
Well, my main point was the fact that I was totally indoctrinated, and now I realise that I was indoctrinated. Yeah, that was it. There you go.
Well, I mean, they got us all, bro. They got us all. What are you gonna do? Some of us could. Some of us were wise enough to, use our heads and realize what's going on, and some are just stuck in that rut, despite how much we try to point it out. But what are you gonna do? In the meantime, I'm in this battle with this anti-globe guy because he don't know how to friggin' heliocentric. Does everyone understand the Earth, Sun movements about how that works? Like in the heliocentric model, in the model, let's be specific.
They can make a bunch of claims, but I don't think anybody really understands that shit. Like they're trying, but some claims are ridiculous, as with the
I'm,
heliocentric.
I'm just talking about the movement around the sun, the Earth around the sun, in the heliocentric model. We understand that there's a two different days. One of them sidereal, one of them solar, and the sidereal one. Like if you were to just keep the rotation of Earth and stop the orbit, the day and night would flip eventually because it's 4 minutes short of 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? So if you kept a 24-hour clock and you stop the orbit, day and night would eventually flip. Like it'd be high noon at midnight eventually after that. So the orbit is what keeps the 24-hour day. It's a 24-hour solar day. Guys, wilding. I actually made that argument when I didn't understand the heliocentric model. I made the same argument. Like, why doesn't day and night flip in the heliocentric model? And I didn't always know everything about the heliocentric model, and them guys set me straight, and I figured out how it works in their model, and realized that it's not an issue. If it was an issue, I would have said something about it a long time ago, but it's not. It's just not an issue in their model. Enough with these models, though. These mathematical models. Yo, a prediction in math doesn't mean you got a cause for an effect, right?
Well, in 1 year, based on the heliocentric model and the days being night and day based on the 24-hour clock, in 1 year, there would have to be a 12-hour, what they call a daylight savings shift. If that model was accurate,
No.
are they doing this? Are they saying,
No,
hey, you gotta shift your clock?
No, dude, I just told you that there is no flipping. It doesn't flip because of
Yeah,
the sidereal day. That's not even an issue. They don't need to
So-
put a 12-hour daylight savings time in because that doesn't happen because it's a 24-hour solar day because of the orbit. The orbit is what makes it 24 hours. If it wasn't for the orbit, like I said, it would be an issue if we tried to use a 24-hour clock.
Sure. Okay, I see what you're saying. I was going to say the only other way around that would be if the orbit somehow matched just the perfect speed for that to work out, and that's basically what
It does. In their model, it does. If you were to look at a diagram, with Earth going around the sun, you would say, "Yo, this shit don't make sense." Just from a remedial first glance view, you would say, "Yo, this shit doesn't make sense because when it's daytime over here, if every day is 24 hours, when we're on this side, by the time we get over to this side, the opposite side, 12 hours would be a 12-hour difference, sorry, we would be on the other side of the orbit, and it would be high noon at midnight. Because that's how it would work if Earth rotated in their model. If Earth rotated every 24 hours, they would have an issue. It doesn't. There's 4 minutes short. Those 4 minutes miraculously just so happen to make up for the orbit.
Sure.
I know.
No, yeah, and what I think is interesting because it still works the same. Okay, so really what we're talking about, okay, if the heliocentric model, whatever, the 24-hour, okay, so then you would have to assume that there is a spinning of the Earth. You're right, because you're saying that 24-hour period is based on the orbit, right? So now I guess the gap in both of these ideas is like, okay, what's orbiting what? Because if the orbit causes the 24-hour clock, okay, well, that could be either the sun orbiting a stationary point or the Earth orbiting a stationary point, which they have never claimed the sun is. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that it is. You'd have to have one or the other. So then you're back to trying to figure out which is which. Right? I mean, the clock will work on a stationary Earth with an orbiting sun because the clock is based on the orbit of whatever they're claiming. The real argument is what's orbiting what? What's spinning around what? But the clock, based on the orbit, would work if it was based on the orbit of the sun around a stationary Earth, and would also work based on a stationary sun with a rotating, spinning ball. You would still have the clock functional. Right? What I see different is flat water. And I can tell the difference when I'm standing on a merry-go-round or if I'm jumping out of a car that's just going like 5 miles an hour or whatever. I mean, I can still definitely tell a shift and difference in, like, that's why they came up with relativity to cover it up and back in the 1800s. But we're still literally talking about the same thing. Which one is orbiting what? Because the clock is the clock, right?
So is nobody talking? Hey. Hi. Hey, so
Hey there.
I was thinking
Hello?
I was thinking of a new saying that we could that we could maybe all jump on board with because it's kind of funny because there's a new movie coming out. We could all start saying, "Oh my gosh, they live in a Barbie world," like meaning fake, because they're actually coming out with a Barbie movie. So people are living in a fake world. I was like, maybe we could coin that term. Oh my gosh, they're living in a
I
Barbie
love
world. These
I
globies.
love that. I love that, Blaze, because I just sparked a debate because my coworker overheard me talking about guns, and he starts going over these hypothetical situations where there are no guns, and you just described a perfect Barbie world. I love it, Blaze. Thank you.
When I heard it, I was like, well, when somebody was talking about like this new movie coming out, I'm like, that's it. We live in a Barbie world because it's fake, right? And then I guess this movie, um, you know, anyways, I don't know. Will Ferrell's in it, whatever. But like Barbie, somebody's trying to say, "Hey, do you want to live in this fake world, or do you want to go out in the real world?" And she's like, "I'm going to live in the fake world." It's kind of like that blue pill, red pill. And then the lady goes, "No, you want to take this one," and it's a Birkenstock like thing. And anyways, it was just like, that's it. It's we live in a Barbie world, and some people are busting out of it. Anyways, I thought it was funny. We could coin those guys. They live in a Barbie world.
It's good to hear your voice, Blaze. I hope you're doing well.
You as well. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, good to see you. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
I've been in and out doing other things, trying to learn videography and editing and
Right on.
taking pictures and stuff. Oh my gosh, it's so much fun, but editing is so challenging. But it's fun. But here you guys are at the front lines, defending truth, educating us all on the stuff that you guys know. So thank you. I hope you guys are doing well.
I took a 6 month little vacation. It was overdue. I studied law quite a bit for 6 months,
Wow.
and yeah, it's really interesting the simple laws that we just don't take the time to look at, and how the laws are created for us. It's just we're ignorant of them and don't utilize it.
You ready to give us a presentation sometime? Maybe down below or something?
Well, I'm part of a group where I can't talk about a lot of it in public, so it's a kind of a non-disclosure thing. But anybody can join the W4 group on Telegram and check it out for themselves. But yeah, it's a private membership association.
Very cool. Do you have testimonies?
Oh yeah, we have lots of court testimonies. People getting like 60 felonies thrown out, that sort of thing. Right? Oh, it's amazing. And the thing is, that if there's no victim, right, what are we doing here? Right? I get it if there's a victim. If you caused a man, woman, or child harm, injury, or loss, I get it. That's what the court's for. But just the difference between Terry versus Ohio, right? Before that, you had to have probable cause, right? Someone signing an affidavit with their testimony and getting it passed by a judge, and the judge creates a warrant. As opposed to now, they just need reasonable, articulable suspicion that you have committed a crime, in the process of committing a crime, or will commit a crime in the future. Think about what I just said. Will commit a crime in the future. That gives the cop the right to stop you and violate your Fourth Amendment. Think about that.
Jeez.
Are cops psychics? This is Terry versus Ohio. This is well known. But yeah, that sort of thing is what I've been studying.
Takes a community for that, huh? To learn that stuff.
I'll help
Yeah,
you
because
out.
everybody's bringing
Let's
something.
do that.
Go ahead, bro.
Let's do that. A lot of people just don't realize the difference of presenting yourself. And especially if you live in the USA. I mean, they have the unique ability to just simply claim either the L, A, or water jurisdiction at any given time. Most people just operate in the water jurisdiction of the law, LAW, and they are, classified as lost at sea. But when you comprehend, I don't like the word understanding, but when you comprehend how the jurisdictions work, then if we didn't have a baseline of human beings to agree on whatever, and then to be able to measure those that don't follow through with their agreements, that's what the law is. If we didn't have that, I mean, really, is that a better place than what we have now? You can say it's all corrupt or whatever, but I mean, if you want to just throw it all away, is it gonna be better? Or we can just share the information, and people can comprehend how to present themselves in any given situation. And it's just a perk. I mean, if you happen to be in the USA, based on the land, air, and the air is the highest, that's the Vatican. Contract laws goes through city, state of London, and then Washington D.C. Blah 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 blah. I'm not going to take up all your time, but based on their own laws and how they operate, once you comprehend how that operates, then you can present yourself properly, and they have to abide by it, or else they are the criminals. And just most people just don't know how to do it. They're just, trying to pay their bills.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned something there really interesting, the different jurisdictions. But what about our different capacities? Right? Always talk about mankind's capacity. Right? If you show up as someone who's making a plea deal, right? What capacity are you in? Are you in your highest capacity? Or if you show up and show up as the defendant and say not guilty, right? Is that your highest capacity? What if you show up with the power of attorney for the straw man? Do attorneys go to jail? Attorneys don't go to jail. Right? So,
sorry, I thought you were done.
So, what if you show up as a man, right? If you're a man, can a corporation sue a man? I don't think so, right? It's the wrong species, right? A man can take a man to court, but a man can't take a corporation to court. He has to show up as a corporation to take a corporation to court. So what if a corporation summons a man into court? Well, that's weird.
Exactly.
Right?
The man doesn't simply just chooses to not show up. That one's easy. The tricky one is just like you said, a man cannot summons a corporation into court because the court it's not really a court. It's like a boat dog. I call them boat dogs. So only the vassals that are operating in the open sea, which is the water jurisdiction, can make any summonses. And that's why they have the wording that they have. Court dockets, and you walk in there and it's all wood and all that stuff. You can't well, we're working on it. Your state might have anyway, I don't want to get into it, but it tends to kill the chat or whatever, but there are ways for you to actually bring a corporation to account for causing damage to person and property. Now, if you're on the land jurisdiction, that's the only court applies. It has nothing to do with statutes and codes and what they're really corporate policies, right? They call their corporate policies laws, but really they're just corporate policies under statutes and codes, which don't apply to you if you're on the land jurisdiction. And you can't bring them into a land jurisdiction court because they're out on the sea. So once you exit the sea and you basically wave your hand, you're like, yeah, I'm standing on the land. You get a summons from any corporation, doesn't matter how big they are or whatever, and you are in the capacity, as Mr. Larry stated, as a man or a woman. Man, back in the day, it was human. It was like the plural form of human. It wasn't gender related. That was introduced later to get people to divide the family and all that shit. But when they were talking about mankind and man, that included women and men. It was not gender anyway. So when they do that, when you are a man, you're automatically outside of their jurisdiction. You just don't have to show up. There's nothing they can do to you. Now, to bring them into your court, that's a totally different story. The only way you can do that is if you have evidence, and that's why I think they don't like body cams and people holding cameras up to all these guys, because you can claim that as the evidence, and you can hold these corporations to account, and you can bring them into a common law court, which is the land jurisdiction. And that basically just throws their pardon the pun for the Noah's flood, the wave of corruption that basically throws that off, right? Because you are no longer lost at sea. They don't have authority of you because you're standing on the land. It's just most people don't. It's really pretty simple, but most people are just busy paying bills, chasing, trauma.
What if Noah parted the Red Sea so that he remained on the correct jurisdiction?
Right? And the same
mean
thing with
Moses?
Jesus walking on water.
Yeah, I meant to say Moses. Thank you.
Yeah. Jesus did the same thing when he walked on water. Right? He was like, nope, sorry, you guys can claim all you want, but I'm standing here. And if you want to claim it's water, I'm standing on it. They were the ones that were like, oh, wow, he walked on water. But it was pretty much the same thing, really, in my view, my personal view.
I can tell you guys this. There's this thing called the TWIC card. And anybody who wanted to do their own research about what the TWIC card is, but basically it makes you the highest ranking, I don't want to say officer, but agent. Yeah, that's a better word. Makes you the highest ranking agent on the street. So when you get pulled over and you have a TWIC card, you're literally demanding their ID. And another thing, the Hobbs Act will shut down entire municipalities. The Hobbs Act violation. So anybody who wanted to look up either one of those things, if you hand a cop, let's say you're a truck driver, and you hand a cop, your papers, right? When they ask for your papers, and he sees the Hobbs Act, it's kind of like a lawyer seeing, the hotline for bar complaints.
Go away.
Like,
basically, don't mess with this guy. Just let him go on.
That's right.
Just tell him, oh, you know what? Have a good day. Here's a warning. It doesn't always work, though, I will tell you, because sometimes there's some scumbags out there that don't honor the codes or whatever, and they'll run that card and they'll just impound your shit, and then you got to go through a bunch of bullshit, but then they get fired. But still, you got to go through a bunch of bullshit. But I know exactly what you're talking about, dude. They used to call it.
I'm just talking about your capacity, right? Well, how you show up, how you present yourself.
Yeah, it's a DND DNS. Do not detain, do not stop. That's what they used to call it.
So they have the right to regulate commerce, but they do not have the right to interfere. So basically what the Hobbs Act does is like, oh, you want to interfere with interstate commerce? Is that what you want to do? I don't think that's what you want to do.
Are you guys right in the middle of some legal thing here, or?
No, you go ahead, bro, please.
Not at all.
I didn't know. I was gone for a second.
Trying to fill the dead space. Bring something interesting in, please.
All right, let's be clear. Dell's 9.8 meter per second Earth moving up, that does not account for things dropping. That does nothing for things falling. Things fall at 9.8 meters per second. So if you just have the Earth rising up at 9.8 meters per second, flat out, that's just a constant speed. That does nothing for things falling. So why? As anyone, as who's Dell's boy in here?
So
Does anyone understand it?
Well, I think didn't they used to say that like when the penny falls, if you threw a penny off the Empire State Building, it would like crash through somebody's skull, and they told us that it was like such and such distance squared. It was like whatever. It was like 8 inches per second squared, right? But then we found out later that that actually caps out, like when you start doing parachuting and things like that.
Well, you hit
So does it
terminal.
actually keep
You hit terminal
accelerating?
velocity due to air resistance.
Is
Like
that
a
what they
squirrel,
call it?
like a squirrel can't die from falling because it falls at a the terminal velocity of like a squirrel just isn't enough to kill it.
So squirrel defeats gravity. That's that way. That really
No, they just have air resistant. Like it's air resistance.
Oh, okay. So we got Coriolis now. So we got
No, not Coriolis. Just air. You don't even want to get me going on Coriolis. It's just air resistance. That's all.
So
that'll stop things from
gravity.
like on the Felix Baumgartner or whatever the fuck his name is. That guy hit terminal velocity at I don't know.
Right.
And then you're just and then you're moving at a constant speed. Up until that happens, though, your shit's dropping at 9.8 meters per second squared on average.
Okay, I see.
But Dell's argument, though, but Dell has this thing where he has Earth moving up at 9.8 meters per second. Like that doesn't account for things falling. Does anyone know why he's even saying that, or is he trying to make a case for that's why things are falling, or?
I don't think he said it was moving up at that rate. I think he said it was just moving up at a constant speed. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah. Yes, I've heard it time and time again. He's not saying we're accelerating. He's saying it's a constant speed. I get it, but that doesn't account for things falling. Like why even make that? Why even say that if it doesn't cover shit falling?
He's claiming that he's got the demonstrations and that motion. He's saying that if there's acceleration, there needs to be a mechanism of some kind.
Yeah, but the Earth moving up wouldn't be a mechanism for shit dropping because it's a flat out speed. That's what I'm saying. When you got Earth going up at just one constant speed of 9.8 meters per second, that doesn't account. You can't be like, oh, that's why things fall. Like, why is he saying it doesn't account for things falling?
Well, I'm currently on the with Gio and Austin and a few others who I like the electrostatic argument. It makes sense to me currently. That's where I am. But he's certainly asking some provocative questions, and he's talking about going on Nathan's show on Monday. So if he does, I'll definitely tune in.
Yeah, but it's not really that like provocative or intriguing. So what? What if Earth's moving up at 9.8 meters per second at a flat out speed? Then so what? Like that doesn't account. That's not a reason for why things fall. Because when things fall at 9.8 meters per second squared.
He's saying that density and buoyancy cease to be in free fall. That's what he's saying.
Wouldn't he have to admit that the objects would be stationary because the metric of them so-called falling is the Earth moving up, right? So come on, like that in itself.
Andy,
wait a second.
Oh.
But Andy, that also the Earth moving up at 9.8 meters per second flat out. That also doesn't account for the relative density falling apart because that only happens at 9.8 meters per second squared. You need to be accelerating for that to happen. If you just go at a steady speed of 9.8 meters per second, relative density is fine.
Yeah, I don't think he's saying that speed in particular, but just for the FYI, I've never heard him say it's going up at 9.8 meters per second. So, just FYI.
Oh, I thought that was his argument.
No, I've never heard him saying that, but he's saying it's moving at a constant rate. I don't know. He's never said an exact speed, but I don't know.
Constant rate doesn't account. Any constant rate does not account for things falling. It doesn't account for relative density, disequilibrium falling apart. So I don't know why he's even saying that. I mean, if he thinks that, it's cool, but it doesn't really help.
Yeah,
with
well, he's saying,
anything.
look, he's saying it explains the density gradient. He's saying that his demonstration where he's showing that air bubbles stop rising, and if you drop a weight in water, and it no longer sinks to the bottom, it just stays in the middle of his little tube that he drops. He's trying to show that, look, density and buoyancy is not a thing in free fall when it's not attached to the reference frame. So he's saying, look, this is not my opinion. This is demonstration. And I like Dell a lot. So,
I don't know this Earth moving at a constant speed. If you saying it covers the density gradient on Earth, or the atmosphere.
Well, does acceleration require a mechanism?
Yeah.
Things don't just move on their own, do they?
No, yeah, you need some kind of mechanism for something. Yeah.
So, look, I'm not going to say what the cause is because I'm not 100% on that one. So,
I mean, I don't see what the constant speed of Earth would help with. I don't see how it covers the density gradient or anything.
It does seem absurd. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, oh, fucking hell, it just kind of hurts your head.
It just doesn't do anything. Like, I don't know what is it, like, if somebody could tell me what it did, or what problem it solved, or why. I mean, if that's all, if he just thinks that it's moving, whatever, that's fine. But it doesn't like help with anything that I can see.
Well, is RDD enough? Is that enough for you, Jeremy? Because
I used to think it was.
Yeah,
I used to think it was, but I've changed.
Mind.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I've changed my mind on that. Like, why down? Well, we understand that it does move down depending on the density and shit, but why down? It's probably some kind of magnetic electro something thing, or who knows? I don't think we'll ever know the cause of this, honestly.
Maybe not, but I like the fact that he's asking questions. So that's the backbone of science, after all.
I mean, if you had Earth moving 10 meters per second squared, that would cover things falling. But if it's just a constant speed, then it doesn't help with that. If you you can't have Earth accelerating, you know how fast it would be going at this point. Not in a linear fashion, but they say acceleration when we go in a circle or whatever, but not in any like straight line path. You'd be going wild fast. Since we started talking about it just now.
Well, you know how if you like design a video game, you have to put code into the software to actually make things fall at, let's say, 9.8 meters per second, like in the game. Like you have to put that code in.
Yeah.
So the creative intelligence of this realm has put in that code. putting it really simply. Putting it really simply. I'm not saying it is a code. I'm not saying we live in a simulation video game or anything like that. I'm not trying to make that necessarily link. I'm just saying that in the way that this realm is designed and built and created, and all the physics and the electrostatic fields and electromagnetics and the electromagnetic field of the earth and the environment and the air and the atmosphere going up and so on. I'm just using that code analogy to just say that, like, there has to be, whether you want to call that a force or acceleration, it's like designed into it. Just like if you want to replicate it on a video game, you have to replicate it as well. You have to put that code in for the physics to work that way.
So you're saying we definitely live in a simulation?
And that's the hill I'm dying on? Yeah. I mean, I think of it as I think of it as a part of the electromagnetic spectrum, like because you have like in the sun, you have like ultraviolet, infrared, X-rays. There's a whole spectrum, and in terms of delineating between those, infrared is different than ultraviolet, etc. And so I think of the effect that we call gravity as a part of the Earth's electrostatic field, and it's like one of the like spectrum fields. It's like one of the spectrums within it. So when people, if someone were to say, "Oh yeah, gravity is electrostatic," and then a lot of people will say, "Well, no, we know what electrostatics are, and we can measure it, and you can't just put a voltmeter on matter and just measure its charge, and then things fall that way." And I agree, because it's not quite. See, I think it overlaps with that spectrum, which is why like the Van de Graaff generator will, you can get little things to rise or fall. So there's an overlap, meaning if you add the electrostatics that they sort of, just to use the term the mainstream is sort of referring to when they use that term, you can alter the gravitic effects with the electrostatics. So I think there's an overlap, but I don't think that actually is what gravity is, as it were. Like, it's not just that exact electrostatic field that a Van de Graaff generator is pulling from the environment.
Whatever it is. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, whatever it is, it's super weak. At relative density, this equilibrium does, for the most part, control which way something goes heavily. You know what I mean? So, but there is this slight thing in there that says go down. Like it's very weak. Like they say, they say gravity is the weakest, one of the weakest forces. Because I mean, it like relative to the density of the medium and the thing and the object will, control which way it goes. I mean,
right. But the fact that there's an acceleration shows that there is something more than just relative density, I think, because there's an actual acceleration. To have an actual acceleration means, there's something more than just, I think, than just the density and buoyancy factor, even though, of course, that is a part of it as well.
There is acceleration. Why don't you explain that a bit, Gio? Because they're saying there's no acceleration in free fall.
You mean like at terminal velocity? Because it does seem to reach, like it maxes out at terminal velocity, but there is an acceleration. Like if you jump out of an airplane, like when you first jump out, you'll accelerate, but then it's like you reach a maximum that it doesn't go beyond. Like, would he disagree with that there's an acceleration at all?
No, he's talking about it like it's like a deceleration. That's what he's talking about. Like basically, when you reach terminal velocity, that's like zero, essentially. You've reached your zero, and it's really weird to. I've been thinking about it for a few weeks, and it's like you have to sort of think everything backwards or something. It's really weird.
But things have all different terminal velocities, though. So, like a penny and a squirrel and a human and a feather, like they're all going to have different things, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I think when you got wind resistance involved as well, could alter that. I mean, obviously, if you have a kite or like a parachute, there's a very different thing going on with the wind resistance, to where you will reach some kind of a consistent drop rate. Well, depending on the wind and the angle of it and all that, but
like in a vacuum, there should be no terminal velocity. Like it would just keep going and going.
Because, in theory,
accelerating
like a perfect. Well, that's what they try to get at with the outer space thing. They're trying to say, if you're in outer space and you just go outside of your spaceship and just push off, you just go forever.
Now, do you think there's enough air in a vacuum we can make the?
Well, I don't think air is the only thing. Like, if you're talking about a vacuum on Earth, I mean, I don't think there's anything other than on Earth. But if I'm just saying, like an actual vacuum, there's still something in it, which still has impedance.
Well, what messed me up about it is this bottle with the water in it. You know, if you just drop it and the water stays at the bottom, and everybody's saying, well, the bottle itself, that's doing the thing, it's moving faster, and the water stays in the bottom. But to me, if that thing was accelerating, that would displace the water. Like, you know yourself, if you force it down with your hand, the water's going to shoot to the top, right? Like, if you just drop it, the water stays in the bottom. And that was messing me up. That was really messing me up. I was thinking, I've got to go back to Mechanics of Motion 101 because I feel like such an idiot right now. So,
isn't the bottle and the water falling at the same time?
Well, this is the thing, Essie, isn't it? When he does it with the weight inside, and like he says, air bubbles stop. Right? Air bubbles stop rising. The weight stops in the middle. So what you're basically saying is that the whole thing is moving in a unified acceleration.
Exactly. Everything is falling at the same rate. What's the problem with that?
Well, you've never seen that type of acceleration in your life.
Well, like,
you see it every day. Every time you drop something, you see it all the time.
Like a density tower, like on the zero-G planes. I mean, that's kind of what this is, basically, what you're describing. It's a similar thing. If you have a density tower on a zero-G plane, before it goes into zero-G, you have oil, water, you have all these different colored liquids, and they all
mix together, yeah.
Well, yeah, like before you go into zero-G, they'll all be in their order of density. And then once you go into zero-G, yeah, they all mix together and there's no delineation. But that doesn't really mean that relative density is just, it is a little bit non-applicable maybe when you're falling, meaning that it's not, because I kind of think of it like it's canceling it out. Like the free fall is canceling out the otherwise, because like, okay, let's say you have a weight which would sink in water. So in normal conditions and in no free fall thing, you drop a weight, it sinks right in the water. And that's going to happen every time, like an anvil in water kind of thing. But if the water and the anvil are both in free fall, then the otherwise effect of the stationary water with a metal thing dropping in it, like an anvil dropping in it, because that's when it's stationary. So you're going to have the density and buoyancy that are going to find their equilibrium. But when they're falling, when they're free falling, the water is falling and the weight's falling. So they're both falling.
If you were to move at a constant speed, the weight would still fall, which is why I don't understand why Dell's saying it's Earth's moving at a constant speed.
Yeah, Gio just explained it perfectly. Everything is falling at the same rate. That's it.
So even though buoyancy and density is active when it's stationary, but yeah, when it's all falling, it's like that's why I said non-applicable. Like it's like it cancels out. It's like everything cancels out.
Exactly. That effect of the towering takes place when the things are stationary, not when they're moving. Yeah.
Sorry, Essie. You think RDD is enough then? That's the be all and end all. You don't need anything else. You think that is enough?
No, well, I don't buy the argument that the Earth is moving upwards. I don't buy that.
I'm just saying that. Look, if relative density disequilibrium is the be all and end all, then the weight would carry on falling through the water, as far as I'm concerned. But it doesn't.
Why would it? Why would you say that?
I don't know. That just makes sense to me.
You have a bucket of water and you have a lead ball, right? And you drop them. Do you expect something different to happen?
You're saying if you drop them separately? You're saying if you dropped them separately?
Yeah.
You're saying if you had something that had what could you say? Maybe a bucket full of water and then another bucket with a metal weight in it that doesn't have water. So the only difference, one has water and one doesn't, and therefore the wind resistance is roughly the same. You drop all those off a roof or whatever, they're going to all fall together.
Exactly.
So why would the weight do anything different if it's in the water when that's happening versus in a separate bucket?
Yep, everything is falling at the same rate. That's it. Nothing is moving upwards.
I should have said when it's falling. Yeah, when they're falling, not when they're stationary.
Yeah, well, I know that could be only when they're falling. It doesn't work when it's stationary.
Here's another funny example. If I took a metal anvil and I'm sitting just stationary and you drop it on my head, ooh, that's going to hurt. You know, boom, you're going to get crushed. But if I jump off a cliff and at the same time I jump off the cliff, somebody throws an anvil behind, you know, right above me, it's not going to hit me, most likely. Like, you know what I mean? I'm going to fall to the
ground
until I hit the ground. Then you got a problem.
We took it into Roadrunner. This is Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner shit. But yo, the Earth moving up at a constant speed doesn't help anything though, unless it's accelerating at the same rate things are falling. Then it would help, but just going up at a constant speed like doesn't help really.
Yeah, that's another contradiction in that thing. Yeah, if things are falling at an accelerated claim, which is the rate, and your Earth is not rising at an accelerated rate, well, you got a problem there. Because they're saying that it's constant rise, if I understood it correctly. So yeah, Jeremy, that's a problem. Is that correct, Andy? It's not.
I think so. I think that's what he's saying. Yeah, I don't think he says it. Yeah, because every time people have said it's accelerated, I want to correct him because I'm like, at least get the guy's fucking thing right, you know. But I do like Dell. I don't know this. Like I said,
I got nothing against him. It's not a person. It's just we're talking about the argument now, right? Mm-hmm. I got nothing against the person.
I mean, I'd never even thought about the because you know I got my head in the clouds thinking about philosophy for about 10 years or more when I go into this argument, and so I'm not the most practical person. I hold my hands up, not at all, in fact. But Del to me seems like a very practical, down to earth person, and so you know when he was talking about pulling forces, I never even thought of that. I never even thought of the fact that you know everything's a push essentially. You know, it was Dell that made me realize that. It's just a description used to convey the direction of motion relative to us. I never thought about it that way. I was like, oh shit, that's I never thought of that. So yeah, I like Delph. He puts things in a very simple way. But this I've been thinking about for a couple of weeks, and yeah, it's I have to put it down sometimes because it gets to me a little bit.
I do think there needs to be something.
Sense. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
I do think there needs to be something more than relative density going on because, like, why down? You know.
I'd say because it's the ground, the electric ground as well.
It could be a charge thing, something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
It could just be the code in the simulation you said we live in.
Well, I know this. He hates that. He absolutely hates the fucking electrostatic stuff. He absolutely hates it. He's like, oh, more fucking
it's
magical.
Real. It's like a real thing, though.
At
least it's a real thing.
He's pretty like Globies and Flat Earthers on the same. So they're both saying fucking magical stuff. You know what I mean? Whereas he's like motion to Dell. That's it. Motion's creating the mechanism sort of thing. Whereas, sorry, go on.
Oh, go ahead.
No, although he was just critiquing Nathan, and he was saying how you know flat earthers tend to say when it's relative density, they just say, well, if you pick something up, you've put the energy into it, and you know Dell's holding his lighter and going, what energy is it took? Is it so it's took from me? It's took the way you put it. I love how he goes off like that, like magical woo woo and all that stuff. So, I kind of get what he's saying, but it's still I'm struggling a little bit with it. Not gonna lie.
No, there's
definitely a downward bias. There's definitely a downward bias. Look around; everything's on the ground except for don't look at the clouds.
You feel your weight.
All the other stuff.
Yeah.
Everything else is just on the ground. You know what I mean? Don't look at the clouds. That's actually where relative density disequilibrium falls apart, if you ask me, is with a cloud. Because that, according to, from what I know about, the relative density thing, like the cloud should not be up there. It's like 100 tons. Everything the cloud's made up is more dense than the air.
Yeah, that kind of freaking defies logic, huh? Unless it's spread out, like because it's spread out. Yeah, it's.
I don't know.
It's a weird one. That
yeah.
I remember the other day, Jeremy was talking to someone, and like the guy was like, "Give me one example," and Jeremy was like, "Clouds," and he's like, "Yeah, shit." The guy just stopped doing his tracks.
Even the globe excuse is not good for clouds. I can't remember what it is, but I don't even think the globe excuse is good for the cloud thing.
Yeah, you got to explain water floating. How the hell are you going to do that? In any sense, right? It's heavier than the environment, yet there it is. It's freaking floating, right? Water is heavier than air, right? Yeah, this one is a doozy.
I mean, it's dust particle. There's a lot of all right. If you Google it, they say clouds made of water droplets, very small water droplets, ice, very small pieces of ice, dust particles, and shit like that. I think. Can't remember if there's anything else.
Float? Does water float? No.
I mean, when you boil a kettle or something, and you see that steam go up, those are water droplets. They're going up. Any white shit you see, that's not vapor.
The only thing that makes sense is, a car, the window.
Yeah.
When you breathe on it, right, and creates like accumulation, and then when it gets more humid in the car, like you'll see like a droplet form out of that. But still, it's on a freaking window. It's not floating in the air, right?
There's a surface. There's a surface area.
Yeah, clouds are a real freaking. And then there's the lightning, right? Then you have the sprites, the upward lightning. I don't know if a lot of people are aware of that. There's also upward lightning.
Oh, here's the Glober excuse. I just Googled it. You ready for this one? The water and ice particles. This is from Scientific American, by the way. The water and ice particles in the clouds we see are simply too small to feel the effects of gravity. As a result, yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Go on, Jared. That was it?
Here's this one. Who's Vedantu? I don't know who that is, but this is where that's from. As clouds have less density and high volume as compared to the air surrounding them, so the clouds experience a high buoyancy force from the surrounding air.
That's what I said. Right. Like spread out. The only explanation that could be like when you're in the water and you spread out your body type thing.
Well, there's no way you can
take it. Float. Yeah.
There's no way you can go up to one of those super puffy clouds and get a square meter of it, and that's going to be less dense than the air, like some other air on the ground or something, or right next to it.
I can't see that either, man. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no fucking way. There's solid matter inside. There would be solid matter inside your little square meter or whatever you did. I don't know.
Yeah, we know the explanation. It just doesn't make sense.
They're too small for gravity, bro. Space time.
We're talking about freaking like inches of water coming out of that, gallons and freaking. Like it could rain for a freaking whole day, like
40 days and 40 nights out this bitch. Yeah,
is floating. Yeah, some things are just wonders of nature, I guess.
As far as the falling thing, though, I don't know if we'll ever be able to. Like, if you gave me all the money in the world right now and just total, I'm just the fucking leader of the world. I don't think I can. I don't think I could get an answer for why things fall. If I had all the money, all the resources, everything, everyone just did what I said, I couldn't get you that answer. I don't think definitively.
I could give it to you for free.
Well, Left Lane just said in the chat that he was talking about Cavendish and mass attracting mass, and he just said he assumed something about me. He said, "You're left in question. I'm not." So apparently, Left Lane knows. Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't know. The entire mainstream science doesn't know what gravity is, but I guess Left Lane found it. He said he's not questioning it. He's got it.
The funny thing is, though, Cavendish is just Cavendish is just an effect. Like they do this thing, they have an effect, and it's like this is one of their effects with no causes thing that they do with Cavendish.
Right. It's the explanation of a phenomenon. It's not isolating anything. It's just literally a story. It's a story based on a phenomenon.
It's like things dropping. Okay, we measure things dropping at 9.8 meters per second squared. We have an effect. Now, what's the cause? It's the same thing as Cavendish, same thing as a Foucault pendulum, same thing as weight change with latitude. Like, I can make a list of this shit where they have all these effects, but no actual causes. They gotta, they may have a prediction and some math, but no cause. I mean, you can make up a cause, but nothing you can actually test scientifically.
Especially since the original experiment wasn't to do with that.
Yeah, it was claimed to try to measure the weight of the Earth.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
The density or?
No, well, Cavendish, yeah. It didn't even have anything to do with gravity.
But what was he was trying to measure? The density
mass,
of Earth?
I think it was. Was it the mass? Yeah.
Well, I think, technically weight. I don't know that they used the term mass at that point, like back then.
Weight, huh? Yeah. Certainly wasn't gravity. That had nothing to do with the experiment.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of things that could be causing the balls to wiggle like that. Just to make a leap of an assumption, because, you could say that about anything. Like if you had two things that attract a little bit, like just to outwardly claim like, oh, they're attracting because of their mass, which mass is a problematic concept in and of itself. It's like a theoretical idea, really, in terms of what mass is. But to then just try to claim that those things are attracting it because of this fabricated concept they call mass, just because they're making that effect without actually isolating that that's what it is. And like we've said, you can't isolate electrostatics out of it. So it's like, I guess it reminds me, I'm trying to make like a quick analogy in my head. Like maybe if there's I don't know. I was trying to think if there's like a crime and you saw somebody run into a house, and then some crime happened. And it's like, okay, is it the fact that did the person run in the house do it? Well, maybe, could be that, but also could be somebody ran in the back door, or somebody ran in somewhere else. Like, because I understand like the idea of like, oh, these things are attracting. So there is something to that. It doesn't mean they're attracting because of their mass, though. There could be 100 other reasons as to why that's happening.
Yeah. Can you imagine back in the day when somebody said, hey, bro, I feel like weighing the earth. Interesting. How do you think we can do that? I know. Let's hang a couple of balls in a shed. Yeah, bro. Spot on. Let's do it. Right on, chap.
Right before you do it, your friend's like, wait, what are we doing again? You're telling me that you're going to hang these balls and we're going to measure the weight of the entire Earth. Guy's like, yep, let's do it.
Okay,
you know how high you got to be? Yeah, you got to be straight up lit.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, on PCP.
Maybe they knew that ayahuasca stuff back then. Who knows?
Bro, not even ayahuasca could come up with something that fucking harebrained. I think ayahuasca gives you like real deal shit. No fucking, they don't give you no bullshit, right, Gio?
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they had a corrupt spirit guide or something. Was playing tricks with them or something. I don't know. But this idea,
Oh, that's
like,
a thing. Isn't that a thing where you get
yeah,
a bad spirit or something from doing it? You
maybe
do
they
it
got
wrong or the wrong
explicit.
thing.
Not real ayahuasca, but there are people that are doing like fake ayahuasca ceremonies where they have other plants and other. It's not really shamanism; it's like sorcery. So yeah, there's like fake versions that have like datura, for example, which is a totally different plant.
Yeah, but how do you get convinced on an idea like that? Like, seriously, besides the jokes.
Well, I mean, ironically, though, the guys doing Cavendish were, far, far from the actual tribal peoples that know about these plants and medicines and things. These guys are, I don't know what, maybe they're drinking alcohol or something, but they're actually far removed. Nobody do, tribal environments using these medicines and things. Nobody's sitting there saying, let's get some balls and put them in a shed and weigh the earth. I mean, that's just like.
I kind of like disgraced the ayahuasca plant. I retract that statement. Yeah, they must have been doing something else. Yeah.
Seems like they were probably high. I mean, like Cavendish was royalty, right? So they were probably more into being psychopaths and controlling other people and controlling narratives and trying to sway people's minds into deceptive narratives. I mean, he was funded by, all these wealthy families. And I mean, these are sort of the king and queen class that are trying to deceive the masses. So it's more about parlor tricks and fakery and trying to come up with schemes more than anything to do with actually coming to the truth of things.
Absolutely.
I think we can all agree that even the Globers, Left Lane, you there? We'd have to agree that Cavendish is an effect. You see an effect. Now, what's the cause? You can have a story behind it, but like, what do you really have as far as the cause goes?
Right, and even if you wanted to attribute something that related to gravity to it, so okay, let's just say you have these two balls, and let's just say for the moment they attract the way that they do, just not questioning that part of it for now. Let's just say two main, which are often the ones discussed. Like, are they attracting because of an electrostatic force of some sort, an electric connected to the electric fields and all of those factors? Or are they attracting because of the quote unquote mass or the actual matter that's there? Like matter attracting matter, just to leave because mass is a whole conceptual framework. So they've used mass to propel the deception, I think. But if we want to just simplify it to like matter attracting matter. So, even if you're getting that little attraction, the fact that electrostatics are intrinsic within that entire setup, because electrostatics are intrinsic within all matter as well. Like we've always said, like if you can't isolate that, then how can you isolate that it's for sure the matter attracting the matter when the electrostatics are part of the matter?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's an awesome citation. There's an awesome citation from, I don't know if it's Purdue or Penn State, something where it's all attractive forces are all intermolecular and molecular attractive forces are electrostatic by nature. Like everything in nature, that's what it is. Any attractive force, all attractive forces are electrostatic by. That's just like I do think it's like some kind of something more than relative density for sure. And even when Blue did Cavendish, he got fucked up from the electrostatics, right?
Yeah, he used a certain kind of paint or varnish, I think it was. that affected, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And not only that, not to pick on Blue, because he does most than people. He actually built a contraption, right? But just to show, he picked up an earthquake on it, right? We were making fun of him and everything, but just goes to show that you can't eliminate all the variables, right? He picked up an earthquake 800 miles away. So, yeah.
I mean, you also have the Cheerio effect. That's not attributed to gravity at all. It's just things in a fluid that are fucking attracted. Like, what's this, you know? Is there a difference between the Cheerio effect and Cavendish?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Liquids, yeah.
Yeah, but it has to do with like the surface tension as well. So you have that in liquid, but you would also have that in air to a lesser degree, to a different degree. But yeah,
it'd be so small. It'd probably be way smaller, like something like so small as gravity, because it's a fluid. Does all fluid have surface tension?
I think so. I think by nature, I'm not sure on that, but yeah, I think so.
I found it. Is there surface tension in air? For example, surface tension of water and air is 72.8 Mn/m at 20 degrees Celsius, where surface tension at 25 degrees. So they're saying, yeah. Does surface tension exist? And surface tension does not hold for gases, it says, though, now.
How is it going to hold for? I don't get that. Air has surface tension. That doesn't make sense.
They might have been talking about the surface tension when something's in water and air. I don't know what that graph was exactly. I only read the surface of it. So they're saying, no, there's no surface tension. Surface tension does not hold for gases.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
It's held only for liquids, it says. Why gases do not show surface tension. The molecules of gases possess translatory motion and move in a random direction. Therefore, they do not have a fixed position, and no free surface can be observed. In terms of a solid, liquid, or gas, the free surface is the surface where the surface tension occurs. So, what if it was so small, though? What if it was the force of gravity and they just couldn't measure it?
Yeah, but
what if they're measuring it? Hold on. What if they're measuring it and by doing Cavendish and they think it's friggin' space-time bending? What were you gonna say, Joe?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, could there be a difference between whether like air in and of itself has surface tension? Like, if you just have a huge warehouse of just air, I understand the idea of like within that air, from this little area to that area, I can understand the idea that there's like a kind of level of homogeneity within that. But if you have like two huge metal balls that are hanging close to each other, that's a different situation. I would, because now you have like the air that's right around those balls in addition to the electrostatic fields. You know what I'm saying? Like, is there a difference between like the air right around matter like that rather than just air out in the open?
Well, you can test that in a vacuum. But yeah.
It seems like that all liquids would have surface tension because there would be friction to get through the liquid. I'm not speaking from knowledge. It's a little theory that I had. Obviously, I'm ignorant.
Yeah, and you can see it in all liquids. If you look to the side, look at your water, you'll see it. Look at oil, look at anything, right? You'll see there's a difference when you look through the liquid and when you look on top. I mean, it's very easy to see.
Now, when you put a flea in a bottle of water, he floats. He can fall right back out. But when you put Dawn dish soap in there, that's what allows the water to lose the surface tension and get in between your clothes and wash it properly, right? The detergent. So when you put a flea in a detergent-filled water bottle, he sinks to the bottom. So did you do away completely with the surface tension, or did you just lessen it down to a smaller amount of surface tension? Because he doesn't sink, not because he's buoyant. He doesn't sink because of surface tension.
Yeah,
So does the Dawn dish soap? Go ahead.
My bad. What if they're just measuring surface tension of air of gases when they're doing Cavendish? How would they know? Is that possible?
Well, also, what's the interface between an electrostatic field and how that relates to surface tension within air? Like if you have a balloon that you rub, on something to create a static charge, and you have another balloon that you rub something of a static charge, and you start bringing those together, there's going to be like a surface-like tension between the electrostatic fields and then how the air relates to those. Maybe it's not the same like definition as it is in water, though. There's it's like electrostatic tension, maybe. But I would go as far as to say that surface tension in water is because of electrostatics. That has to do with the electrostatics that's holding the water in that structure to create that kind of surface tension effect. Like in the Cheerio effect, you have Cheerios sitting in water or in a bowl of milk or whatever it is, and because of the tension of the Cheerio kind of breaking the water tension, it then creates like a little wall, almost like a moat around it or something. Like it creates that
like little grooves. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, and I would say that there's the electrostatics are part of why that kind of bulges like that, like why that groove is formed that way.
This is good. Good talk, guys. Left lane, you don't know why Cavendish happens.
We were supposed to do a thing with Sean G. Damn, I forgot to make an event.
Oh, he's been dying to get at you, bro. Yeah. He's like, holler at your boy, holla. He's trying to debate you and somebody else. I forget.
On evolution or something different.
I think he wants to debate the model.
Which one? Their whole world's made up of just these mathematical weird models.
Well, the model means everything, so that should be fun.
The globe model.
Well, he didn't say the globe model. He said the model, so I take it as everything. The model, right? We already did a debate on evolution, me and Sean. Well, if you want to call it a debate, a convo. I don't think we've ever had a debate. I don't think anybody has ever witnessed a debate. Let's be honest.
The debate, he just argues.
Like in college, right? Opening statements and blah blah blah. I don't know the exact thing, but yeah.
Well, yeah, it's ultimately like the structure of it.
How do you feel about evolution, Gio? Because I just FYI, I think it's fucking retarded, but I could be ignorant here, so it just on its face, it just seems really stupid to me. But you know, maybe that's just me. I'm not sharpest knife in draw, so.
Well, I think that there's some, as many of when they try to weave these narratives, there's some truth involved in parts of in terms of like adaptation and some of these factors. So I think there's some truth, but I would agree with you. Yeah, I think you know, a lot of the main tenets of I mean, like, are you referring to like Darwinian?
Yeah, I'm talking like just like SE says, where we see one thing turning into another. So you think there's small adaptations, do you? Like a dog changing its coat or something like that in a colder environment?
Yeah, I think there's definitely adaptations, which I guess you could call evolution. Like the evolution of, you know, the canine species, you know, has changed quite a bit from the wild wolf into all these different species. And, you know, because, yeah, you can, well, when I say, I don't mean species, I guess the different sort of breeds and subsets, which you can do that to like plants too. Like you can take like, you know, strawberries, and if you start growing them differently, well, that's also doing something artificial to it. You can make them huge and stuff. But I mean, even like certain plants adapt to their environment in different ways. So yeah, I think that's real, but different components of that. But yeah, no, the actual Darwinian concept, like you use the word retarded, and yeah, I would say like not even using that in a critical sense, but because I mean the actual word means like, you know, like slowed or delayed or kind of like a almost like, yeah, like a bastardized or like a retarded concept in that way, like something that is just off of its of the truth, you know, something that's kind of in that sense, like it's like twisted in some way. So yeah, I would say that like in a sense, I almost think of it like the core, some of the core parts of evolution. It's going to sound a little funny to say it this way, but it's almost like blasphemy on creation. Because to me, like creation, there is a very specific way that humans are designed and made. There's a very specific way that, you know, monkeys and all different animals are created to be what they are. Now, I do think there can be adaptation within humans or within these different species. That we learn things, we adapt to different environments, but to try to like conflate them and to blend them together and try to say that, you know, to try to build an origin story, it's almost like just going to creation and just putting your middle finger and being like, yeah, I'm just going to make up this totally alternate story that is false, you know, to sell a narrative. So yeah, I think it has a deceptive roots to it.
Can I respond to that, please? So I think it's real easy to understand that Darwin didn't know about epigenetics, right? And what we know about epigenetics today, right? We got the benefit of hindsight, right? So it's reasonable to think about Darwinism and evolution from the 1800s point of view. But now that it's 2023 and we understand that certain genetic expressions can change in different locations, different times, different places, different environmental pressures, and that the human isn't actually, or the animal, isn't actually evolving and adapting in the sense that it's changing. It is expressing different genetics to its surroundings because of the pressure that the environment is putting on it. For example, if you live up north, right, and there's not a whole lot of food because you live in like Switzerland, you might have the ability to drink milk, whereas other people who live in like the Congo and Africa where food is just ridiculously abundant, you may not need the ability to process milk as an adult, right? So I think if you look at the differences between the so-called races, white people don't do so good around the equator. They get malaria and things like that. Whereas black people don't do so good in like Norway, where they have to take a large amount of vitamin D supplements, right? And I think this is just genetic expression. Nothing is actually different from the black man and the white man in the sense that one is a subspecies of the other. In fact, they're both, very much Homo sapiens sapiens, if that's how you want to classify them. So I think that this genetic expression thing completely debunks evolution because they're not adapting and gaining new code, right? Often they might lose something, right? Like the amount of pigment in the skin, the melanin, right? They're not, evolving like new pigment. They're just, different genetic expressions of what was already there.
That's a perfect example, bro. Like all that is written in the DNA, right? Like take humans. I know this is going to sound harsh, but it's reality. Take humans like breed of dogs, right? We have white humans, black humans, Asians, different shape eyes, different color skin, different hair, right? But that is all human. It's all in the DNA, right? In order for evolution to happen, there has to be a change in the DNA. In other words, in order for you to grow a third arm or wings, that has to be written in the code. See, that's where they fail. There's no evidence of a DNA ever changing. So whatever happens, the finches and all that stuff, that's in the code. That's why we have black humans, white humans, Asian humans, short, fat, white, hair, whatever. We're all humans. It's all in the DNA code.
An argument I like that I just heard the other day is let's entertain the idea that evolution is real for a second. The very, very first of a brand new species would be mating with what?
Exactly. There would have to be two right off the crack. Exactly. Male and female. Yeah. There's absolutely zero evidence. Zero.
Well, you never heard of a virgin birth?
Yeah, the homunculus, right? Yes, it's really interesting to think about it, but scientists have already discovered the mitochondrial Eve, right? The mother of the humans, or the mother of mankind, I would say.
The rib? They found the rib?
That's not what I meant. No.
The lactose thing you brought up, Larry, is super interesting as well because I think the original land of milk and honey was a European thing. I think it was perhaps in Germany. I forget which country, but certainly not Israel. And it does look like with the graves that have been dug up and stuff in China, which they try and hide, by the way, they have European features, they have red hair, and this is going back way, way, way back. And there's people in India, northern India, where some of them can still tolerate milk because we were there before. We were there. This is what makes me think about this pyramid thing. I'm telling you, it's like what we think of as Europeans now. I'm sure they built them pyramids. The more I look into it, the more I'm sure about it. I mean, and this is not a racist thing either, but black people never really built anything over 2 stories, and there's all that sacred geometry in the pyramids. And as I say, the very earliest depictions of Buddha you can find, he's a white guy with fucking blue eyes and red hair. And when I saw that, I was like, what? It's just bizarre. The more you look into history, the more you realize it's just completely on its head.
How's Buddha rocking those blue eyes?
You see, exact opposite of what we've been told, Levelist. It's fucked up. But it's fun, though. It's fun to look at. It's fun to look into. And these waterways, these oceans, they weren't the blockage. They weren't a barrier. Deserts and mountains, these are barriers. The oceans, these are the highways for these people. So It's super interesting.
I've been meaning to look into it. I just heard the other day somebody make a claim that even in India, this guy claims that in India they were Christians before they became Hindus, but I haven't found any evidence for that yet. He's claiming Christianity was the worldwide religion.
Hey, who's the guy with the British accent? What's your name?
Andy.
Nick? No, I meant your avatar.
Oh, right. Bob. It's Bob Ross.
Bob Ross.
All right, gotcha.
Larry, you don't know who Bob Ross is? What the hell?
Come on, bro. Come on. I'm terrible with names, bro. I know your voice, right? I know you're a good man. I just don't know what to call you. I'm going to send you something.
Andy's fine. I mean, Bob will do too. Yeah, I was talking about that the other day, saying I haven't got Jufro and I haven't got like the big beard either. Just got like a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow. But it's funny how the brain puts a face to the name. Like I'm sure there's this footballer called Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and that in my mind is what Zanuck looks like, which is like he's got a bit of a goatee and a ponytail,
but like 8 inches shorter, right?
Well, if you don't look like that, I'll be disappointed. That's all I'm saying.
Zlatan is like 6'5". There's no way.
Yeah, he's a legend for sure. He's like, I think he's is he Swedish? I think he's Swedish. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong. I haven't watched football for many, many years. Or soccer.
He looks pretty dark. He looks pretty dark for a Swedish guy.
Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake! Thanks, Loveless. I'm going to look it up now. I hope you're happy.
I'm guessing. Eastern Europe, maybe even like Balkans.
Yeah, he's Swedish.
Is he?
Hmm. I suppose I should post a picture just so everyone else knows what I think Zanuck looks like.
All right, Andy, hold my beer. I was going to send you something called March of the Titans by Arthur Kemp, but it's 50 megabytes, so I cannot send it to you. But I think you might be interested in what's in there. It's basically the documentation of the white race. So I'm not really a racist person, but this book is kind of from a racist perspective.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like watching Ancient Aliens, right? You chew the meat, spit out the bones. So you can look at the mummies and see that they have red hair and basically blue jean style woven material that they were clothed with. And you can, take the good and spit out the bad. I don't know if you're an evolutionist or not. It doesn't matter. There's a lot of good stuff in there that you can glean actual knowledge from. Archaeology, good stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome. If you could just write the name or DM the name to me or something like that, because I've already forgot. But yeah, I was just going to say that it's super annoying that they've managed to put us in this place where just talking about such things makes it sound racist. Don't you think? It's such it grinds my gears a little bit. I've got to be honest. So,
by the way, I don't know about what the limit in DMs is, but you can post up to 100 megabytes on this server. So, Larry, you're saying if 50 megabytes, you should be able to post it. I don't know if it'll go through DM, but.
All right, I'll try.
By the way, Andy, he's by genetics, he's Croatian and Bosnian. So.
Oh, nice. Okay.
They immigrated to Sweden. So.
Yeah, he's not blonde enough to be Swedish, is he? That's the point.
No, those are my people up there. Well, the neighbors of my people.
I mean, how much of the evolution story is really just to back the whole Big Bang? We came out of the infinite vacuum of space and everything coalesced together in this ball, and then everything on the ball had to, quote unquote, evolve into what it is today. Like how part and parcel is that entire theory to heliocentrism and the Big Bang directly, like that whole creation story, because it's a whole story. Like, how did we get here? And
it has twofold. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done, Joe.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you're onto it. It's that what you're saying, and it also is to replace religion. It's a creation story. In other words, to replace one God with another God, simply put. And this
Big
God
Bang.
is called evolution.
Yeah, it's called Big Bang.
Yeah,
Yes.
the eugenics movements is intertwined during that time as well. Same key figures and weaving through evolution and eugenics.
Yeah, because if we all just evolved in this way, then if there isn't like an intelligence behind it, then conceivably you could then sell the narrative. Well, then we can change things. So transhumanism is all of a sudden legit because now we can just help it along, or we can kind of guide it for our betterment, or kind of playing God kind of thing.
Yeah, they have the answers. Kind of like the Pope was the victor of Christ, second in command. Well, now they're in command. They have the answers. You go to them for the answers.
I mean, I wish that it wasn't so corrupt and shit, because transhumanism would be dope if it was just done, in a good way.
Would you boot your mind in a computer if you could?
I mean, that's a little far.
Would you
That's a little far.
download your? Sorry, Jeremy.
I don't know.
What?
It depends. I'd have to talk to somebody else that had their mind in computer and see like how is it awesome, or like what's going on. I don't know.
Well, that's what
just
all
mean for
this
shit.
is about. The big wigs, right, from the time of who was it, Newton, with alchemy, with the Philosopher's Stone. When you have everything, what are you missing? What's the only thing you're missing when you have everything? What can't you buy?
More time, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one thing we all have to do someday. Yeah. But you can't get out of that. What do they say, death and taxes? If you can get out of the death one, I mean, I don't know about living forever. It sounds neat and awesome. I don't know about inside of a fucking computer though. That doesn't sound like fun. But I just mean transhumanism for like people with one eye, deaf people, shit like that. People that are missing an arm.
Well, imagine if we can make you a clone, make a perfect body, give him 2 eyes, and you can plant your brain into that. How about that?
Jeremy wants that eagle eye, bro.
I'd be tempted on that one. A new body? I'd be tempted. I'll tell you right now. I can use a new pair of legs. I don't know about you guys.
That's what it's going to start with, for sure.
Yeah.
You'll be
I'm
sold
just
to the
jiving
paralyzed.
now. I'm just, I'm not, I'm being serious, but I'm, trying to show like where this is heading.
Did you guys see that I posted it? The PDF.
Still was talking. The people that get all the bucket. Would you post, Larry? Did you post something?
Yeah, I just posted the encyclopedia of the white race. Sorry.
I'm gonna look at that, dude. Sorry, Snakes, go on. Yeah, I love people sending me PDFs. I do several things when I'm listening to it. It makes it difficult to listen, but if we go into a good conversation, I'll just stop the music or whatever it is. But I love reading stuff like that, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask real quick, Andy, do you do the new AI voices? Have you heard how good they'll read those books to you now?
That's a good idea. I never even thought of that.
Yeah, you got to find the right player, but there's like 300 different English accents, and they sound really good. They're a lot easier to listen to now. Back in the day, it used to be real robotic, and they would read to you. But now, it's pretty good.
I've heard the new one because I tried it on something because I never really used Microsoft browser, but for that reason, it gives you that option on. I was reading YouTube comments, and I clicked something by accident. Fucking like a boomer. I just clicked on it, and he started reading all the comments off to me. I was like, shit, this is wild. I didn't even know. So, yeah, I appreciate that. But on the other hand, kind of like reading myself now because it's like I didn't really go to school at all. Like I got booted out of school basically. I was a bit of a rumman. I was a bit of a troublemaker. So I really enjoy reading. So I don't know. It's weird. I never thought I would because for the longest time I was like, I don't know. I don't know if you're like me, but you get to page 3 of a book and you start feeling a bit sleepy.
Well, let me ask you this: when you watch a video on YouTube, do you speed it up, or do you watch it on normal speed?
Depends. I'll speed it up if it's a bit slow. I mean, like,
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't watch anything. Everything I watch is 2x speed.
Yeah,
get through a lot more information that way,
Yeah,
that's
I
crazy
get
fast,
that.
bro.
But yeah, I don't know. The thing with me
you
is
get used to it.
like,
you get your brain will start picking it up, and then when you hear people speak normally, you're like, damn, you speak slow.
Why are you talking so slow? Word.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's crazy though. I don't know how you could do it at 2x speed. I know people do that, but it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's how I know. That's how I know you are like on some Adderall, or you are very, very quick-witted. If you could speak fast enough on 2x speed to where I can't understand it, when I slow it down, then someone has their shit together.
Oh, you got to slow down in here.
Lovely, she stole my joke.
Witsit definitely.
How much cocaine do you take?
Cocaine? No, none actually. I've only done it one time in my life, but I'm not scared to try it in the future. I've opened the doors to the possibility of cocaine in my future. I think I've given up downers, and I'm going to explore uppers at this point in my life. I'm getting old, man, so I need pick-me-ups, not push-me-downs. But Witsit, there's no way I could listen to Witsit on 2x speed.
Woodson has gotten a lot better at slowing it down for his live streams. I can actually listen to him at 1.5 and understand him pretty good. Well, 99%.
Witsit is the metric for how fast you can watch YouTube videos.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
If I watch a video at like 2x speed or even 1.5 or 1.7x, I feel like afterwards, it's like my world is going faster. It's like I'm thinking faster and like it's like it kind of trips me out afterwards for a little while until like my brain gets back to normal speed.
Wait, Gio, that's Zanuck right there in that video. Because that looks a lot like Zlatan. I don't. It looks a bit like him. I mean,
but 5'7", right?
I mean, we've kind of respected Zanuck to not sort of say his name or post his videos per se.
Okay.
Right here on the channel, but yeah, I mean, he has a YouTube channel called Zanuck, and he's got his American Gladiators performance on there, and it's got his name on there. So once you know his name, you can technically YouTube his name and whatnot. But I mean, out of respect, try not to put it on the server here. But yeah, it's pretty. If you YouTube his name, there's like videos of him being interviewed and stuff.
I apologize. I'm getting Kosho mixed up with Zanuck. That's who I think Kosho looks like, Andy. My bad.
Oh.
Yeah, Kosho looks like a 5'7" version of that guy to me in my mind.
Oh, right. That's interesting.
Well, I don't think this is doxing Kosho because he's already said this, but he's like, what's the name for partially dark skinned? Mulatto? Is that racist to say mulatto?
He's melanated.
Yeah.
I think it's Mexican, right?
Mixed. I just don't know what the technical term is supposed to be. half white, half black. I don't know. Somebody years ago, yeah, on the 24/7 server years ago, somebody just out of the blue like sent me a picture like, this is Kosho. And I've never shared it with anyone. I've just totally respected that. But I did send it to Kosho once, and he was like, yeah, he pretty much confirmed it. So I know what he was.
Kosho does not sound half black to me in the slightest.
No, he doesn't.
But then again, somebody else that fooled me as well was Creation Bear. Creation Bear on 24/7 is half black too. He doesn't sound like it either to me.
I'm curious to look up Zanic's YouTube channel. I want to see this American Gladiator thing.
Well, then it would surprise you if I told you I'm Asian.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. I'm not Asian.
Maybe. How tall is Zanuck, Gio?
I don't know. Does it say on his American Gladiators thing?
I didn't look it up.
I can't find it.
5'8" maybe or something is what I want to say. I think he said he's 5'8".
Really?
I'm not sure.
He talks like he's 6'5", dude.
He spits it like the Micro Machine Man, I know. But Charles, Flat Earth Math, said Zanuck's wrong on this Earth accelerating up thing. We gotta get Zanuck in here. Reference frame. He'll be here in a minute.
Sounding like the Candyman of reference frame.
I kind of want to just like share my videos someday. I people not knowing what each other looks like when I've seen what some people look like, it is cool to like put the pieces together, you know? Like once
You're
I've
black,
seen,
right?
No. Well, if you know where to look, I mean, in that Netflix documentary, I went to I'm in that Netflix, the Behind the Curve or whatever, because I went to that when Jeranism did that laser test. He had posted it on his channel, so I decided to go. So I'm in that movie. So if you know where to spot me, there's even like a close up of my face at one point. There's one part where you hear my voice, but you don't see my face speaking when you hear my voice. It's just my voice. You can hear my voice, and then there's even like kind of like a full body shot, like at the beginning when I'm going up to shake his hand and stuff. So if you know, there wasn't that many of us there, but if you know which one is me, I'm in that thing.
I'll cam up for certain flat earthers, but I wouldn't cam up for any globies.
Yeah, I've showed a few flat earthers in my picture. Keep that shit on the low.
Sorry, I just saying to Levelist, I found it now. It's pretty impressive. Good for him, you know. Whatever. I mean, he's entertaining the kids, and then now he's come to teach us about the Earth moving in two directions at once. I mean, what a guy.
He's an actor. He's playing his part. I can't do like an Irish accent.
I'll do my Elvis. All the world's a stage, and each must play a part.
Yeah, Zanuck does have a IMDb page.
Are you serious?
Yeah. All it says is just known for American Gladiators, Contender, 1993 to 94. It says 3 eps. Was he in? Oh no, episode 13. It says season 6, episode
3 eps. Epstein confirmed.
Well, I don't think he was in. No, maybe was he in multiple episodes? Oh, he was in multiple episodes. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you do good.
Yeah,
Wasn't
he was in 3.
Good?
Oh, dude, we haven't seen these other. Okay, he was in season 6, episode 13, and season 6, episode 17, and season 6, episode 21.
All right, we got to find one where he gets fucked up.
Somebody send that to me, please. I'm driving. Thank you.
He did good. He did good on the one.
Okay. So he was a contestant. In my mind, he was an actual American Gladiator.
No, he thought he was laser or something.
He was lightning.
Okay. Yeah, I thought he was Turbo or Malibu, you know?
Yeah, no, he did good.
And he was a little bit cryptic, but he said about 2 months ago, he said, I may or may not be going to LA in a week or so to be involved in this, reunion of the American Gladiators thing that's going to end up on Netflix. And then after it came out, he was like being kind of cryptic about it. But there's a new like Netflix thing, like a reunion, remembrance, whatever. So he might be in that too. I haven't watched. There's like several episodes. I don't really feel like skimming through all that just to try to find them. But
I'm not gonna lie. This was my era of TV. I was addicted to the show.
Oh, I probably watched him live. Yeah, we probably watched him live when we were 10. I don't know how old Zanuck is. I was like 10, 11, 12 when that shit was out.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Zanuck
We're
looked
probably
like
the same age as well.
30s.
Well, also in the episode, it says something like the woman says, he was all-star track and field 10 years ago. So like it already was 10 years after he was like an all-star track and field. So I don't know what, maybe if he did it when he was all-star track and field when he was 22, and then he did the show when he was 32 or something.
What, back in like 83?
No, it was like late 80s. Oh, wait, what are you saying? When did Gladiator?
Yeah, when he was an all-star. Sorry.
93 and 94 is when he was on the Gladiators.
Right, so 83, 84, he was an all-star.
Yeah.
Is that like a high school thing, or what does that even mean?
It was like a decathlon, all-state something. Yeah, I forget the exact.
Oh, it's like a college thing. That's a college thing.
Either high school or college. Maybe is that a high school thing? Like all-state? I forget. I don't know the exact one that they
Sounds
said.
like college.
There's a couple different ones.
I don't know. Either way, he's old as fuck. This guy thinks he's got ancient Chinese secrets and shit coming in here trying to give us some wisdom. And Charles says he's wrong on this Earth accelerating up thing. Charles says it's a common misconception. It's not what Einstein said is happening and all this shit. So
come on. His
you heard it.
probability
you were
is
there.
0, but this gladiator stuff, you got to give him credit for it, man. That takes some doing. But as far as like scientific prowess, yeah, as good as he is in the Gladiator, that's how bad he is in that. But hey, it's Zanuck, so. I was shocked to see him. I go, holy shit, this guy could probably kick most of our asses.
Yeah, he must be knocking on a bit now. Dude, I'm loving this already. This is like literally the first page. Have you seen this, Larry? I mean, look at that. Look at the Greek and the Sanskrit. It's practically the same. Matter, meta, pater. I love stuff like this.
What are you guys looking at?
Oh, just something Larry sent me. Something about the white race or something. I don't know.
Well, they messed up on the Greek, whoever did that part. What the hell does that even mean?
Is that not right, Jesse?
What is the first word? The first word makes no sense.
And then
there's no breter, meter, peter.
Mate, you're making me look that now. Greek.
Well, wait a minute. No, hold on. There is mitera. Yeah. He's no. That's good. That one's good. Yeah.
Oh my god, I was just starting to look that up.
And then there's patera. Okay, I guess they can put an e there. Okay, that's good. They forgot the. Okay, no, that's making sense. The first one doesn't make sense though.
What are you guys reading? Some Sanskrit?
Just something in the thing I posted in the live stream.
Language, German, English, German, Greek, Old Persian, Sanskrit, and Russian Ukrainian.
Did you say that in your Karl Monk voice?
1 second.
The first one in Greek is not brother, unless that's old, like ancient. The Greek is adelphos, so it's not even close.
I mean, Jeremy Einstein did say that thing of the Earth moving up to meet the object as part of curvature of space-time. I don't have like the exact quote, although I just found this little AI thing that the question was what did Einstein mean when he said the Earth itself moves up to meet an object as opposed to the object itself moving down to reach the Earth? And the answer is Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity explains how gravity works. One of the key principles of his theory is that the force of gravity is caused by the curvature of space-time. According to this theory, objects with mass or energy cause space-time to curve, and objects moving through that curved space-time will experience a force of gravity. In other words, Einstein's statement that, quote, the Earth itself moves up to meet an object, end quote, means that objects moving through space-time are affected by the curvature caused by the presence of massive objects, like the Earth. This is in contrast to the traditional understanding of gravity, which is that objects are thought to be pulled towards the Earth by some kind of invisible force. In this context, the statement was not meant to suggest that the Earth itself is moving upward, but rather that the curvature of space-time caused by the Earth's mass affects the motion of other objects in relation to it. A little contradictory there, but
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, that's what I was about to point out. If it's, the Earth is moving up, unlike what we used to think where objects are being attracted down towards the center, but it's not actually moving up. It's like, which one is it?
Well, you got to have dialetheism in order to believe in the model, or else it doesn't work. You have to be able to believe in two things that are opposing each other and have it make perfect sense to you. That's part of the model.
Gio, you got more of that whole quote anywhere? Or?
I mean, that was just a thing that I had found. That was just some like AI answer thing. It looks like Data, Flat Earth Data just posted a thing. I'll read the second half of what he put here. Oh, wait, he just added more. So why do they say that the Earth is accelerating upwards? First, I ask, if you examine a portion of the ground laying on Earth, what are the forces acting on it? In a Newtonian sense, you would say there is a normal force upward, which balances the downwards gravitational force. In a relativistic sense, however, gravity is not a force. So the only force acting on the portion of the ground is the normal force upwards, which gives rise to the non-zero 4 acceleration with 0 coordinate acceleration. This is what Data posted, which I don't exactly know where this comes from. I don't know if you have the source of that data, because it's talking about the geodesics. It would, I would be curious to see what, like, if is there a direct from Einstein's work directly, like his claimed words or whatever that relate to this? Because it's a lot of other people interpreting it. Einstein said this with just sort of these random, you know what I mean? Like, I'd like to see what he said if we care enough.
Yeah, I think I asked one night, like, where in general relativity does it say that's happening? Or something. I don't know if I never got a page or whatever.
Yeah, you hear a lot of scientists saying that, but that's a good point. Is there a direct quote in writing from him? That's a good point. There's no doubt. I heard multiple scientists explain it that way. Top physicists.
I mean, all you need is Zanuck. He's top physicist, scientist.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a quote in that thing you did, Gio. There was a quote there. It looked like it was like a partial quote, though. Or was that somebody?
I said quote and then unquote, but because I was just like doing a search for this, and that I came to Quora, and then Quora had it's called Sage AI Bot, so that's all that was. But it was obviously kind of trying to. All right, here's this dude. Here's a Quora answer. I'm going to take a slightly different angle on this than the other answers. One of the big ideas of relativity is the idea of the reference frame. Prior to relativity, space and time were considered to be agnostic absolutes. fixed grids against which objects moved. Relativity begins with the supposition that any inertial reference frame, non-accelerating reference frame, has equal claim to being the reference frame, and the laws of physics should hold. Anyways, I don't have to keep reading it, but these are just Quora answers. And then there's a couple other articles here, but yeah, I'd have to skim through them. And then, yeah, the question is, where is this in Einstein's writings? I guess I don't have that, source in terms of that right now, unless someone else does. Like, where did he write this? Or is it like an interpretation through an interpretation, and then this kind of, some kind of an interpretation on it? Or is it actually what were his words? It'd be cool if somebody could find that.
I'd like a page number in GR. Oh, go ahead, Larry.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, can somebody find the quote where Zanuck says, "I am the reference frame"?
That's funny.
It's just a joke. Sorry.
He is the citation frame.
That was good.
Zanuck is the preferred reference frame.
It's true. There should be a quote out there by him, right? Now that you mention it, I don't think I've ever seen one.
Can anybody honestly say that Zanuck has taught them anything throughout your time in here?
No one's stupid enough. You're never going to find a quote. You're never going to find a quote from Einstein or anyone saying that. No one's stupid enough to say that we're on a sphere and the radius isn't changing, but the ground's accelerating up to meet accelerating. Like, no one was stupid enough to say that. Zanuck taught me a few things. I taught him everything he knows about reference frames.
Yeah, Zanuck taught me that water can flow uphill. I would have never guessed that one.
Seriously, I've been arguing with Zanuck for 3 or 4 years now in DMs on reference frames. It's like 3 years old now at least. Water flows uphill. I'm glad I know that now. That was a huge thing he taught us.
What had the Excel account? Sorry.
No, it's important stuff, man. You got to know water flows uphill.
When I had the Henkel account, sorry, bro.
Go ahead, Larry. Go ahead.
So I used to go in Gym Pandas back in the day, back when you were in there, Jeremy. And when they started saying that water flows uphill, I changed my name to Hank Water Flows Uphill.
What else? I bet you inadvertently he has actually taught us a lot, because there's times I've had to Google things and shit. I know more about some things now because of Zanuck. I mean, just this whole thing, like, we've all learned so much stuff. You know what I mean? That's why I think the debates are still needed, because it just keeps it going. We just keep learning more and more. They just need to happen right.
I do some of my best debating when I'm being pushed by the Globers. Like when they start saying, no, then I'll go get like 15 sources.
It does seem that the old flat Earth movement is picking steam back up again. I was just in a newer server and I actually overheard a flat smack. It was pretty funny to listen in. Sounded like 2 young 20s battling out with a Muslim also in his young 20s, and they were all just going at it, all flat Earth stuff. It was funny.
In the law group where I talk about W4 on Telegram, there's a bunch of flat earthers in there, and they are extremely vigilant for anybody coming with a flood.
Yeah, it sounds like this new breed, these youngins are fighting hard. They get in there and This dude was not taking any shit. He's like, I'm not debating anything. I'm teaching you. Either you want to learn or you don't. He wasn't taking any shit. I was like, you do that, dude.
Has got to calm down though, right? Because when this shit happens, when it's calm, it's way more productive, dude. People are actually learning things. Not that anyone's teaching, you know, we're just like collectively learning things. When it's all calm and nice and mellow, like when it gets crazy and like nothing good happens out of that.
Well, yeah, when people
Go ahead, Gio.
Yeah, I haven't really. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's been too many. Well, you know what happened? Okay, so I mean, so when there's like these on the fly debates, it can get obviously the interruptions, the people talking quickly. I mean, we've all heard it where someone's talking really quickly and then they get interrupted. The other guy talks quickly because he knows, then he gets interrupted. The other guy, and then there's sometimes there's ego, there's whatever it may be. Sometimes it goes to the ad hom thing. Sometimes it's the, you don't know, you don't understand, whatever it is. There's all kinds of different like modes. And sometimes like because of the chaoticness of it, the information is not as able to be digested perhaps or listened to because there's interruptions and all that. And it seemed like over the last couple of weeks, we were trying to remedy that more by moderating more. So for a while there, we were, when there's lots of interruptions like that, we were like, yo, if anyone interrupts, you'll be timed out for 24 hours kind of thing. And that level of a threat, pretty much people would stop interrupting and go one at a time and it would get a lot better. But we don't really want to have to like time people out and have to really do it that way. So then we kind of like in the last week or two, we started shifting a little bit more to whenever a debate breaks out, instead of, if they're not interrupting each other, then it's fine. They could just go back and forth. But once the interruptions start happening and it starts going into shit show land, we were starting to be like, just stop it right there. And then offer to like mute and unmute the two people, mute and unmute, each of them to make sure, to have that be the case. And kind of seemed like once we started doing that, I haven't really heard like too many debates since then. Like the last one I moderated was with Noah and Doofus, like probably 5-6 days ago. And it was a bit heated. And then I did the mute and unmute and it slowed it down and they were all able to say their points. But like Noah was really holding Doofus's feet to the fire in terms of the points. And then Doofus just ended up screaming an ad hom and left the VC.
I'm taking my ball and I'm going home.
So, I mean, is it that we've gotten like in terms of on this live stream, like tighter with the, like we're not going to because I don't know how many of these guys like don't really want to debate. They actually just want to create shit shows and cortisol levels and make it sound hectic and crazy. And then now that we're like, yo, we're not doing it that way anymore. If you want to debate, let's have a real discussion, a real debate where each person can say their side. It seems like no one has wanted, there hasn't been too many of that style the last couple of days, which is rare for this live stream because usually it's not really my preference. I prefer the like more like discussions like personally that are more fruitful rather than the kind of bickering things. Although I like a good debate though as well. Anyways, that was my long way of answering. Like, it does seem like there's been less of that debate style, as it were, in a sense.
Yeah, my bad. Like the thing we did with the Cheerio effect and the whole gravity thing earlier, that was awesome. Nice little team building exercise. I even said a good talk after. But I had a nice little like debate kind of thingy going with Extremisys and Coach the other night, maybe 2 nights ago. But nobody was on it, didn't he?
I did with Scott Veach too. Veach and I went back and forth, but it was not like necessarily. I mean, it was. Yeah, we were civil though, going back and forth, but it was that debate style. Yeah. We talk about Canagoo and stuff. Yeah.
The one that pops into my mind is Charlie. There's absolutely zero chance that he would speak to anybody if they were sitting within arm's distance.
Oh yeah, he went for hours that day. He was in here for like 5 hours straight, just running the room into all of his ideas, the whole solipsism thing. Yeah, he did a long set.
And just waiting for somebody else to start a sentence before he started his. Like that was his goal, to interrupt people. It was crazy.
Yep.
It gets
A
crazy. It
solipsist
gets
that has
crazy.
an
That's why.
argument.
Go ahead, I say.
I was just gonna, because I was one of those people talking with him, and it's like, I can't believe this guy. A solipsist that argues somebody else's argument with confidence. Now, if that doesn't beat all, man, I don't know.
No hypocrisy. No hypocrisy at all.
Oh,
When it starts to get crazy like that, like we gotta try to slow shit down, like mute and unmute people or something, because that can be controlled when it gets like crazy like that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Though some people might only want like their only goal may be to just make the whole room be chaotic, where everyone's cortisol levels are off the charts and are stressed and everyone's screaming and it's crazy. Like I'm not trying to blame anyone for that. I'm just saying some folks like that might be just what they want to do, just to come up and do that. And then if we're not really letting that happen anymore, it may kind of shift those individuals at least who want to do that. There's definitely been times where like somebody's doing something like that. Then if I jump in to like actually moderate and, try to stop the interruptions, often it is a globe earther will just leave or just be like, it's like, if they can't do that, then they just don't even want to do anything.
Yeah, that's the only way the debates are even worth it, honestly. I mean, there's no point in debating anything unless you're going to be one of these people. If they can't
there's
handle
only
it.
a handful of those, a dozen at most, a dirty dozen, I call them. Good riddance, I say. You're not needed. There's only a dozen of them.
Maybe it's just me. Like, I mean, I think other than we have maybe been a little bit tighter on moderation in terms of the debate style, but sort of separate from that, I personally, for some reason in the last week or so, I've just been, maybe it's just a little phase I'm going through or whatnot, but I'm just having less interest in the debate style, especially when it's all like heated and the kind of, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, that whole style. I just, especially when it turns into like, I kind of call it like a food fight, where it's not really anything. Because like you could sit at like a round table with some beers and some friends and you could hash out some deep ideas. You could even debate. You could do intellectual sparring. You could still say that you think the other person's wrong or whatever it may be. But it's in that type of, there's a constructive kind of environment around it. But then you could also have one where it's just a food fight. Everyone's just throwing tomatoes in each other's faces and cherry pies are flying across the room and glasses are breaking and plates are exploding on the walls. And it's like, to me, that is just, then when you leave, when you stand up to leave, like the place is a mess. And it is harder to feel like there was something productive, even though there's still knowledge and information being exchanged. But anyways, it's just maybe my own kind of process with myself, but I've just been feeling less of an attraction to the kind of tension, like, no, it's this, no, it's that. That doesn't mean I'm not interested in still, that style. But I think perhaps like, when it's more control where you can hear both sides, like when people are not being interrupted in that way, where it's more like a moderated debate. To me, like that's more attractive. But for some reason, I've just maybe within myself, might just be, like I said, just a phase I'm going through, but I'm just feeling less interest in the kind of fighting with other people about ideas rather than actually having something constructive that could be built out of it.
As long as it's not yelling, you can do the no, it's this and no, it's that. Like, that's my opinion, right? Like before, like me and LK got out of hand. He got to me. That's what their objective is, right? To get you, to interrupt you, and to get you off your game. If they can get you mad, certain people, they achieve their goal. It's like I don't know. It's like a game.
It's limiting though. That's the way I see it. It's just a fucking. It turns into this ego battle, a pissing contest. That's what I call it, Gio. And that's
and it's unlistenable. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes I get it. Sometimes a good debate, people's, their egos get involved then. And I get it. It can be useful for an audience, certainly. But I kept trying to break this down 24/7, trying to say why I don't like it, why it doesn't make sense, I just don't feel it's productive. It's not getting us anywhere. But I never really managed to do it succinctly. I never managed to put it in a way that I still haven't. But it just doesn't sit right with me for some reason. I mean, I don't know.
That's where the mods come in. When you see an activity like that, you just chop it off right away. That's it. Simple.
Well, makes me think of like a married couple, like two parents, and if they have, let's say two parents and they have a couple kids. If the parents are just screaming and yelling and it's just, the kids feel that uncomfortableness, it's kind of like awkward. Mom and dad are screaming again and it's just uncomfortable. The two people are uncomfortable in their fighting. and it generally is less productive. Usually ends with somebody, slamming a door and, whatever it may be, crying or something, in some cases. So, versus if those two parents are sitting down and actually discussing it, which is why people go to like marriage counselors, so they can have a third party, that can kind of help moderate it, basically, so they can both get their thoughts out and try to have something more productive. So, I mean, I think pretty universal that I think most would agree that a screaming fest, where it's, is usually not going to be the productive route versus sitting down and actually trying to work out the issues. And it doesn't mean you can't still have some passion and some heat involved. I mean, like when Scott Veach and I the other night, we were doing that with Canagoo. I mean, yeah, there was still a little bit of heated energy. We were both asserting our ideas, but it was not a shit show, meaning it was not chaotic and crazy. Like we both, and I felt like it was quite productive. We both at least got all of our ideas out, and it was able to traverse through that. So yeah, I think there's a difference in that way.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it can be exhausting as well, can't it? That's the thing. Yeah, it can be exhausting to participate and to listen to in a weird way. It's them funny energies into it that certainly emotional energies, they really drain the body. They really fuck you up. In fact, I read something the other day about, which was interesting. You'd be interested in, Gio. It was something to do with lion, like emotions where there was a connection to, Leo, the in the zodiacal sense, So a lion, consumes its prey essentially, and they were bringing, I don't know, there's some correlation between emotions, how they sort of eat you up essentially, and it was super interesting. I told you, people send me these PDFs, and I just keep reading them, and I'm like, shit, I should have posted that. Actually, thinking about it now, should have sent you something about it because I know you're into that. But yeah, it's draining. That's the thing. But when you're in a good conversation, like when I first talked to you and we were talking about whatever we were talking, I can't even remember now, but whatever we were talking about, that was a fucking amazing conversation. It lasted for about 90 minutes, maybe longer. And those amazing conversations, they don't drain you. They're effortless. You get more energy.
Like that thing we did with gravity.
Yeah, like you end feeling recharged instead of discharged.
Yeah.
Well, it reminds me of the rice experiment too. That whole, if you scream and yell at the rice, you're wrong, you don't understand, ad homs, there's, and then the rice will end up being all moldy and, or even like the Masaru Emoto with the water, where he takes the freeze frames of the water when there's different energies projected. So yeah, I mean, how much does that actually affect even like whatever emotional or thoughts we have on that part of life, just the way, that part. But what, is there even something happening on a cellular level? Like right now we're having a chill conversation, but if I just started screaming and insulting everyone, would everyone listening whose ears are listening, would that affect the cells in all of your bodies, And if it would, then you think about if there's two people that are kind of quote unquote debating, where it's really more of a food fight style kind of thing, is everyone's cellular system being activated, in those ways, like the rice experiment, or like the way water, that it's kind of being like, there's like a quality of like cellular disharmony that's happening from that.
I would argue, yes, that's exactly what's going on.
That'd be so out of character for you, dude.
And then there's the question is, are there certain individuals that want that just want that? They don't really want to get to the truth or the information. They just want to flare that up as much as they can.
I was actually analyzing some Kevin Samuels to learn some tips from his debate style. I thought he handled debates and conversations very well. He would, obviously you would ask a question and the woman had no intention of either answering that question or admitting that she was wrong about her part of the argument. And she would try to lily pad to a different subject, different question. And he would simply not react to her acting like a bitch. No facial expression at all. Simply just restate the question again. She would fucking squirm, do this, do that, do that. And he would just stay calm and just restate the question again. And he would ask the question 5 times. And he would be like, look, listen, if you're not going to answer my question, then I'll just move on to the next caller. And they would always calm down and then the conversation would continue. So I definitely have a problem being a hothead in all debates, so I'm trying to learn how to cool my jets.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard not to get activated, depending on what the topic is. And then if there's interruptions, that's the most frustrating, because once that happens like once or twice, like you're right in the middle of the thing, boom, someone just steamrolls you, then you get frustrated. And even if you just kind of swallow it and let the other person go, there's that tendency to then interrupt back. And yeah, there's so many things that can get.
I get really thrown off. Yeah. Well, personally, I get really thrown off because it absolutely never happens to me in real life. So when I come on here and I feel a disrespect, I'm like, who the fuck are you disrespecting? Like, if I'm sitting across from somebody, I literally never get any disrespect at all. The eye contact, the body language, the tone, the way I'm treating you with the respect, it would not behoove you to start disrespecting and cutting me off in the middle of a conversation if we're face to face. So that's the part that I'm like, I need to learn how to deal with this shit online.
I feel you, bro. It's kind of like people in a car, right? They give you the finger when they cut you off, but you know damn well if you were walking and they bumped into you, they wouldn't be giving you no finger, right? They'd be telling you, oh, sorry, right?
Yeah,
it's just that buffer that they feel that, like, yeah, they wouldn't do that in real life.
People do shit in a car that they'd never do in real life. It just sends them a bit insane or something.
Yeah, it's the sense of protection. Yeah, that's what it is.
Of course, there's those times though where somebody does chase someone down and pulls them out of their car, so.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean. When you're in the car, you feel like, you got your wheels, you can, speed away or whatever. Yeah, people would do that more like, or just swearing out the window, some insult or whatever as well. They probably wouldn't do that if they're face to face as quickly as they would in the car, where they know they might be able to scream it and then drive off.
I was dying to come in with the Rodney with the levelist comment and do the I get no respect. What, are you kidding me?
Mr. Dangerfield?
Yeah, I was waiting for Snacks to come in, but
I thought you were going to go to a Rodney King joke for a second.
Yeah, there's no doubt people say things online that they would very likely not say to someone in person, especially who's that guy who does those TikTok video or YouTubes and TikToks? I've just seen him on occasion where he goes up to like people in like, sort of like gang neighborhoods, and he stares at them, or he flashes gang signs, or he says things to him like, "Oh, you want to get popped, or you want to get banged, or whatever." And but just saying those words, those people are like, "What the fuck you say to me?" They pull guns out, they pulled knives out on him. It's a pretty risky channel. That's the basis of his channel, is to basically threaten people on the street, and then right after they pull the gun out, he says, "Oh no, it's just a video. It's just a YouTube video. Don't shoot." And I guess
yeah,
that's called fuck around and find out.
That guy's ready to die on some Biggie shit. He does some dangerous fucking stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's in the hood when he's like throwing up fake gang signs and all kinds of shit. Yeah. He's like, "Yo, you trying to get checked?" And then he'll pull out a checkbook and like try to write him a check or something stupid. But yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, in person, I mean, I'm not much of a fighter, so I wouldn't. I mean, even if someone says something to me in person, my impulse is not to strike or anything. But there's a lot of people out there that would. Sometimes you just look at someone wrong, let alone insult them. It could be a punch to the face and knock you right out, kind of thing. So yeah, the fact that people say some of these things online, especially if someone's bigger than you, yeah, they would like never do it in person. So yeah, I know there is that difference when you're online versus in person.
Yeah, it would be nice if Discord came up with a way to, whenever someone is lit up, that it disables all the other people in the room until they let go, or the little circle gets let go.
I know. I had that idea. They don't do that.
Wait, they have that? Yes. Well, they have a thing called priority speaker, and yeah, it's a
yeah.
You can do it.
I can go to my settings and put that on there?
Well, it's like on Discord, like you have to give certain roles the permission to do it. So like, certain, like, you can make, like, on a server, you can make like moderator roles can do it, or you can make it that everyone can. But it's like a setting, and then you have to set it. You have to use push to talk, so you have to have a button, and then you can have like two buttons. So you can have one that's your regular push to talk, and then another, key command that is the priority speaker one. And when you do the priority speaker one, it basically makes the person who has priority speaker like loud, and then it suppresses everyone else. So you can still kind of hear other people. Like if I did it right now, and if I was talking, if somebody else started talking, you might hear their voice like very little in the background, but you would hear like whoever's a priority speaker, you would hear them in the majority. And then it puts a little dot to the left of your name on the Discord too. Like there's a little dot there. Witset's done it a few times on here. I remember he was doing it for a little bit. It is a little bit awkward though. Like it feels like that one dude kind of has like power over other people in a way. Like, but yeah, it could be effective for moderation if you need to.
I've heard Witset do it. It does sound good, but it's not like everyone out like auto mute. That way there's and just only mods could interrupt or something, That'd be neat.
Yeah, that's all I use is push to talk. So
yeah, you're saying if there's a way that I think even with priority, I wonder who it gives priority to. Like if two people have it and you both click your button, who gets it? You know what I mean? Is it the one who clicked it first? I don't know. But yeah, I know what you mean. If there's some way that like every time one person is talking, it just doesn't even let anyone else talk. I don't know if that would be like a little bit awkward or something, but yeah, that would be kind of interesting. Then just whoever clicks their thing first is the one.
It's like Jeopardy.
Yeah, but why should somebody have priority speaker unless it's a debate and he's a mod or something? Why I don't get that. Why is somebody more important than the other guy?
No, just to not let the other person interrupt you when you're speaking.
Why?
He would. Well, the other person wouldn't be allowed to start speaking until you finished your sentence, and then you don't get it interrupted.
Yeah, but who would be that important person that shouldn't be interrupted?
You guys are talking about two different things. He's talking about one where they get auto muted. Just everyone in the whole room, so it's all equal, unless you have to moderate. Moderators should probably interrupt, but as soon as somebody opens their mic, no one else can even open their mic.
I thought what Loveless was saying is like he didn't want to. He wishes he could not interrupt other people. Have like some kind of thing where it just your mic didn't actually hit until somebody else was done talking.
No, but Gio said that Witset had priority. Like, why? Why should Witset have priority over anybody else in the room? This is my question.
If you're modding, then yeah, I would only use that.
If you're modding is one thing. If you're modding a debate, right?
I can't remember when he used it. Yeah, I can't remember when he used it, but I don't know.
I'm not picking on Witset. I'm just saying, why should anybody have priority speaker over anybody else?
If you're modding, if you're mods, that'd be the one reason.
Yeah. If you're modding a debate
or this room,
or if there was 4 or 5 people that were chronic interrupters.
Yeah. If you're trying to mod this live stream, that could come in handy. I would use it, but I don't do push to talk, so.
I kind of wonder if Witset's like pointing out they use all the fallacies and they're creating more flat earthers. If they're having like a think tank right now to decide like how to move forward, because the more they debate us and the more we clean up our debates, making it, a little more fair to where there's equal speaking time, the audience can understand. Because like all of us, like we come from the free for all, like we can handle 10 people talking at the same time. Right? But the audience needs to hear it like one person speaking at a time. So if we're cleaning it up, they can't use all their different tactics like obfuscation, irritation in the cycle. Then they can't really have a debate that's beneficial to the Globers if they can't use certain tactics. Did I come through?
Yeah, we got you. I agree with you, Larry.
Yeah, it's just speculation. I'm speculating they're in a think tank right now. They got to switch up their tactics or make new ones.
Well, we always make fun of that with blue ops when we get them and we get them on something. We say, okay, now they're gonna go into blue ops. Like you need special privileges in Blue's channel, right? Where they all gather up all the ballers and they come up with counter arguments. Yeah, we always tease them with that. Blue ops, it's called.
I switched over my. I switched to my phone for. I hope you can hear me all right. I switched to my phone for a second. But yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, I absolutely agree with what Larry said there, and it is pretty interesting because another thing is if you slow the debate style down and you're there's to make it to where there's no interruptions, to where each side has their time to actually speak, then there's also, in terms of like the logical fallacies part of it, there's also more of that potential to be able to call out, because when it's that fast pace, like Larry was saying, we're all kind of used to that, where it's like, boom, someone says a fallacy, somebody kind of calls it out, but then they just get interrupted and ad hommed, and then it quickly jumps to something else, and then somebody else comes in with a new topic, and then somebody else comes in to answer that new topic, and all of a sudden it's like the guy who even said the fallacy, let alone the guy who did the fallacy, is lost in the shuffle. And so if somebody wants to do fallacies and wants to play games and do tactics, then they're going to be able to do that pretty effectively with that environment, because all it takes is a little bit of craziness, or someone else comes in and derails it, to where that can be sustained in that way. But if we slow it down to the point to where, not having that kind of food fight style type of debate, where it is more like each side is getting their time to speak, whether we have to mute and unmute manually, or whether we just, kind of do the best to moderate, because one of those nights I was doing that was with Flatipus and was it Charlie? I forget. It might have been Charlie, but they were, I think it was. They were talking about the whales and the sonar and that whole thing. And there was all these interruptions and all this stuff happening. And I was like, all right, guys, I'll mute and unmute you. The minute I did that, the conversation instantly improved. Like, it got way better. It was awesome to listen to because both their sides were being said. The information was all able to be heard. And then the interruptions were totally stopped. And after I did the muting and unmuting for a few minutes, I was like, all right, guys, I'm pulling the training wheels off. You're on your own now. Let's keep it this way and not do the interruptions. And they did it. It was amazing. They totally didn't interrupt each other at all, because he kind of set the precedence for that. And it was one of the most productive conversations. Professor Parks came in at the end of that, and then he was adding his pieces to it. That was awesome. And so I guess that was kind of a long, sorry, I was a little bit long-winded, but I was just trying to say that I think just by slowing it down and giving each person their time to speak, it just changes the whole energy of it to where and if there is like a fallacy, let's say, when it's like one person's time to speak, they can say, okay, I'm going to call out a fallacy. This is what the fallacy was, and this is why. And then once it goes to the other person, there's much more of an expectation for them to, either rebut that fallacy or to address it, instead of what can happen in other cases where just throw an ad hom and obfuscate and then, shift to something different. So I think that just the organization of to make sure that each person is having their clear time to speak, like having clean audio that isn't all the interruptions and chaos, I think changes it quite a bit, to where I could imagine that folks that are, if they want to really argue or push for the Globe side, well, I guess you could say either sort of side, if in that sense. But I guess in my perspective, I think it would make it a lot harder for them in some cases if they're trying to do some of those tactics that many of us have heard and are familiar with. Kind of like stops it right in its tracks, and then they have to do something different.
And let's be honest, sometimes flat earthers use fallacies, right? And sometimes they might even use tactics. So I think we want it to be clean, right, on both sides. We want to have a clean fight, no low blows, no ad homs, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's much more fair that way too, because then each side is able to have their voice heard. I mean, anybody who's speaking wants everyone to hear them. Ultimately, I mean, like any time any of us are speaking, we're speaking because we want to be heard. We're not just speaking because we want to be interrupted, obviously. So I think it's also there's a fairness quality to let both parties that are engaged fully be able to have their thought, their assertion, whatever it may be, presented to the audience in that way. I don't think you guys remember that guy, Adam, the wizard. Haven't really heard him in a little bit, a week or so, but he was coming in regularly for a while, and I liked his perspective where he was just. It seemed like, in a sense, I don't want to speak for him, but it seemed like he was not necessarily a huge fan of the kind of chaotic, bickering, fighting types of debate style thing, and I think he would often say that he's he was just sort of like framing it in a way like, well, does it have to be the big fight? Like, what about just actually like bringing our minds together to try to, put together a model? Like, for example, instead of fighting, like, is it flat? Is it globe? What about like, hey, let's put our minds together. Can we build a model that is flat or convex or concave or any type of thing like that? Like, what can we do to actually like bring our minds together in that sense to somehow build something together or to come to some additional knowledge or information, rather than sort of that food fight style. So yeah, I think that the spirit of that is pretty. There's like something.
Yeah, I don't engage in quote debates like that either. I differentiate. I place people into an actual glober category, meaning essentially you don't know either model. All you know is what you learned in your high school science class. You're new to the idea of flat Earth. I consider that a glober. And then all these guys in here that are vehemently defending this globe model, I call them anti-flat earthers. So if you don't have a legitimately curious, open brain to the information, I see it as just wasted words. I mean, does anybody honestly think that Kosho or Zanuck or FTFE, any of these people will actually ever publicly change their mind? I personally, I don't. So it just kind of seems like wasted words at this point. That's my take on it. That's why I never engage.
Well, it's for the audience, right? The debate is supposed to be for the audience, never for, the person debating winning or losing. Like if you think that's what it's about, you're crazy. And what you call a glober, I just call a normie, right?
Yeah.
To me, those are normies,
fair
and
enough.
you should be kind to your normies, right? Not you should be kind to the glober, the anti-flat earthers. But yeah, I think that if you do good at a debate, there's no way that you can lose. And what I mean by doing good is making your argument the best you can, right? And whether you're right or wrong doesn't really matter, right? You're just putting the debate out there for the audience. So either they defeat you and you're like, oh man, I was wrong about that, and you never say the wrong stupid thing again, or you make your argument so good that the other side does their thing that you just did, or the audience learns something new and they win. So it's a win-win all around.
I agree. Gio, do you have anybody that actively cuts up the audio and like throws it on TikTok, for instance?
No, but like that would be awesome though. I mean, I could do it. Like, I'm not much of a video editor. Like, it's not necessarily my specialty. Although, I mean, I have done video editing, and I guess I just it is pretty time consuming. You know, it can practically be a part-time job to go through everything. But yeah, there are so many clips that could be pulled out. Like, just absolutely put into those short clips like that, just like prime little minute and a half type thing. So yeah, and people have pulled a lot of clips out. They post them in here all the time. So I mean, there are a lot of clips that people have, but I guess the quick answer to that is that no, there's not anyone like regularly doing that. It'd be awesome if someone.
Yeah, that's kind of the cheat code. That's the cheat code to growing quickly. You have to, everything has to be focused on TikTok first, and then you start drawing them over to longer and longer form content onto your YouTube, onto Discord, but it all has to stem from TikTok.
Because the censorship is less there, and they're actually the algorithms working, or at least we hope it still is.
Just the numbers, like your eyeballs. I mean, those kids are watching thousands and thousands of 30-second videos a day. It's just more likely for new eyeballs to get on your content.
What if we made like advertisements that were like, you got like somebody in here who's making an argument for the globe, and we make it out like, we got destroyed, and it's like, come beat on the flat earthers, right? In that one argument. Now, granted, a lot of people might see that and it might be like, oh, flat earthers are dumb, but wouldn't it draw people here? Or what if, I don't know, maybe that's a bad idea. Because when does that ever happen? We would have to fake that, wouldn't we?
Well, Platypus on his Instagram, he was getting like he was getting 500,000 views, 1 million. I think he even got almost 2 million views on one of his Instagrams. He was doing these shorter clips that had little like truth bombs, little like with music, and then it would say something about directed energy weapons or whatever. He had these little, and then he ended up getting like shadow banned. I think his account got suspended or something, and so I think he's kind of readjusting, and he's still making his content, but I think he's kind of trying to find workarounds in that way. But when he was getting those kinds of views, he was like, dude, he's like, we could put like the link to the server and then say like, yo, come in the conversation. We're live right now, because he was getting, of all those hundreds of thousands and millions of views, he was getting people in the comments that were, just like thousands of comments that were basically debating him, like, agreeing or disagreeing or asking questions and stuff. So he was kind of having the idea of like, whoa, he's like, if we have like a steady stream of viewers like this, and we could direct them, into a live stream where they could, come in and ask their question, and then he was kind of saying like the way that 24/7 back in the day, I don't know what it's like now there, but I know that like because him and I were reminiscing back when we were, on that server on the 1.0, the original server, and just how fun it would be when new people come in to the VC check-in and they're brand new and they're asking questions, and it's a fun energy, when there's someone like, in that kind of scenario. So we were just talking about kind of having like some kind of setup, and yeah, TikTok probably is really the avenue to do it instead of Instagram because of the censorship, but to have an avenue where, people can watch a little truth bomb clip or a little clip from a debate, or, on a little nugget of information, and then a way for them to, to know like, yo, we're live now, come ask questions or bring your point, or, and then there'd be a way to kind of have them come into like, maybe we have a second live stream or something, a way for them to come into a stream that's kind of, for that, for new people coming in, and then be able to kind of unmute people one by one and bring them into the conversation. So I think that's kind of an interesting way to do it as well. Like Levelist was saying, kind of to bring them, from one of those platforms that's a more short-term little 30-second videos, and then kind of bring them into the larger kind of community setting.
Yeah. TikTok is the widest part of the funnel. Then, it goes TikTok, then Instagram, then maybe Twitter, I guess, and then you get them onto your YouTube or your Discord. But also to address when you said he got shadow banned, you just create another account. You keep going. Keep plugging away. Your original, you just changed your title just a little bit so they know that it's still your content. You just keep putting clips up. I mean, that's really, if you analyze the steps taken to make Andrew Tate the most Googled person in the world, he had 50,000 content creators posting clips for him. He wasn't doing it. He was letting them get AdSense on all of their little tiny, small 2,000 subscriber accounts. And then they were getting, what is that called? Not AdSense, but he was getting click through. Like if somebody joined the war room through their affiliate link, then that's how they were getting paid for their work on posting on TikTok. That's the truth on how he became so popular. That's how he was banned. He was banned, but he actually still trended as the most popular guy in the world. Go ahead, Larry.
You mentioned 24/7 Flat Earth. I was there earlier this week, and I love that place. I really do. There's a lot of good people in there. But they were arguing for Rahu and K2. And I hate that argument. Like, is that like going to prove to somebody that the Earth is flat, Rahu and K2, and that the moon is transparent? Like, look, I've been watching eclipses since I was very young. I think it's the moon, guys. What else could it be in front of the sun? Right? And granted, you can't see the moon, but I couldn't see my wife when she's at the driver's seat door and I'm walking up with the brights on. So does anybody in here argue for Rahu and K2? Because I just hate that argument. I don't like it.
So is the lunar eclipse? What's the lunar eclipse?
I don't know. Let's talk about the solar eclipse.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. What's in front of the sun, guys? Rahu? K2? What the fuck is that?
Well, what's in front of the moon?
I've never seen anything in front of the moon. The clouds.
I mean, I would say for myself, like I wouldn't necessarily assert it as, like I guess it would still be in the realm of speculation, just because we can't validate it. We'd go up there and validate to that degree. So I would still, whether speculation is the right word or not, but I would still put that in a category of it could be this or it could be that.
Right, but it could be Rahu. But what is Rahu?
Well, I mean, there's an idea like that. So like the lunar nodes are 2 points in the sky that are always exactly 180 degrees from each other. And they're moving through the sky, through the zodiac. They have like an 18.7 year retrograde. So they're always in retrograde. They take about 18.7 years to make an entire rotation around the entire sky, around the entire zodiac, through the star constellations. And it's like a nodal axis. So there's, the north node and the south node, which is what they refer to as Rahu and Ketu in the Vedic tradition. And so those are essentially like 2 points in the sky. And when a full moon or a new moon happens that is aligned with the lunar nodes, then you get either a lunar or a solar eclipse. And depending on how tightly degree-wise they align with the lunar nodes, you'll get like a total eclipse or a partial eclipse if they're not aligned perfectly. Like if you have a full moon with the north and south node, but they're not exactly tight to the degree, then you'll get like a partial eclipse. So they are points in the sky like that. And then there's the larger question, like if you have a planar stationary Earth with the sky above, then because they have their explanation on the heliocentric model. I'm sorry if I'm going on too long. This is going to get more long-winded because they have their explanation on the heliocentric, which is basically the orbit of the moon around the Earth, where that orbit intersects with the ecliptic, which is the Earth's pass around the sun. And that's tilted 5 degrees. They say the moon's orbit is tilted 5 degrees to the ecliptic. So that's why the lunar nodes are the 2 points on that orbit, the 180 degree axis points to where those two orbits intersect. But on a planar, stationary Earth type system with the sky above, you could still have the ecliptic, which would be the plane of the sun's path. And then the moon that path could still be tilted 5 degrees to the ecliptic just above us. And then again, the 2 points that intersect, because one's tilted 5 degrees from the other, so they're not always going to intersect. But when they do intersect, you get the north node, the south node, sun and the moon, either a full moon or a new moon, and then you get the eclipse effect. So that was all kind of the preamble to, what are those points? Like, are they And there's an idea where they're like, perhaps they're like magnetic nodal points that like polarize the light, and they're like the same size or the same sort of shape as the sun and the moon, which is, that like blackness that occurs that comes over the sun during the solar eclipse, for example. So then there's a question like, are they black bodies? Are they electromagnetic points, like nodal points? But then that also kind of plays into the idea of Rahu and Ketu, because they have their kind of tradition around it. But essentially, Rahu and Ketu are the north and south node of the lunar nodes. They just describe them as these kind of dark bodies that normally are not visible, but when the eclipses happen, there's like an well, I'm not sure they necessarily call electromagnetic, but there's a way of seeing it that way, that there's like a polarization effect when they all come together, like an alchemical synergy.
Okay, I have a great deal of respect for Hindu philosophy. And you said that really well. I've never heard anybody make that argument before, so maybe I was just ignorant. But try to think about it from my point of view. If I'm trying to make an argument to show people that they lied about the globe, would you lead with that one?
No. Hell no.
No.
So this is probably some backroom stuff like that we could entertain. But if 24/7 is inviting new people to come listen, it's not about 24/7. This is a flat Earth thing at all. So let me leave 24/7 out of it, right? I just don't think people should make this argument publicly. This should be like something we could entertain in the philosophy room or the back room or whatever.
Yeah, I was almost thinking of like celestial philosophy or something, like a category of philosophy, celestial philosophy, because without being able to go and validate and all of that, it does get tough to know exactly what is going on. But yeah, I agree. I mean, well, the thing is, there are certain people that will bring up in a debate format, like, well, then what causes eclipses? Because, in their heliocentric model, they've got their balls in space. And so, okay, they all line up and it, kind of makes sense in that way. So it is sort of a debate point that they'll often, kind of do that like sea lioning kind of thing. Like, how do eclipses work? In some cases, maybe they're just really asking. In other cases, they kind of know that it's a hard thing to answer and that we don't, and then they think that the heliocentric answer is buttoned up, solid kind of thing. So I can understand that it does come up in the debate format, but when people if somebody's like fairly new to the topic, if they ask me that question, like I might kind of share the way I just broke it down there, but I would also put it in the category of either philosophy or speculation to some extent, and not that it's like a solid proof of anything or anything like that, because it's pretty difficult to nail that down, because all it is a visual phenomenon from the ground, essentially.
I mean, I like what you said. It made a lot of sense the way that you described it just now. And maybe you're like an Eastern philosophy guy. Are you into the Hindu Raja stuff?
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, I wouldn't identify it as like my religion or tradition in that sense, but yeah, I have a lot of reverence and respect for the Vedas and the Vedic traditions, which then branch into Hinduism and Buddhism, and I've studied those in many ways in my life and have gleaned a lot of, from those traditions. So yeah, but I'm just saying I wouldn't
respect that.
Yeah.
I just think we should.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just think we should stay away from some arguments because I don't think they benefit us. But the way that you described it just now, obviously I was ignorant and didn't understand the argument at all.
Well, I was going to say too, with Rahu and Ketu, they also, in that tradition, they talk about it's like the head of the dragon and then the tail. So it's like the head kind of swallows the sun. So they have like that kind of tradition. They see it as a dragon. Then there's also the idea that in that tradition that the tail is like cut up into seven pieces. And they even talk about the concept that Rahu and Ketu are not just one black body necessarily, like not just one point, but that it's actually like a series of points, like perhaps on its own little rotational cycle. So almost like the idea of, let's say like seven of them, like seven circular sun/moon shaped objects that are in a circle, and that they're like on their own little rotational So like a little circle of them that are on their own little rotational carousel, and that at that actual point. So what we call the north node, there's even the idea that there's like several of them. And what's interesting about that, I mean, you know, we could just say, okay, well, that's just an idea of philosophy because all we see is like the one that intersects the sun. But what is really interesting about it is that during eclipses, and this is something the heliocentric model really can't explain, is that during eclipses, they try to. I've Kosho and others have tried to, but it gets very, in my opinion, very convoluted, and it's not very solid. But they will try to. But basically, like if you were just to look at the sun during different solar eclipses, that black thing, whatever it is, sometimes it comes from the top, and then it leaves when it leaves the sun, it leaves to the right. Other times it comes up from the bottom and it leaves to the right. Sometimes it comes from the upper left and then it leaves to the lower left. Sometimes it comes from the upper right and it leaves to the upper left. Sometimes it even reverses direction. It'll come from the top and then it'll literally make like 180 and it'll leave from the top. So it'll come from the top and then leave going up to the top. So what's interesting about that is that if that's like 3 balls lining up, like in the heliocentric model, like 3 billiard balls, that really doesn't explain why that's happening, why we're getting the phasing effect of that black thing as it passes over the sun, why the phasing has those like directional changes. Because if it's 3 billiard balls lining up, then it should be pretty consistent. It should like come in from one side and leave to the other in that sense. Or if it would always at least be a 180, like whatever side it came in, it would leave exiting the other side because it's 3 balls lining up. Although I realize you could have different angles on the earth of viewing it, so there could be some variation. But what I'm referring to is the actual like the directional change and the actual phasing that it makes. And so the idea that it's like 7 rotating bodies and that those bodies are also on their own little carousel is very interesting because that would, in a way, at least geometrically, potentially explain why we get those very unique effects. Those I call it kind of like a phasing effect of the way that black body passes, you know, in front of the sun or with the sun, whatever's happening there, and then the way it kind of, you know, enters and exits the circle of the sun seems to be like it's on its own sort of trajectory in a sense. Like there's like multiple trajectories that seem to be at play.
Well, I gotta admit, I was pretty ignorant on that stuff, but I don't think the moon is transparent. I hate that argument. And when people make that argument, I'm like, why are people saying this?
Yo, you ever seen a polarized lens when it's put in front of a light, it'll block some of the light out, and then you put another lens on top of that, it'll block all the light out, or something. Like if you start stacking them on top of each other, you can eventually block all of the light out. But if you add another one, then it lets the light through. You know what I'm saying? There could be something weird going on like that.
Yep. I've got a couple images I'll post related to this, just polarized lenses. That first one's kind of cool because it just sort of shows how a much larger either magnetic field or a lens or some kind of polarization could have that effect. It shows it on a quarter, sort of shows that similar effect that we see. And then the second one, of course, which I'm sure many of us have seen, is just that polarization effect. It's pretty interesting.
That's so on point. You could even do that a lot of times with your own polarized like sunglasses if you just turn them 90 degrees. Gives a whole different effect.
That's how 3D movies were done. Actually, they're still done. I mean, even if you go to see IMAX 3D, 2 lenses are polarized at 90 degrees out of phase, and then they have similar polarized lenses on the movie projector. And that's how, you know, your left eye only sees one image and your right eye sees the other image.
Is that why they gave you those blue and red glasses?
Well, they're not blue and red anymore. They back in the days of black and white, they used blue and white because they hadn't discovered this phenomenon with polarized lenses, or at least they hadn't the ability to mass produce that. But when movies were black and white, then yes, you would use blue and red. But now they use polarized, so you could see a movie in color, but you could see, you know, your left eye only sees one image and your right eye only sees the other because of the polarization of the lenses.
that's some bullshit because I can't even use those. I couldn't use them when they were red and blue, and I can't use them now when they're all black or whatever. But yeah, that's my favorite way to explain the solar eclipse or the eclipse because it's like it sounds real sciencey. I mean, I can't fully explain it obviously, but it sounds neat, and that is a real thing. So.
Well, there's also like Faraday effects connected to magnetic fields polarizing light that Faraday discovered, and then which also relate to Maxwell's equations. And then there's also ways that plasma, magnetic fields connected with plasma as well, can cause polarization.
So, Gio, can I address what you mentioned a few minutes ago about how the heliocentric model doesn't have a good response for the 3 billiard balls in a row issue, because that is a very valid that's a very valid concern. Did you see the link to Shadow and Substance that I posted right before you posted your quarter image? I posted a link to this website called Shadow and Substance. I think the guy's name is Larry Kuhn or something, and he has animations, all kinds of really amazing animations of what the eclipses will look like. And the thing that got me, Gio, was that exactly what you're saying about the black body coming in. It seemed to come in at weird angles because he has these maps where it's like the entire state of Nebraska, and it's like, how come these angles are so strange? And so I just want to validate your question because it's a very good one. But I do have an answer.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I just posted one too that is maybe similar to some of the animations on this website. I just posted one that sort of shows that one's kind of coming in from kind of almost the lower left, like the sort of 7 o'clock position, and then. But I'm looking at your website now. But yeah, I'll check the website out if you want to present something.
Well, the thing that is very confusing about the globe model is that we are standing on a sloping surface, specifically a sloping rotating surface, and that geometry just blows people's minds because it's very, very hard to visualize. And I don't know if I've told you any of the stories about like me trying to predict things using globe geometry, and it was a puzzle because, Philadelphia is 40 degrees north latitude. Well, that means the ground is sloping 40 degrees, and yet, like, what am I going to see when I see the sun or the moon or whatever? It's a bit of a puzzle. But the key is that since we are standing on a sloping surface, we are looking at things at an angle different than other people's angles. So your idea of the 3 billiard balls lining up, that's a perfect analogy, but you're looking at the 3 billiard balls at a different angle depending on where you are, depending on where the eclipse is actually happening. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and usually, like when we've gotten deep into this, like Kosho comes to mind because he's gone pretty deep with me on this one because we've brought this up and we've looked at them. But the thing is, like, I guess it depends on whether we're just kind of more in just an open discussion mode or if it's more of a debate mode. And either way, I'm not trying to press it one way or the other. But I mean, if we were to do it more in like sort of intellectually sparring, like semi-debate mode, if I were to ask, could you show the geometry of the idea of the globe with kind of the 3 billiard balls lining up type of a concept and replicate or demonstrate I was using the word phasing, like the phasing effects that we get. Because like I said, I mean, sometimes the quote unquote shadow or the black body seems to come in, it comes in from the top, literally makes a 180 and then leaves going up to the top. Other times it comes up from the top, it leaves to the bottom, comes up from the left, leaves to the right. So I guess that would be, I have never seen that demonstrated or modeled in a way that seemed to fit all of the phenomenon. I do understand what you're saying though. And I when Kosho and I have gone deep into it, I do understand that there would be some fluctuations. Like I'm not claiming that it would only just be coming in from one side and exiting the other exactly. Like I don't think it's that simple because I do understand that the angles involved and the different, angles at which you're looking at it by and all of those factors. So I guess that would be my.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, you know, the and then tell me to back off if you think I'm coming on too hard, because it's like, this is an open discussion and I am a guest here. But the key is something called field rotation. And basically what field rotation is about is that, when we're standing taking a picture of something, down for the camera that we're holding is the same direction as down of a plumb line, in the direction of gravity, right? But what if something is going overhead? Well, you'd need to shift your angle. You'd need to shift your camera around, and that's where you were talking about the eclipses, where it comes in from the top, but then it leaves from the top. I'm pretty sure those are mid latitudes, meaning somebody near the equator. And I'm pretty sure that was also a lunar eclipse, because lunar eclipses last for like 4 hours, whereas solar eclipses, last minutes, at least the total solar eclipse. And so when you're near the equator, you have to kind of turn your body around. When it's going overhead, you then turn around, and then your down has now shifted 180 degrees, or at least your down reference to the celestial body. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but people who have taken pictures of the moon from the equator, if you take it at like 11 a.m., like let's say it's a crescent moon or something, and the moon is high in the sky. So if you shoot the moon in the morning, and then a couple hours later you shoot it in the afternoon, it's going to look like it's reversed 180, but it didn't really reverse 180. You just physically turned your body. It's now facing west and versus facing east. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
So up became down there. You slid that one in there, right? The 180? Your up became down? Charles?
No. The heavenly body
sure?
heavenly body doesn't have an up and down. Your down is in the direction of your gravity. So if you are seeing something high in the sky, but you're facing east, your body is facing east, but you're holding your camera and you're looking at something high in the sky, right? So the quote unquote down for your camera will be down with you facing east. Now, fast forward 2 hours, it's now 1 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever. And then let's say this thing is still high in the sky, but now it's towards your west. It's high in the sky towards your west. You're not going to still be facing east with your camera, bending over backwards, right? You are physically going to turn your body and you're going to elevate your camera, but your body is now facing west. So down is the same for you, but relative to this heavenly body, it's now shifted 180 because there is no down for the heavenly body. So,
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm writing this down. Hold on. Sit.
I was
This
just
is
going to say,
good stuff.
Get the pen out, Jeremy. Get the pen.
a way in which you can actually
This is all
see
being
this.
recorded.
If you
So
look at the GIF that Geo posted, if you look at the moon, you can actually see that it's rotating. As you look at the GIF, you see that the actual like craters on the moon and stuff are spinning, and that happens throughout the night. So it looks like it comes in from one side and comes out of the other. But if you actually look at where it starts on the moon and where it ends, or if you spin your monitor in a sense, you can see that it moves in a straight line.
yeah, so in Geo's GIF, the moon is not rotating. It is only appearing to rotate because the down in the image is your local down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what it would look like if you looked up at the sky, but so it appears to rotate. I'm not saying obviously the moon isn't rotating.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yes.
Yeah, but what you're saying, like if we just take the features on the moon, where this black body thing comes in and exits are on different parts of the moon. Like if we were to imagine the moon as like a map, we were to do coordinates of it, A6, D7, like if we were to make, horizontal and vertical like coordinates.
Yes.
It's not just a perspective thing from Earth. Like it's covering the moon, and then it is like entering and exiting on different coordinates. Meaning, whereas if you have three balls lining up in a straight line, you wouldn't expect it to do that. It would be an equal phasing because it's three balls lining up in what they call a syzygy, which is three objects all in a row.
It's a great word. That's a great trivia word to actually get somebody to spell it. Geo, you're 100% correct. And I love the language that you're using when you're talking about the coordinates. like basically describing the craters and, saying like battleship, like B1 and C7. So if you took this video that you've said that in the beginning of this discussion, you said that sometimes the eclipse comes in from the top, but then leaves at the top. Not according to those coordinates, they don't. They would only come in at the top and then leave at the top with field rotation. And that's what I'm saying. I'm suspecting that observation was taken from the equator during a lunar eclipse. But if you stabilize the image, like how you can use image stabilization software, or in the case of astronomy, you can use an equatorial mount where, up for the heavenly body is always up, right? Regardless of what the ground is doing. If you used an equatorial mount, or if you stabilized your image so that up was always up, like the north pole of the moon was always up in the image, then you would not see the eclipse change direction. It would pass in a linear fashion in front of the moon. I'm hoping that's making sense.
I mean, check. I don't know if I was able to fully follow it. I don't know if others were, or if you wanted to repeat it again, because I was also a little distracted because I was picking this image.
Okay,
but I mean, like that one there, how
perfect.
Yeah. Well, if you want to either explain that one again or continue, but I also was just going to say, like if I guess you would have to model this. If I've never seen it modeled on a globe setup to because I have heard like what you're describing, Kosho and others have kind of tried to explain it, but it may be something that needs to be visually, if you think it can be modeled in this way, then, if you could do it visually, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think what I would need to do is I would need to find a lunar eclipse from that's visible. Well, an equator an equator observer. What would the eclipse look like for that person? Especially if the eclipse was centered around midnight, because then that person would be facing east at the start of the eclipse, and that person would be facing west at the end of the eclipse. I think that's what I would need to do. But that image that you posted is perfect. Gio, I don't know if you've ever seen the pictures taken with an equatorial mount. Like, people love to make time-lapse videos of the stars. And most of the time you see the stars rotating, but some time lapses, stars all look like they're staying the same. And then you're like, well, all right, so that you can see the clouds going by and you're like, oh, it's beautiful. But then you see the horizon come up, and the horizon comes up on a diagonal from like the right side of the screen. Have you ever seen those videos where it's like, how come the horizon is like on a diagonal like that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
So basically, if you have an equatorial mount, one of the features of the equatorial mount is that up in the image is the same as like the north pole of the moon, or the north pole of the sun, or like Orion. Orion is oriented up and down. If you use the equatorial mount and you're filming Orion will be upright in your image the whole time, even though when Orion rises in the east, he's on his left side. Then when he sets in his west, he's lying on his right side. So the equatorial mount stabilizes that. And then so what looks weird is that the horizon will be at this weird angle. And so people don't observe heavenly bodies like that because we like to stand upright. When we hold a camera, we hold the camera upright. And that's where we get this whole thing about field rotation. And it's magnified at the equator. You familiar with Phuket word? A stabilized time lapse, from Pinky. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I just posted these, which are kind of funny.
Yeah, that's exactly.
We find these. I guess I find these. Well, we find these funny because, like, oh, there it is. The Earth's rotating. Look at that. Because I know what you mean. Yeah, of course. If you're keeping it stabilized, so yeah, there is some components to unpack with this. Because like whatever you're calling the top or the bottom, is going to be. There's a certain relativeness depending on how you're viewing it and what you're calling the top or the bottom.
Yeah. So the Phuket word, he posted this like 5 years ago, where he had a solar filter and he was looking at some sunspots on the sun. And so he took photos of the sun, and it was, like 11 a.m. or something. And so he was standing with his feet flat on the ground, and his camera was oriented the way most people orient their camera, So he was tilted up looking at the sun, and then it was like a pair of sunspots, and they were and I'm just going to make this up, they were at the bottom of the moon in his image, okay? And then he came back a couple hours later, it was like 1 p.m., 2 p.m., he's now facing west, but he's not really concerned about facing west. He's like, I'm going to look at the sun. So he's now facing west, but he's tilting his camera up. The two sunspots are now on the top of the moon, or at the top of the sun. So it's kind of like, oh, well, the sun just did a 180. And it's like, no, the sun didn't do a 180. You took it facing east, and then now you're taking it facing west. So you shifted. The sun did not shift. I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that's what's happening with your eclipse.
Hold on, Charles. Are you saying somebody took pictures, the sunspots were on the bottom, and a few hours later the sunspots were at the top? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is when he took the pictures facing east with an elevated camera, they appeared on the bottom. Then when he took pictures, say 2 or 3 hours later, facing west, the sunspots were 180 degrees posed.
No chance. I call bull on that.
All right, I'm gonna
I've
put
taken
myself on.
dozens and dozens and dozens of sunspot things. Never have I seen them go from the south to the north. Never, ever, not once.
That's kind of. But wait, that's kind of like. Isn't that kind of like? Isn't that kind of like the northern hemisphere seeing the moon one way and the southern hemisphere seeing it upside down? Kind of the same effect.
And
hemisphere, yeah, but we're not talking about hemispheres. I mean, it's going from one side of the for 3 hours. It just moves a little bit. There's no chance of what Charles just said that can happen. Zero chance.
Okay, can I clarify that, SE? Zero
if you'd
chance
like
that'll
to
happen.
clarify, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, 0 chance that'll happen from Canada, even from the United States. 100% chance that can happen from the equator. And Phuket word is, he's like 5 degrees latitude. Right? So you've never seen it, and I've never seen it. And you will never see it from Canada. I will never see it from the United States. If you or I traveled to the equator and we filmed the sun on a day that there's sunspots, or you could do the same thing with a full moon. You don't have to wait for the sun. You could film the full moon, SE, and let's say at 11 p.m. facing east, and the moon is rising, and you come back 2 hours later, and it's now 1 a.m., and then you face west, and then you take a picture of the moon. Again, elevate your camera facing west, and the moon will appear to be 180 degrees upside down, but the moon is not 100 degrees upside down. It's just the orientation of your camera. That's the only thing that changed.
Hear that, but let's clarify the sunspot thing. So now you're saying that this could only happen on one location on the Earth. What you were saying before about the sunspots could only happen at the equator. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying
you're
is
making a clarifier now. You're clarifying your statement.
Because clarification is the entire key to this debate. The closer
I
you
just
are,
want to make sure.
Closer you are to the equator, the more of a 180 degree shift you're going to have. I'm not going to say it's exactly 180. I'm just going to say the closer you are to the equator, closer to a 180 degree shift you're going to have. The field rotation is what they're talking about. Here I am near Philadelphia. I'm going to have maybe a 40 degree shift in field rotation because I'm standing, 40 degrees north latitude. If you were standing on the North Pole, you would have a 0 degree field rotation. As the moon travels almost parallel to the horizon. I'm going to try to find a clip from Phuket word.
Yeah, but Charles,
did that make sense? SE?
No, you're not, Charles. With all due respect, you're not being clear.
Okay.
Before you said the sun does this and that, and I said, wait a minute, I've done the sunspots and I never seen that. I called bull. Remember? Then you came and said, okay, sorry, I'm going to clarify. This only happens at the equator. So are you saying this thing, we can only see it when we're at the equator?
Okay. I tried to be clear. When I first introduced this, I said Phuket word in Thailand filmed this thing. That's what I said. I didn't say everybody filmed it. I said Phuket word in Thailand. Then when I tried to clarify, I said the closer you are to the equator, the more of a 180-degree field rotation you're going to see. Morning facing east, filming something high in the sky versus facing west in the afternoon, filming it high in the sky. The closer you are to the equator, that's what's going to happen. If you're not close to the
how
equator,
about somebody
it's not
at,
going to happen.
let's say, Louisiana, for example? Would they be able to see this effect? Are they close enough?
They would be able to see maybe a 40, 50, 60-degree rotation, not a 180-degree rotation.
Hold on. Let's be clear now. You didn't say rotation. You meant
field rotation,
as in northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. That's what you were talking about, right?
I was talking about the equator.
Yes, Charles. You were talking about the sunspots being at 180. In other words, they were first at the south. Now they're at the north. That's what you were saying, no?
No, top versus bottom.
Top versus bottom. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so when you're holding your camera, you hold your camera with your feet planted on the ground. Down on your camera is down towards the ground. If you're facing east, looking at something high in the sky, and 2 hours later you face west, also looking at it high in the sky, you physically have turned your body 180 degrees. So the celestial body, whether it's the sun with sunspots, whether it's a full moon, if it has passed directly over your head and you were initially facing east and now you're facing west, it will appear to have shifted dramatically, but it has not shifted.
In Canada, or just in the equator area?
Oh, well, if you were to take a constellation, pick a constellation that flies directly overhead. I mean, I don't know what latitude you are in Canada, but you can consult the celestial almanac, or not the almanac, the what's it called? You can even use like one of those planispheres things, but there's got to be some constellation that is directly over your head at some point during the night. Okay. All I'm saying is, if you were to say, hey, I'm interested in this constellation, you were to film it or take a picture of it when it's high in the sky east of you, right? Then you were to wait literally 2-3 hours, and you were to go outside and you were to take a picture of that same exact constellation high in the sky, but now you're facing west because it has passed over your head. The constellation will appear to have gone 180, but we all know it didn't do 180, where you turned your body. Okay.
Look, I don't know where you're trying to go with constellations. You were talking about sunspots and the sun. And I can assure you.
Could you do it in Canada?
I can assure you, Charles, don't interrupt me. I can assure you, if you film sunspots where I'm at and 3 hours interval, they will not change from top to bottom. Now, I don't know what you're talking about, but that is incorrect, Charles. I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's 100% incorrect, brother. Now stop saying it, please.
I never said it. Never said it. All right. So you just put words in my mouth, something I never claimed.
You're going to tell me about constellations now, right? Don't tell me about constellations. Talk about the sunspots.
Okay.
Not
in
constellations,
Canada,
not bees or wasps, maybe the sunspots and how they appear to go from top to bottom. And where does this happen? Because I've taken dozens of sunspots filmed. You can see it on my website. Not once did I witness that occur.
and you won't unless you were doing that at the equator. That's why I clarified.
Thank you. For the love of God. Thank you. So only at the equator can we witness this.
The closer you are to the equator. So again, I'm just trying to clarify. Phuket word is like, well, I don't know where Phuket, Thailand is, but it's not on the equator. It's either 5 degrees latitude, something like that. I don't have that off the top of my head. So I just want to clarify, the closer you are to the equator, the closer to a 180-degree shift you're going to get with anything that passes directly over your head.
Okay, is Louisiana close to the equator? Close enough for this effect to happen?
If you were
because
filming
we
from
have people
Louisiana,
down there. We have people in Florida.
yes,
We can test this, Charles.
yes. And what you could do is instead of, you're not going to get this effect within 2 hours of before 11 a.m. versus 1 p.m. Right? What you're going to get is sunrise versus sunset. That's what they call field rotation. If you have somebody film or take a picture of sunspots, you could also do this with a full moon if you don't have a solar filter. Do it with a crescent moon, right? But you take a picture of the sun or the moon when it's rising. Okay, so it's on the eastern horizon. Then you wait 12 hours or whatever. Then you take another picture of it on the western horizon. You will see field rotation. That the appearance of the sun with sunspots or the moon and the craters will have rotated. Okay? It's not going to be as dramatic as it was at the equator. All right?
I doubt that very highly. I never done it, but now you're changing it. Before you said a few hours. I can assure you, if you do it for a few hours, that will not happen. Guaranteed. 100%.
Okay. So SE, you really, really have to listen to what I'm saying because I use precise language as best I can.
No, but you're shifting around. You're shifting around. First you said only at the equator when I asked you. Then you say, but SC, let me be clear. The more you move, the more you do this, the more you're never clear on the location. How far past the equator can we see this phenomena?
All I'm saying is that Phuket Word, who's around 5 degrees latitude, I'm guessing, saw it very dramatically. And I'm trying to find the footage, like as you're talking, I'm trying to scroll through because I did a debate with Sleeping Warrior, and I'm trying to find the image, and I can't find the image. So the closer you are to the equator, so to answer your question, Essie, the closer you are to the equator, you're going to get a very dramatic shift, say from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. as it goes over your head. But it does have to go over your head. If it's not going over your head, you're not going to get a dramatic shift. That's why I suggested you in Canada, you might be able to experience this yourself with a constellation. That's why I mentioned the stars, because the sun does not pass directly over Canada. Right? So you're never, ever going to get this 180-degree shift. But you might get a 180-degree shift if you filmed a constellation that does pass directly over your head. Right? That's why I mentioned the stars. But if you don't want to talk about stars, that's fine. We have to go back to close to the equator. Okay?
No, I'm not going to talk about something I don't know, but when you mention the sunspots, and I've done dozens and dozens of videos, like I told you, it's like a hobby of mine. Yes. I know that that's not so. I mean, I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but it's just not so. Not here in Canada, anyway.
So, and my understanding is that we've got much more, like solar activity in recent years, and so I think the sunspots are a lot more prevalent than they were a couple of years ago. So my challenge to you, SE, is take a sunspot picture at sunrise, and then that same day take a sunspot picture at sunset. Okay.
I wish I could. I got all trees, houses. That's not a possibility for me. Yeah.
So, but I mean, that would be a challenge. Like if you were, taking a little vacation, maybe going to somebody's house, maybe traveling a little bit, bring your camera and your solar filter. Well, the thing is, you don't even have to wait for the sun. You can do it with the moon. That's why, because like the moon, everyone can photograph it if you have clear horizons. But I totally get if you're in an area with trees and hills and stuff. But that's the effect that I'm talking about. I'm trying to find this in my debate. I was having a debate with Sleeping Warrior a couple years ago, and
another thing. Sorry.
Sure.
Another thing you guys were talking about this Rahu and Maku and this and that. When I hear the solar eclipse, right? That dark thing that you guys are talking about, right? That's supposed to be the moon, right?
Yes. Have you ever seen the moon photographed? The dark side of the moon photographed during an eclipse?
Is that black spot supposed to be the moon?
Yes, I just said that. SE.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
And my response was, SE, I said yes, and then I followed it with, Have you ever seen a photograph of a total solar eclipse where you can very faintly see the dark side of the moon, like literally the man in the moon, the
No,
craters?
that's a fake picture, Charles. If that's what you're insinuating, that's a fake picture.
So
The one
everybody who's
where they call
photographed
Earth
that,
shine, the one where that one, that's a fake picture.
you could photograph it yourself. Okay. In fact, SE, the next eclipse is going to pass. I don't know if it passes through
No,
Montreal
you do
or
it. Don't
passes through
tell me.
Canada.
Don't say SC. I want you to do it on the next one and show us. How about
You're
that?
not going to
Charles?
believe anything I do. That's one of the key hallmarks of this debate. Is all evidence from other people is rejected. All right, that's rule number one. That's why I'm saying, SC, you can do it yourself. Because if I do it, you're going to reject it. Right? That's the rule.
It's not possible, Charles.
Well, it's been
It
done.
is not possible to do it.
So all the people who have done it.
Show me one person that's done it. Show me.
Okay, so I'm in the middle of doing one search. I'll do that search in a little bit. I'm trying to find. I'm like so close to finding. Oh, here it is.
Charles, we're not the first time we had this discussion. There is no existing picture of that. None.
So I just gotta take
done.
I just gotta take a picture of the moon rise and then the moon set on the same day, and there'll be rotation there. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
The only time there wouldn't be rotation is if you were standing on the North Pole or the South Pole, in which case the orientation of the moon will be pretty constant throughout the day.
Yeah, I'm in the I'm in like 29 degrees latitude.
Oh, that's really low. So that's almost equatorial.
Charles,
okay, so
a total eclipse, right, is a total darkness, right? The daytime becomes nighttime, basically.
You see what looks like a sunrise 360 degrees. I traveled down to South Carolina the last eclipse, which was in 2018, I think 2017. I just posted 2 images. These were slides that I took, but the most of the image is from Phuket Words stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
But to answer your question,
the issue is, and you interrupted me because you know where I was going. The issue is that dark body that people claim Rahu and Maku and Shmaku. It could be whatever. I don't know what it is, but that's supposed to be the moon, the biggest rock in the sky, right? You believe it's a big stone floating up there, right? Solid, right? Not see-through, not a hologram, a huge rock, right? Okay. Now that huge rock comes in front of that big, huge sun, the thing that sustains us, the thing that when you look at, you get blinded, right?
Yes.
And it goes right next to it, and you don't see it at all.
It's not
all
going
you
next
see
to
is a shadow. Now, I say that is physically impossible. It cannot be done.
Right. So it's
that
not
is where
next
the issue
to.
is with the eclipse.
Okay. So it's not next to. The sun is approximately 93 million miles away from the moon when the eclipse is happening.
You don't
it's not
say.
Next to.
No way. Really?
Well, according to the heliocentric model, which is what we're discussing. Okay.
Yes,
so
Charles.
the sun
when
is
I
not
say
next to the moon.
I mean in front of, coming, in the visual, next to, visually coming next to it.
Sure. I get you. I just wanted to clarify on that language. So I'm trying to find a picture of the moon. I think this may actually have been this is a famous image.
It doesn't exist. There's no picture of an eclipse showing the moon when it comes in front. When it goes now, that's a fake. That's a fake.
All right. So, but the other people, I'm pretty sure that is a composite image. But other people have photographed it, because the thing is, you got to get your exposure exactly correct. It's very difficult to get the exposure correct. All right. This is a better one, which has not been. You see here.
Okay,
But
Charles,
Essie,
let's save
we
your
have a
breath, right? I've
wonderful.
been through this before. Let's say I grant you this. This is a real. Okay, this is a real picture.
Okay.
Can we only see it when it's in this configuration? In other words, when it starts leaving, are we going to see the rest of it, or is it going to disappear?
Well, the key is exposure and how much light, how much light is being produced. So the sun is extraordinarily bright, and the dark side of the moon, quote unquote, Earthshine that you were talking about, right? Is extremely dim. That's why we can't see a new moon during a bright, sunny, blue sky day. If you look up in the sky, I see blue sky. I don't see this black circle in the sky, because the new moon is on the other side of the atmosphere. I'm looking at the blue sky. I can't see the new moon during a blue sky. So during an eclipse, it has to be a total solar eclipse. The entire body of the moon has been, obscured. Then, with proper exposure on your camera, you might be able to suss out some details. The one that
it's
I
never been
posted,
done ever.
It's
never.
it's
Don't
been
don't
done
say
by
you
many
can and
people.
will and may. It's never been done. Doesn't exist ever.
So what you're claiming, SC, just to be clear, what you're claiming is that all the people who have done it are liars, cheaters, and whatever.
No, I'm asking you this.
I just posted a whole bunch of pictures.
You're not
and
listening,
other people
Charles.
are posting pictures.
I grant, Charles, you're getting excited.
Sure.
I granted you that picture. It's yours. It's done. It was taken. We saw the dark side of the moon. The light somehow bent around, and we saw it was a miracle. Okay. Now I'm asking you, does it strike you as odd that this is the only instance during the whole lunar eclipse that we can see the moon? This is the only instance when this can happen. Does that strike you as odd? And the rest of the time, that giant stone is invisible. We don't see it. Does that strike you as odd?
No, because of the brightness of the sun. That's what I just explained. The brightness of the sun. So even if just a little teeny piece of the sun is peeking out, I'm posting one more thing in chat. Even if just a piece of the sun is peeking out from behind the moon, that's now too bright. You will not be able to see any features on that moon. It'll just be a black circle. Okay? Because the sun is incredibly, incredibly bright.
Right. So do you think that you'd be able to recreate this condition? Because you're selling a big story right here. I don't buy it at all. You're trying to tell us this. The big, huge stone, a rock that we see all the time, in the daytime, at nighttime, right? All different times, different illuminations. When it's the closest to the sun, as it approaches, we don't see it at all. You believe this?
Okay, so
a big, huge thing, 4,000 miles across, disappears.
You don't see something because of its size. You see it because of its illumination.
And you only see a shadow.
That's really, really important, SE. Don't see something because of its size. See it because of its illumination. Right? If somebody were to strike,
only see a shadow. Have you only see a shadow of something?
I never said shadow. Never said the shadow. We're talking about the object.
So what do you see? What's that black thing that you see? What is it?
The black thing that we see is the moon, which is obscuring the sun. The solid moon is obscuring the sun. Okay.
And we don't see the edges of it at all. We only see a black thing. The light is not emanating around. Somehow it's disappeared completely. We don't see the moon. We don't see a round. We just see a shadow, a black thing.
It's not a shadow. It's called a silhouette.
A silhouette.
It's a solid object that is blocking a light.
Show me this. Show me something going in front of a light and you only see the silhouette of it. Show me it. Show me it going from one side, you don't see it, blocking completely, making the room dark, and then leaving without seeing it. Show me that.
You could do it yourself with a tonight with a car and a basketball. I mean, you're
No,
gonna
no,
need
no, no.
somebody.
Don't tell me to do it.
Oh, jeez.
You do it and show me.
I will do it, and you will reject it. You'll say that's fake. You never did it. You're a liar, because that's what flat earthers do when they're presented with somebody else's evidence. I'm telling you.
Come on, Charles. Sorry, just for a second.
Could do
Charles,
this.
you're poisoning the well.
You
Yeah,
could do
don't
this
say what
yourself.
all flat earthers do, bro.
I apologize,
Cool.
Larry. I'm just a little frustrated with SE that he rejects all evidence. Like all the pictures I showed him of the dark side of the moon, he says it's never been done, and I'm showing 5 photographs, and he's like, "Well, those photographs don't exist," or something.
They're composites. You said it yourself, Charles.
The first
They're
one
composites.
I posted was a composite. It was actually photographed. It's just that they stacked the photographs and then made the composite. But those are actual real photographs. But they did composite them to have that final image. The other images I posted.
If that's the case, hold on. If that's the case, can you show us the different individual photographs that were used to stack to create that image?
Contact the original photographer. I'm sure they still have it on
No.
Right?
All we have then is a composite. So if they were individual photographs, actual photographs, then you should be able to present us with at least one of them, right?
Sure. If you contact the original photographer, I'm sure they'd be happy to send them to you.
Okay, but
let me address SE's
question. Are
question.
you then admitting that all we have is a composite? We do not have a single photograph.
Well, that first image I posted is a very famous one with a very tendril-looking corona. I know for a fact that one is a composite.
No, this is not an answer to my question. Hold on. Please, before you move on, please answer my question. Are you willing to then admit this is the same thing politicians do in front of the fucking Senate, right? Are you then willing to admit that we do not have a single photograph, that all we have are composites?
No. How can I explain?
Could you please present a single photograph?
I did. Several of them.
A single photograph, not a composite.
Posted in the chat.
I just got here, but no, I just was able to tell. No, hold on. Which one do you claim is an actual photograph?
At least one of the ones I posted.
At least one. Which one?
Good. You could do the research yourself. I'm not going to do your homework for you.
No. Which one are you claiming is a real photograph?
At least one of them. Right?
Which one?
I haven't done a deep dive into these things. I posted those images because SE said they were never done. Okay.
Are you telling me that all of them are photographs?
No.
Which ones are not photographs?
That's for you to figure out. I'm not going to do your homework
It's not about me figuring this out. No. You're presenting these photographs.
A lunatic. You are interrupting a conversation I was having with SE about how we.
I think SE appreciates my interruption. Honestly,
I absolutely do, because you just proved you posted something without even knowing what you posted.
I did an image search on the web called "Seeing the Dark Side of the Moon During a Total Solar Eclipse."
Yeah, and you posted the first thing you guys found without looking at it.
Any one of you guys could do the same. Now, the first one I posted, I do know for a fact that one is a composite. The one with the corona looking very like tendrils.
So that one's not real. We can toss that one out.
Well,
yeah,
no.
This is almost as bad as the new moon.
You cannot toss that one out because it is a composite of actual photographs that were taken
as being an actual
during
photograph,
the
right?
eclipse. So again,
it's not a photograph. It's not a photograph. Can we toss that one out as being a photograph?
No. Now, the point that you guys are all missing is that where did the image of the dark side of the moon come from in that composite? It came from a photo that was taken during that eclipse. Okay. They just happened to composite it with some other nice photos of the tendril-looking corona, okay? But no, I'm not willing to toss out that picture.
No, it's a picture. It's a picture, but not a photograph. Use your words wisely. So do you know the difference between a photograph, an image, and a composite? And
but what you're doing is you are tossing out evidence.
No. We need to know how it became how is it relevant as evidence? How was this image taken? Are there actual photographs to back it up?
Yes, and you can contact the photographer, and they will probably
okay, but we don't
be
need
happy to
to.
send
Then
you
we should be talking. We should be talking to the photographer, not you.
Then I don't know why you're yelling at me about his images. Okay, but the point that you guys are missing.
If you're presenting the image.
Lou, let him finish. Lou, hold on. Lou, let him finish.
Point that you guys are missing is that the image of the dark side of the moon, whether it's a composite or not, the image of the dark side of the moon, where you can see the recognizable craters, the recognizable patterns, man and the moon, that image was taken during the eclipse. Now, maybe they took another image with a slightly different exposure to expose the corona, and then they sandwiched them together. How did they get that image of the dark side of the moon? They took it during the eclipse. Okay. I've taken photos during the eclipse, but I didn't have I didn't have a really high quality camera, and I didn't expose it for the dark side of the moon. I exposed it for the corona. So I just see a black circle. The people who have photographed it have done it many, many times. And what SE is claiming is that it's never been photographed, but it has been photographed. That's my point.
Well, here's the thing. So like SE claiming that it's never been photographed, that still is not necessarily wrong. You, according to your own words, are saying that these are not specific individual photographs, that these are composites, meaning they've been either layered or edited or doctored in some way. They're either images or composites, or in some way they are not actual photographs. So now, why are we talking to you?
Wait, and did you say they're recognizable? The craters are recognizable?
The pattern of light and shadow, the pattern of light and dark. They've got the Maria of the moon, the pattern of craters and stuff. It's a recognizable pattern. In some of the photos, it's extremely dark. It's very hard to make it out, but you can recognize the dark side of the moon. It's the same shape as the full moon.
Gotcha. Is that the side that we see normally, or no? That's the back side.
No, we never see the backside. They only photograph that from spacecraft orbiting the moon.
Yeah, we would definitely toss that out.
Yeah, but understand what he's saying here, guys. Now, this is wordsmithing, right? He's saying the only time you can see the backside of the moon is when it's fully eclipsed and when they take multiple pictures of it and stack them. And it's all nonsense.
No, I never ever said that, SE. And this is all being recorded on tape.
That's what you mean. Okay, can you take
not what I said.
Okay, Charles, can you take a picture of the backside of the moon other than that instance when it's fully around the sun? Can you do it?
No, the only time you can photograph
You're just a sophist, Charles. You're just a sophist.
See, you can't ask a question then interrupt me 3 words into my answer. That's extremely rude, especially since you
go on.
dishonestly presented what I said. I'm going to say what I said again. Only photographs of the backside of the moon, meaning the side that is facing away from Earth.
Are there any photographs of
orbiting
the backside?
Spacecraft? Okay, orbiting spacecraft. They're the only
guys. Let him finish. Whoa.
Backside of the moon.
I just want him to use words wisely.
We didn't hear you. We didn't hear you. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Lou, what are you doing, bro? Just hold on. You can go next. Let him finish.
All right, fine. He can finish, but I want him.
Go ahead.
I'm done. The only way to take a picture of the backside of the moon is with an orbiting spacecraft. Now, there are many photographs, and it looks completely unrecognizable. There's this one black spot, pockmarked as heck. It looks completely different from the full moon that we know and love. Okay?
You misunderstood my question, Charles. That's not what I'm talking about.
It said backside of the moon.
Well, again, I was talking about our conversation with the disk. You can only see the part of the moon that's facing us. Only in the picture that you took, only in that configuration and with stacking, correct? Or can you do it at another position other than that position?
No, you don't need to do stacking. You just have to expose your camera properly, which is very, very hard to do. But at least one of those images that I posted was not a composite. I'm pretty sure of that. So
you guys are having some kind of
missing,
miscommunication
you're
error. He's not
missing the
saying
point because I
No,
don't.
he's just using sophistry. I know, Charles. He's gonna just go around in circles. He's never gonna admit it. Never.
Hold on, Charles. Hold on, Charles. Hold on a second. Let me just straighten it out. Charles is never saying you can see the backside of the moon from Earth. He's just talking about
that's a whole nother fucking skewed argument.
Yeah, we're not talking about that at all. Forget about the backside of the moon.
Right. So let's clarify. We were talking about the side of the moon that is facing Earth, and I think maybe Essie used the wrong words when he said backside of the moon.
Correct. Correct.
The side facing away from the sun during a solar eclipse. Okay. So if you have proper exposure, you can photograph the quote unquote dark side of the moon during a complete solar eclipse. It's very hard to do. Now, I literally just did a Google search. And the thing is amazing to me is that people will jump on me like I'm a lawyer who's been presenting a case for months and I've done months of research. I literally did a Google search within the last minutes. You guys are cross-examining.
Exactly. You don't know what you're talking about.
No,
I'm
I know
showing
exactly
it.
what I'm saying.
Let him finish that one. Let him finish that one because he's damning himself.
Right. So I literally did a Google search. And so I'm not willing to be cross-examined on images that I just found with a Google search.
Okay.
What you guys are missing, just let me finish my last point. What you guys are missing is the fact that the dark side of the moon has been photographed during a solar eclipse. So whether they stacked it, whether they composited it, where did they get that image from? They got it during the solar eclipse. They'd had to change the settings on their camera or whatever. That's the part that you guys are all missing. Okay, unless all these photographers are liars. Okay, I guess that's always a possibility. But you can't cross-examine me on a Google search.
Let me ask you this: have you ever read the title of an article and been in belief that it meant one thing, and then read the article and found that it was proving exactly, or at least stating exactly the opposite?
Sure.
Hold on, real quick. When you say we film the dark side of the moon, don't they commonly refer to the dark side of the moon as the side we don't see?
No. Some people get it wrong. Okay, Jeremy, that's a great question. Some people get it wrong. There's the side of the moon that is constantly facing the Earth, and then there is the side that is facing away from the sun, which is the dark side. So people mess up the language all the time. The far side.
No, we don't get it wrong. When we're talking about a solar eclipse and we say the dark side, we know what that means.
Okay,
so let's
we know the dark side is the side facing us and not the side of the sun. Hello.
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, the not lit side, but they commonly refer to the dark side. Even they use the dark side of the moon, not referring to what's lit and what's not lit. They refer to it to the side that we never, like it's dark to us because we never see that side.
Yeah, the opposite.
So I just wanted to say the dark side of the moon is like dark matter. No one's ever seen it except for on TV. Thanks.
Well, I think that's why I was confused because you guys were talking about the dark side of the moon.
No, it's a straw man that they use against us. They claim flat earthers or geocentrists think that there's a side of the moon that never sees the sun. Like, and yeah, I mean, I guess in geocentrism, I'd have to think more on that. But as far as the flat Earth argument goes, like, no, that's not what we're saying. We're talking about when we talk about the dark side of the moon, or when we consider anybody mentioning the dark side of the moon, we're talking about the side of the moon that we do not see. That's all it is.
Didn't we go over these? You're talking about Earthshine during the solar eclipse, right? I mean, we went over these pictures a few weeks ago. Didn't we just destroy all these pictures they had? I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Yeah, I use dark side when referring to the eclipse, and Charles jumped on it right away because he had really no other argument. So, yeah, he used that as, it's not really the dark side. Yeah, we know, Charles. We know.
But yeah, all those photos
at least not in heliocentrism.
All the photos of the Earthshine. All those photos of Earthshine. Go ahead, Lo.
when it comes to geocentrism, I'd actually be curious to think a little bit more on this and have some of your guys' input. So, like in geocentrism, if the Earth is the center and these things revolve around us, would the backside of the moon ever be lit?
Yes, if it's a sphere. It would be lit during what we call a new moon.
Yo, so before we lose Charles here, Charles is still there.
I don't know if you saw what I just posted. It was one that it was from Flickr, where the photographer detailed exactly how he did it, and it is a composite of 12 images. And he just says, he was like snapping away, and he goes into the details. Okay. Now my challenge to you guys is one of those exposures, at least one of those exposures, is of the dark side of the moon, right? So unless that photographer is lying, I'm saying he photographed the moon, right? He photographed the moon. Yes, that is a 12 exposure composite. Okay. I'm not saying it's not a composite, but I'm saying if you read his description, you could, at some point somebody has to say, well, where did that image of the moon come from? Unless he's lying. Okay. Which is a
where
possibility.
did the light come from? Where did the light come from to illuminate from where?
They're saying it's Earthshine.
It's
Earthshine. So let's get this. Let's tell the people what you're saying now, right? The light traveled 93 million miles, hit the moon, wrapped around the moon, hit the Earth, then bounced back to light up the moon. That's what you're saying.
No.
Okay.
So
No?
if you remove wrapped around the moon part, which sounds kind of magical, I'm not sure what you meant by wrapped around, but that's why if you could take out the word wrapped around, then what you said is accurate.
Moved around.
There's no wrapping.
I think all of us know what he
moved
means.
around, and this only occurs. And this only occurs at one orientation of this whole eclipse. Just one orientation.
The solar eclipse, the shadow of the moon, is not blocking out the entire Earth. There's a lot of lit Earth that's reflecting
Who said
light
that?
back
Don't
to the
straw
moon.
man. Don't come in with a straw man, Left Lane.
Yeah.
Left lane only comes in when somebody else is in trouble.
Well, no, it's just kind of silly to imagine what light is lighting up the dark side of the moon during a solar eclipse. The shadow of the moon is only 70 miles. Of course, there's a penumbra that's bigger, but there's a whole bunch of the Earth that's lit during a solar eclipse, reflecting light back to the moon.
That's what I said.
New York City.
That's exactly what I said, Left Lane.
This is CGI.
But
okay,
it is an illustration of the illumination. Now, there's only a full shadow in that 60-mile wide red stripe. Most of the Earth.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We all know that. Umbra, penumbra, and did you know there's another umbra? I can tell you all about it. We're not talking about that. Don't try to deviate.
SE, when you gave me this description, of what happens during a solar eclipse, you used the phrase wraps around, and that's the only thing I'm taking issue with, is that makes it sound a little magical. There's no wrapping around, because the Earth is very well illuminated.
Okay, but is this impossible to happen this would never happen on a flat Earth, you're saying? Like, what's the
geometry doesn't make sense on a flat Earth.
Well, doesn't light reflect? Doesn't light reflect everywhere, in all directions, off of everything?
No, hold on. Let me just.
What do you mean? No, doesn't it? Doesn't light reflect?
Let me ask you the model. Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Doesn't light reflect off of all objects?
Yes, it does. Yes, but the geometry makes no sense. I've done a deep dive during was it 2017 or 2018, the last eclipse, and I was debating with a bunch of folks in this arena, including Antonio Subarats, may he rest in peace. And I did a deep dive of the geometry, and literally the geometry does not make sense, especially the number.
I find that hard to believe because I feel like that could work even on a flat Earth if you have the sun hitting objects. Hold on, if you have the sun hitting object. Go ahead, Lou.
Yeah, it's super important. So When you're talking about the geometry, the straw man that you're creating, you're trying to create like a flat Earth model. I need to know what your model is that you're straw manning. So like what it is that you think the flat Earth is. So are you imagining a flat disk in space, or are you talking about a flat Earth where the Earth is the baseline of, and all of the stars and the sun and everything and the moon are above us? Because there's a huge difference there.
Yeah, I don't know of anybody in this arena, even on the globe side, who thinks the flat Earth model is the first thing you described. I'm pretty sure everybody who's on the flat Earth side, or any glober who describes it, is like it's a disc with the sun, moon, and stars above the disc, either whether it's a dome or an infinite plane or whatever.
Okay.
Oh, were you done, Charles? I didn't.
Yeah. But it sounded like he was cut off.
My bad. Yeah, no, I didn't know. It didn't sound like you were done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah.
No, it's me that should be apologizing. He's saying that I cut you off. But I cut you off on the last two words, right?
No, you didn't cut me off at all. It's all good. It's all good.
Okay, so we have the sun. Go ahead, Lou.
Anyway,
what?
So there's a big difference about like when it comes to like figuring how it would work on a flat Earth. We need to know what you're thinking. Okay, so like, are you literally, is the math plugging in and the geometry plugging in for all of these objects being above us, or is it an infinite plane or a circular disc floating in space? You get what I'm saying? I know what we say, but I don't know what you guys are saying when you do this math.
Yeah.
Well, I know what you mean.
So
I know what you mean.
The primary flat Earth model that I'm familiar with, whether it has a dome or not, whether it's on an infinite plane or not, it has a small sun, a small local sun, and a small local moon doing circles around the North Pole, and the Earth is shaped, more like a disc, with the Antarctica around the outside of the disc. But that the sun and moon are above this disc, and they're small and local. That's the number one flat Earth model that I'm aware of.
I know what you mean. I know. We hear you. Now, I understand. Oh, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm done.
I'm just trying to get to this thing. If you have the sun, I understand everything you're saying about flat. It's a flat plane with topography. Now the thing is, if you have the sun hitting everywhere, if the moon's only blocking a little bit of it, and you got the sun hitting a whole bunch of other stuff on Earth, all around, underneath where the moon is, not directly underneath, but all around. And the stuff, now when light hits an object, that object reflects the light in a 360-degree sphere. So I'm having a hard time envisioning why you wouldn't get Earthshine on a flat Earth.
Oh, okay. So if you're just talking about Earthshine,
that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, no, but the geometry that I'm talking about is, and I'm just going to throw out a number again. Take this with a grain of salt, but like, let's say the sun is 60 miles wide. Let's say the moon is 60 miles wide, and they're both 3,000 miles up above the flat Earth. Then that would appear to be a half a degree. Both the sun and the moon would appear to be a half a degree in size. It's the eclipse part that's difficult. So at the moment of an eclipse, a flat Earth eclipse, you're exactly right, Jeremy. You're exactly right. That you would get Earthshine on the quote unquote dark side of the moon, the side that's facing the Earth. Then the sun is facing, illuminating the backside of the moon. However, that's not what all the other observers on Earth would see. Other observers on Earth would see the moon half lit. If the sun and the moon were both local, it would only be eclipsing for New York City, but the people in London would see a quarter moon.
That's the same argument.
So we're clear that this Earthshine could. We're clear that the same argument that we have.
Oh, sorry, dude. I don't know why it is that, dude. Every time, like, we both pause and then we both go.
it could be a delay.
Well, why don't you fall back for a second? So that we're clear, this Earth shine could happen on a flat Earth. This is probably what happened on a flat Earth. All right, cool.
And yes,
cool,
if we could clarify that, yes, absolutely. It's just that,
well,
Jeremy, your question is really, really good. But the thing when I kept saying about the geometry of it, what I meant is, I've never seen any flat Earth argument for even the illumination of the moon, like let's say quarter moon, crescent moon, full moon. Is the sun illuminating the moon? Is the sun not illuminating the moon? That's where the geometry completely breaks down.
Listen,
you're drawing. Hold on. You're drawing straight lines to the objects. You have the light traveling in straight lines.
Predominantly straight lines.
You understand?
Well, that could be where your issue is because it may not be bending in straight line. It may not be traveling in straight line.
Instead of talking about bending light, dude, this is the same argument that we have for them when it comes to the new moon. Like, if the new moon is like not visible from someplace on the globe, then somewhere else on the globe, you should be able to at least see part of it, right?
No.
You should. Yeah, well, no.
The new moon is
it's
only
the same
5
argument.
degrees. It's only 5 degrees away from the sun, so you're literally staring almost at the sun, trying to find something that is backlit.
During the new moon, we're staring at the sun. That's called daylight, my bro.
Yes, and the moon is at most 5 degrees away from from your visual field. It's at most 5 degrees away from the sun. So what you're doing is you're staring in the direction of the sun, right next to the sun, and you're trying to see this backlit object. It has been photographed.
Nobody on Earth during a new moon. Nobody on Earth, no matter where they are, sees the moon.
It's profoundly difficult. It has been photographed, but it is extremely hard to get. There's this guy. He's a Frenchman, Terry Arbogald or something.
A little relaxed, man.
It's the same argument.
Yeah,
Lou,
just
relax though.
No, I think Lou should just blurt out like a vowel like whenever he feels like it. That's good.
Dude, are you telling me like just ers and ahs and oohs is all I'm doing?
Dog, your trigger's too quick. I just want to hear you fucking lay out for a little bit too. Like,
so Charles,
I may just
all right,
maybe
guys.
like you go. Okay, so okay, bye.
So let's just get back to it, please. Just so you're saying the geometry of this can't how can't the geometry of this happen on a flat Earth?
So the key question, Jeremy, and it's a great question. I'm sorry, I appreciate your question, but the key question for me is: the moon illuminated by the sun in the flat Earth model? And everything flows downstream from there. And to my knowledge, the geometry doesn't make sense.
I mean, I can give you my viewpoint on it.
Let's hear it.
But, I mean, I would preface it by saying that I think it's difficult to be able to know for sure, to be able to absolutely validate now I know this is the thing. NASA claims they can go up there and they're touching it and walking on it. And, they're trying to make the sky tangible in their story. But I would say, in my viewpoint, the reality of it is that no human can go to the moon and ever has been able to. Now, maybe in like an out-of-body experience or spiritual experience or something, but not in a human body. It's just it's a medium that's not accessible to humans, so it's only a visible phenomenon. So that's just a preface in the way I'm going to share what my viewpoints on it, because I'm not saying this from a place of some sort of scientific validation. But no, I don't think the sun reflects or the moon reflects the sun's light, because like if you have like a Gleason's or an AE map and you have like on a full moon scenario, let's say the sun is over in 180 degrees across on the other side of Polaris, the sun's go over there lighting up China or whatever it may be. And then someone seeing the moon, in the nighttime on the other side, as it were, sort of like you could say like the 3 o'clock and the 9 o'clock position on a clock. You've got 3 and the 9, they're 180 degrees from each other. So if the sun's over at 3, the moon's over at 9, then the sun's light is not even lighting up the environment, let alone lighting up the moon that you're seeing in your local sky. So I would say that no, the sun is not lighting up the moon, over a planar surface and the distances that would be involved. I don't see any way that would be the case. However, I do think there is a positional correspondence between the sun and the moon in the way that the moon fluoresces its light. So in my viewpoint, I see it how that the moon is actually fluorescing its own light. It's emitting its own light. Crystals emit light when exposed to UV, which is interesting. So it could even be that the UV is stretching across the plane, as it were, while the visible light is not, because crystals will fluoresce in relation to UV light. So that's very interesting in and of itself. But the main thing I'm saying is that instead of the idea of the moon reflecting the sun's light, the way I see it is that the moon is actually fluorescing its light like a crystal does in its relational position to the sun. And I think that has something to do with like the charge of the sun and the moon, like the anode and cathode, and the sun having an electromagnetic, electrostatic charge quality to it that is connected to that anode cathode relationship with the moon. So it's like a positional relationship, and I think it has to do with the magnetic field and so on. And so ultimately the idea that the moon is actually fluorescing its light in relation to the position of the sun, but not actually reflecting light from the sun.
Wow. I'm going to go hug a tree right now.
Thanks, Gio. But does anything strike you as odd as something that is self-illuminating, having craters that are in shadow exactly as if they were a pockmarked solid object that was externally lit from the side, for say a quarter moon or a crescent moon?
Yeah, so I would say my explanation of that would be with the fluorescing concept is like, let's just say for the moment the moon is like a celestial crystal. So if it has that structure, I'm not even saying it's physical for the moment, but I'm just using that as a general analogy. And if it's fluorescing, let's say it does have actual features like high parts and low parts, like elevation to it, then even like with this fluorescing, it would still have those quote unquote shadows in the craters, because if it works in a way that, like, let's just say that it's the UV from the sun that's actually activating it, it has to have a direct line of sight to that UV. And so if you have sort of an indentation and you're, sort of like if it's like blowing wind and you go into like an indentation, and you don't feel the wind because the wind's obviously being, blocked. So in that same way, like if that part of the kind of the crater that's kind of dipped down is not actually facing the sun directly because of the nature of the elevation changes on it, then that part would not fluoresce. So because that part's not, it's similar to the way a shadow would work actually with light, that it's not reflecting the light because the light can't access that part of it. This is just the reverse of it, to where that part of it does not have a direct facing direction to the sun. And so that indentation part in the quote unquote crater is not fluorescing because that part is not actually directly facing it.
Okay, I totally get what you're saying about UV fluorescing, but it sounds like then the moon is still getting illumination, like for example craters and like the shadows in craters, right? So it has to have a direct line of sight to the sun. It's kind of like saying it's illuminated by the sun. I mean, whether it's fluorescing or not. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you could almost
direct line of sight.
You could almost say a rock with sunlight reflecting it. You could just replace that with UV, which travels a lot longer and is not visible light, and the moon fluorescing in response to the UV. And the UV, and it has to be in line of sight, just like the light has to be in line of sight to light it up, to not be a shadow.
Yes, Gio, I'm with you 100%. Wouldn't you say that is very analogous to saying the moon is being illuminated by the sun?
Well, they're similar, but they're different.
Meaning,
I wanted to say,
like if you're painting,
affect. Is the word affect? They're different affects. Is that correct?
Yeah, but if I can understand you correctly, if there is a crater, and one wall of the crater is it's not in direct line of sight with the sun, and then the other wall of the crater is facing the sun, and then because of this fluorescing activity, one wall of the crater that is not seeing the sun is in shadow, and the other one is illuminated, right? It still means that the sun is doing something that is causing a line of sight illumination on the moon. Okay, so I think we're kind of splitting hairs as to exactly how the moon is getting illuminated, but it gets me back to my original point about flat Earth, that I can't make the geometry work. Having a local sun illuminate a local moon, right? It simply doesn't work.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it is. It's not. I mean, the correlational position to it, though, is precise and exact. Like if you take like just even a zodiac, like which is like a 360-degree circle, the way that they lay out the constellations, 12 signs of 30 degrees each. And whichever degree, like the sun and the moon are always in some relational. When it's a new moon, they're at 0 degrees. And then as it starts to become the waxing crescent, it's going to be, 1 degree, 2, 3, 4, 5. At some point it'll get to 90 and you'll have the quarter moon. Then it'll get to 180 degrees. That'll be the full moon. Then it'll go back to 90, coming back around the third quarter, and then back to new moon. So in all of those, sometimes it's 87 degrees, sometimes it's 112, sometimes 162. There's all those degrees. And in the exact degree relationship that the sun and the moon are in the zodiac, in the sky clock, correlates precisely with the phases of the moon. So they are absolutely correlated.
Yeah, I get that they're correlated.
Let me just finish by the one thing, just to say the difference would be like if you took a rock and a flashlight and you lit up the rock with the flashlight, that would be kind of the lighting up the moon thing. But if you took a crystal with a UV light and then did the same thing, put them near each other, the moon is going to also light up. So that just going back just to that, I'm just saying like those are two ways that you could actually demonstrate it right in front of you, and you would have a similar type effect. So yeah, is the moon fluorescing from that activation somehow from the sun, or is it reflecting the sun's light? Which I think that,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Tomato, right? We could be splitting hairs whether the moon is fluorescing versus reflecting. Okay.
But it's doing so in position. It is doing so in position, whichever one it is. So because you were saying but it works over a planar surface in that sense.
Well, the problem is that this line of sight that you're talking about, if a local sun above a flat Earth is illuminating a local moon above a flat Earth, whether it's by fluorescing crystal, right? There's people on the flat Earth are going to see different sides of this moon. You're going to have people who are seeing the side of the moon that is more faced away from the sun. You're going to have people on the other side of the flat Earth seeing the moon facing more towards the sun. Right? That's where I said that's what I meant when I said they can't get the geometry to work.
That's if the moon is an object, right?
That's a pretty base assumption. I mean, the moon appears to be an object. So assuming it's an object, I mean, it appears to be an object. It's illuminated like an object. It casts shadows like an object. As opposed to like a hologram or something.
Right, but is it an object? Because you think it's an object that you can land on, that you can touch tangibly. But we're talking about, try to think about your 3-year-old self, right? Like, Daddy, what is that light in the sky? And imagine if he said, I don't know, Charles. They call it the moon. Right? And then someone comes up and said, yeah, your daddy's an idiot, right? We know exactly where the thing is. And it even has a dark side that you can't never see, but it's there. It's like, well, that guy is saying that it's an object, right? But isn't your dad actually telling you the truth? Like, I don't know what that is. They call it the moon. It appears to be an object in the sky. It appears to be a sphere. But is it?
Yeah.
Do you know for sure?
Yeah, and in addition to whatever that light is, because I mean, whatever we would say, like there is also just, we would break it down and be like, that light in the sky at the end of the day, we see it, point up, light in the sky. And whatever that thing is, the moon, it definitely seems to do its phases in its exact angular relationship to the sun, like just in the sky clock, in the celestial sphere, however you want to do it. So whatever it is, it's definitely doing that.
Yes, and that's one of the biggest things. And first of all, I want to say, Larry, I it's funny you mentioned my father, because my father was an engineer who worked on guidance of ICBMs, which actually travel into space before re-entering and then going to their target, the pesky Reskies. So my father knew exactly what the moon was. But I get your point. I get your point, Larry. But Geo, to your point about the phases are a 100% correlation with the heliocentric model. 100% of the positional elements of the sun, the moon, and the earth. And that's, the phases make perfect sense. In fact, I've actually made predictions just based on geometry that come true, not knowing the pattern, just knowing the geometry. I've made predictions. And
Charles, what I think you're doing is what I call the squatting dog fallacy, right? So the sky is the squatting dog fallacy. I coined it. So it works like this: you speak a truthism, therefore whatever you say after that has to be true. So the sky is blue, therefore it's because of the way that the light sky is, right? So A is true, so B has to be true. So what you're doing is we never see the dark side of the moon, right? But if the Earth's flat, you would, and you don't, so the Earth's not flat.
Well, no, we actually do see the dark side of the moon. Like, a crescent moon, you frequently will see, especially when it's on the horizon. With a crescent moon, you'll frequently see the dark side of the moon, just with your naked eyes. But the fallacy, I don't think you're.
What do you mean when you see the dark side of the moon? Do you mean the part that's not lit up, or the part that we can't see?
The part that's not lit up. The part that is facing the Earth.
That's not the dark side of the moon. That's just the moon when it's not lit up.
No, that is the dark side of the moon. The dark side of the moon is the side away from the sun, not the side away from Earth.
No, bro. The dark side of the moon is the side that's away from the Earth that we never see. That's why it's called the dark side.
That's wrong, though, Larry. Yeah, man. It's during a new moon, you're looking at the dark side of the moon.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Larry,
god.
we just had this conversation.
Yeah, but man, come on.
What did Left Lane just say?
He said when you're looking at the new moon, you're looking at the dark side of the moon, meaning it's rotated around. Is that what you fucking mean?
No, it's not rotated around. It's just
you're looking at the dark side of it if you were in the position of the sun, like if you were on the sun, you're saying? You're looking at the dark side in comparison.
From the observer on the surface of the Earth, looking at the new moon, you're looking at the dark side of the moon.
Okay, when we usually say the dark side of the moon, we're talking about the side of the moon we never see, the other side of it. First of all right, in a heliocentric model, they're saying it's a rock in a vacuum. So in their model, there would be a backside to it. On a planar Earth type stationary with the Earth above, or really anything that's stationary and that isn't a globe, it could be viewed in different ways, meaning it doesn't necessarily have to be a sphere that even has a back to it. I would venture to say that no human being in the history of the world ever has seen anything other than the face of the moon. So I know NASA claims they're out there with space probes and taking pictures from whatever. But so anyways, but Left Lane, okay, when it's a new moon, we can't see the moon at all, first of all. The moon's absolutely disappeared. I know that Flat Earth Math, you were saying that, or Charles, yeah, you were saying that somebody claims to have taken pictures of it. I mean, if you want to present that, there, of those claims, but anyways, we don't see the moon at all. But on the heliocentric model, if you could see the moon, you would still be seeing the same face of it. You're not seeing the dark side of it, meaning the other side of the rock. You're still seeing the same face of it. It just happens to be dark because the other side is lit up.
Okay, so before you proceed, it definitely seems like there's a disconnect. I could have sworn that 15 minutes ago we agreed in this room that there was a misunderstanding with how some people say what they mean when they say dark side. And I thought we agreed the established criteria or the established description of the dark side of the moon was the side that's away from the sun, not the side that's away from the Earth. And now it seems that there are several people And I'm not, trying to say, anybody's wrong. I'm just trying to say it's really, really important that we come to an agreement on vocabulary that, there's the near side of the moon because the moon always is facing the same side towards the Earth. And then there's the far side of the moon. And the dark side of the moon is actually the side that is not lit, the side that's away from the sun.
Yeah, I do consider what's been called the dark side of the moon a misnomer. I call it the back side of the moon, but that doesn't mean it's dark.
How about the assumed backside? Because you don't really know it's there. I mean,
I do know it's there. I've looked really close at it through a telescope. I know for 110% fact that the moon is there. Yes.
No, the backside. I said that's what you're assuming.
Well, I mean, they would take a stretch of my imagination to imagine that it's not there because it appears to be a big spherical rock in the sky.
So it's a stretch of your imagination to see something that it would be a stretch of your imagination to imagine something doesn't exist.
I was looking at
hold on. Why are you doing that? Let me finish. I was trying to put that together. Are you saying that it would be a stretch of your imagination to believe something you've never seen exists? Something you've never seen doesn't exist. Is it really a stretch of your imagination to that something that you've never seen doesn't exist? That's the correct.
Yeah, it would be a stretch of my imagination to imagine that what I see in the sky as the moon appears to be a spherical object. It's a stretch of my imagination to think that maybe there's nothing on the backside of it. It appears to me to be a spherical object. So I would assume that there is a backside of it, and I would imagine that it's as spherical as the front side of it. Just spatial recognition,
I would say rocks in the sky is a pretty stretch of the imagination, honestly. I see them all on the ground.
I mean, if you look at a basketball, you don't see the backside of the basketball, but the backside is there. It exists, right? So, just because we can't go up and look at the backside of the moon.
Yeah. No, but that's different. So, yes. With a basketball, we can, hold it in our hands and we can turn it around. We can feel it and test it and, measure it and if we want to. If it's something that is in contention, that is questionable, it's not the same as a basketball. Okay,
Lou, you know what it would be?
It could be the same as a hologram or the same as an LCD screen TV. It could appear to be three-dimensional, but not be three-dimensional. It could be, you understand? Yes, I get how it sounds absurd, and I get how you would make the leap and the judgment to think that what is there, but it is not testable. It is not proven. It's only a leap of judgment.
I was going to say, too, I mean, it would almost be comparable to... Now, I know that most basketballs are spherical, so there is that. But if we remove that bias for the fact that most times we see basketballs, they are spheres. We don't see a lot of hemispherical basketball-looking things float, around. However, if you took a basketball, cut it in half, and attached like a little plexiglass thing to the back of it or something, and then you held it, 100 feet away from someone, so you're on the other side of the basketball court or whatever it is, or even further, and the guy's got two things in his hand. He's got a spherical basketball, and then in the other hand, he has his hemispherical, basketball that's been cut in half with a little plexiglass on the back. And he's got maybe a little handle there so you can hold it up. So it looks like you're either palming, it looks like you're probably palming both of them. You're holding them up. And if you can't see the back of it, you can't move around, you can't get around the backside or anything, you're only seeing that front side of it. I'm asking you, Lou, if you were to be as, logically rigorous as you possibly could, is there any leap of your mind that would make the assumption of one or the other?
Okay, so you're essentially describing a brick wall, something you can only see the face of, you cannot get around it. And what do I know about what's on the other side of that brick wall? Absolutely nothing. I can make a judgment about it. I can make an assumption about it, but I can know nothing about it. Without knowing anything, I can't really give you an answer. But I can tell you this: I can't get around it.
If this was a court, I would say no further questions, Your Honor. Go ahead, Larry.
Earlier, I said that the dark side of the moon is like dark matter. The only time you see it is on TV, right? And I thought everybody was in agreement with me, but apparently there is a disagreement. So when you say the dark side of the moon, to me, it always means the part that we never see that's facing away from us in the heliocentric model. So when you say this part of the moon is dark, that's the dark side of the moon, that changes, weekly, right? So I don't really think that you can say the dark side of the moon and I know what you're talking about at any given time, right? But when I say the dark side of the moon, I'm always talking about that, what is it? 35% of the moon that you can't see, I think. Isn't that how it goes? Because we can see, 65% of a sphere? Or that's what it appears to be.
Yeah, I mean, is there because of libration? Lunar libration?
Right. So you said cut it in half. Really, you would cut off 35% of the basketball, right?
Yep, because it does kind of wobble a bit.
Right. So I admit it looks like a sphere. That's how it looks. And it very well could be a sphere. But the truth is we don't know. And if it is a sphere, then we would be able to see some of the backside of it if it was close and local and a sphere. But we don't really know. I mean, when you look at like a light bulb, especially like a spotlight that goes outside, I mean, it looks like a glowing orb of light, right? But we know that it has a bulb that plugs in the back end, right?
Yeah, I mean, where's the footage? Where's the footage of humans going to the moon, approaching it, and then driving around the whole thing and coming back? Like, we're in 2023 and we don't have footage of that. All we have is weird jacked footage of like a CGI background. I mean, where's the actual real footage of that? It seems like we should have. They said they just did a fly around with Artemis or whatever. Where's the footage of the fly around?
Before we worry about that, like in all due respect, like I don't want anybody to get sidetracked with all that.
I know. I hear.
I already mentioned this earlier. Like it's the same question that who was that Charlie asked. When he was talking about seeing the Earth, it's like, dude, what about seeing the moon? Like during the new moon. If we live on a ball and we live in a three-dimensional reality, and the Earth is large and the moon is small and it's not that far off, and they're both spherical and they're objects, like there is no instance where the moon would be invisible to all people on Earth. There's none.
I'm sorry, were you saying on the globe model? Where it'd be no time where it'd be invisible? Hi.
Yeah, there is no instance on a globe Earth with a globe moon that it would be invisible to all people from all positions.
Okay, so can we clarify invisible? Maybe saying not
viewable. Not viewable.
Okay, so the new moon literally every month. The new moon.
Yeah. The new moon every month. There is a time when nobody can see it.
Yeah, it disappears entirely from our reality and then reappears as a new moon.
Oh, right, because we're looking. It's bright during the day, and we're looking in the direction of the sun.
So it's like if you're staring at the sun, only happen during the day. What about at night when all of us actually view, like look into the sky? All of us at night look into the sky and don't see a moon.
There's no new moon at nighttime. So
no, there is.
Well, it's kind of
No.
it's kind of both.
Is
So like
it?
it's kind of both. I mean, in a new moon cycle, the sun and the moon are in what's called a conjunction. So they're conjunction, which means kind of like when it's 12 noon, when the hour hand and the minute hand are right on top of each other. That's when it's a new moon. So, I mean, everybody is experiencing the new moon during that time, everyone on Earth, whether it's day or night. If it's night, then yeah, Lou is right. You will not see any moon, absolutely zero. And then even in the day, if you look at the sun in any way, shape, or form, you know, this moon should be there because it's in that conjunction. It's right around there. But it's totally invisible, like 7 degrees on either side of the sun. It completely disappears. It is not
for an entire day, which means 24 hours, which means an entire revolution around your globe. Nobody sees it.
Okay, so what phase of the moon are we talking about? Talking about a new moon?
No, I'm not talking about. Do we only see one face? We're talking about the phase. Yeah, I'm talking about new moon. During the new moon, nobody on Earth for an entire 24-hour revolution, like of your model, ever sees it.
Yes, that's because it's literally where the sun is. You're staring at the sun, and the new moon is within 5 degrees.
That would be an eclipse, wouldn't it?
No, within 5 degrees. If it were exactly on top of the sun, that's when you get a solar eclipse. But that's only visible from certain locations on Earth, and that happens roughly every 6 months, as it should. That's when the nodes are intersecting. Okay, so that's exactly.
We get a near eclipse every 28 days.
No, every 6 months.
I want to point something out.
Orbit of the moon is inclined approximately 5 degrees from the orbit of the Earth around the sun. So for most of the year, the moon, when it passes closest to the sun, quote unquote, from our vantage point, it's either slightly above it, a few degrees above
You guys
it. Or
really think that all you have to do is just come up with any shadow of doubt for a freaking excuse, right? Like
I'm trying to explain the geometry because it seems like you don't understand the geometry of the heliocentric
No. I have a pretty good understanding. I might not understand it the way that you do, but I have a pretty good understanding of this stuff.
Let me give some geometry, right? I like to do the geometry too, right, guys? And I usually don't get into the firmament, but if it was like a snow globe and the moon was fixed to the moving ceiling, you wouldn't expect to see the other side of the moon. However, if it was a heliocentric sphere floating around, you would expect to see the other side because it's not fixed to the ceiling, it's a light fixture. So what Charles is doing there is he's saying that you don't see the other side of the moon in your model, which you should, but should you see it in the heliocentric model too? But you don't, because it just happens to be that the revolution and the rotation are exactly the same.
Well,
it's coincidence.
Hank, whatever. My main thing is that this was brought up by one of the Glober heliocentrists in here earlier, and he was talking about how if you were on a flat Earth, you would have to see such and such. Now, the same argument still applies. Like he was saying, like you would have to see the moon in a certain phase if it was so, right? Well, we're saying if you live on a globe, you would have to see the moon in such and such a phase if it was so. And now when it comes to us pointing it out to you, you say it's a non-issue. It can be, like it's just you just don't.
Well, I will say, in my viewpoint, the heliocentric kind of inversion model, reverse engineered thing, does match the phases of the moon. I would even agree, like Charles earlier said, 100%. It actually pretty much is about 100%. Now, you could argue about the inverse square law and having a sun that's 93 million miles away, and would the light even travel that way? There's all those problems. But in terms of the geometry of it, it works because it's just literally reverse engineered from the angles, from the direct angles. Well, the eclipses are, yeah, but I'm just talking about the phases as well. However, Lou, what you're saying So that part, it's not like conceding really, but if I was conceding to the argument, as it were, of heliocentrism, I would say, yeah, the phases themselves geometrically work virtually 100%, in terms of just the geometric phases. But the part you're bringing up, when it's a new moon, I do think there's problems with that. Now, because that was what Charles was trying to explain. He's trying to say that, basically that even though that huge rock of the moon is there, quarter million miles away, this huge rock, it's just so like overshadowed by the sun's light that you can't see it. And then they try to say, but when it does the eclipse, you get Earth shine. So then when it gets the eclipse, now you can see it. It's
make it very simply. If you live on a 3-dimensional sphere and there's a 3-dimensional sphere in the sky, and the light that you see from that sphere in the sky comes from another sphere in the sky. Like, you're now talking three spheres in the sky, one of which casts light. You might be in a place on your Earth where you do not see light on the moon. That is true. But somebody else, somewhere else on the Earth, would have to see at least the faintest image of light on the moon coming from the sun.
Yeah, it's exactly when it's approaching, and when depending on what part of the. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would.
Lou, why would somebody have to see it? Like, let's just take the new moon phase. Why would somebody have to see it somewhere on a globe Earth?
Because of the way that three-dimensional reality works. Like, if
it gets lit up from the side. It gets lit up.
The same reason why you guys have a huge problem with the 3-body problem. Like, why you can't seem to make your shit work.
So, the thing that I don't understand is that when we have a new moon, the moon is either very close to the sun in the middle of the day, or it is actually partially or entirely covering the sun. And so if it's not covering the sun, if it's just a standard new moon, 95% of the year, 90% of the new moons throughout the year don't cover the sun, and you're looking at the sun. You're looking within a few degrees of the sun.
No, we're not looking at the sun. We're not looking at the sun. It's nighttime.
Then the moon is the other side of the Earth. Okay. Moon is within a few degrees of the sun. So if you're trying to see a new moon, well, you could do
first of all,
observations yourself. Okay.
Even according to your own religion, during the new moon, they tell you it's below the ecliptic. Okay, so I guess that would be your equivalent to saying
that not necessarily below the ecliptic. It could be above the ecliptic. It depends on which node we're on.
Okay, go ahead and look it up.
Or the descending.
Go ahead and look it up.
So the thing about the new moon is within 5 degrees of the sun. Full stop. If you're trying to find a new moon at nighttime, looking in the wrong place.
No, right now you're asking me to listen to you instead of what I've researched. They tell you during the new moon the reason that you can't see it is because the moon is below the ecliptic. Now, if it's below the ecliptic,
no, not below the ecliptic. It's because the moon is in proximity of the sun.
Okay,
you can't see the sun. If you can't see the sun, you can't see the moon either.
Outnumbers me, and then you guys automatically win. Google and Wikipedia don't count in this instance.
So Lou, I apologize that we interrupted you. So Lou, the reason why we interrupted you is because what you were saying was absolutely factually incorrect. And I would like for you, could you find a reference that says the reason why we can't see a new moon is because it's below the ecliptic? Because you were literally the first person I've ever heard.
You interrupted me long before I stated that, by the way.
I apologize for the interruption.
Let me just say something here in the spirit of fairness. I'm going to do something you guys rarely do. So, Lou, sorry, bro, but in their model, that's the explanation. It's you don't see it because it's 5 degrees next to the sun. So I'm not saying I'm believe it or not, but that is the explanation in their
So
fantasy.
yeah, what you're saying is it gets washed out by the sun. So it's only a new moon because you're looking at a fucking very bright sky.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so how come I don't see it at night?
Well, I'll give you one there. I'll give you one, okay? What is a possibility? They say now, I don't know if this happened or not. Claims have been made. When the sun sets, right? As it's setting, the moon is supposed to be there now. That's a possibility, some have said, because it's getting dark. But yeah, that's the story.
I mean, I get the whole idea of it. On the, like, there's portions of the cycle where we just don't see the moon, right? Like at night, but you see it during the day.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like,
exactly, yeah.
Like if we just break the sky up into like a clock face, like the face of a clock, in terms of Polaris being at the center of it and then going out like a dartboard from there. Now you have the southern star situation, which we'll just leave that aside for the moment. I'm just talking about in general from the north and having that be a center.
Look, new moon has never been during the day. It's never been and never will be.
Well, sorry, I was just gonna let me just finish real quick. Just saying, yeah, that. Sorry, I had to step. I just like stepped away for a sec. All right, so I was just the main point I was trying to say is if you have Polaris at the center and then like a dartboard, everything going out, you get a circle, and you have 360-degree circle, and everything that's occurring in terms of the positioning of, let's say, the sun and the moon and all these other objects are in a position on that like you could view it like the face of a clock, and viewing it like that, like the angles line up for these cycles to be occurring. Look, it's all straight line geometry within a circle in terms of the actual geometrics of it.
So, Lou, were you in the room when we were talking about how there's a pattern, almost like a clockwork pattern, where sun is always lapping the moon? So we have sunrise and sunset. We have moonrise and moonset.
No, I wasn't here. I wasn't here for that conversation, but I'm familiar with what you're talking about. You have a 28-day cycle with the moon, and you have a 30-day cycle per month, approximately.
Yeah, right. But forget the month. Just let's focus on the moon cycle. So if you were to go out literally every single day for a whole month, and you were to say, okay, sunrise, sunset, moonrise, moonset, and just like write down the times or pay attention, what you'll find is that the sun is constantly catching up to the moon. And then all of a sudden we don't see a moon. We have a new moon and you can't see the moon.
Yeah, we get
right?
it. I get
and
it.
then a couple days later,
all that describes from a flat earther geocentrist type point of view is that the moon is closer than the sun, and not by a lot.
Okay, but let me finish my thought. So the sun was catching up to the moon, and then for a couple days you're going to have a really hard time seeing the moon. Maybe it's impossible. And then a couple days later you're going to start seeing a crescent moon, and the sun is going to be going further from the moon every day. If you track this day over day, the sun will be further and further away from the moon, as like the sun will set first and then the moon will set, right? And just keep tracking it. So the
what about
point I'm trying to make, just let me just put a button on it, right?
None of that means anything.
Lou, let me just put a button on it. Point that I'm trying to make.
Put a button on it, but you can put a bow on it, and you can fucking kiss it and fucking wrap it to me and fucking give it to me like with a "I love you" fucking letter. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
All right, no, wrap it up, Charles. I want to hear it, Charles. Go for it. He's just joking.
So for Geo, the point that I was trying to make is that you with your personal observations, you will see the relationship of the sunrise and sunset and the moonrise and moonset, and you will see that the sun is lapping the moon. On the days where the moon gets lapped is when we have a new moon. So the moon will not
right,
be
we
on the
get that,
nighttime side.
bro. We all get that, bro. But what about when you see the crescent moon in the at night, and when you see the full moon in the daytime? How's the globe explain?
Okay, that is a slightly different topic, Brian. If you want to bring that up next, you can be on the queue to bring that up. But right to Charles, just to respond to what you were saying, because it's right in line. I just did a custom screenshot. This is actually the chart for the next the coming new moon, which is on July 17th. So this is the new moon that we're headed into, in 9 days. Okay, so see the sun at the top? It's actually near about the 12 o'clock position. You see the yellow circle with the dot in it? Okay, and then it says 25 degrees, and then under that it says 02. So that's 25 degrees, 02 minutes. So degrees and minutes.
Oh, okay, that's how you read it. Right, good.
Yeah. And then the moon is right next to it at 26. So I snapped it I took this screenshot for when the moon technically had technically lapped the sun by just 1 degree there, 25 to 26. So
the sun lapped the moon.
The moon laps the sun. The moon moves a lot faster. Through the
sun,
no, the sun laps the moon.
You sure it ain't the sun? You sure it ain't the sun catching up with the moon, bro?
Yeah,
nope.
no.
It's the hold on. So okay, looking at that. Yeah, so looking at this chart right here. Okay, when everything's moving forward through the zodiac, it's counterclockwise. Now the reason that is because everything's losing pace on the fixed stars, meaning they're going a little slower than the fixed stars. Therefore, everything moves counterclockwise through the zodiac. When something goes retrograde, it actually goes clockwise through the zodiac. So if you're looking at that chart there at the top, you have the sun and the moon. See how the sun is at 25? And then to the left, the moon is at 26. Now, if you were to keep going left, you're going to go 27, 28, 29, 30, and then you're going to get to 0 degrees of the next sign, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to 30. So the point is that at this point in time, the moon has just literally lapped the sun. So the sun moves a lot slower through the zodiac. That's what I'm referring to in terms of it's
moving through the. Okay, you're not talking about moonrise, moonset, sunrise.
Yeah,
sunset.
no. We're talking about
movement
through the blanket of the stars. The stars all move together. Okay,
what you're saying, Gio. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in relation. I mean, it's in relation to the fixed stars. Yeah, so the fixed stars are doing their thing at the fastest, the sidereal day, 23 hours 56 minutes, is in terms of the actual star. One cycle is 23 hours 56 minutes. Meaning the stars will be back where they, right where they were 23 hours 56 minutes ago. And since it's 4 minutes shorter than 24 hours, those fixed stars are the fastest moving celestial objects in terms of their daily rotation. And then the sun is 24 hours, so it's 4 minutes. But then the moon is much, much slower. And so the fact that the moon is slower in relation to the sun, it means that through the zodiac, it's losing even more pace on the fixed stars, and therefore it cruises through the zodiac. So that's why, like right here, like the moon would have been 23, 24, 25, and it just cooks, much quicker. The sun only moves 1 degree a day, whereas the moon moves 2.5 degrees. Or no, it moves to get okay. Well, there's a couple different ways to break it up in terms of its speed.
Either way, I think we all get the point. And I was only going to disagree when you say it's much, much slower. Like I want to just erase one much. It's not like it's.
Let me say that the speed at which the moon progresses through the zodiac, which means because it's moving a lot slower than the fixed stars, and that's why it ends up lapping it in the zodiac. And I know what you mean, that you could say that the sun is lapping it if you view it the other way around. It just depends on how you see it.
The moon falls back. Yeah, the moon falls back almost 1 hour each day. That's how I know it's not causing the tides, but I know it's linked with the tides because the tides follow. They also fall back like damn near 1 hour each day, and so if it's high tide at noon, you could bet your ass that like at about 12:59 or whatever it is, or 58 or 12:59, the next day will be the high tide and the moon. The moon.
It's my video before.
Hold on.
hold on. It's a 50-minute difference. Yeah. So the moon is 24 hours and 50 minutes to make a whole rotation. So the moon is 24:50.
Yeah, there you go.
The sun is 24. And then the stars are 23:56, 4 minutes. Yeah. So the 24 hours and 50 minutes of the one entire moon cycle is why, yeah, exactly. It does seem related to the fact that the tides are 50 minutes later every day. Like they change by 50 minutes every day. The tides do, which is pretty interesting.
Powering the moon, whatever's powering the moon is probably linked in with power of the tides. Their gravity explanation, we've killed that. But yeah, I think they are affiliated somehow. That's an interesting conversation.
But I was going to say too. I was just going to say. Let me just say this one last thing. So in terms of like in the actual zodiac, like in that screenshot, it's 1 degree. Well, okay, the sun moves about 1 degree a day, and the moon moves about 12 degrees a day. So that moon is cooking through the zodiac, and then when you get that new moon, that one shows the sun at 25, the moon at 26. Well, if you go before that, like a couple hours before, the moon would be at 20, 21, 22, 23, and then it gets to 25 right where the sun is. So all within this phase, it's like 7 degrees on either side, the moon is not visible.
What we're talking about is essentially like an idea about parallax. Maybe it's not an argument that we're really talking about, but see, like Globers like to talk about like stellar parallax and stuff, and claiming that it proves their globe or their model, and it doesn't. Like parallax is actually the same as how when you're driving down the road and the moon seems to be following you. The road signs on the side of the road, they zip by you really fast. The hills that are just further beyond, they move a little slower. The mountains that are in the distance, or the trees, whatever, they're slower yet. And then the moon like almost seems to be sitting still and following you, right? This is what actually parallax is, okay? So I just posted a video that it's been around for a long time. QE's used it, but he uses it for different reasons. This is from my drone. I posted it 22 minutes after the hour from my drone. And if you actually open it up on a good screen, you can see a lot of stars. And you can see that the moon during moonrise moves almost perfectly with the celestial background of those stars.
Yeah, dude. Okay. If you can, if hold on, Kosho just posted this, but he's not really talking VC, and it goes right with what you're saying. I'm just gonna repost it right now. It shows basically a chart animated quicker, and that outer ring are the fixed stars. So all those colors, all of those like
animations instead of like real life fucking like video observation. I don't get that. Like what? Like don't look at the real life.
All right, well, hold on. Well, all right, Charles, can you see it, Charles? Because it relates directly to what we were saying. Can you see how the moon is lapping the sun over and over? Yes. New moon, quarter, full moon, quarter.
Yeah. If we do it, if we do it in a graphic, and we, so on and so forth. But what I'm saying is that the stars and the moon are moving almost at the same pace across the sky. In fact, if you actually do this, if you actually take the observation, it's indistinguishable how closely they're moving.
Gio, I think your point was being missed. I'm not following what you're saying.
Oh yeah. You love his point. Let's ignore mine more. The moon and the stars move at the same pace through the sky, according to you and me when we observe them in the night sky.
Lou, they don't. They move. The moon moves very slowly compared to the stars, and
wrong.
You could take photos yourself. Take a photo of.
I've done it. In fact, I posted
it.
All right,
hold on, Lou. This is getting a bit untenable.
Lou. Oh yeah, I'm the one who's out of place. Got it.
Well, we got to go one at a time. We got to try to stay on topics, not derail the topics, like all those things.
You guys are all three fucking piling on me.
But Lou, if you start yelling,
I made a point, and you guys are saying I'm the one who's out of place.
You're in college, man. Come on.
Lou, you can't start yelling when someone's responding to what you said.
Oh, dude, I can when three people fucking jump on me, and two of which are Globers, and another one is a hippie.
All right, that's an ad hominem. Lou, I'm trying to recognize what you're saying, and if you take photos of the moon, like 2 days in a row, again, you're going to have to change your exposure because it's very hard to see stars when you can also see the moon because the moon is very bright compared to the stars. But if you adjust your exposure, and you will see that the moon is proceeding through the background stars, which means the moon is not fixed to the background stars. It is moving very slowly. Okay, I'm just trying to affirm that.
I can tell you, Ed, during the moonrise, if you actually watch my video, which you've probably seen before, you can watch the stars rise with the moon. There is a slight difference in pace, but it's very, very minimal, at least in this 25-minute frame. Okay?
So we're in agreement.
Yeah, I understand. Huh?
We're in agreement. They don't move at the same rate. They move almost at the same rate.
50 minutes a day difference. Which so 24 hours. Like if you're outside and you see the sun at one snap frame and you just freeze it right there, and then you forward time 24 hours, the sun will be right back where it was 24 hours before. But for the moon, it's 24 hours and 50 minutes. So yeah, it's 50 minutes delayed. So for the moon, it would take 24 hours and 50 minutes for it to get back to the same place in the sky.
Now, if you allow me to finish my parallax argument, the stars, according to heliocentrism, are said to be trillions of miles away. The moon, on the other hand, is said to be a couple 100,000 miles away. We're talking about magnitudes of difference. So, it's either an extreme coincidence that it appears this way, or if we are stationary and those things are moving above us, they are actually very similar in distance.
Yep. Okay. So that's yet another point. And then Brian had brought up a topic before. So I feel like we're a little bit listless in the combo now. What topic are we on? Because we were talking about the moon and stuff, and then
I'm talking about when it comes to the moonrise versus the stellar background and parallax, and whether or not we're in our place or stationary versus in a heliocentric model. So if these things appear to move at nearly the same pace, and the moon is only moving a little bit faster compared to the background, then that says it's only a little bit closer than the stars are. Only a little bit. Not trillions of miles for the stars. Not trillions of miles for the background.
So did we actually draw a conclusion as to whether the sun lapped the moon or the moon lapped the sun? I don't think we ever got to that point.
I'm worried about the stars. I'm worried about the stars versus the moon. The sun.
Yeah, but that isn't what we were talking about, though.
Left lane. Like the tortoise and the hare.
Yes.
That, in a way, can be symbolically related to the dance of the sun and the moon. So the moon is essentially the tortoise, and then this. It can be seen in both ways. Like if they were the tortoise and the hare, in terms of what we actually see in the 24-hour cycle, the sun would be the hare, and then the moon would be the tortoise. But if you look at the zodiac, which is a chart which shows all of the layers geometrically laid out, the stars, the wandering stars, all of them together, and you see the way in which they're actually progressing through the zodiac, because as they're moving slower than the fixed stars, because you have the sun moving faster than the moon, and then the fixed stars are moving even the fastest. So the fixed stars are the fastest, and then the sun, and then the moon. But when you then put those into a whole, hold on, man. When you then put those into a geometric chart and you actually overlay them all, that's what we then would call them progressing through the zodiac, because that's how they actually move in relation to the fixed stars. Since they're all moving slower than the fixed stars, they're kind of moving, in relation to that disk, basically, relation to the disk. And when we view it that way, the moon would be the hare that's cooking around the zodiac, while the sun would be the tortoise. So in that framework, the moon will lap the sun because it's the faster one through the zodiac. But in the actual sky above us, the sun does lap the moon in terms of the observable.
I got you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
While we're on this topic, Geo, could you give me a website or something? Because you've posted similar diagrams in the past, and I'm absolutely fascinated for two reasons. One is I love astronomy, but the other one is that my mother studied astrology, and she actually got very good at reading people's palms. And so I'm just fascinated by the interplay between the two. And it looks like you're getting that stuff from a really comprehensive website, and I'm really fascinated. And if you give me a link or something, I'd like to do my own reading on that, because I think it's really cool.
All right. Yeah. Well, astrology is very different than palm reading, though. Palm reading is totally different, although one could combine them in a sense. So yeah, they can be, because the actual lines in the hand represent the archetypal symbolic, original forms, the archetypes. And the lines represent the lifeline and these different energies, which are then connected to these luminaries, these wandering luminaries that are connected to this system. But they're separate things. However, yeah, there's several different charting softwares. That one, the one that I posted there, is SolarFire, is what it's called.
Right. So it's an app that you either purchased or downloaded. It's not like a website or something.
It is. Well, there's all kinds of different charting websites and things. This particular software is a desktop, install software. It costs like $400 to buy it, and then there is a iPhone app which is made by the same company, but I think you have to pay for it separately. But the charts are compatible between them. And then there's other softwares that work with iOS and everything. But yeah, that one's called SolarFire.
All right, SolarFire. What would I look up? Like, what would I Google? Like, if I wanted to find just more information on like SolarFire can't be the only source of a chart like that. I'm sure people do similar charts in that arena, right? And where could I learn more? Because I just find that fascinating with the degrees and the interplay and what do those lines mean that are crisscrossing in the middle. I just want to learn more about that just because I find it fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, basically, these are
what is that chart called?
Well, there's different names. I mean, it could be called like a zodiac chart or zodiacal chart, or it could be called like the birth chart, a natal chart, for example, if it's related to a birthday. Natal is really, prenatal, etc. The word natal. So natal chart or birth chart. Now that would be related to like one's birth chart, the chart of the moment you were born. And so, yeah, these can be pulled to any date, and it uses an ephemeris for the actual data, and the ephemeris that shows the position. And it essentially shows in a 2D type layout, it shows the fixed stars, all the wandering stars, and then all of their geometric relationships between them. And that's what all those lines in the middle are. They're the actual 90 degrees, 120 degrees, 180. Those are the actual degrees that are, in which they're the way that they're actually, I mean, it's real in the set. Like if you were to look at like Pluto and Jupiter, let's say, if Pluto was above you and Jupiter's off, it like literally would be over there. Sort of like if you were at the 6 o'clock position on a clock and then Jupiter's over at the 3 o'clock position. So over a planar surface, of course, it would be seen that way in terms of the face of a clock, but it can be interpreted heliocentrically as well.
Okay. The reason why I mentioned my mom and palm reading is that she studied, she gave people's horoscopes. So she studied the zodiac charts in addition to studying palmistry. And so like when she would, when our school would have like a school fair and there was like pie eating contests and you know, games and prizes and stuff, there would be a room where she would, you know, dress up like a gypsy, and then kids would come in, and then she'd read their palms, but she'd, you know, talk to them and find about their birthday or whatever, and then the kids always would come out, be like, "Wow, your mom knows a whole lot about me that I never told her." So she became quite famous for that in our little school circles. But her
kids
reading,
kids come out crying because she told them they were going to die next month and shit.
No, that she would do the exact opposite because it was her experience.
I'm just joking, man. Don't entertain
all right,
that, bro. I'm just
Ryan, but it's good that you raised that because there's a lot of bad stuff and a lot of good stuff. And my oldest sister, she was like 10 or something. She went to a school fair or something, and there was somebody reading palms, and the person told her, you know, you have a short lifeline, and, you know, scared her to death. And so my mom decided that she would do the research. She would research palmistry, and she just literally wouldn't even read up on the bad stuff. Like she would just skip those chapters.
Did you know that your
palm really good?
Did you know that
good at it?
Do you know that your palm? Do you know that your palm can change? The lines can change.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Look at this palm. How is this kid still alive? Madam, come look at this palm.
Okay, I have to question that. Like, I mean, that might be true, but when it comes to like biometrics and stuff like that, like retina reading and thumbprint reading and stuff like that, like they say that the most reliable is actually your palm print, like the vein structure within your hands. That's actually better than both of those.
Well, the iridology with the iris, yeah, the iridology is very interesting. That's incredible. Like what they can from just looking into your eye.
It's good as mom did the good news.
Brian, your mic's kind of muffled. It's a little hard to hear you, but go ahead. I don't know if you can. Yeah, I don't know if you can change it.
Let me say one thing real quick, if you can hear me. I think I got a delay too, man, because I'm. But one thing real quick, and I got to go to fix my mic. But there's a palm reader or a psychic here. She's been here for a long time, and she's always got like she had to get a bigger place with a lot. She's got boats and RVs. She's constantly got like cars and brand new ass trucks. Like, these rich people are going to her, dude, and literally, like, I don't know what's going on. I've never been there, but I'm talking about for as long as I can remember, 20, 30, maybe 35 years. She's had like RVs, big ass boats. Like these people are literally, she's called Madame Ruby and she's local, and she is literally, people are giving them all their possessions and shit. Maybe not all their possessions, but they're giving her some really, really nice shit, dude, to sell, and she sells it. That's crazy, dude. She must be like, I would have thought it was a fluke, but literally this has been going on for years. It must be
sells RVs with what?
I'm saying RVs, boats, trucks, you know, on her lot. She gets them from the customers.
Okay, this seems way out of place. Brian, like, yeah, way out of place. I'm good at being out of place, but that was like way out of left field.
Well, Charles, dude, I was gonna say, I mean, I think that's cool that she, I mean, so it's been obviously an interest of hers. So yeah, it sounded like, I mean, that if her intentions were, sounds like they were, you know, in alignment in that sense, that she was actually, you know, trying to do it accurately and not just caricaturing it. It sounds like, and I mean, that's cool that in the modern world that has tried to call this pseudoscience and write it off and use all the derogatory ridicule and just to try to, you know, like that word, woo, you know, woo woo or whatever that people use in these different, like trying to call it.
That shit, nobody even uses that anymore. That's like fucking at least 5 years gone, man. Like,
I know. I never used it then either. Or people just say woo. People just say woo. Yeah, I've never even used that myself, but I just said it because it is kind of something that people say, or like you said, hippie or something.
Yeah, you're a fucking hippie. Fucking go burn some sage and fucking drip some patchouli oil. Like, fucking.
Dude, actually, that's a good idea. I actually do need to burn some sage. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, dude,
I love burning.
Fucking clean your house, man, with some sage, dude. Do it.
Well, it's because we just had the full moon, so it's always good to sage after a full moon.
Yeah, I like to take a spirit bath.
take the cigarettes out of my place. You blow that into the phone too. Watch.
It's funny. I actually do have like real fresh sage growing in the backyard of my house that I just recently bought, and I'm not totally against it. I might sage my house. You know, like
Does it keep
it's
the demons out of your house, Lou? Does it keep your demons out?
Well, yeah, I mean, sage is one of the most utilized tools, like within like the shamanic traditions, when they're like securing like a ceremony space and so as to bring in like protective beings and healing spirits. Like sage is actually very cleansing. It does cleanse demonic energies. Like during ceremonies like ayahuasca and other types of ceremonies, by burning sage, like the sage actually does function to like cleanse demonic energies in many ways, and it protects against those demonic energies having any like negative type of attachment or influence.
But here's the last
Lou,
thing you said.
That's why you have such a good life, Lou.
Because I have sage in my backyard. I just moved in like 2 months ago.
Yeah, dude, keep it growing there. Yeah, it's protective to have it growing.
Dude, I split a little bit off and gave it to my mom. She wanted some. She transplanted it.
I mean, cooking with it, because when you cook with it, then you get a lot of the medicinal benefits as well and the nutrients. It's not the same as burning it. Burning it is a whole different spiritual tool, but yeah, you can also cook with it. You know, just like with oregano. I like mixing like fresh oregano, thyme, and sage. That's a good combo.
Yeah, nothing wrong with sage. Like sage is good. Like and I love incense in the house too. Like so, like if I'm gonna do sage, like let's say I wanted to sage my house, are you telling me that to do it right after a full moon, that's the right time to do it?
Well, it's a great time to do it, yeah, because the energies of the sun moon system like peak at that time during the full moon. And there's like the new moon is like the seeding part of the cycle. It's like when the seed's planted, and then the opening quarter is like the sprouting, and then the full moon is like the actualization, like the birth, as it were, kind of the peak of the cycle. And then as it goes back to the third quarter, it starts kind of into the decay process, and then back to the new moon, back to the new seed. And so after the full moon, there's like a certain peak that has been reached. And so in the coming days after, utilizing sage is great for like reestablishing and like helping to integrate the whole from the birth to the peak, like integrate and kind of complete that energy and to kind of contain it. And if there was like healing or transformation that occurred during it, because it can be a peak time for that, then the sage can assist in like locking that in and kind of establishing that to be like like energetically integrated into the system.
All right, cool. Sounds great. So like I'll try to work that in. But to the guy who said like, Lou, that's the reason why you have such a great life, it sounded cynical. And by the way, like I don't claim to have such a freaking great life. Like I'm just
Lou, I wasn't trying to be a dick.
Yeah. All right.
No, I'm not trying to be a dick, dude. I think you have a pretty good life, dude.
Dude, I'm doing okay. Like, and to somebody who's like kind of struggling, honestly, like none of this comes free. None of this is easy.
You're a hard worker.
Like, yeah, I am a hard worker. That's absolutely right. So, like, all this comes from hard work. Whatever I have, it's still nothing to brag about. But it took hard work. So
your work ethic is something to brag about, my friend. That's what I think.
Okay. I just was trying to be clear about that. I'm not going to pick on anybody.
I was trying to be funny, so I apologize if it came off a certain way. I have a lot of respect for you, brother. Lots.
Thanks.
At this time, I think I'm going to take my leave. I really appreciate talking with you guys. Thanks for the great conversation. And I'm going to look into some of those things that you guys were talking about. And I hope that something that I said may trigger something that you might look into. Hope you guys have a great night. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you too, Charles. Yep, cheers.
Yeah,
it was a good conversation as always. Yeah, we traversed many realms, and it's good stuff.
Levelist, man. I didn't hear it that way at first, but yeah, if it was, yeah, the compliment.
was trying
The
to
compliment. I would.
your ass.
No. I don't take compliments. Listen, I don't deserve compliments.
Let's all give Lou compliments. Let's take one at a time. We'll give Lou compliments.
Dude, if somebody gives me a compliment, I'll tell you a reason not to do it. Like that. Go ahead. Like, let's go.
Start a list. We can all give Lou compliments. Hold on.
Well, are you telling me you would not vote for yourself?
No, never.
You would decline complimentation. You would rebut it. You would rebut compliments. Complimentation.
Yeah, like I do acknowledge compliments, but I am embarrassed, if maybe a little flattered, but also embarrassed because I can see through. Like, I know what I am, and other people might not know what is me. They might compliment something that is not full. They might say, like, you're so good at this, and I'd be like, yeah, but I'm not great at this, and it's not really, like, I'm very self-critical.
What is
like,
that? Yeah, there's like a quote, like, we are our own best critics and all of that. Yeah, there's that concept. And I think that's even a thing of integrity, though. And I mean, on the other side of it, to be like overinflated, is not necessarily productive. Like, I think you're always better to be on the humble side. But I would also maybe say that for some folks, it could actually get to like a toxic level of that, to where now they're like beating themselves up or like hating themselves, even in the extreme towards that.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of probably in that happy medium. Like, when it comes to my work, like I'm very prideful, proud that I have a high standard for my work, and I do a good job on that. Like, but that's a superficial type of thing. When it comes to like life or understanding spirituality, like these are things that I am not fully knowledgeable on. I'm no expert in any of these things. And if somebody wants to praise me on them, I am humbled by their praise, yet also when I hear it, it goes, oh, it's not like I'm no spiritual guru. I don't have this figured out. Like, I'm not trying to be that person. Like, if they're praising me for something that I don't want to personally take credit for, then it like I said, I mean, it's something that
it's all good.
It's
a little bit on the topic.
It's flattering, but I don't really. It's not well accepted.
You're good, dude. It's all good. I hear you.
Yep. Well, should we fire up a new topic?
How about observations from tops of mountains, airplanes of all different heights?
What do you think of the idea that we've talked about of like, okay, if you could go up in an airplane at a very high altitude and then have like infrared, like the best cameras you can, infrared and non-infrared, and then try to get really long sights, and then to validate that we're actually seeing that, to have some kind of like a laser shooting up in the air, or like a really bright light, or maybe a sensor, like even infrared sensors that would be even more advanced, that would actually validate that we are indeed seeing that far. Like, if you could see the laser, like even if you just had it like waving around or whatever, like maybe a couple lasers or something like that, to where like those Jay Tolan, when he's claiming like 1,200 miles. And of course, a lot of these guys will be like, no, it's not 1,200 miles. He's seeing something different. And they'll claim that, although what he lays out is absolutely does look like it's the shape of the land and all that. But if we had like some like green, red, blue, like some kind of whichever one would like travel the best and so on, that would be like waving around, or that would be pointing up in the air or something, then we could actually validate that indeed that is that actual landmass. And that would just, I mean, because even these guys will say that I've never heard any of them say that they actually would even claim refraction at that point. Like, it's even too far for unless they'll try to do that. But most of them all say that it's actually even too far to even consider that really just would be That's why that one. What was that one we were all looking at that one day? I forget the name of it, but remember that one with the.
I like that idea. Is that their defense against Jay Tolan? Is they're claiming that we're misdiagnosing what those land masses on the ground are?
Yep. That's what they say. Like
I like your idea. Then that's a great idea.
Yeah, that would be a way that we've thought about to validate it. Yeah, because like Ruhith, for example, has done like full videos, on and left lane. A lot of these guys will say, no, it's not this landmass. It's another one, like B-ball, and these guys, like, yeah, they've all done what they claim are their analyses on it, as to say why it's not that. But Jay Tolan shows why he thinks it is, and what he shows as well in terms of the layout of it and everything. But to really get a finalization, yeah, I was trying to think of ways to be able to validate that further.
Yeah, those lasers are only like $15 a piece now, right?
Well, that would depend. I wonder how bright a one we would need. That would be the next question.
I'm pretty sure they came way down in value.
What about launching fireworks? Would that work?
That would take some pretty nice timing. Because you said while Jay Tolan was already in the air, right? Piggybacking off Jay Tolan? Is that what you said or no?
Well, I mean, this could be done, okay, putting like some kind of a laser or very bright light on a landmass, kind of like a lighthouse in a sense, but even brighter than what a lighthouse can provide. But it's even worth considering the same lights a lighthouse uses. Well, we'd have to see how far those go, but we're talking like thousands of miles in these cases, some of these cases. So I mean, this could be done for observations on the ground that are very, very far as well to validate that we are seeing certain mountain peaks and things. But then, yes, it could also be done in an airplane at high altitude, like Jay Tolan has done with infrared and non-infrared, and then see if we can get, sightings at, 1,200 miles and beyond with that. So yeah, it could be done with both.
That's what I was thinking. You get guys in multiple locations with lasers up. Plus, they have like 2 video cameras themselves. They're videotaping the laser pointing up, and they're videotaping themselves. So you have verification of where they're at, what location they're at. And then Jay Tolan from up above, seeing all 4 or 5 or 2 or 3 people at the same exact time. That would be pretty hard to refute.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good point. To add multiple.
Refracted gravity Coriolis would be the only way to explain it.
Just add all 3. Well, I also thought of like infrared sensors as well. How accurate sensors could be at those distances. That's something I want to research more to see if those exist. Because like an IR sensor would also be another very interesting way to validate that it is that landmass.
Yeah, I guess that's fairly simple to do now. You take off the lens filter on the front of those cameras, and that's an IR camera now. Is that what you meant, or you meant something else?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the ways that they convert them, but yeah, there's a couple different ways. Yeah, some of them are removing a layer, and then other ones, I think they add like a filter into it, like an IR filter.
You can pick up a used P900 for like $400 now. So
I mean, another thing would be to actually shoot a laser all the way there. Of course, that's the other thing. Because if you can hit a target, or even if you can get line of sight, I mean, they all have different like levels of, kind of, in terms of being able to validate these different things. Like those are all different things, you know, in terms of what they provide. But I think where it could be a game changer is in terms of the really high altitude. Because if you're at like 1,200 miles, or you're seeing 1,200 miles or even more, like upwards of 1,800 or further, that is so far that, I mean, unless anyone even could concoct a refraction that would do that. But like I said, I've never really heard anyone make an argument for that. So, because anything on the ground, they're going to claim their refraction, of course, in the way that they try to claim it, even though really never been measured or validated to be the case, but they still will just apply that. And probably it is a fairly convincing argument that will probably keep a lot of people deceived unless we actually dispel this. It needs to be taken to another level, because a lot of people probably would believe the refraction thing because they really can't prove it, and they already know it's a field, and they know that there's experts that have done things in it. So people are more likely to, in general, not all people, but people that have a bias towards the globe maybe, or really kind of want to keep believing it in a sense, they'll be able to see that as possible. Well, it seems like some do and some don't. I mean, I've never thought we're seeing over a curve ever, and it's never resonated with me that that's occurring whatsoever. I mean, like, I did generally believe the globe Earth when I was younger, but I'm just saying I'd never actually committed or thought to the idea that we're seeing around massive amounts of earth and water. But yeah, at high altitude, if we could get those shots and then put either, problem with fireworks is they shoot up in the air. So now it's like, well, can we really know for sure it's the land, or is it above the land? You could definitely get a general location. Maybe you could even try to light them up close to the ground level or something. But yeah, if we could get some kind of an indication that those land masses are accurate and other ones at these great distances. I mean, even like Negator said, we were looking at that one, it was like 700 miles. And I think a couple other globe guys did too, but I know Negator was there, and he was saying that Kosho too. Yeah, Kosho. I think even Eggshells. They were all saying that if those mountain peaks were those mountain peaks, that's it for them. The globe's over. They're not a globe believer anymore. They all admitted that on Livestream. I believe from my memory, I know it was Kosho and Negator did. I don't know what
those guys should say that. They will always push the freaking I don't know, burden of proof. They'll always push it further. So like they can say that today. They can say that push the goalpost. Yeah, they can say that today, and as soon as it's proven, tomorrow they will change it to something else. You know that. You already know that. You don't have to go there.
Yeah, but I mean, 700 miles, 1,200 miles. You really think they're going to sit here and try to say there's that much?
Yes. These people, you could wrap the globe, you could wrap your sight around the Earth twice, and they would still say that it's refraction.
You could see your ass twice. Oh my gosh, a second run by. Oh my.
Yeah, you can literally lap yourself. And they would be like, yeah, it's totally possible.
Triple, and then maybe even a triple, quadruple.
Yeah, you could do it 7.5 times per second because that's the speed of light.
You could just your perspective can orbit around the globe like hundreds of times, and then at some point leave escape velocity, leave the orbit, and then you'll be seeing Mars. As bendy, warpy space time just warps your vision all over the place.
Yeah, the people that we argue with will never budge on this. It doesn't matter what they say today. They're going to reset tomorrow. Okay? Understand that and realize that.
Well, I don't have any personal interest in like converting or changing anyone's mind on anything. So I'm not like in it, in any of this for that. However, I'm just saying that those guys did say that because I mean, it is in terms of a discussion
but it's another empty promise from them. It's another empty promise. That's it.
I mean, dude, I would say the opposite though. Like if we had an absolute tangible measurement of curvature or of curved water that was very, very solid, I mean, I'm not saying I instantly would think we're on a spinning ball in a vacuum, but I would not deny I would not be able to. I mean, if it's there and if it absolutely was measured in that sense. So I'm just saying, flipping it the other way around, like.
Yeah. You and me who have like tried to look at reality and once came from their side. Yeah, we're different than they are. We went, hold on, how could you possibly justify this?
Right.
They will never do that. Ever.
Well, I don't doubt that some of these, I mean, if you're talking about certain people that are like, have been in this for years, kind of defending or asserting a globe, whatever you want to call it, all of that, then, yeah, no, dude, they're like the most rigid of the most rigid. Yeah. I mean, they're invested, like their like persona, their relationship in the communities with others, their friends, like all these factors are wrapped up into it. And, you can get into the idea of that some of them have agendas in whatever way, shape, or form. So, yeah, I hear you on that. But at the same time, the truth is the truth. And as time unfolds, right. I think more and more information.
The people you're arguing with don't care about truth. They care about winning.
Well, when you say the people, who are you referring to? Because I mean, I'm not.
I'm talking about many of our usual suspects in here without going by name, but I think you already know, and if you want me to go by name, I can.
Well, Charles was in here earlier. We were talking with him. One of the last kind of debate styles I had a bit was with Scott Veach, and I like talking with Veach. He's awesome, dude. He will honestly look at everything I'm saying, and he will, receive it and accept that it could be the case, but he also says his viewpoints on things. Like, I think he's open-minded.
Okay. So why is it that I'm hearing Charles being propped up like everywhere I go today? Just today, like literally when I was listening on 24/7, I was hearing freaking Issa talking about how great Charles is. Fucking all of a sudden, Charles is like a stand-up Glober. Like what? Since when? Since today? Like how?
I haven't even talked to him in a few weeks. Actually, when he was in here, I was like, "Oh, Charles!" Like, so yeah, I haven't talked. He hasn't. He was in here. I don't know, probably 2 weeks ago or something, maybe. But yeah, I haven't heard him in a while. But I mean, dude, he's very cordial. He's very civil, and he's intelligent. He claims to have been into like researching flat Earth in particular since like 2008 or something, or 2010. So he literally was in it actually before 2015, like for real. So he's an interesting guy. I mean, he's been studying
right. I don't give a fuck about who Charles is. Like Charles literally like okay.
I call bullshit. I call bullshit.
Isn't he a teacher? He says he's a teacher. That's what he says. I believe so. I mean, he's I don't know. Is it high school or I think he might be like.
I want to compare Charles to people like Jesse or Left Lane or freaking stupid what's your dumbass freaking the guy who always sounds dumb as fuck. It always sounds scared. Come on, who's the guy who always sounds scared? I just want you guys to name him. Come on, it'd be fun.
I mean, I probably know who you're talking about, but I'm trying not to.
Let's just move on, man. Yeah, I mean,
You already know. You all already know what I'm talking
I
about.
don't think we need to like insult people that aren't here. I mean, dude, I guess at the end of the day, like, it's not a globe, and I'm much less interested in the people that just want to push the globe. I find as time rolls forward. So, yeah, I think it's time just to keep moving toward, with more productive. Because yeah, I mean,
Well, we're never going to be productive while dealing with these people. The people who their entire goal is to stifle us flat earthers will never be productive. You understand that, right?
Well, but you could say that they're a form of opposition in some sense, and so
no,
like
there's a difference. There's a difference.
Meaning, if you have, okay, like, dude, in the world today, I'll try to be brief. Hold on, just don't interrupt me. Let me just say just 20 seconds real quick, and then I'll totally pass the mic. In the world today, obviously this globe thing, it's the quote unquote mainstream. We know the whole deal, right? It's the whole globe, and to bring to the world in some way the information, whether you're questioning the globe or even that we're stationary, etc. All of these components means that we already are going to be kind of quote unquote up against like an intellectual army of sorts of all these people that have been intellectually trained, and they think in all of these ways that we all have known, we've talked about for years. And so folks that are in this community that are expressing that in a way are like microcosm expressions of that larger mindset. And because the larger mindset hasn't even considered this stuff yet, they don't even know they don't even know a lot of this information.
Yeah, but we can get caught chasing our tails with like plants, right? People.
I think, dude.
So don't get me wrong about this idea of plants. I'm not talking about CIA plants. People who get planted in place, and if you accept them as a plant and you water them, then we will be revolving around them. Okay,
dude, that was funny, dude. You just broke. That was fucking slick right there. That was like that was a flow, dude. That was awesome. That was a sweet like double entendre. Like they're plants, and then we're watering them. Okay, so they're like some kind of like operative plant, and then you linked in like an actual plant that we're then watering, and now I don't know, man. I hear you, dude, but everyone has their viewpoints. I think the thing is, if people want to debate, I think there is benefit to that style. I mean, people like to hear both sides. They like to hear the ideas. And especially if there's not interruptions and it's like clean audio and it's good, it's a really good, good actual exchange of information. I think that can be a good style. And so you have the kind of opposition, as it were, in that sense. But I also think, there's no doubt some folks that want to run tactics and just fluster people and all of that. And I think, I don't know, dude, it's already been changing because we've been like we've really been moderating more for the interruptions, even to the point to where we'll do like manual mute and unmute back and forth for two people. And it has totally changed the whole thing, because when you do it that way, all the interruptions is what usually creates the shit shows and all the problems. So I'm just saying, like, there can be like intellectual sparring, like debate style. And yeah, dude, it's not in that sense, not really about like someone changing each other's minds. Like, it's not likely that the two debaters are going to, in that sense. So yeah, instead of like fighting with each other to change their minds, I think when it's more the idea that they're presenting the information, they're, in terms of what is true and their research and what they're actually asserting, that actually becomes the thing for the audience to be able to hear. And it doesn't have to be like a shit show fight between two people. I think that's the difference, because there's still really good information that can come out of those, more intellectually sparring kind of, passionate and exciting and very like, it's like bringing your mind to bear to the table, the best of your minds in that sense. But I do hear what you're saying.
I appreciate the fact that you understood where I'm getting at. Like, when I talk about people being plants, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were like put here by a government or anything like that. Like, they're literally just planted here. They're growing roots, and they're fucking being watered by the likes of you, because protecting them. Quit. Let that fucking weed die.
Well, I mean, this is an open platform, so we're not going to turn it into a cult and just ban people.
we run it
No,
with
but you don't have to water it either,
integrity.
man. You don't have to water it either.
Well, I'm just saying that the servers ran with it. Hold on, let me just say real quick. Like the servers ran in terms of integrity with the actual server guidelines based on conduct. So it's not about like if somebody really thinks the Earth is whatever it may be, and they want to discuss it and be themselves and share their viewpoints. Everyone is free to do that. We're not going to censor people's ideas or thoughts by just banning them because they, think a certain way. And I would say too, dude, it's up to each individual if they want to engage. Like you won't see me engaging too much with certain people because I may not, for myself, but so there's that too. Like you don't have to engage with certain people. But like I said, dude, all right, I'm sorry, I've said a lot here, but I mean, I will just say the last thing, like I do hear what you're saying. I think we all can see that obviously the globe is the mainstream thing. And what we're talking about is very much an alternative, if you want to call it that, even though it's actually the root of all humanity and the foundation of humanity's cosmology since the dawn of time. But ironically, because the deceptions are so massive in this moment right now, we are the minority, which is bizarre because the truth is minority, but is what it is in my viewpoint. So nonetheless, so the fact that it's the case, yes, there do seem to be individuals in the globe kind of camp, as it were, who want to, and we've been talking about this more, who do seem to want to kind of cause some kind of disharmony in some way. Now, and I'm not, and if I want to use the term flat earther, I mean, even if you try to say a flat earther side or whatever, or, planar earth, etc. There's no doubt folks are instigating things on that side too. But in general, the globe is in general, well, it happens both ways. But anyways, Lou, I think, I know what you're saying. I think there are people that want to cause like shit show types of debates where there's like interruption and condescending and name calling and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's kind of been the battle all along in a sense. And, and then there are individuals, not try to profile anyone or whatever, but yes, I do think that there are folks on the kind of globe side that don't like that we are not going with the mainstream thing. And so they want to like either stop us, slow us down, make us flustered, interrupt so much, just try to make us have a bad day or something, by just being super rude.
They're trying to destroy our garden, man.
Filibuster.
I just wanted to say something.
Well, then help us tend the garden then, Lou, but we have to do it with integrity and honesty and fairness and all of that good stuff.
When soil is depleted of its nutrients and made bare by some sort of either ecological disaster like fire or man-made situation where like they just like rape the hell out of the soil, the ecological succession will allow for weeds to grow first. And that's because weeds serve a very important job of pulling certain nutrients deep from the soil. They usually have very deep taproots. And they make amendments to the soil, and they provide the framework to start rebuilding a healthy environment. So I just found it really interesting, Lou, that you ended up first calling them plants and then calling them weeds, and like we're kind of talking about this whole like spreading the truth. What's the first step of healing the world of this massive deception? Well, ecological succession would say that the healing process has already taken place if we are seeing weeds.
Yeah, dude, let's just be honest about it. You have to pluck the weeds. You have to fucking kill them.
We are the weeds.
Well, specifically in permaculture, you would clip the weeds and you would leave their biomaterial on top of the soil to just like return their nutrients back in. But generally speaking, what you'd want to do is you'd want to put animals on the land to like eat the weeds. But I don't know if we're still making a some sort of analogy here at this point.
Yeah, it's gotten a bit symbolic, well, Lou, like, let me ask you this, Lou. Let's just say that instead of talking, having 50 or 80 people in total, YouTube and the other streaming sites and in the VC here, it's usually 50, 80, maybe 90 at times. So instead of being, 80 people, if it was, 50 to 90, whatever the range is, instead of that, what if it was, 5,000 to 10,000 or 50,000 to 100,000 or even more? My question is to say that if it was on that larger, which it will be.
What are you saying? You're saying them against us or us against them?
Let me just finish my thing. I'm just saying, no, the discussion. If
when the discussion is on that larger stage, reaching more people, that's what I'm just saying. Do you personally think there is value to having discussions, shows, live streams, etc., in which a globe earther, as it were, and somebody who is either opposing the globe Earth or saying it's stationary?
Look, it's obvious. There's always value in opposition. Again, let's go with like the garden. Okay, so like a garden will be stronger when any plant will be stronger when it has to fight, right? Like if you have a house grown plant, like literally like sitting in your windowsill, no predators, no nothing. A lot of them become weak at the stem. Like at some point they have to be supported. Like, but grown outdoors, that same thing will be strong because it's blown by the wind, and it's also like it has to fight the storms, and it has to, you can't be sheltered either. I will agree with you there, but we don't need people who are here literally as predators, like saying, like, just eat my fucking plant.
Well, yeah, dude. No, I do. I've said this kind of analogy sometimes. Like, let's say that we were all out in the park just having a party. Like, we got food cooking, burgers, we got the grill, some music, we're playing some frisbee. We're just having a good time, right? Just hanging out, picnicking, whatever. And if somebody just came into your, like, whole setup and was like, your food sucks, you're ugly, you're wrong, you don't know anything, you don't understand, you're an idiot, you're a fool, you're all of that. Like, any group that's chilling would probably be like, dude, get this guy out of here. What's this guy doing? This guy's bumming the whole party, just running around, just, making a mess of things, as it were. Now, I'm not trying to say the globe earthers are exactly that. Now, some who have that attitude, since obviously we have an opposing viewpoint to the mainstream model, some definitely do have that, it seems, in a severe way.
Most of the people that we talk to have that mentality. Almost all of them, exclusively.
I mean, dude, I've had great talks with Left Lane, with Kosho. I'm just naming a few people in this room. Scott Veach. Like, I've had great.
And even still, we can debate about certain individuals, but for the most part, when it comes to the whole Glober crowd that comes and chases around flat earthers from place to place to place and stalks them everywhere they go, like literally, they are weeds and parasites that are just there to try to stifle and kill. Okay, you can talk about a certain individual plant that is there to try to integrate with your garden, but that ain't true. They're fucking there to fucking deceive you.
Well, dude, the other day, Alan did a presentation on like special relativity and GPS and the interferometry. Very, very detailed. He's done a couple of these presentations now, and it did seem like, for whatever reason, like virtually every globe earther had left. But there was still like 35 people in the VC. So there's like people in here, but it was, and we were all like, wow, because Alan's presentation was just shredding, like absolutely dissecting like the coordinate systems and just breaking it down in a way that was very potent. And so it makes sense that it's like almost like kryptonite to someone that doesn't see it that way, let's say, or is holding that the other mainstream belief. Anyways, I'm kind of calling out Scott Veach because he stayed. Veach was here, and he actually was like, yo, like, I forget it. I think maybe Kosho brought him into the conversation, something like that. Or someone kind of brought Veach in, and then, or maybe it wasn't even Kosho. It might have been someone else. Anyways, I'm just saying, dude, like, he, like, was very willing to look into it, wanted all the data, even said that he was going to look over all the documents, and study a bit.
I love people like that. As long as they're true about it.
So, I mean, that's pretty productive. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I love people like that, as long as they're true about it. But now, when you got guys like Kosho or Veach or Jesse or any of these other like longtime anti-flat earthers, they're persistent weeds. They are not like guys who are coming in to listen. They don't go away. Unless you eradicate them, they do not go away. They're there literally to
Are you
take
getting
over.
this from like? Are you getting this from like?
They're trying to take over your garden, and all you need.
Are you? But are you getting this from like the Nazi Communist Handbook or?
No, dude. No, I am not. I'm. This is all straight from
See,
me.
guy.
Listen.
Exterminate.
All you need to do is look at the other Discord servers and how they have fallen. Okay, the ones who gave them pass all fell. You somehow have managed to maintain, but it's still they are pressing and they are pushing and they are trying. The same fucking weeds are pushing at you. Okay, now you can keep your fucking garden well tended, but you're always fighting against these fucking corrupt people.
What would you say is your final solution for these globals?
Eradicate them all through gas chambers.
Allegedly.
It's the most efficient way to eradicate the Ziante Globa. Ziante Planeta, sorry. My bad. Oh, please don't eradicate me.
Well, I'll say this, Lou. Okay, remember I said that analogy where, like, I'll just use the example of astrology, just because it's fine just to use that for the moment. Let's say somebody's really into astrology and they just want to get into it. They want to learn about the charts. They want to learn about all of the wandering stars and how all the interrelationships and all that. So they build, let's say, a Discord server, and they're like, yeah, let's do this, guys. And of course, they would want to have other people that also want to be on that journey, you know, to learn more about it, discover more, share research, etc. If there was then a group of people that came in every day to that server and was just like, this is pseudoscience, astrology's bullshit, you guys are idiots, and palm reader, fairy tale idiots. If that's all they did every day, and just trying to like get those people to not think astrology is the case, you know, is happening, that in that way, it would be completely antithetical to that community to have those other individuals around, you know, straight up, like it really would. And I'm not talking about like exterminating anything. I'm talking about like social community like this. I'm not talking, you know what I'm saying? Because like, dude, if you want to study, it's kind of, hold on. Just like if you wanted to study knitting or whatever, and you want to learn, you know, to then have all these like anti-knitters and stuff. However, I don't know that this discussion on let me just finish. I know. Let me just finish. Yeah. Let me just finish. I'm sorry. It's a lot. Let me just finish with this, but just to say, but I don't know that this discussion in terms of not only cosmology, but philosophy and, you know, all the different topics that we discuss, I don't think it's necessarily like that. Meaning that I don't think that these, because it's not really, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't necessarily think that they are.
Not if you're comparing it to anti-knitters, because like I can't name a fucking anti-knitter group. Like,
well, because with this, like, there's a main.
I don't know of an anti-knitter group who says, like, I'm into crochet. I'm into crochet. I'm into crochet. Crochet is the way. Like, crochet is the way, right?
Well, even in the idea, even in the with the using the concept of awakening, wouldn't you? We all like we're waking up from something. So if individuals are still just in their process of whatever it may be, in whatever case, on whatever quote unquote side, you know, whatever the truth is, then
yeah, God loves crochet. God loves crochet. If you're into knitting, you're a fucking you're a fucking Satanist. You're a Luciferian fucking knitter.
Well, maybe that's the difference is, okay, maybe it's more of a delineation of somebody like hating someone else's idea and then expressing negative conduct around that. Because, for example, dude, like I mentioned Kosher, I mentioned Scott Veach. I could talk to these guys for hours. They're my friends. It's all positive energies. I've talked about philosophy, other topics, all kinds of shit. So I'm just saying, but then there's someone else, like, I don't want to call people out, but okay. We all know, let's just name someone who's, you know,
all right, I'll name someone. We want to call someone out. Let's see.
Name the name. Name the name, Gio.
How about Xanax? Xanax or played Nasty Still?
Lou, dude.
I'm not doing you, Coach. You're safe for now.
I think I'm just going to respect the person. I'm going to respect the person by not even saying it. But let's just say
let's do Jesse. Jesse's the one. Yeah, Jesse.
Well, okay, like here's the example of it. Somebody that only comes in to just literally insult, berate, and just pound you down on every level. Like it isn't even a discussion.
Oh, okay. We're gonna do that.
Paid NASA shill. Paid NASA shill.
I like that too. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
We can keep going. We can go on for days.
Jin CBR1.
So I was going to say.
Yeah, go on with your point. It's paid NASA shill or Jesse or fuck FTFE.
Or Jin CBR.
Well, the thing is, dude, like I said,
fine. You keep talking. You're getting thrown in this list.
Well, see, here's the thing, Lou. I guess when it comes to like a platform or a server, like one could design it in any way one would like. So, I mean, if you were to design one that had this thing you're talking about where you're eliminating certain people, is that what you're talking about? Just banning certain people, basically? Or
No, actually, what I was about to get to, where you were still talking, but I wanted to point out, I understand that there is a line. I do like a certain amount of opposition, but people who are there staunch in their position, there comes a point where we just get caught chasing our tails with them. If we always talk to the same people over and over and over again, we're gonna be stuck in their paradigm. Their argumentative points. They can always adapt and lead us like as a dog and pony show. Like they can turn us into a show. Whereas if we ignore them, we can advance. We can come up. We can argue with each other. And we hate that too. We hate fighting with each other. Oh no, we must all be in agreement. No, we really should be fighting with each other and ignoring them. Like that's where we should be going. If we want to advance this conversation and find the truth, we need to get rid of the people who are supporting the anti-truth, disrespecting truth seekers. We need to ignore them completely. We need to stop giving them a platform and stop acknowledging them.
And seeking new normie globies.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to find new people with new ideas and argue with them.
All these guys that can be replaced by Chat GPT should be replaced with Chat GPT.
Well, look, I mean, there's obviously people that come in here who will argue with us in good faith about the globe, and there's obviously people who don't.
What good faith? What good faith have you seen in the last year or two or three?
I'll say Scott Veach is somebody who will come in here and shoot it to me straight. I don't ever feel like he's using tactics with me, and if he is, then his tactics are working because I think he's a decent person. But I understand that there's plenty of people who come in here that are not like that, and they are a dime a dozen, and the world is full of other people who think it's a ball. So I wouldn't,
You know what though, Lou? Like the guys that are like, if you're talking about more like toxic kind of conduct and all that, and if they're also kind of like forcing their ideas, it kind of comes together. So like just by doing a little bit tighter moderation like that, yeah, because like that is a thing. Like just that factor of it. What I'm saying is that usually somebody who is trying to like create bad vibes is usually breaking the server guidelines, as it were, in some way. You know what I'm saying? They're doing some insult or something where they're trying to, or some kind of tactic in that way. Because like for example, well, I don't know, like I've mentioned Kosho several times, but like Kosho, like, dude, I don't think I've ever had to moderate Kosho in the history of the world. Dude, I've never had to mute him, never had to do a thing. So it's like, dude, like when it comes to conduct, like just because he believes the Earth's a globe and he has his reasons to believe so, when the conduct is legit, then that makes it's all good.
Yeah,
then,
but
like,
at a certain point, no matter how much his conduct is like fitting within our parameters, our rules, like how many times are you going to have the same damn conversation with the same guy? Like at some point you got to cut him off. You got to be like, dude, we're all right, fine. Like, sorry, Kosho, but we're fucking done with you, dude. Like, it doesn't fucking matter what you think. We already get it. We know what you think. We're done. We want to talk to somebody else.
Wait, could I say something? Gio.
Yeah. I want to hear from you, not Kosho, not yeah. Somebody else.
I think if a globe earther, comes in and is obviously being antagonistic, underhanded, and like overly emotional, getting mad just because you disagree with him and stuff, then I think you should just immediately just ban them, because that's clearly not the sort of people that are even worth our time. There's enough of those people on Discord. There's no shortage of those people, and there's no really need to interact with them. But if they are cordial and even-handed, and that you can just tell that they genuinely are interested in figuring out what the truth is, and are not trying to make other people feel bad. Then in that case, as you were saying, Lou, like sometimes they might be up for a debate and they might question you on stuff, but you guys should always have the ability to say, you know what, we don't want to talk about that right now. Right now we're just trying to talk amongst ourselves about certain stuff. We're not in the mood to have a debate.
Yes, but Kosho is not that character. Kosho's not like that because he's not looking for the truth. He's only here to muddy the waters every single time he comes in the server. He doesn't.
Yeah, there's a lot of plants. There's a lot of plants that have taken root in this place.
Hey guys, I don't think Kosho should be on trial here. He's a good guy. I fucking disagree with him all the time. He frustrated the fuck out of me the other day. Does that mean he's a bad mod? No. Does that mean he's a bad person? Absolutely not. And I don't really like what I'm hearing. So maybe no, hold on. He makes me know. Jin, shut up.
He can never be forgiven for that.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Yeah, hold on, Jin.
Sorry, I didn't mean to curse like that, but it's really frustrating because you come here because you enjoy this place. This place is the way it is because of moderators like Kosho.
Kosho, as far as if you're gonna have a globe-sided moderator in a server, I agree. Kosho is not like the worst choice. He's Kosho is one of my favorite Globers. He's one of my favorite Globers, but he's still a weed. He's still a weed.
Hold on, man. This is messed up, dude. Hold on. Jin, you're echoing. All right. Jin, I muted you for a second. Your mic's echoing. Jin, dude, this isn't other servers, man. You know what I mean? So please don't do that. Don't just come in and start insulting someone, dude. We're having a really good conversation. So that's really not appropriate. Okay, so Pinky Bendinsky, he just said some really good points. And then Jin just came in insulting Kosho. So Pinky, yes, dude, I just want to say I agree with everything you said. Those were very good points. And makes me think deeper about it. Because, yeah, that's really where the delineation is. And that's why I was saying the moderation is, because you said it perfectly. The difference between people who come in and they just want to make other people feel bad. That's very well said.
Yeah, and they want to feel good at slam dunking someone. I just disproved you. Trying to just look cool. Essentially, for them, debating isn't about the information. Analyzing what I say, trying to point holes in it. The exchange of information. It's for them, debating is just about them trying to look good and the other person looking bad. That's just how they win a debate. You know what I mean?
And I'd like to see that played fairly, actually. If this is going to be the place that claims it is, I'd like to see that played fairly. I don't like flat earthers who do that either. I don't like flat earthers just gang piling on top of people and fucking slam dunking on them. I don't like to see that. It's no good for us, because to the viewer who's listening, they just see a gang rape. That's all they see. I don't want to see a gang rape and be like, yeah, we raped that bitch well. What do you mean well?
Well, it's not even like you did.
What do you mean what?
Because usually it's not that you are even doing something particularly smart. For instance, there's the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and I joined that Discord, and I got to say, out of all the Discords I've joined, that Discord has some pretty unenlightened people there. Honestly, it kind of made me think all flat earthers were kind of just sort of childish, emotional, sort of insecure people. I don't know. I joined that chat, And it was just like instantly, I was honestly, I was trying to be, I was just disagreeing with them, and instantly, they got all emotional. They started being antagonistic, and just calling me names. I wasn't.
I know exactly what you mean. So like, I that's where my roots are. I was a moderator over there. In fact, I'm a pseudo mod now, which means I'm like, like more like, I'm like pseudo science is better than science. So like, I'm actually I trump most of the mods there. But anyway,
or like,
no. Let me just say this. I'm one of those people who I never liked that either. Okay, and I was one of the few who tried to keep that in check. But you know how mob mentality is like, as soon as you get like somebody like QE or whatever else like talking shit, everybody wants to fucking be a bunch of like, praying, whatever, praying fish that just like go after the chum, like they're, and that's the way it acts over there. And I was always trying to fight that.
Well, I don't mind. I don't mind everyone disagreeing with me. It's just that in a chat where everyone disagrees with me, like essentially they'd ask me a question or like they'd say something, and then I'd start responding, and then literally every single time, like before I've even completed my thought, they'd mute me, and then start talking over me, saying, "Oh, you can't answer that way. You have to do this, and then I'd say, "Fine, I'll just respond," and then they'd mute me again. So it literally wasn't even a conversation.
Hold on. I gotta be fair here. That don't.
Hold on, guys. Yeah. Well, let me hold on, Brian. Hold on. I did a couple mutes there, guys. Nothing personal. Just to get control of the room for a second. Yeah, Lou and then Brian. But hold on, Jin, you're still on mute because your mic was like feeding back, and then so I'm gonna unmute you. And if you want to speak, go ahead because you should. But your mic's echoing. But if you want to say,
yeah, okay. I was right there. I was just about to mute myself when you muted me, but pay attention. All I'm saying is that I feel that Kosho never concedes a point when he's supposed to. That's exasperating. That's all I'm saying.
None of the Glovers do, but that should be expected, Jane. That should be expected. So when it comes to the 24/7 etiquette, we really probably shouldn't be discussing that here. But the thing about you being muted and trying to like all of a sudden like frame it in a way where they were being unfair. The truth is, and I know how it goes over there. If you were being muted like that, it's because you were refusing to answer a very direct question.
Yeah, but like you just said, with
let's let Brian go. We should probably move on from this topic because it is about another server and all that.
Yeah. So we can move on. The reason I brought it up is I just wanted to say
so patiently, man, to get in one word, dude. Literally waiting.
Well, all right, well, let Pinky just finish his thing. Brian, hold on. Brian's next.
I promise I'll be done now. The only reason I brought it up is not to complain about that server. I just wanted to sort of say that I really like this server. Like whatever you're doing in terms of moderation, you're doing a good job. And in fact, this is one of the better servers on Discord period that I've ever been on, as opposed to other ones. So that's all it was. I wasn't trying to complain too much. Anyway, I'll be quiet now.
This is tip of the spear, man. This is where you can come and debate shit, and everybody knows that. And like, I just had a question to Lou. Like, you're saying that you're trying to do like avoid the mob mentality and do your best moderating, but you know how it is with the mob mentality. But then you're sitting there saying we need to get rid of like whoever you didn't name or whatever, like get rid of the Glovers and.
Well, you're right. I wouldn't name people. What I'm saying is.
You're saying we should debate with ourselves, but and then when a Glober joins, it's just going to be that same mob mentality. So we can get that over at 24/7 and other places, and we can get the opposite over at gyms. This place is tip of the spear, bro. This is a great.
I agree with you. Listen, Brian, you might have missed how I got into that. I was saying I understand how this is I might not use the words, but it's a bit of a conundrum. Okay. Because you don't want to poison the well, you don't want to have a whole bunch of weeds in your garden, right? But at the same time, you want to create an environment where you could have where you're challenged, where you do want to bring in the You want to bring the right questions. I guess. I mean, I don't know how to put that in the garden, but
hours, bro. Every time you join, no offense, but we start talking about this server for hours, bro. Every time, bro.
no, not every time. No, definitely not every time. I'm in here quite often, and this doesn't happen nearly every time.
So what topic were we on? What topic were we actually on though? Like where are we at now?
What you're talking about is my disagreements with our acceptance of the Glober speech. Like how much are we going to allow them to infect our garden?
Well, here's the thing, dude. All right, so in a server like this, if there's the conduct side of things. So if we moderate for the conduct fairly and with integrity in terms of that, because as we know, like, dude, I don't even like having like guidelines or rules or sort of policing, or I don't even like any of that. I'm not that it's policing, but you know what I mean, moderating, etc. I'm not like, but as you know, if we're talking about a platform like this, like if there's no moderation, we know what it is. It is such a cesspool of attacks and chaos. It's just, you cannot even, have any, well, arguable, depending on what's going on, in terms of whether people find value in that, whatever. But the point is, it's so, it can be very chaotic and so on to be able to have like productive type conversations. So in terms of the moderation, having that part of it. And the thing is, dude, like, okay, if somebody really believes the Earth's a globe, let's say, and they really want to just keep asserting it. Okay, if their conduct is not problematic, like they're not like, attacking people and doing all kinds of stuff, they're just asserting it, but they're civil, they're cordial, etc. There's no reason to just, in my viewpoint, censor that person just because they have that strong thing. Because,
completely agree.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. Because the thing is that, like, okay, on an open panel, yes, it is an open panel. However, if we're having this conversation like this right now, if let's just say Xana came in here right now and he's like, air pressure at altitude, like, we wouldn't have to just let him do that. You know what I'm saying? We can host it and be like, you know what, Xana, we can go on that later, etc. So what I'm saying is that there's no like threat in terms of not having the conversations that we all want to be having. And when people want to be debating, they can be debating if they choose to do so, because other people want, like, dude, I'll tell you this too. I'll finish on this. When Jeremy first got into all this discussion about the Earth, he went straight to the debates. Like, he didn't go to like Eric Dubé videos and like ODD, like hour-long like intros and stuff. As far as he had mentioned to me, he said that, yeah, he went right to the debates, like to like Gem Pandas and other servers that were, listening to Oakley's and things that were actually having the debate. So I'm saying for him, he wanted to hear both sides brought to the table in that, component. Now, of course, some of those platforms are probably not the most like cordial, civil, non-interruption type kind of discussions, and all of that. Nonetheless, like, I'm just saying he wanted that direct experience. And so with that being the case, like, there will be people that would maybe prefer to hear Kosho and Jeremy debating on something rather than just like, me.
Who wants to hear two clones of each other on opposite sides debate? Like, I mean, yeah, it's interesting for a minute, but like, these guys
no, dude, I'm with you. Ultimately, I'm with you. Like, I've lost so much interest. Like, the whole like just go globe, and it's I know it's boring, dude. It's like, I mean, if there's still something to learn, I'm open to learn it. But yeah, I mean, I just find deceptions boring.
Well, when people go toe to toe, I like to hear both sides. I agree with you. Like, if someone's making a big argument for the flat Earth, even though some of their arguments are a bit redundant and sometimes seem even irrelevant when they respond, it's good to hear just at least a sentence or two their spiel about it, because then it gives context.
Yeah, that's a good point. What's up, Sheppa?
Yeah, I like opposing. I like opposing beliefs. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not like Brian. You said like I was looking for an echo chamber. Like, that's not the case. Like, I've talked, and here's the thing is, I talk with. It tends to be in the side chats. It's when you all of a sudden you get like in VC check-in 24/7 or however it's done, right? It's when you talk to a person one-on-one and you really get to understand a person and where they're coming from, and find out that they do have questions. They believe this, but they do have questions, and they can bring some real honest answers to your questions, and they can bring some real honest answers to they can ask some honest questions that you can answer, and you can ask them questions that they can honestly answer. It's not until that they think they are being streamed, or that they're in front of an audience and they have something to prove, where all of a sudden they're disingenuous. They're not real. They're not themselves. Okay, like I don't give a fuck about the show. Like I understand we're on YouTube, we're in Discord, and people are entertained, and so it is. It really is. There's no getting around it. It's about the show.
No, I would say it's more about the discussion at large on Earth.
No,
and
it's
within
not.
humanity.
It's not about the discussion.
And the truth, ultimately.
It's not about the discussion until you get in the side chats. As soon as you get off the air, that's when, and on a one-on-one basis, that's when it's real. Okay, and I love those chats. I love those chats.
Well, it's all real. I mean, I think.
But these people, like your Koshos, your Veaches, your Xanax, your freaking Jessies, they don't give a. They have no time for that. They're trying to build up a channel or a following, or they're trying to make sure that somebody's listening. Okay, that's not a real conversation. It's not that's reality TV. That's fucking that's what that is.
Well, how do you delineate between somebody who is like asserting their viewpoint as to what they think is the case versus someone who is just trying to like
Hang on, the camera's rolling yet? Yeah, can I say it yet? Yeah, that sort of thing.
Go ahead, Shep. I kind of lost my thought.
No, that's what I'm saying. That they're like, are the cameras rolling? Can I say it yet? Like, oh yeah, hang on. When can I say something that's just going to smash that? They have these things like, oh, if I say this, they're all, they're all going to completely lose their shit. And it's like, no, dude, like we've heard that 100 times, but it's like it only applies to this or that, and it's like. You have these things where they think there's like a one-liner or the one thing that just some defeater where they're like, I can just come in and say that, and then show over. But they don't realize a lot of the things that they think. A lot of the things they think don't apply.
Yeah,
Lou, I think kind of what Lou, if I were to try to summarize it in a way, is there are I'm going to put it in this way that is from my perspective. So, of course, this is my perspective.
Real quick,
that there is an agenda. Hold on. That there is an agenda of indoctrinating people into believing that the Earth is a spinning globe, and those of us that are coming to the realizations on multiple levels that it's not the spinning globe, and all of those layers and levels and spectrum of everyone in that field, there are some individuals that want us back in the indoctrination. Like they want nothing more than for us to be back in it. Now, whether that's to qualm their own concerns or their own questionings that they haven't been able to face yet.
I would argue that you're completely wrong. There are some people when it comes to like the CIA and shit like that they love this conversation. In fact, they feed it. They want us arguing more and more and harder and harder. They're just giving us more chum to argue about. They love this conversation. They love it to be aired.
Well, I'm just saying that there's individuals that are uncomfortable with the fact that we don't think it's a globe. And so they want to like like in my viewpoint, the indoctrination is a trauma. It actually is a trauma because it's a deception and it was kind of forced into our minds as being real. Therefore, to face that within oneself is a whole quest. And if somebody is avoiding facing that, then they may project it in a way where they just want to force others to get back on the side of the indoctrination so that they can have some hope that it would calm their emotions or their concerns that it, that they may not be in line with the truth in that sense. So in that sense, like, is that kind of like summarize a little bit what you're talking about? If there's individuals that are just pushing the agenda or trying to cause like disturbances.
No, you're giving me a false dichotomy. Dude, I'm telling you that this whole entire conversation is one that is being steered and controlled by higher ups for like a Maury Povich or a Jerry Springer type fucking effect. One that will distract the population from actual things going on.
Well, if
Not that it's untrue.
I don't doubt that is happening on some platforms, but it's not happening here.
It's happening here as well as anywhere it's being aired.
No, this is
in fact, it's happening here more than anywhere else. If you want to put it in those terms, because you are literally giving the Maury like okay, you got the wife beater, cheater, like giving him his 30 minutes before the fucking wife comes out and says, hell no, fuck you. You know, like you're literally giving them the platform to speak.
Yeah, it is an open platform. Yep. And we moderate for the conduct, not for people's viewpoints on things. Yep. That's true. So people are allowed to be themselves and share their viewpoints and be who they are.
In a Maury Povich / Jerry Springer type of way, yeah.
Well, what I was trying to hone in on is I'm just saying, like, if somebody, okay, the thing about that, the whole thing I just laid out, though, that even if like a globe earther is wanting to really like forcefully convince someone that, you know, doesn't think Earth's a globe, you could also see it also happens in the reverse, though. Like the people that would say the Earth is flat Earth or planar Earth, etc., stationary, all of that, that would say.
Let's say that is not your kid. That is not your child.
No, sorry. That they would say that they, or I'm just saying that they would be that they could be very forceful in wanting to like get someone out of the indoctrination that in their perspective, they see in the indoctrination, and then they want to get them out of it. Now there could be a noble side to that they're trying to like, you know, like that idea of wake someone up or like open someone's mind or kind of show someone a truth or be that reflection for them in that sense. And they're being on the positive, like noble side of that. But then maybe in some cases, for some folks, it could go the other way where they then start using like various like attacks or manipulations or whatever to try to like almost force that person to not believe the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? And there can be like that more kind of shadow side of it. So it seems like it kind of happens both ways in that way. So, I mean,
of course it does.
Like,
of course it does.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. So what is your final solution then? Is that
my final solution is we move on without them. Like honestly, there's a certain group of people who are look, let me ask you this. Do you think that the anti-flat earthers might have the truth and that we're just missing something? Or are you trying to create a forum in which those who are just tuning in have to make a decision? If you already know the truth, then you don't want those people anymore. Okay? Like they might serve a purpose.
Yeah, you're saying is there an agenda? Is there like a message and an agenda? And if you don't get with the agenda, you're out. And if you do, is that what you mean? Like, or versus versus like an organic open platform that everyone is.
Look. If you wanna really find the truth, if you're really a truth seeker, you're gonna put the people who are trying to hold you back behind you.
Yeah, so you're saying the difference between having like almost like an agenda with a mission and a mission statement and whatever that may be, which would then be more selective in its trajectory, maybe, or have like a
it wouldn't completely exclude glow believers, but it would be very selective in accepting them. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying, that like I think just moderating for the conduct as is already. When you think about it, like when you think about certain laws, like don't drink and drive, like even though I'm not a fan of like laws at all, I just like freedom ultimately. But we're living in this world. I'm going out on the roads in my car. Like, yeah, it's probably good that we don't have just like thousands of drunk drivers everywhere, because it's like a danger. It could just kill you at any point. And we all know people that have been killed in those. So in a way, like I actually agree with like, yeah, drunk driving should not be legal. Like now how they like go after people that they catch, I think that could be improved. But nonetheless, like I do think we don't want drunk drivers because it's super dangerous. So I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, so there's certain ways in which, like, when you have like certain kinds of guidelines of things, or whether you call them laws or commandments, all those kind of stuff, if they're in integrity, then if you hold those to integrity, then, yeah, I'm just saying.
No. Integrity is the right word. So, like, and I want to stress this too. Where I say that you would be very selective about allowing Glovers in, you would be as, if not more, selective in allowing flat earthers in. So there's a lot of flat earthers who are liars and disingenuous, or either are ignorant, or and you know, like they don't really have much to offer. There's a lot of people who spread a lot of bullshit. Okay, they don't just get a pass because they believe in the flat Earth. You know, like I want a real intellectual conversation. Like, quit giving everybody a free pass. Either side, stringent fucking passes.
Well, the thing is, dude, so there's always people that want to debate, and I hear what you're saying. Like and so it's almost like at any point there's someone that wants to go into that debate mode. And if we're kind of in that mode, that can go on for a while. But then there's like this type mode where it's more like the kind of podcast kind of discussion style as well. And it always seems to fluctuate between them. And there is a way we could, like, you know, we've talked recently about like splitting it into 2 live streams. So one of them is the chill kind of building podcast live stream. Then the other one is the more debate style where, you know, you could have muting and unmuting to let people speak so that they're not being interrupted. So there's a way of doing it that way too. But then there's a question of filling 2 rooms. And usually everyone kind of wants to be where the main party is. Like they want to hear what's popping. And like sometimes we do get like 50 people like in the VC. So that would make sense to have 2. But usually like it's, you know, 20, 30.
The truth is, if you did what I'm proposing, like there would be probably 30 people in the world that are interested in the topic. And no, you couldn't do it day in and day out. You know, like you'd have to organize a like once per month, like good fucking conversation in order to get good viewers. But people
we can do those. Yeah, we can do those anytime, dude. We can do, you know, like, what I mean? We can do yeah, dude. We can anytime just do like a panel show, just like 5 people, 6 people. You can even do it on the fly. Like we could throw an event up at the top and then move everyone with one simple command with the bot command. It moves them all into the stage room all at once. And then boom, we just bring like 5 people on the stage, and then just those 5 people are
yeah. No, I'm not talking about having an open community. I'm talking about having a very closed community, like one that is very like stringently checked and tested, like for their either their knowledge or also their honesty. Like I guess that might be the best way to put it. Like
some fantasy deck closed society shit.
Like, are you talking about like an angelic secret society?
No, not at all. No, not at all. No, I'm not talking about a secret society. I'm just talking about people who look. The group could get bigger. It could get much bigger. There's a lot of people out there in the world who are like this. But if you were to take the people we have now, I would exclude 90% of almost everybody we talk to on both sides. Most of them are literally just riffraff.
Well, there's ways to do it.
I want to get to a higher level. I want to get to a higher level, a higher plane. I want to get to a better conversation. I want to get to a new conversation.
Yeah.
Hey, Lou, I hope you're not calling me riffraff. I hope you're not calling me riffraff, Lou, because I don't like the
I'm not
stand and
going
the.
to say names about what's riffraff. No, I don't think you're riffraff, but
okay.
I'm not going to. That's not where I'm going. I'm just saying that most people are riffraff.
You might not be riffraff, but you're mostly riffraff. Most of all.
I mean, what I was trying to say, Lou, is that like in terms of like a platform like this is kind of an interesting example because it is kind of like sociology, you know, like there's kind of roles and there's rooms and there's kind of the different, you know, all the ways that it works and everything. So it's kind of like its own little city almost. So the thing is, like in my viewpoint, when you kind of like in terms of the creation and all that, when these things are established, like there's certain foundations, you know, and you get into like the Bill of Rights and stuff. Yeah, like things like that, you know, you get into like the Bill of Rights and those kinds of ideas. But what I was saying is that, hold on, what I was just saying is that in terms of this platform, like it's not designed in a way where it's just like that certain people are just shut out or banned. Now we could have certain types of live streams that are either certain panel members, certain audience members. People could be brought up, you know, for like 10 minutes and ask their question and go back and forth for a bit and then bring someone else up and they can, you know what I mean? Kind of like a call-in type show where people can come up and either ask questions and have like a round table. So yeah, there's lots of ways. We're gonna have to do that
I
more
want
in
to
the
be
future.
clear too.
Yeah.
When it comes to like what I called riffraff, like literally I would be riffraff. Like I'm not saying like I'm above any of these people. Like I want this group that I'm proposing to exclude me. I want them to say like that dude, he's got a lot to offer, but he's not quite there. I want this to be an exclusive group that really gets down to the crux of things. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, Jin, you might be riffraff, but so am I.
Well, you know what's interesting about that though, Lou? Like, okay, people do have their different viewpoints, and the thing about like moderating for conduct is that yeah, because that makes a huge difference in terms of the whole vibe of the place. Like you know, like they're saying in Portland and Oregon, where all drugs are legal, people are just like shooting up on the streets, and like the hard drugs are all over the place. Anyways, it's so I'm just saying, like there is something to like trying to have some level of like structure and order in a positive way.
Well,
but the thing is that what was I going to say? I was going to say that the Globe. See, I feel like the Globe is elitist. It's elitist. It has that whole hierarchy, oligarchy. The oligarchy. It has that whole all the
defend the status quo.
It's not left behind anywhere you go. We see it in our own.
They're segregating. Is my point. Meaning the
Global, we do that. We do that here. We do that in 24/7. We do that in freaking every server. In fact, we do it worse. We do it worse than their governments. We are more totalitarian and fucking than anywhere else. We're the worst governments that you could ever imagine.
What's up, everybody?
Well, I hear you, Lou. It's yeah, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you, or if I don't know if you're interrupting me, but I don't really like having to fight to have to get in and then feeling like I'm getting interrupted every 3 seconds. So if we could try to just go one at a time, it'd be sweet. I try not. I am maybe monologuing a bit myself because I'm kind of just in kind of a good mood right now and just enjoying the chat. But okay, what I was trying to just say, the main point, and then I'll pass the mic, is that the Globe had like the kind of elitist mentality where like there's some that are above the others, and you're monkeys that came from evolution, Big Bang, atheists, GMO foods, and then these other beings they're sort of trying to be the royalty, and then they're controlling all of that globalist mentality. Whereas it seems to me like a stationary Earth that has planar geometry with some kind of heavens above. That is, since it's like the default cosmology since the beginning of time, in that cosmology in general, like we're all in this together. Like we're literally all on a stage together. And we're in some kind of divine realm. The sky is all synced with our lives. There's meaning to it all. And in that sense, we're all on the same level of sorts. And there's more, like potentially that equality and actual like sovereignty, that each person is sovereign on the land and on the earth.
It's hard to disagree with anything that you just said, but it's purposefully framed that way. So what I'm saying is, what I was describing earlier was more of a, I guess, not necessarily this server, but like this is where I'd like to see the conversation go. When it comes to Discord servers, of course, it's for the riffraff. Okay, like this should be a place for the riffraff, and I think you're doing a brilliant job. Like you're doing a good job at that, but it's not like the real conversation. It's literally accepting all the riffraff, all of their stupid nonsense. We're never gonna get anywhere or solve anything with this.
Well, I mean, dude, there's a situation of a lot of people think the Earth's a globe. So this conversation will be raging, and all of the tests and research and developments that are going to come. I mean, you know, I don't think the masses will ever really get in on the technical side of it necessarily, but they will get in on like that kind of podcast level style where they're hearing the information. That is going to happen. Like maybe not every technical thing about gas pressure and every last thing in that sense. Well, I mean, those will all be kind of, all those fields will be sorted as well. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, ideally I'd like to see another like. Well, I mean, God damn it! Now that I say it out loud, like, yeah, I get your question. Like, do I want to see a group of elite flat earthers telling you what the flat Earth is? Like, no, I don't. But like,
right? I
want to see well-spoken people who know how to fucking conduct themselves. I want like on both sides, not just flat Earth, but
like professional, yeah, like good, like actually good professional content, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like on point and like, well, because you can also
we get our trash.
Well, you could hold on. The thing is, dude, there's first of all, there's ways to have multiple live streams. So there can be different communal live streams, different types of streams for different types of things. And so I'm not a fan of shutting anyone out for their viewpoints. I never will be. This platform will never be run like that. So everyone will be free to have their viewpoints, including, you know, yeah, in all of those ways. However, there's also the viewpoint of like being like an art curator, you know, like curating content, and like you go into an art gallery and the whoever curated or whoever owns the gallery, you know, they picked all that stuff. And if they did a really good job at selecting it, then you get to go and see all this amazing stuff, and it all links together in some symbolic way, and the way that can work. So I'm just saying that like there's a viewpoint in terms of being able to do streams that would be able to incorporate something like curating like a specific type of like either a specific panel of people or a specific type of combo, specific topic with specific people, maybe take callers, maybe not, maybe kind of bring other people in, have different guests on, things like that. Yeah, those are all.
I guess it's a hypothetical, but it's an example, a hypothetical example, let's say. But we've all watched times where flat earthers were there on their lonesome, trying to fight for the flat Earth, and on a global server, and there was thousands of people who watched, and every one of us watched and went, "Oh shit, he didn't really represent us well." Like it's like he tried his best, but he was, you know, like he didn't do a good job. Okay, like now all of a sudden, all those people viewing think that we are all that person. Like,
Well, only if they do a stereotype.
Hold on.
Only if they. I'll just be short. Only if they do a stereotype fallacy.
Yeah, well, that's what everybody does. That's the thing. That's what everybody does.
I would agree that a large majority do and will. Yeah.
So it would almost be nice if we had a more official type forum, like a very stringent, like where only the select few got through, and it was something that you could broadcast and be proud of, But like that would take getting almost everybody on board. Not necessarily everybody, but like if we had somebody who, I guess if they could host such a forum and be open to other ideas, but while also understanding logic very well, right? Like, and be possibly, for at least our sake, flat Earth biased or flat Earth open, right? Like, if we had something like that, which we don't have that. There's no such a thing. I mean, it's a very tough, stringent thing to ask, but I mean, giving everybody the open floor and claiming that everybody has like equal grounds, that's not exactly right either.
Well, the way this particular live stream is right now, because it's been kind of the whole beginning of this particular server. So this live stream has been like an open panel, but we also we do have live stream hosts, and like the moderators and the live stream hosts, will host it at times. So we'll have different presentations or do like one-on-one type discussions, or so it's kind of hosted as well. But we've also been pretty open in that way with it. But the thing is, dude, there's so many other formats that can be done as well. Like there's really infinite types of formats.
Yeah, I'm just saying, and even still, I don't even know like name some of our best, like our big debaters, like Witsit. I love Witsit. I don't know if I would put him up there. Like I'm that fucking tidy about this shit. Like I don't like it. He's got too many flaws as well. Like QE, definitely not. Like who would you ever put up there? I don't even think we have a guy. I think we need to hold ourselves to a higher standard so that we can do such a forum, so that we could actually get into the mainstream debates, so that we could possibly debate like deGrasse Tyson or Michio Kaku or freaking Brandon, what's his name, or you know what I mean? Like, as long as we are willing to get triggered and call names and call somebody a globetard, we're not fit for that conversation, according to them.
I would have Witsit and Indio on my panel.
We would never be fit for them because we're flat earthers, and that's the whole point. It's like, this is not a two-way street. There are not flat earthers in mainstream science, but in this place, globers are allowed to exist, next to flat earthers. This is really the only truly free place to debate scientific ideas in the world, in my opinion, other than the fucking street or the party with a red cup in your hand, So yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, finish. Yeah,
that was well said, bro. That was well said.
Level said Indio. I never mentioned Indio, but honestly, like I have a huge respect for Indio, and he does really good. His candor is really good. Like if people could follow Indio's candor, I think we would have a chance.
I can't deny Witsit's recall ability. The depths inside of his mind where he can recall these names and words and ideas is fucking impressive.
Yeah, he's amazing, but he has
if you get into a debate with some fucking astrophysicist that you had never met, you don't know what he's going to say, and he tries to spring a trap on you, I would rely on Witsit to be able to pull some bullshit out of his ass to get out of that situation.
Right, but even in his debates, though, he will get emotionally triggered. Whereas, like, I don't see like Indio is like almost like a robot in that way. Like Indio will always stay logical, like always.
That's why I want a panel, though. I want a panel. I think Indio and him would work good together. Indio could like kick him in his leg or something, you know?
Yeah, 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 exactly. Like I'm just saying, but not everybody's a fucking Indio. You know what I mean? Like Indio is really good. He really is. But he doesn't go onto these forums. You know, he doesn't debate people. I wonder how good he actually is under pressure like that.
So are you saying the idea, Lou, of like as if we were to view everybody, let's just say in this entire kind of community, let's just say within Discord, because yeah, it does. I mean, yeah, there's some Telegrams, some other things, but you know, it really does seem like in terms of the community, in terms of like if we're talking about cosmology and a lot of these the truth topics, etc., in terms of the playing field. So whatever number of people that is, 500, 1,000, 5,000, whatever number you'd want to say. You know, I mean, how many do you feel like you know on a first name basis kind of thing? Is it hundreds, thousands? Point is, it's not like tens of thousands. So my point is that are you saying like as these discussions are moving more and more into the world and hitting larger and larger stages, as it were, in terms of different platforms and audiences and et cetera, are you kind of like saying almost the idea of like who, like if you have a whole bunch of basketball players, you have to pick, you have to pick. He was hot. Let me just finish my thing. I'm just saying you have to pick who you want to play, who you're putting in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of putting it. That's not what I was saying, but it's a pretty good way of putting it. So like, you could have your really good basketball players, but you have to choose who are the professionals and who you're going to put forward for an all-star team. Because we do have to be all-stars when it comes to doing this, like in front of the World Forum. Like we absolutely have to be.
At least at the beginning. But in my opinion, if it actually makes its way into the Overton window, we win. Once everybody gets to actually have a fair shake at what it is we're talking about, instead of believing in lies and propaganda, then I think we win, because then it just becomes self-evident. Yeah, exactly. Just discussing the truth. That's why a lot of people don't want it to be happening, or are trying to push people away by doxing and attacking and trolling, all of it. Yeah. All of the effort has been to keep it out of public domain. They don't want a Friday night panel on a big YouTuber's platform. They don't want that to actually happen. Yeah, with like tens of thousands of live viewers. Yeah. The biggest flat Earth.
They especially don't want somebody fucking just like going off topic and talking about Hitler or anything like that.
That's true.
Yeah, you'd have to keep it definitely on topic. Also, would have to do like at least a 30-second delay, and then have a team that's monitoring the audio, so you can, because that way you could even keep the audio that much cleaner. If something happens, whatever it may be, having that 30-second delay, is pretty key, just to keep the
I don't know if you guys follow the whole like red pill space, the whole like men's manosphere space, but there's a dude that's an open flat earther. His name's John Zerka. He's literally, I don't want to go that far. I've seen some of his numbers. He's one of the most Googled people in about the last month. He's like got like 80 million views on TikTok in like 7 or 8 days. He's been on all these huge podcasts, and he's an open flat earther, but he's not all that great to our standards. And he's actually going on he's going on Michael Sartain's podcast on Monday, specifically to argue about flat earth. And I thought Sartain did a really good job against David Weiss. And that's why I tried to get Witsit to help him out. Because Sartain I think he is an astrophysicist. I think he actually has a degree in astrophysics. And he has like all these friends in the industry that are all just going to gang up on Zerka, dude. And they're going to try to clown him, is my opinion. That's what I think they're going to do.
I mean, that sounds like a recipe for some spice, because I've only seen that John Zerka guy a few times. I saw him that one. He did a debate with Witsit, right? I think parts of that one, like maybe on Modern Day Debate. I don't know his content that much, but I mean, that guy is intense. Like, oof, he's pretty wild. He's like he goes off the cuff, and I don't know. At least the one I saw with Witsit, he just instantly went into ad hom after ad hom, and then he was just interrupting nonstop. It was pretty chaotic. So I don't know if he's going to do that again. Then it might just be an entire shit show, unless maybe he's calmed down or he can actually have a discussion. So I think Michael Sartain is pretty intellectual, considering. Like, yeah, he'll go into all the ideas and stuff. He's not just going to ad hom. I don't think he's just going to ad hom from what I remember, but I haven't seen tons of his work though.
Essentially, it's the saying, you got to put your best foot forward. Okay, so like, you have to know your audience as well. Like, it's you might be able to convince a lot of people talking rough, but like when it comes to like a TV audience or a world forum or anything like that, like you're going to be under the most scrutiny, like absolutely. So you have to be so careful. You have to be so about your wits.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and being on a big world stage like that, absolutely, yeah. And I've witnessed those environments, and every single component is key at that point, like how you actually present yourself.
Yeah, how you sit in your seat, how you hold your hands, how you freaking like all that stuff. Come on, you guys are familiar with this. Like don't throw up the 666 fucking logo thing in your hand. Don't fucking do, you know what I mean? Like, you have to be aware of all of that shit.
He's actually doing the opposite. It's called controlled controversy, where you fake beef with all these other influencers and YouTube creators just so that they will platform you. And then you do that in an effort to steal their viewership away from them. So he's actually going out of his way to be a comedian, to be loud and boisterous and audacious on purpose. So it's going to be a shit show on purpose.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right. well, I guess then that's a little more about that.
That's algorithm. Yeah, that's trying to become your million viewers on YouTube, guys. Yeah.
What's the riding the coattails?
You create fake beef. That's how all the rappers do it. You create a fake beef with a rapper, and everybody tunes in to figure it out, and you do diss tracks. It's kind of what they're doing on YouTube right now. Everybody talks shit about each other in front of the camera, but behind the camera, they're all cool.
And I think isn't there even another name for that?
WWE once again, man. Like
controlled controversy.
Those guys were enemies on stage and fucking each other in the ass behind stage. Like that's the way it was. By the way, I didn't mean to shock anybody's fucking grounds, but like, yeah, fucking Macho Man and fucking Hulk Hogan fucked each other in the ass. By the way,
good for them. Good for them.
Well, I've been following the Zerka guy because I will agree his points weren't that great, but he was getting the idea of flat Earth out there and putting it in a place where people could kind of make up their own minds, which I thought was good. And I'm kind of a right tool for the right job kind of guy. And I see the world today as this sort of instant gratification, sort of hyper materialistic society where it's all about it's literally about 15 seconds of fame, like getting somebody to look at something for 15 seconds and click the like button and share. And it's unfortunate, but maybe this Zerka guy might be the right tool for the right.
You got a great point. He's they call him the Andrew Dice Clay of Flat Earth or of the Red Pill. He's a shock jock.
Yeah, and I don't need to watch Zerka.
I don't know if we need more shock jocks. I mean, I understand that it gets attention. It does that. But what if it has a use?
What if he single-handedly reaches down and grabs Flat Earth and pulls it inside the Overton window?
That's exactly. That's exactly what I think is. It's very possible.
Okay, I mean, given time and place, you never know. Maybe the new one is what we need, you know. But like,
yeah, but isn't that already kind of a thing of like that guy, Flat Earth Asshole? Like, I'm not saying John Zerka's an asshole, but I'm saying like he does seem very boisterous and like, at least from what I saw, all he was doing was just like basically he did all I really have seen from him. Actually, I've never really seen his channel much. He was on a debate with Witsit on Modern Day Debates. They were both on there. I think like it was like a last minute thing or something. I think because Witsit was like, "Oh, I'm debating with this guy John Zerka tomorrow" or something like that, and he posted it in here. And then I watched parts of it, and like I like the beginning of it, and John Zerka just basically started repeated insults, just nonstop, calling them globetards and fucktards, all this stuff, and then just not stopped. He wouldn't stop talking for like 15, 20 minutes straight. They just couldn't even moderate him. Witsit couldn't even get in. It was absolutely wild. And then finally, I forget if they did like mute him, I think, and then they tried to actually get it kind of going in that sense. But I couldn't really like. It seemed like that John Zerka, like maybe he was kind of playing a character because he definitely
he is.
Yeah.
In his defense, those two Globers that they were arguing against were fucking trash, by the way. So
that's true. So the whole thing was just like
it's a shit show.
Yeah, at that
but also in Zerka's defense, not that I don't want to ride his nuts too hard, but he is more of a Renaissance man than that. He talks about how to pick up girls. He talks about weightlifting. He was a trainer. He was a bouncer. He's pretty famous for street fighting. He's a monster. He's like 6'5", so he's got a decent, well-rounded arsenal to speak about on a podcast. He's like the most requested podcast out there right now. Podcast guest, I should say.
Being physically fit or being big doesn't mean that you know what the Earth is.
No, I mean if he has a way to kind of because people do have like certain charisma, and if he has if he and if I mean the thing about like Lou, you were saying before about people like representing kind of us, quote unquote, or like but is it really like that in the end? Because you're right, a lot of people do go off the stereotype fallacy, but if you view it that each individual is in a sense in their own journey, with truth in a sense, whatever, factor they're in, because we know there's lies. So we're all coming from some lies here and there. I mean, many of them, in our world. So that's a default for anyone.
Yeah, the goal is to break them down, but I agree. Yeah.
And so isn't it up to that individual, you know what I'm saying? Like when I discerned all of this, I had my own process of doing that, as we all do. In terms of actually, like discerning that.
Well,
what the truth is
versus like deception. Getting a following or being big or being attractive to an audience doesn't give you more validity. It doesn't
it's
not to a thinker anyway.
You're right. You're totally right. Lou, have you seen the movie Idiocracy?
Of course I have, yeah.
Okay, so you remember President Camacho? He's, the huge black dude, super buff, and he's just like, you're retarded. We're going to bomb you. Like, that's the leader of the free world in this Idiocracy realm, this fictional place, right? Imagine what the philosophers would look like in that Idiocracy world. They'd be 6'5". They'd be like, that's retarded, bro. Logical fallacy, yo. They would be kind of like a Zerka character. And I mean, I don't like it, but to me, it kind of makes the most sense that some of the modern day big think people are going to be kind of like these shock jock characters. I'm not saying we need to ride their nuts or that we need to make them the fucking, poster boy of our movement.
I agree with you completely. You're making the same point that I made earlier, and actually referencing it. But just because the masses go along with it doesn't mean it's true. So yes, if your goal is to control the masses, then these are tactics that you want to utilize, right? But it doesn't.
I think there needs to be a transition.
That's what I was getting.
Sorry, I thought you were done, Lou. If you weren't done, go ahead.
I mean, that's just it. In fact, you can almost 100% be sure that if somebody is using these strong arm type tactics against you, that they are wrong in their side. They are not going to be correct in their opinion because they are forcing you through intimidation or in any way, shape, or form, whether it be through the masses or through the experts or through the fucking media or through the fucking government. Like, you can be assured that they are incorrect in whatever they're selling you.
That's not necessarily. I was going more towards what I think Gio was about to say. If I'm going to have a psychic moment here, and is that we're entering into a transitionary period. You know, like, we're bouncing off the bottom. Like, hopefully this is as retarded as the world is going to get. We're going to have some kind of shock jockey type philosopher, like Jordan Peterson's had some really good stuff to say, you know, but for whatever reason, there's a lot of people who are getting almost the same messages from like Andrew Tate, right? I don't know if you know who those two people are. If you don't,
yeah, no. Hopefully nobody's following Andrew Tate. That if we're lucky, nobody's following Andrew Tate.
Lou draws the line. Lou draws the line at the Tate.
Dude, but, I don't like any of these e-celebs. I can agree with some of their points, but I'm not going to go, you know, fanboy for them. I'm just saying, like, we are not. We don't have a massive platform. You know, we. Like that other guy that came in here earlier and was saying how, like, he thinks this is one of the best servers on Discord. That was so
yeah,
cool.
If he says that, that makes me question it even more, honestly. Like, fuck Andrew Tate.
No, dude, that was something different.
Yeah.
Zerka's
the point remains. If he promotes something, I will go the other way every time.
Okay.
Zerka is publicly picking a fight with Andrew Tate and his brother on purpose to steal viewership from them.
I mean,
he's up 60,000 60,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel in the last 3 weeks alone.
I think that in my viewpoint, if I were to see this in my viewpoint from, like, let's say even like the creator's perspective or like the creative intelligence, like the source of the creative intelligence as to why it would create it this way, it would make sense to me if you have this entire globe deception, this whole period that we're in, you know, from World War I to World War II, the whole lineage, and it was going on a bit before World War I as well, but I don't believe that it's as old as they try to claim it. Nonetheless, we're in this whole phase. And then now that we're headed out of it, in terms of, let's just say the truth in general, just truth versus deception, just using that straight. And as there's more,
no, you can't just do that.
Hold on, man. Dude, that's not fair just to totally interrupt, man. Come on, let me finish what I'm saying. Yeah, I was just trying to say there's more truth coming, you know, that it was clearly going towards the direction of more truth. It seems like there's a lot of the lies being dispelled. Maybe it's not happening as fast as maybe we would hope or something like that, or would want it to, but I think it will speed up. And as that's happening, like from the kind of idea of the creative intelligence's perspective, it would have individuals that have certain personalities that will access a lot of these different, you know, niches of people and groups and age groups and, you know, genres, all of those kinds of things, which of course those AIs are calculating for and doing all that. But I'm just saying in general that it would be doing that.
Yeah, I mean,
literally.
Go ahead, Lou.
Literally, you can't say truth and deception are synonymous and then laugh about it. They're antithetical to each other.
No, I never said anything like that. Yeah, no, I was saying if more truth is going to be coming out into the world, then there will be many avenues by which that truth will begin to reach people. Different kinds of, you know, yeah, probably some social influencers, other maybe celebrities or famous people, other just many of us will be involved in it in these coming years. I mean, I think it's all we're all playing our part in our own way, and we all have our piece to play. And so if someone like John Zerka, whatever his antics may be, if he also drops some truth bombs, like just that, like NASA's lying and things like that, that will just instantly resonate with people. That's what was happening with Platypus. Platypus was getting like millions of views on these Instagram videos, and people were just instantly resonating with it. Putting like a little truth bomb, like a little truth nugget, with like the right music and the right visuals and the right, like, just the content, and then the time, the little time piece, the amount of time it is as well, the time factor, that is a very potent, because it resonates with people. Like, they're kind of in a little bit of a trance when they're watching those short clips. They're kind of in a trance, just flipping through.
Yeah.
They're in like a brainwave state, and then you drop a truth bomb. This can be very potent.
You're getting away with murder, and it's literally the question that everybody is asking after I asked it. How is deception and truth synonymous?
I never said that. They're opposites.
No. Okay. So you said truth and deception, or you said deception is truth.
I didn't hear him say that.
No, I didn't say that.
I think I know what you meant by it, and maybe I can't quote you perfectly, but I think I know what you meant by it. You were saying if you can deceive the masses into thinking that it's true, then it becomes truth, essentially.
No. It never just becomes truth just because you deceive someone. No.
Okay, it becomes
Where are
truth.
you coming up with these ideas? All these last things are things I don't even think. Are these your idea?
Fuck it. Instead of trying to quote you, because I don't have it word for word, when I interrupted you like a minute and a half ago, we could go back. I want to hear it again, honestly. I'm going to go and do it.
Yeah, the live stream's super easy. That you can just go back and if you get confused. I do it all the time.
Yeah, just scan back with a little 5-second. Yeah, just click. Well, I think, or I could just restate because I think ultimately, like, what someone said in the past could be relevant if you really want to like try to like bust someone's balls. But ultimately, I think it's more valuable just be like, all right, well, what do you think? And just restate it, just get the information from the person.
I mean, there was a reason why I said that the truth is antithetical to, when I use, I don't even know what I said. Now I definitely have to go back.
What I was saying in general is that if we're coming out of an era, like a cycle of humanity, where there's a tremendous amount of deceptions, especially heightening after World War II, they've gone a little bonkers with it. And then these last couple of years, they really just are just going off the handle. So I think everything will come back to a balance ultimately. We'll see what other antics that they pull off until that happens. But I mean, from that perspective, like, we're coming out of a whole cycle and a whole era where there was all this deception and all this corruption. And if it's headed towards truth, whatever that may be, now how far will that road go? Like, what level of that?
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this for a fact. Like, nothing that we're seeing is heading towards truth. It's all headed towards more deception. It's all it's all bigger science. It literally is. It's if you think you've seen the worst of it, you're fucking retarded.
I'm glad we have like the hardcore. I would consider you like the hard. I'm trying to give you like something endearing right now, where it's like you're just like the disbeliever. Where like if
Black pill Lou.
Like,
dude, yeah, it's not even black pill. Like, dude, if you can. What if I gave a pill to those who live in the fucking clouds? Can I call it a white pill? You fucking white pillars are fucking living in the fucking clouds. You're fucking retarded.
Dude, I am so white pilled. I was black pilled for years. Come take the white pill, bro. We're fucking starting a revolution. You gotta, honestly, it's so much more fun.
Yeah, everything gets better.
Yeah,
It
dude, every day.
better. Yeah.
Stronger and better every day, Lou. Come join us. Join.
Yeah, assimilate, motherfucker.
We're gonna just through truth. We're gonna uproot the entire Illuminati, Freemason, Jesuit, secret society cabal through peace and through harmony. They will just their power will dissolve naturally.
Yep, like a fart in the wind, bro.
No, dude, it's easy to call somebody who doesn't like see the way things are going as being positive. It's easy to call them a black pillar. Very easy. It's
well,
a
look,
fucking
I can be
it's a cowardice way to fucking completely write somebody off. To say that their point has no fucking meaning or substance.
Well, isn't that what you're telling us? Because you're saying that the good thing is not going to happen. It's going to be all the bad things. So aren't you doing that?
No, you have to consider all of the possibility. And if you do, what you guys are saying is just literally considering the possibility.
What
makes
about
you
this,
a black killer? Makes
what
you
about,
a black killer.
What about if what you believe really? What if what you believe? What's up? Were you done? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. If I'm a black pillar, it's always what's going to happen is always worse. I'm not a black pillar. I mean,
well, let me say this. What if you do a white pill and you actually envision things that you want and you actually do like believe, like what you believe becomes your reality in the positive way, meaning that if you do something in the positive way, there's positivity that flows in the future. That's like a natural law. And that what you believe will become your reality in that sense. However, if you're really negative, I don't necessarily think that means everything will work out bad for someone, like just because they're negative. However, it's slowing them down. I think it's all, but it is inhibiting the process that could be there.
I'm talking about describing mentalities, not about what will happen or how you can make it happen. I'm not talking about manifesting destiny. I'm talking about somebody who sees things as all positive, optimist, people who see things as all negative, pessimist, or like purple pill. Like this is another idea I've heard where you mix the blue and the red, like where they're like woke to like some of the agendas and shit, but like they, you know what I mean? All these pills, they're all agendas. They're all like, are you a Q fucking tard? Are you a Trump tard? Are you a fucking, are you a futurist? Are you a, do you think that all, like, and that
Are you
futurist,
are you
are you or whatever? I don't even know what else to call you. I don't even know what else to call you. But like,
Lou, you could take a piss break, and we could let some other people get in as well.
no, dude, you guys want to call me a black killer and fucking tell me to go take a piss break? Like, you're the fucking purple. You're the black pillar. Like, you don't want to hear what I have to say. You don't want to hear.
But are you saying it's going to all turn out negative? Is that what you're saying, or what's the? Are you saying it's all just going to keep the Illuminati, the Illuminati control cabal is just going to get more and more power? They're just going to make our lives worse and worse, and we're going to,
I never talk about that.
We're going to all mutate. We're going to mutate. We're going to get so genetically modified. We're all going to.
And I never talk about how there is no positive, like, outcome. I that's never been me ever. Okay.
Dude, you were just doing that like 4 minutes ago, bro. What are you talking about, dude? Lou, you're under arrest. You've had too much to think.
No, look.
Okay, that was good. That was good.
No, it's not that good. It's been fucking
too much to think. No, come on. You have been talking a lot, which I have been too. So but we could let others get in, but like too much to think along with.
No, if you guys want to write me off that easily, then I'll go away. I'll go away. It just all I know is that when you write me off like this, it's because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Oh, we're writing you up. We're writing you up, lifting up.
You know what I want to hear about, Lou? I want to hear about the Mandela effect.
No, we're not going there. Dude,
Oh,
I'm gonna
I'll
write
go
you
there
off.
all night, baby. What universe are you
I'm not
from,
going-
dude? I'm from fucking Bernstein, bro.
You're
I'm a
from Bernstein. Where in the fucking? Where's Bernstein?
Bro, I'm from the Bernstein universe, also where Dolly had braces. I'm from the Tostinos pizza rolls universe, not Totinos, Tostinos, like toaster.
Yeah. No, all right, I'm with you, but that's not what we're talking about. Okay, like.
All right. I'm
No,
sorry. I
go
just got
off topic. Lou's on it. He's gonna can't go off topic with this guy.
Lou, I wasn't writing you off, but I like what you have to say. I was just trying to make a good pun.
That's funny.
No, if you guys want to say like that I'm a black pillar, that I'm all about like doom and gloom, that is absolutely not true. How often do I come in here and tell you we're all fucked? Like you gotta
Is
follow.
this like our quarterly? Is this our quarterly like session?
Lou review?
The Lou review. That's like the quarter. It's the quarterly year review. I feel like this happened about 3 months ago.
Don't worry,
didn't
we're
start
2 minutes away
I
from
was told that I was a black pillar.
Eeyore. We're 2
Lou, that
minutes
was
away from calling him
it
Eeyore.
was a joke, dude. I was a prank, bro. I know you're not a black pill person. I know you're positive and you're full of light and love. I didn't mean it like that. All right, I was just making a joke. I'm
What were
sorry.
you saying, Napalm? Napalm, your mic was kind of
Truth
low.
is that-
Hold on,
look,
Lou. Let Napalm go. His mic. He was.
go there.
Hold on a
You
second.
really
I was just saying some shit. I was just saying we're T-minus 2 minutes from what's it calling Lou Eeyore, but it's
Yeah,
not
you know,
funny.
no, fuck with it when he comes to that. Like, I've already told him that many times.
Hey, Lou,
But dude, when it comes to it, like there isn't a positive outcome possibility, right? But the way that things are going, like it's not looking bright. Like there are some things to give you hope. I don't hang my hat on hope personally. I'm more. I'll be out there in the open. I'm more of a pessimist than I am an optimist. Like the way the way the trends are going, it's not looking bright. Let's put it that way. But there's plenty of opportunity out there to make a change.
Lou, can you lay the positive outcome out for me?
Whoa, dude!
Steel man, the white pill.
Wait. There was somebody who asked about the Mandela effect. I just wanted to make sure they didn't have any questions for me.
No, dude, your answer had us like crying.
Okay,
hey,
I'll
Lou,
ask you on another timeline.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In an alternative universe, I'm actually currently asking you, Lou, will you do me a solid, bro? Lou, just lay out the positive outcome.
Yeah, no, it's quite simple. Like perhaps we're winning. Perhaps a lot of people are actually listening to us. Perhaps a lot of people start homeschooling and start friggin' ignoring pharmaceutical companies. Perhaps they you know ignore the indoctrination that has been heavily set upon them, and we start winning and we start taking over the majority and hit that Overton window, which was talked about earlier. Like maybe it only takes a few of us who just said fuck you and did it our way, and the rest follow. Like that would be bright. Like that would be good. I just don't think that it's likely to happen, but there is a possibility that it could.
Yeah, from my
Fair enough.
perspective, it's kind of like happening.
It's happening.
I see some light there. Like, yeah, there's more people waking up, but I also wonder how much of it, like, okay, this is where it gets all psyopy. So, like, just like when I talked with you about like Trump earlier on in 2016, like when I talked to you about how what would happen and so on and so forth, and you have to look at the bigger picture. You always have to look at the bigger picture.
and you have to wonder when they're leading the masses in a certain direction. You have to wonder what trap you're falling into.
So are you we talked really about it in like 2020, but like, are you suggesting that they're leading the flat Earth awakening?
Yeah, I would say that all movements are steered. Not that they're completely controlled, but they're steered.
Yeah, but I just don't think that's the same as like we were debating about which one of the fake politics were they going to put into office, right? I mean, and they controlled all of it. We're talking
Yeah.
about like despite like
No,
heavy
dude, you were at the time. You were certain. You were absolutely certain about who would be in, and you were completely wrong.
I was wrong, yeah, but I was like, I said, I can't imagine how they could possibly pull off claiming that Biden won because so many people are clearly not going to vote for him. But then they just blatantly turned off the counters. They just in the middle of the election.
Do you think that was the first time they turned off the counters?
That for sure that was the first time ever in history that every newscast just paused the night of, and you had to come back the next day. For
No,
sure,
dude,
that's never.
Dude, every election, dude, the whole Jeb Bush in Florida, like the hanging Chad, dude, all that shit. That was the same bullshit in 2000.
It was similar. It was similar, but it was not the same. Where one guy is just blowing the other guy out, and then it pauses, and like, oh, something happened. We'll have to come back tomorrow, and then it's just the other way. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I didn't
Like,
in any way see that.
Trump literally told us, but while he was running, that all elections, he told us that the election is rigged, and I'm telling you that he won, while telling us the truth.
Our debate was about who they were going to pick to be in office. I don't really see how that's like analogous to flat Earth. I guess like there's a lot of people waking up.
I'm not relating this to flat Earth.
What? That's the whole thing. It's like there's a lot of people waking up. They're like choosing to re-examine things that they were told. They don't believe the state. They think that everything's propaganda and a lie. And tons of people are beginning to realize this organically and individually. It's significantly different than like, oh, there's two people that we're gonna pick one of them and say that that's your president. Like we know that's all crafted, but like the people waking up to the propaganda doesn't seem to be crafted. Sure, they try to steer everything, but that's different. I don't know. All I'm saying is like I think that they may have a plan to swoop in and try to take advantage of that or like steer it or hijack it when people wake up. But I think that that's kind of out of their control. That's how I see it.
Dude, it's 100% out of their control. How the fuck are they going to control flat earthers? They can't even get us to take a shower. They couldn't get us to take the juice. There's no way they're going to co-opt this. I don't see it happening. Please, somebody tell me how it would happen.
They can't get us
infighting.
Yeah.
Infighting, atheist versus religious. That's how I see it. Fracturing flat Earth. I've seen it anyway.
Wait, what? Atheist flat Earth?
Yeah, I feel like there's been a little rise of that. There's been a lot of fracturing, infighting going on.
I don't know. That's kind of weird. I know what you mean, but I've seen Christian flat earthers versus Christian flat earthers argue over like, whether or not the letter J makes a noise or something. But I've never really seen the atheists versus the Christian. I've seen like the non-Christian, like the spiritual versus the Christian. But I think flat earthers, no matter what their religious or spiritual beliefs, would be so fucking fired up and pumped if we busted into the Overton window that we wouldn't let. I would like to think we wouldn't let that happen.
Yeah, I think so too. Like I do, I think like the infighting in general is a way to try to prevent it from getting in the Overton window. But I think that it's only slow. It is for sure slowing it down. The truth is, we should already have done that. But because of all the infighting and the lack of like cohesive game plans and stuff like that, we're not there yet. But yeah, I mean, I just feel like it's inevitable, and it's 100% out of their control, in my opinion, as well.
Well, it's interesting how energies shift through time. Like even on this server, like for a lot of the time for the last like week or two, like we were starting to just like when people start debating, like to not allow all the over talking, which then just goes to all the like fallacies and then like half ideas that don't get completed. And it's just this like chaotic thing. And then someone else comes in and side rails. The way we've been doing it, like, especially when there's a mod able to do it, where if needed, like literally mute and unmute the two people. Or if the one guy just can't do it, then we have to just, mute and unmute him. Now that is a lot more work on our end. And like another way is you could just be like, no, just give him warnings and don't let him be here kind of thing if he can't, control himself. However, there is also the idea of like offering it as a service. Like we will sit here and mute and unmute. And the thing that's so good about it is that when you know you're not going to be interrupted, it's the best because then your mind is relaxed, your cortisol levels and your adrenaline doesn't have to be spiked. You can just be chilling and know that you're going to get your whole thought out and that no one's just going to blurt and interrupt right in the middle. And when we have that going on, whether it's a calm discussion like right now or whether it's in the debate vibe, because when we do it in the debate vibe, you mute and unmute like that, and there's no interruptions, then like if someone's going to call out a fallacy, they have all their time to do that without being interrupted. There's all of those things. So it's like so much more productive. And then the ideas are actually brought to bear. And it becomes like, it's interesting to have seen like, yeah, the way. But the thing is, after you do the mute and unmute, I found that you can just stop doing it and just, it's almost like, yeah, it is kind of like almost the idea of training wheels in that sense, but only in the sense that like once they kind of know that, then whoever was doing the interruption is stopped because ideally just both should be able to do it without interrupting by just fully giving each other their time. But anyway, sorry, that was the whole side thing. But I was just saying that like in terms of the idea of kind of getting things together as it were, I just think it's interesting how that folds over time. And I just feel like we probably could have, because there's so many interruptions that have gone on that we probably could have prevented earlier. But then at the same time, like we're in like a zeitgeist of our consciousness. We're all interconnected through the ether. So it's like live and happening as well. And it's all kind of developing. And I think there's like a lot of healing and positivity that's coming through these channels as well.
Hey, really quick, Joe, just while we're kind of on the topic of increasing awareness and stuff like that, it has been eating at the back of my mind. I've got this splinter of an idea that I want to make. So I've been posting on my main account again, the one with 8,900 followers. People are still seeing stuff, but I'm still shadow banned. But I want to make a commercial for your server, and it kind of just hit me hearing you talk. I'd love to ask you some questions and have you answer them and take and clip it and make like an advertisement for this server. You know what I mean?
Ask him how many trees he hugs per week.
I don't know.
Dude, I hugged. I stood on a rock today with bare feet, and I did touch a tree. I didn't quite hug it, but I.
So tight.
Well, the electromagnetic. You talk about like. Well, like okay, like there really is something to that actually. So like grounding and earthing, like the idea of earthing, grounding. Well, if you just put your feet on the ground, that's one thing. If you put your feet in water, depending on the size of water and the water source, that can be a very potent way because of the way water conducts. But also like wet soil is different than dry soil. And then you can stand on like a rock, and depending on what the rock's made of and how that's connected to the earth, you can get a unique field from that, like a download. I love doing that. Standing on quartz rocks, specifically quartz, is very tuning. But if you touch a tree,
wait, what does standing on quartz do to you? Like,
let me
just you stand barefoot on quartz?
All right, let me just finish the thing real quick, which is to say, now with that being said, if you have your feet on the soil and you touch a tree, you don't necessarily have to hug it, but if you do, you're going to get that much more conductivity, especially hug it with your shirt off. The more skin on it, the better. But even if you just touch it with your hand, you're now creating a cycle of the field between the tree going up like into the ether and extending upwards. So from the tree and all the electrostatic energy at those altitudes and the 100 volts per meter and all of that, the way it's channeled through the tree, is now going through you to the earth and then through your body. And you're getting like an actual cyclical like healing. There can be a healing effect and an actual like resonance with the earth it helps like your genetics like reintegrate in healthy ways. And it's very good for the immune system and has anti-inflammatory and all the benefits that grounding or earthing has. But even more potentized, and also having the medicinal qualities of that
It's
tree.
like good earthing is what it is.
Yeah, tree earthing.
Tree-
That's the new tree huggers, is tree earthing.
White pill earthing.
Yeah, that's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. Like, what's the best breed of tree to hug? Like a spruce or like a pine or like do you like deciduous or like what's the other kind? Deciduous or carnivorous plants to hug? Like what's the best kind?
Lou refuses to go to
Supposedly
the doctor, but just because all the medication are pills that are whites.
Yeah, supposedly the Ceiba pentandra is like one of the most mystical trees to touch.
What is it called?
What is?
It's called the Ceiba pentandra. There's a there's a lot of story behind that tree.
What type of tree is that? Is that
Listen to-
carnivorous
Yeah,
or is
very-
that deciduous?
I'm not sure. Probably have to look it up.
Does it shed its leaves?
I'm not sure. I don't know like a whole bunch about it.
You gotta, dude. Don't come in here with like half information. Man.
All right,
Oh
well,
my
you
God.
can look into it if you're interested. I'm just saying.
Spell it, bro.
CEBA. I believe it's CEBA or CEIBA. Pentandra, PENTANDRA.
Ceiba pentandra. Yeah, I see it here from the Maldives.
Is it?
Yeah,
Does it have a pine needle or a fucking shedding leaf? Come on, somebody
supposedly
break
there's
this down.
supposedly there's a lot of legend behind the slaves that came over here from Africa and South America.
No,
Like
prove it. Prove they came from Africa.
I'm just saying, bro. Whatever. Never mind. Forget about it.
I was looking into it. It says it's a tropical tree. It's native to Mexico.
And does it shed leaves or not?
Well, it's a tree.
Well, not all trees do. So like,
No, yeah, I don't actually know. I don't know. It's tropical, maybe not. I don't know.
You got half information though.
What do you guys think of the idea of trees as ether tentacles?
No.
Or they're earthly tentacles that connect the ether to the earth.
Well, I actually have an interesting theory, kind of adjacent to that, is that trees are they're like I don't have the right word for it, but they're controlled by the mycelium. Like mycelium networks are vast, right? And they connect forests all over the land. And the mycelium use the trees to bring certain nutrients to them. Similar to how like the trees are like the drone bees that go out and collect the pollen, and the mycelium is like the hive mind that like controls them where to go. So tentacles for the ether, sure, why not? You know,
Trees are like certainly sentient and like incredible. It says that they do drop. They're deciduous, so they drop leaves.
Deciduous.
Yeah, I just posted an image of that one. Look, that one's huge. That does look like a magical tree.
Yeah, it says they can get up to 230 feet tall.
All right, so deciduous means that they're like they're conifers. They're kind of like a pine tree or a spruce or whatever else.
It makes this this beautiful little seed pod. Looks like almost like cotton material. That's pretty cool.
That's a trip. Because I was gonna say I thought that palm trees were like the magical tree, but I don't know. I've never heard of this.
I think there's a lot of trees that are.
Have any of you guys ever heard of that documentary?
I think all trees are magical, and if you just hug the closest one, you'll probably freaking figure it all out.
This looks like
You gotta give it a really good hug, though.
This looks like corn on the cob made of cotton. Dude, just so you know, Lou, like trees are like magic. So don't be making fun of it, all right, bro?
I'm making
Haven't you seen Avatar?
Trees actually are incredible, though. Like, I'm gonna almost guarantee.
I don't disagree with that. Trees are incredibly important. I don't think that you can make love. I don't think that you can hug a tree or make love to a tree or fucking worship a tree and
Make
fucking
love to whoa, stop with the straw man. Hey, dude, I'm gonna guess you think this is crazy, but they say that you can go talk to a tree. You can be kind of close to it and just be like, watch the wind blow and see how far out that the like leaves go and the limbs go, and you can ask the tree to reach out and touch you, and it will. So yeah, I thought that was crazy. So did Jaren, and then Jaren went and tried it. Jaren went and tried it and said it happens multiple times, and that his wife did it as well, and that even his little son did.
You telling me that Jaren had a tree reach out and touch him?
Yeah, multiple times.
Yeah.
Yep. And that even his wife did it, and that his son did it.
I mean, I live in a land with a lot of trees. I've never had a tree like reach towards me, like.
But have you ever
never.
like walked up to a tree and stood right where it can't reach you, and then say, like, ask it to touch you? Of course not.
No,
Who
I've
does
never
that?
done that.
Yeah, I mean, who does that? The point is that the idea is that if you ask it to touch you, it will. Like, just the fundamental way that trees work, admittedly, isn't understood by science. The way that they distribute their nutrients and their roots and they communicate with other trees, they can't fully even explain it. Like, trees are pretty magical.
I don't think that they are.
It touches you.
I don't think that trees.
What you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that it reaches out and touches you. Yeah, I've never done it
with a branch.
Hang
on.
Yeah, like
I mean, I've hiked quite a lot of my life, and I love the earth and nature. It's my foundation. It's my ethos. No tree has ever reached out and touched me, unless the wind
but have you
is
ever
blowing.
asked it to?
Unless the wind is blowing, I've
Well, that's what
hugged
I'm
trees.
saying.
I've stood by them. Yeah.
Yeah, but you
I've
have to
stood by
ask
them.
it to. So you go and you watch the wind, and like you see what's like when the wind blows, what's the furthest out in that direction it can go. You stand just outside of that where it can't reach you, and then you ask the tree to touch you. That's what I'm just telling you. That Jaren thought it was the craziest thing he's ever heard. 3 people swore up and down that it was real, and emails and on the show. He went and tried it, and then he told me.
Are you talking about California people?
Well, I'm surprised. Have you tried it yet? Have you tried it yet?
I haven't tried it yet. No, I haven't tried it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, Jaren told me like man to man. You know, I mean, it's not like.
Does the wind have to be blowing, or can it be done in like very calm wind?
Yeah, it can be done calmly, but like the benefit of if you wait a little bit to watch the wind blow some is that way you know that you're far enough away that it's not just going to naturally be able to like brush up against you if the wind does blow. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just to see like the maximum extension.
How close did he stand to the tree before he asked it to touch him?
I don't know. He didn't stand like 100 yards away or something, right? I mean, it's like pretty close to the tree.
So like literally like inches from a branch touching his shoulder, and then all of a sudden the branch touches his shoulder.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
And that like he and his wife started doing it with Maverick, his son, and that like it like popped him in the back of the head, like gently like popped him in the back of the head.
It knocked him upside the head when he said like this can't be real.
You know what I have had?
Maverick's like a baby, bro. He's not saying anything. Like his wife and him told it to touch their son, and I'll let him tell the story. All I'm saying is I think it's interesting. I've never done it, but I know Jaren very well. Jaren would never say that, dude. Like it's like insane for Jaren to say that.
Dude, I like Jaren, but I'm only hearing dude. Trees don't do that. I know trees.
I feel you. I feel you.
I've been around trees.
You never hugged one, though. You don't have that relationship with them, Lou.
code.
You've never asked a tree to touch you, man. I mean, let's be honest. No one in this room has ever asked a tree to touch them. So
You got to make the first move, Lou.
Well, the one thing I've
You know what?
experienced that
I'm
relates
gonna
to
make
this,
a move. I'm gonna make a move. Maybe I haven't shot him till now.
I have experienced things that relate to this, and for me, it's happened in a similar sense where I'm like going through the forest or going through like palm trees or something like that, where there's a lot of like leaves. Now, you could just say, okay, like someone's walking in front of you and there's all, a lot of brush, and then like they might, because you got to like go through, like for example, like palm trees and stuff, you got to like go through them, and so they're like kind of, if the person in front of you like bends the thing and then it's going to smack back at you, so it is kind of like intense when you're going through those. But what I'm actually referring to, and this is very subjective, so I couldn't like prove this to anyone else, it's really just experiential on my side, but it really did feel like I've had times where it feels like the plants are like tickling me, like they're actually like saying hello and giving me like an act, like beyond what the normal physics would be. Like there's a way in which they seem to be like almost kind of just like caressing you and kind of like almost like a flutter. They like flutter on your body in a way.
Lou, can you make a video hugging a tree tomorrow for us, please?
It does seem like like plants and shit, like when I'm looking with my garden or anything like that, it does seem like they flock to your legs and shit and get all up on you. It does seem like that.
If you're like carrying a plant and it's wiggling around, it seems like it wiggles more to like touch your arm, for example. I mean, I know it sounds funny because people might just say, "Oh, dude, no, it's just physics. You're just it's just the regular physics." But there is something like somewhat metaphysical. Like plants are alive in that sense. Like if I was to put a plant, like a potted plant, in the back of a car or something, the way that it's shaking around is definitely like different, and not just because of the materials. Like it does. I know it might sound wild to some people, but they do have their own. Yeah,
it really ain't. But look, dude, I've seen the wind blow like gently, and like a
like a bunch of plants
start vibrating, dude, literally vibrating.
I think if Zanuck weren't here, he'd say it's just mass attracting mass.
That's funny.
I've always felt that trees are deserving of our respect, though.
Like we can all agree that like it seems like plants can like hear you talk, right? I mean,
that trees
you
deserve our respect.
Yeah, you can watch plants grow better when you show them love and you speak love to them. So like, what's really so crazy? What's so crazy about the tree touching you? We're like, oh well, like what can the tree hear you? The tree can hear you, though. We know that plants can hear you, right?
Look.
Yeah, they listen to music.
We know that. Like, I don't know if we know that. Like,
how about this? The plants are listening to music. If you play the music, they are listening.
I don't know that for sure either. Like there's a lot of correlation, not necessarily causation.
All right.
Have you heard of the Baxter effect? What's it? Posted it in the live stream.
Positive energy. Like if you want to get all, if you want
to. So what if
Luke, Truth was trying to get in. Sorry, Truth.
I was just trying to direct with it to that so that he could read that. I thought that was a pretty cool discovery they made. So what if they can read your thoughts, not just hear your words and know what you're saying, but read your thoughts?
I did 2 sprouts, they flooded, and I'm like, dude, once they start to turn brown and there's no green, the little sprouts, that's it. They never come back. But I tried it just for the hell of it, dude, with one. And I was like, I love you. You know, you're going to make it. Come on, hang in there, bro. You're going to be big and bushy. And just, dude, I told my wife and kids all that, you know, so they wouldn't think I'm retarded or nothing, you know. What are you doing out there, Dad? But I literally never got one that was brown to come back, and it came back. I promise to God, dude, I've never in my life seen that, and it worked.
Yeah, I think plants are sentient. Truth, did you want to read this or explain it, or I could read it as well? I was just reading it. It sounds interesting.
Yeah, it blew my mind when I read it. You could probably read it better than I could. You know, with my accent. I'll just go ahead. I think it's good for everybody to hear.
All right, yeah, I'll read it. Yeah, the adventure started in 1966. Cleve Baxter was America's foremost lie detector examiner. Baxter had been up all night in his school for polygraph examiners, where he teaches the art of lie detection to policemen and security agents from around the world. On impulse, he decided to attach the electrodes to one of his lie detectors to the leaf of his Drosensea, a tropical plant similar to a palm tree. What happened to Baxter in the next 10 minutes was to revolutionize his life. The most effective way to trigger in a human being a reaction strong enough to make the galvanometer jump is to threaten his or her well-being. Baxter decided to do just that to the plant. He dunked a leaf of the Drosenia in a cup of hot coffee perennially in his hand. There was no reaction to speak of on the meter. Baxter studied the problem several minutes, then conceived a worse threat. He would burn the actual leaf to which the electrodes were attached. The instant he got the picture flame in his mind, and before he could move for a match, there was a dramatic change in the tracing pattern on the graph in the form of a prolonged upward sweep.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
Like he thought of the flame in his mind. The tree was like sensed danger. I was just reading that right before you read it. That blew my mind.
Power of thought and intention is obviously something that we haven't fully been able to quantify. Which,
yeah, would you guys really be surprised if the plant knew that you were thinking about burning it? Because to me, like that's not. I don't find it surprising. Like I don't know. If I went outside and experienced something like that, I'd be like, of course.
They've also done other studies where if there can be like some plants, and then they have someone like sit in front of the plants like 5 feet away and just think things. And like sometimes they have like little cue cards. So it'll say like, think about, pain or sufferings, things like that, or think about cutting these plants up, or for example. And just by having the person think about cutting up the plants instantly have like actual chemical reactions and like actual changes in their physiology.
This is probably remedial shit, bro. Like level 1 basic shit for the ancestors. They'd be laughing at us like right now, like, God, things have got that bad. Like they're discussing whether or not the plane, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like low-key hilarious.
Didn't they do a study on playing classical music for plants? Isn't that like a known?
Yeah.
Verified? Yeah.
They probably just call it a placebo effect for the plants, though.
Yeah, just use the word placebo. Yeah, it's woo-woo.
Yeah.
Like the correlation causation thing doesn't work too good if you can consistently repeat it and then control the variables and then prevent it from happening when the variable's not present, right?
Yeah, but even the thing with music, though, what they postulated with that was that the harmonious music versus disharmonious music. This is actual, like knowing the thoughts of people. It's a little deeper. It's like the connectivity of our intent, our consciousness, I think.
Yeah, like I think that stuff is super important. Like I've had all kinds of situations. I've had like animals I know are like they know what I'm thinking, and like deer will come out of the woods and stuff like that, like knowing that I have like no ill intent towards them at all. Like I just am admiring them. Like yeah, this stuff doesn't really surprise me because like if you look into even trying to read our thoughts, whenever we put electrode sensors on our brains and we have thoughts, it's light. It's like energy. Our thoughts are actually energy. So
I used to call in owls, dude, with my daughter and well, I don't think I ever did it with my son, but I did it with my daughter, a couple of my daughters, and I told her, dude, we just because I tried it one time just for the hell of it, and it worked, dude. And we do have owls around here, but they never really come, around us. And I told her, let's concentrate, and call the owl. And 2 of them came, dude. It was a trip. And then we did it again with another daughter, another witness, and it worked. Like I don't even know why I stopped doing it, but like they never come around ever. You'd hear them, but they never come around. And then all of a sudden we meditate together and call it, and the son of a bitch came. I couldn't even believe it, dude. You can do that. You literally. I mean, I ain't special.
You know how
Anybody can do it. Anybody could do it.
you know how when you feel like someone's staring at you, almost like you can feel them staring at you, and then you turn and you look, and it's actually someone staring at you, and you think to yourself, or you tell someone, "No, yeah, I saw so and so. They were shooting daggers at me." With it's like because you could feel them staring at you. That saying, like shooting daggers at you. There may be some truth to that because there's actually light that exits our eyes. Doesn't just like enter our eyes, but there's actually light that exits our eyes too. But I don't know how far you'd need to be away to sense it. But it's been measured.
That's a good point. Absolutely. Yeah. It's like actually physical. Like it's like psychic and physical. Well, the one that reminds me is I've had times where I'm not really like a people watcher person, but there's times where I may be sitting in a car, over my life at times, I might be sitting like in a parking lot, sitting in the car, and maybe you're just chilling for a minute or whatever it may be, or maybe you're waiting for someone that's in a store or whatever it may be. And if someone's walking by, and if you just kind of look at them for a moment, you're just kind of looking at them. And if their back is to you, you're kind of looking at them and their back is even to you. And they can't really see you. Like you're far enough away, there's like reflections on the windows. Like you're far enough away that they really would not even be spotting you otherwise. And if you kind of look at them, they will know, it seems like they know that they're being looked at, and they will turn around and like look in the direction of the car, even though they still won't even necessarily see the person sometimes, like, because it's so far away, but they'll turn around and, like just on the spot and look right in your direction.
Dude, that's super real, dude. Like even whenever I used to like go out and whatever, like if I would like be across the room in the corner or whatever, if I would look at a girl for a second, she would like turn and look at me from like across the room. Like she's been here for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, but I'm like thinking like, oh, this girl's pretty or whatever. I'm like looking at her, she'll turn and look at me. Like I for sure people can feel people looking at them.
Yeah, that parking space thing worked too, dude. Since I heard that, I've done it like almost every time I went like to Walmart, dude. I start like as long as I'm early enough, as long as I ain't like right there about to go down the road that I'm on, like as long as I'm before the red light turning into Walmart, I start picturing a car pulling out. It works every time, dude. You imagine a good parking spot, cars pulling out right there. I can't believe it, dude.
Now that's good, dude. That's like, oh my God, that is even deeper, bro. Yeah. To just, what that one reminds me of is, how you can, your brain is a natural alarm clock. Like before you fall asleep, if you just say to yourself, I want to wake up at, 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 7 a.m., just literally say it to yourself. It will work.
I used to do that all the time.
Yeah. So there's that too.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. All this is crazy to me. Like, or like even just like think like randomly someone will cross your mind and then you'll get contacted by them. Like that's happened to me a few times, like even within like maybe 30 minutes, and then like the next day, people I not talked to in years, bro.
Yeah, that happens.
It's almost like
all the
they
time.
thought of you, and then it made you think of them. Like it's like a signal was sent to you that they were thinking about you, and then they ended up acting on it, right? Like that's what I think, because it's happened to me like
all the
I think
time, bro.
3 times. Yeah.
Literally, your phone's about to ring too. You just know you sense
Yes.
it, and you know that you hadn't heard it, but you know it's about to ring. But yeah, same thing with people. Like you'll think about them, and somebody you ain't talked to in a while, and they will call. It's weird, but I was wondering, like, because the couple times that I haven't, I'd say about a little over half the time that I've done that thing with the parking lot, and I got to wondering, like, maybe the times I didn't even really pay attention if it worked. I just wasn't thinking about it, but maybe. Like my mind knew to think about it, like maybe I could sense it, maybe I didn't create it. Maybe I just sensed the fact that it was going to happen. And that's the times that I did think about it. The times it didn't cross my mind are times when nobody was going to be pulling out. Like I didn't know if it was causal or effectal or whatever you want to say.
What I think it's the latter. I think it's that you receive information before it occurs. It's not that you're like, there is something to manifesting stuff, but like, I think that we just receive the information before it happens. Like the phone example is a perfect one. I don't know. I mean, I would think it happens to me so much. I would think everyone can relate to this, but like I will look over at my phone and then it rings. Like that happens to me a lot. So
Yeah,
I
you
think that
can
we
hear
like
it,
receive the information first.
and then it rings. Like
Does that make
I've
sense?
I ain't really recognized it in a while because I don't get a lot of calls like I was when I was younger. But literally, like it happened like almost every time. I'd know like, oh, where's my phone? And then because I know it's about to ring. Like it's weird. You sense it. It's not like a sound, but you sense the sound. And
Dude,
then
I'll
ring.
think of people even even people I have talked to, but it's like been a few days or whatever. I'll have my phone in my hand and I'll think of them, and then that little text will pop down on the iPhone from that person.
So
It's
you
like
think it's
right
the fact
before they
that
text.
so you don't think it's gonna somebody? It's just basically you sensing the fact that just sensing that they're thinking about you and calling you
Yeah,
right
and I think
before it
this is
happens.
what deja vu is as well. I think deja vu is like they actually like you actually just saw the entire scene you're about to experience before it happened. So then you see it and you're like, wait, I just saw this before I saw it. Like I think deja vu is hard to fully understand. I think there's maybe different variants of it. Like I think that maybe we have dreams, or maybe there's something to past experiences, or whatever. But I think one of the things that happens is like in your brain, you see the setting that you're about to see because your brain subconsciously knows based on all the other sensory input that you're not even paying attention to. And then you see it and you're like, wait a minute. Like, how did I know I was going to see this? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Well, it's because it was actually like in your subconscious sensory input.
I've had some amazing deja vus, bro. Amazing ones. I had out of town deja vu, falling asleep in a chair, and a raccoon came up and woke me up, just tickling my leg, sniffing it, dude. I swear, dude, I couldn't believe it, dude. I mean, it's deeper than that, but I'm just gonna tell you that part. But I've had some amazing deja vus. But then yeah, some that are like, God, this happened before. But no, dude, when you have a good deja vu, you've seen the shit, bro. Period. I don't care what they say about a familiar chemical, bro. You've seen literally the shit that happens. You know what's about to happen.
Yep. And I think it's wild
Dude.
for us to think that like plants are just like unrelated to that phenomenon. Like, that's wild to me.
I just wanted to chime in. I've been having one of the most synchronistic like months of my life. Really, it's pretty crazy. And I've been really struggling with this idea of like manifesting things for myself, and like also being like putting God's will first. And that might resonate with some people, it might not. But the point that I'm trying to make is like, what do you guys think about when you guys think, are we manifesting things or do we have a destiny?
You can help manifest things, but you still have to happen. You can't just expect. I mean, think about it. Everything is a thought first. Everything. Like if you want to get a house, dude, you want to find a house or something. You're thinking of houses, man, or you want to build a house. You got to think, and then you could draw it on paper. You're literally manifesting it, whether you want to see it like that or not. Everything that happens to us is basically manifested in one way or another. And so, yeah, if you writing plans, writing goals down and shit, and yeah, you can make shit happen, man. But you do have to put in a little effort,
I would say my answer to you is that it's like maybe not like that's maybe a false binary, meaning like is it manifestation or do we have a destiny? Like from my experience, like you have like a preferred path that the creator is like guiding you towards. So there's like this more divine path, like you can go that way. And if you go that way, like the road signs that will show you that you're going the right way are synchronicities. But you don't have to go that way. So like destiny in the sense that like, sure, there's like an optimal divine path, but you can go another way. Like I learned this on the tour to where I could never deny it. Chris and I, you could never tell us anything other than that. When we would just like let go and we start going the right way, it would be like repetitive synchronicities that are statistically impossible. And we're like, oh, that's the creator. We actually got to where we just both knew like, oh, perfect. Like other creators saying, yeah, go that way. So that's what I think, if that makes sense. I don't know if I would use the word destiny.
No, I'm tracking 100%. I basically I found out tonight that through a series of synchronistic events, like and me getting like going to this random house party, like hundreds of miles away from my home, just on a random whim with a friend who surprised me at 4 a.m. by like arriving at the airport from Hawaii. Did not tell me that he was coming at all. We go on this crazy adventure. I end up getting a job offer from somebody, and I did not think anything of it. I was like, I get them a couple. When I tell people that I've done like, you know, holistic management of land and you know, dairy farm operating, like people are interested, but a lot of it is like they just want like consulting stuff. But anyways, got this job offer, and I found out today that the person that I would be working for is for like basically just super fucking wealthy and wants to like
No, I'm just joking.
no, it's just somebody who like really wants to look to find somebody to launch a new farm in California, and has like other successful farms across the country that do like holistic practices, and it's a dream job for me. My entire farming career, the most money I ever made was $200 a month. Would go back and do it again a million times over. But now I just like, I finally get this opportunity. I might have this opportunity to make a decent living to like support a family and like own a home someday, doing what I love. And I'm like fucking tripping out right now. It's crazy. And then you guys, and then I've been listening to you guys talk about synchronicities for like the last hour, just like biting my tongue.
Man, I hope that works out.
That's very cool. Yeah.
I believe we are manifesting things. I believe that the power of the mind and the power of intent, I believe there's a lot of power behind it. It's kind of redundant to say it 3 times like that, but there is a lot of power behind it, and I believe they hijack that because we. Okay, well, I'm not going to get into that aspect of it because there is this aspect of it too with this artificial intelligence, whether they could achieve, and I have my reasons to believe that they can't, that they cannot achieve it artificially. So they need to hijack their minds. And part of this propaganda that we see all the time, that everyone sees, and social media, all the brainwashing and mind control programs they've got out there is doing just that, I believe. I believe when people give it energy and they talk about things, whether they're true or not, they could put a lie out across everyone's devices. And once everybody begins talking about it, like there is a possibility that it could be being manifest, whether it's actual in actual reality, it's at least in the minds of people, it's being manifest as something true. I believe there is some energy to it and power that they can hijack, and I believe that that's why they wanted a device in everyone's hand. So that when they can't manifest what they want, they just get the people. They hijack the power of the mind of the people. They get them thinking about it and talking about it and putting energy toward it. I'm aware that that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I was having a discussion with somebody about this earlier. Just how, like, if you want to corrupt and demoralize people, like, start by just like taking away their roots, you know, to the earth, like that connection that we have. Like, put them on concrete, you know, have them sitting around in a metal coffin most of the day. Get them off the clean food. You know, got to keep them on the poison. Got to keep them sick.
Yeah, there is that kind of lurking darkness happening where it's like they are, in a sense, trying to like harvest the human race, and who knows what their plans might be in the future. I mean, the thing is, like, for all the possible outcomes that could happen, though, like if they did some huge, like, you know, climate change thing where they caused a bunch of like weather disruptions, or whether they did some big like Project Bluebeam thing, I don't doubt that they have those things in the works and the plans and all of that rolled out for them. But my sense of things is that I do think this cycle is meant to shift. Like we are shifting out of this whole era of all these deceptions. What we're shifting into, we'll see, because it's going to be like a rebirth to ancient humanity, to the rest of humanity, basically, before the globe thing, and just the roots of humanity. So it could be, there could be a very deep like potency to the way that this changes, like basically how humans interact on the earth moving forward.
You think they'll cast another spell?
They're always casting spells. I'm thinking that we're going to reach a level. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to piggyback on what you said, that we're going to reach a level of communication skills and sort of enlightenment, and it's going to be amplified by our ability to technologically communicate across vast distances. And so, like, imagine how an enlightenment era happened back in the day, right? People were like, let's assume, history is the way that they say it is for a second here. They're just like, sending letters, in carriages on horses, and like sending pigeons and stuff, or sending books across the ocean on wooden ships. It takes a while for these ideas to get around. But if we're going through like a mass awakening and we're able to talk to each other, like, I don't know, it just sounds like it'll be violent, but in a good way.
Well, I was also going to finish what I was going to say. Yeah, because like, what type of awakening could be coming in that sense, like on that level, in terms of like the truth coming out in so many ways, and like humanity, just that concept of waking up from like a whole cycle of just deception and corruption. And if we're moving out of that, then it could be said that then that corruption this kind of current system that currently exists will not make it through, whatever that means, meaning that this power structure will dissolve. That it eventually will. But I was going to say too, what I was saying before is like, if things got bad, like violent, like, some like the weather thing or major power outages or food shortages. That's what I was going to say though. Yeah, I was going to say that what I think is happening, and it's just my sense, like my just sort of sense of the whole system right now, just the way my consciousness is connected through, is that the pandemic thing, they did that earlier, I think, than they were initially planning. And I think they did it because of people waking up very swiftly, and definitely the shape of the earth and many other things. So that was one of the main reasons, actually, I think, that they did do it early. But because they did it early, they didn't really have the other control mechanisms in place for it to like stick the way that they originally had planned it. And so it didn't really pull off quite as well as they wanted to overall. Like, a lot more people are questioning things rather than going with their thing, because they I think partly because they did it early. And so now I just feel like it's like this in-between period where it's like, what next step are they going to take? And then how are we going to react? Because if they took a wrong step, they could blow it for themselves if they try to pull something off. Now, if this is the case, ideally, my thought would be that they just delay things. Like they don't do anything crazy anytime soon, so we all can have our power and our food and our health, to the degrees we can, and that we can still be living, in without any major like crises, like food shortages or just hurricanes knocking out half the country and that kind of stuff. So if they delay things, and then maybe they'll pull off smaller things, like maybe they'll do like a financial reset. That would make sense that they'll do that. That's coming, obviously. There'll maybe even be a series of those, which could be a crisis, but it also could bring a lot more wealth to people if it backfires on them.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you there, Gio. I would agree. And a part of me is always happy to know that we forced their hand. Do you understand? So I've got hope that when the rest of humanity does wake up, we will be that formidable force and things will change for the better, for sure. And that's what keeps me going, by the way. The fact that I've witnessed humanity forcing the hands of the powers that shouldn't be. Yeah.
Very, very astute observation. I love that.
Yeah. And that's what I've said that already, because I knew that from the minute they brought that pandemic out. I knew it was because of us going out on the streets and connecting. And then don't forget, there are other people who are protesting for their independence. Hong Kong, France, fighting against fuel prices spiraling, and then the anti-vaccine people who are waking up to that situation. Yeah, of course, they had to do something. They felt that they were losing grip. People were waking up a little bit too quick, and I'm glad. But so I agree with what you said.
Yeah, they censored people talking about the Earth and relegated it into only people that knew people that are actually exchanging the information. So they just basically deleted the shape of the Earth discussion out of virtually all the algorithms, which basically did stop it in a sense. Like, although it still didn't really stop it at all. Actually, it's still been growing. I mean, did it ever even slow its growth? When you really think, you know, probably never
dude,
did.
I know
It's
so
just
many
been
people
gaining.
TikTok was instrumental. TikTok has been very instrumental in keeping it alive, because there's a lot of new people, young people, coming out of TikTok to the flat Earth movement.
I would say it's
Last couple of
continually
years.
been continually increasing, like exponential increase.
Yeah.
It just went a little bit more underground. The thing is, everybody learned, like in 2015, 16, and 17, there was all that information that was that the algorithms allowed for it to get to people. And then once they locked down the censorship, the thing is, everyone who learned everything from those years before the censorship, now we're out in the world talking to their friends, their family, siblings, everyone in their lives to some degree. Now, I'm not saying everyone went and told everyone, but I'm just saying in general, it has now been discussed like organically. So then there was much more in terms of that. And then TikTok as well, that has been a channel to keep it going too. So, Jin, do you think that I know it, I mean, people may think this sounds extreme or something, but do you think, like, when they were doing like the Globe Live tour and where people were going out on the streets and actually talking to people, because that is such a direct contact, like, do you think that they actually did the whole pandemic thing? Do you think they did it because people were really starting to actually connect with others? And if people are connecting directly with
that's
others,
exactly why. That's exactly why. Because when I watched that Globe Live tour that went to Europe, I thought, fucking hell, they're waking up most of Europe now. What's going to happen next? And suddenly lockdown. It was obvious. It's obvious. They had to stop that movement, shut it down one time. Yeah, of course it was. Such a powerful thing that happened there.
If I was an evil motherfucker, that's what I would do.
It totally backfired.
Yo, what's up, Kenny?
What's up, Gio? Good to see you, man.
Yeah,
Boy,
yeah.
it's been a heavy week in
Nice
here,
one,
bro.
man.
The last couple of days been some interesting shit going down in here, man. Oh my.
Woo! Nice one, Flat Earth Dude Boy, my brother.
Holy
How you
shit,
doing?
man. I'm way behind, but I heard enough to go, oh shit, here we go.
Yeah. Well, whilst I was listening to all that was going on and peace and harmony, I balanced my back wheel because it was buckled, busted a few spokes. So I had to try and true it up, yeah. And it's perfect. I've trued it up perfectly. And now I'm sewing up my shorts, needle and thread, as we're speaking. Okay. The last 2 hours.
You're a man of simple means, Jen. Man of simple means.
You got it. You got it. I put a new inner tube in the rear tire, and then the wheel was slightly buckled. We trued that up, put it all in, looped the chain and the side stand. That's nice. I'm just sewing up my shorts, and I'll be going out shortly for another 15 miler. Sweat it out.
Anyway,
So
as far as Gio, that kid Alan, man, that young man.
Yeah, dude. Did you see?
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah.
That is ace, man. That's all I gotta say. I mean, I haven't got into it 100% yet, but let's go check that out to the max. That'll be fun.
For sure, bro. Yeah, he's done just awesome. He's doing just on fire work in that entire field and focus. Yeah, that was on fire, bro. Absolutely.
I was driving around working, listening, going, what? I couldn't even watch my phone and see the presentation. I got to go back and watch it, but that was as good as it gets. I'll tell you that.
Well, he came in the one night, the first night when he did it. It was like a longer presentation. I think it was it was number 1051. I remember because I'm still planning. I actually want to go back and rewatch it. And basically, he was in the room, and then a new perspective was like, "Hey, Alan, do you want to do your presentation?" So he shared his screen. I shared it on the live stream, and then he went for about 2 hours, like pretty much the full thing.
Holy shit!
And then we had like an hour or two after that, like continue talking. And then he came in. What was that? Yesterday or the day before? Yeah, and he did another. Yeah, another hour.
Well, how can we take all his work and present it in like 5 minutes, man? How can we do that? It's hard. That's incredibly hard to do, I imagine. We all know it's flat and stationary, but to have the kind of information he has, it's just like, well, this fucking knocks it out of the park, man. All them fucking atomic clocks have to depend on a fucking flat stationary Earth, man. Fuck.
Yeah, it's like an express route, isn't it? To the truth, express.
It is.
Bang.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he's broken down GPS in a way. I mean, we've been discussing, what is GPS for years, and he broke.
He smoked it down, dude. He smoked that shit right to the bud, man. Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, I love that, man.
It's an inertial.
So anyway, we need to stay on top of that. I haven't heard anybody coming in trying to debunk him or anything yet. I'm sure they got their little groups together and they're trying to figure out some kind of explanation for this shit. But
dude, as far as I've heard so far, now it's only just my, I don't know all of what's going on, but as far as I know, I only know of one globe Earth proponent that has even considered it in any way, shape, or form. And that was Scott Veach. He hung out. He was the only one that day that was actually stepped to the plate. And he's willing he's got the links. He's willing to look it over. And
New Perspective said he did say that, man, if it's true, man, it's really good. Or something to that effect, I don't know exactly what he said, but New Perspective told me, he said after talking with Veach, he was like, even he said, man, it's kind of damning.
Dude,
what's this
Scott
argument?
He's such a great fucking flat earther, dude. Because his dad was like an astronaut and shit, and he would, my god, his fucking entire worldview would just shatter into a million pieces.
Well, we've all been dealing with Veach for years, so
it's like he already is. I mean, he was the one hanging with us that day, and he, so it already kind of shows like he was the one that was willing. It's like he I think to a degree.
I mean, he's gonna have to study this shit too, man. I mean, that's what the Globers are doing right now. They're trying to figure out something.
Well, what's this argument about?
I mean, there's the
atomic clock one specifically. The atomic clock one, sorry.
GPS. Not okay. I thought you were talking about.
Well, they all work together. The GPS, the satellites, and the atomic clock, and keeping everything in time, and the speed of light. The two different speeds of light.
What are the two different speeds of light?
You know what's amazing? Let me just say real quick.
Yeah.
You guys are going
to I'm not going to be able to explain this. That's why I was asking.
Right.
I'm just throwing it out. I'm just encouraging we continue down this road. That's all I'm saying, man. There's a shitload.
Can I find the info somewhere?
There's a shitload of information, and I can.
There's a 2-hour presentation that was given on episode. You said 1051, Gio?
Yeah, I can get the posted with the timestamp.
Somebody's gonna clip it out.
Drop the link in there.
But drop the link for that episode because I might clip it out just in case someone else doesn't. But and Scott Veach is pretty good at like being somewhat honest, at least intellectually honest to some degree. So I blindsided him though. I think he came in blind, not knowing anything about it. If he had heard what Alan was saying before that, he might have dipped out like the rest of them. Who knows?
He said he read one page today. Veach. Yeah? Veach started his research. Yeah, he said he read one page today.
There
Let's
you go.
go, baby.
It took
You've
them
had
that
more
long
than-
to get
you've
through
had
one
more than
page.
I
Yeah.
have, man. I
Who got the
haven't-
update on that? Who said that?
Veach, he came in like a couple hours ago, and that's what he said. It took him hours to get through one page.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's hours of.
All right, so I just posted. That's the first one that Alan did. It should be timestamped right around the beginning when he starts. So yeah, that's the first one. And then the second one he did. Well, that was just yesterday, or the day before. Yeah, we should definitely clip both of these because yeah, they were.
That was
Is it
fire.
in the-
man.
You know what's cool?
As they say these days.
He had said because someone asked him like, "How did you get into this?" Because he's got like it's incredible, like how much
Incredible.
Yeah.
It's insane, man. I'm like driving around working. I'm listening. I'm going, what? Oh, I got to get into this. This is good.
Well, he said that he was like listening to Witsit and like listening to a lot of the information that Witsit and some of those resources as well. And he said he just like went full on into it. He's like, that's it. I'm going in, with Dayton Miller, interferometry. Yeah. And it's like he brilliantly has synthesized multiple sources that are all very legitimate that validate all of these components. Like they're not all just saying, oh, the earth is stationary. Like they're not saying that directly, but it's like he synthesized the actual logical data on all of these fronts to actually validate that these components, like that they are using an inertial reference frame, a stationary frame. They're using like the preferred direction of the speed of light, which is connected to the ether wind. All of these components, which they just, they twist it in what they claim it is. And the way he has broken it down is just, it's an incredible synthesis and like distillation of all the information in a accurate format.
What I said, we're going to be talking about this shit the rest of the year, and I can't wait to see what these globalists come up with to try to debunk it, man. Let's see what they come up with. It'll be funny.
Can we get Alan to like teach? I know he already did a 2-hour thing, but like
we did 2 hours, and then he did yesterday. He did like I don't know, it was probably a good an hour and a half. Yeah, I mean that was.
All right, I'm just gonna have to go back and listen.
You got to go back. You got to go back, man. Yeah. There's no way I'm going to even go back in time and check it out, man, for sure. But yeah, I think it's crazy solid on the surface. It looks amazing. Let's see how it breaks down. But yeah, man, that is one of the coolest characters I've ever heard give a presentation on here, man. I was like, what? And I love the way he'd pause and say, "You guys got any questions?"
Like, what did you say? That's the question.
What the fuck?
What did you just say? Again, start from the beginning.
It's like
I don't know. It took me back to 2015. Literally in my head, I'm like, oh shit, this is like solid shit, man. Like, oh shit, this is really good. Anyway, I just want to encourage us to keep going, and if all of us look at it together, it's just going to be a great tool in our bag to talk to these guys, man, because we'll keep them on point for sure.
Yeah, I'm posting all of the documents that you sent me too. That are
fucking Rufus coming in here going, well, how do I know anything's real? Like, oh fuck, dude, I hate that. Anyway.
Well, when they go down that route, how do I know if anything's real? And why is up and why down is down? That's, as far as I'm concerned, they've thrown in the towel. That's the end of their argument. They've got nothing to go with now.
Dude, they threw in the towel, but there's still some bottom feeders trying to get a little something to eat, I guess. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I don't know why those guys come in here anyway. Rufus is supposed to be a millionaire. What the fuck is he doing hanging out in Discords and shit, man? What the fuck's wrong with you? Goodness.
Well, dude, there's been like a shift in the air, bro. Like we started like like when it gets debates and it's just a shit show and the interruptions and all the crazy stuff going on. We kind of started doing it where we're like, all right, like if people can't go back and forth, even if it is more of that kind of debate kind of style, if they can't do it without interrupting each other, then we'll just have a mod like just mute and unmute them, if needed, like. As they go back and forth, so like a game of tennis, like one dude hits it, and if they can't not cross the streams, as it were, then we'll try to jump in and try to help with that to actually, so that way they can speak knowing that they won't be interrupted and there's no little noises or little snickering or anything like that. They can say their point and then boom, passes back the other side. And dude, like doing it this way totally changes the vibe because it seems like they can't I'm not going to say I'll just say in general, it's much harder for people to do tactics. They can't blow it into a shit show. They have to actually back their shit. They have to respond. You know what I mean? And everyone's listening to them. So it can't be obvious, just blown into a whole interruption fest. And then they get out of the thing, So yeah, it changes the vibe. And dude, it's already interesting how it does seem like we've been just having, we haven't really been having all those tension debates, it seems, as much the last few days, or even much at all. It's just been these high vibe, amazing combos.
Right.
So,
Dude,
it's
man, there's been great high vibe stuff going on, man. I shout that out, man. I've been listening, but I'm glad I got.
I got some funny ones too. Kosho trying to claim that he instinctually would think that he must be spinning, he must be moving just by looking at the sky. And funny thing is when you look at the sky or the stars, you don't see them move at all. That's the funny thing. Comparing it to VR goggles was hilarious.
Right, they gotta pull out some straws, man. I get it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Pull them out. Let's see how this goes. It's gonna be a fun summer, boys and girls.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be.
It's gonna be epic,
summer.
man. You guys might
One
want
long funeral.
You might want to download this and record it this summer because it's gonna be good, man. Yeah, fuck. It's gonna be just awesome to hear this conversation for the next 3 months. Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah. There's another good presentation last night I'll post on Sun. I did a good job with that. Alan and Shane and I were in there doing that.
Did you DM that to me? I think
I did. That's the first one I said.
Yeah.
I would love to go through Alan's presentation, literally one sentence at a time.
Yeah,
Right?
can we pick a day to do that, Gio? Man, I want to come hang out.
Yeah, I need to be tutored. I definitely want to get tutored in this.
Let's I think we should maybe I don't know,
Crowdsource research team.
Tuesday or next Wednesday or something, man. Just pick a time and say, hey man, let's just go break down what he said, man. And just like you said, go through it one sentence, one paragraph at a time or something. It'd be kind of fun.
Matthew will help out. He loves the truth.
Absolutely.
I do love
right, Matthew would totally be in this.
Well, I think Matthew and I have had conversations on GPS. So have you seen this, Matthew?
No, I haven't. I saved the link though.
Oh, get ready.
Get ready, Matthew.
We want to hear
long time. New perspective.
So basically, he uses GPS to what's his thesis statement?
Well, he shows that the GPS readings are actually based on a absolute frame of reference, and then they reverse engineer it, and it shows how that's done. But if you go back to the original readings, they always have to have one stationary spot and then one that's moving. But if it was actually the Earth moving, then both of them would be moving together, which could be shown specifically that they're not. And that's how they actually get the readings, and then they factor in the whole spinning Earth thing afterwards. Just like they always do with everything,
Yeah, well, I haven't seen the presentation, but those are equivalent, right? The frame of reference doesn't matter.
All right. Well, I haven't seen it all either.
There is an actual preferred direction of light. The ether wind can be detected, and they base a lot of these things on this ether wind that goes from east to west. And if that actually can be detected and specifically identified, and they're actually using it for some of their measurements, regardless, if there is one direction that is going in, then they can't have their preferred their special relativity where any frame of reference is equatable, because there actually is east to west direction of things, I guess.
How do they measure?
That's the short of it.
The invariant speed of light versus a preferential speed of light connected to the ether wind.
Yeah.
How did they detect ether wind?
Because the speed of light should be going invariant, meaning it should be going equally in all directions. But if it were a globe spinning through a vacuum, that's what it would do. But because it actually is the ether that is actually causing the actual so instead of a specific direction. So they found that the speed of light goes faster going east to west than it does west to east. And so you can use an interferometer to actually measure the ether wind, the ether drift. And it's already been done. With Dayton Miller and others that were doing it in the 20s and the 30s when they were doing the whole Einstein takeover before World War II, basically. It was already being done. It was already being validated. So yeah, there's the speed of light is preferential in its direction with the ether wind. That's one of the major factors.
Yeah, and Dayton Miller did like 5 million tests of this. If you add up all of the, the readings that he got, necessarily separate tests, but I guess there's like that many. And every time they would come up with like some other way of like making him challenged, he would just go and do it and show, oh no, it works this way too. Here you go. Here's the results. But then his assistant got like after he died, right? Yeah, they got his assistant to like act like he didn't have valid results, but due to weather conditions, which wasn't even true, and so they just got a shill to come in and shill for their side of it to try to bury his existence.
Oh, I was just thinking that's why sunrises look different than sunsets. So
that's interesting.
If the speed of light has a preferential direction of east to west, when the sun rises, it has that more bursting because the light is being preferentially brought towards you with the ether wind. And so it has that rising brightness kind of energy. And then when it's setting, the speed of light, as it were, is kind of going with it. And you get more of that, like the sunset, where it's like the colors and the glow and the wavering. It's like extending out.
Or it could be an opposite effect, because I was just asking earlier, if the sun travels, if it's actually a stationary plane, the sun would travel east to west, or clockwise, I guess we should say, rather than east to west, but clockwise, right? Rather than counterclockwise. And if it was west to east, that'd be counterclockwise, and the sun would be going the opposite direction, right?
Well, from above,
like
it's going clockwise from above, east to west. But I was just gonna say, dude, it's going clockwise. But dude, just by the way, like those two screenshots that you show there, like that's what kind of like just brought that. That's part of it, because that it looks to me like that is a sunrise and a sunset. Look at how different one. It's just
Could have a reverse effect though. Just exactly what you're saying.
Can I ask for some clarification? I just started watching that video you guys linked. And he says repeatedly in it that there's like an a preferred inertial reference frame, and that isn't something you can have under relativity. Is that like your guys' understanding of it?
That seems to be part of the case. Yeah, part of the claim. Yes.
Okay, but so relativity just says that two inertial reference frames will have two, relative speeds to each other, or relative whatever, like time to each other, all that sort of stuff.
Just relativity.
So
special relativity.
If you pick a reference frame, you can have that as your preferred reference frame, right?
Well,
we're talking about special relativity, which is no reference frame dependent.
But it's called, hold on real quick. It's called the Earth-centered inertial, the ECI, Earth-centered inertial, which uses essentially the idea of the core of the Earth, which in this sense is not rotating; it is stationary. And then it uses it's Earth-centered, just like it sounds, Earth-centered inertial. It's not moving, and it's Earth-centered, which is a stationary reference frame as the foundation. Yes.
Yeah, so it just arbitrarily picks a reference frame that it wants to center on, and it says if we make it so that one isn't moving, then the movement of the other ones will have to reference towards that. We'll have to transpose whatever is happening outside of this reference frame onto this reference frame using, the Lorentz contraction, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's like there's some that's like the Lorentz contraction and stuff are like patch jobs for some of this, and even some of the guys that he was researching are have caveats in there that they're not saying that the Earth is flat, or they're not even trying to acknowledge flat Earth or stationary Earth. They're just using the heliocentric idea along with it. But if you look at the contradictions involved with the actual readings, the reference to the first one would have to move along somewhat with second as well, if it was actually an Earth moving instead of just a reference. So it has to be a stationary reference in the readings that he's particularly talking about.
Why does it have to be? Why can't it just be that they have taken it and they're like, this is the reference frame we're going to pick as the primary one, the preferred one?
Well,
so
I would
go back
and watch his presentation and actually figure out why he's saying that.
Yeah. So I watched about 15 minutes of it, and that seemed to be his entire argument was relativity said there's no preferred reference frame.
Oh, you have to
but
take.
that's not what it says.
You have to spend a lot more time than 15 minutes to come in here and act like you know what you're talking about.
Well, that's why I was asking for clarification. If you guys think that what I'm saying isn't correct, then I'll go and watch a little more and see if it is.
I would do watch as much as you can, and then try to like really know it before you come in here acting like that.
I'm not even really ready to talk about it. How could you? You know?
Yeah.
Is he auditioning for Kosho's job right now? Is that what he's doing?
Maybe. Yeah.
Well, I'll mention there's another factor to it where if you have two sensors, one of them that's stationary, the other one that's moving, and then you ping it, you get that motion. You get the fact that the one's stationary. By using the stationary frame, you get a ping from the one that's moving. You can get an accurate distance from that. However,
you dropped out, Gio.
However, so if you have two of them on a moving reference frame, so now you have both of them on, let's say, an Earth that's moving, and you have one of them that's in one place on the Earth and the other one's moving. So you're kind of it's the concept of one is kind of plugged in the ground, as it were, and the other one's moving. The actual ping signal doesn't pick up the fact that they both should be moving. Even though one is moving in relation to the other on a globe, they both are moving. And so that
why would they?
That would pick up a different actual ping signal. So the fact that they don't have to account for that, they then transfer that coordinate system onto a preferential system, the spherical one, to then calculate distances through that model and then form it and fit it to the actual Earth surface.
So what you just said makes no sense. So essentially, if they have like a receiver somewhere, that receiver will act as if it's the preferred and grounded thing. It'll be like an unmoving position. And then the moving positions around it are the things that you'll have to actually like apply motion to. But the one that the receiver's on won't have to have motion applied to it.
And the whole idea.
So if you were to like
moving, it would have some motion.
So how would you have motion on the Earth that would need to be applied?
You know what? I
don't understand that.
Oh, wait, Alvin's here. Okay, great. He came in. That's
All right, what's up, boys?
Yo,
what's up, brother?
What's up, man?
Yo,
What up?
Yeah.
I got you, boys. I got you.
I have some questions for you. Go ahead.
All right.
I got you.
Yeah. So just quickly.
I'll reiterate what he missed.
The idea that there's like a preferred reference frame.
Well, maybe let's let Alan kind of.
All right. So the way that distance is actually derived in GPS is done using a range measurement equation using a time interval system. Now, what that means is it's just taking the time of the signal sent and the time that the signal is received, and they're subtracting that from the speed of light. And what they find is that propagation going west to east is slightly faster than propagation going east to west. And when you use this equation, and it's a preferred coordinate system, which is the ECI coordinate system, and how the ECI coordinate system describes motion, is that from the perspective of the ECI coordinate system, you are at the center of the hypothetical ball, right? So you're not experiencing any rotation, you're not experiencing Earth's orbital velocity. And then from that, there is motion on the surface of the Earth with respect to your stationary non-rotating position, right? So they equate that to the surface rotation of the Earth being on the Earth rotating, right? So the way that they do the math and the way that it would work in special relativity is if a GPS signal is sent to a moving receiver and a stationary receiver, if the exact moment that moving receiver is in alignment with the stationary receiver, according to the ECI coordinate system and special relativity, right? They should both receive the signal at the same time, because even though the stationary receiver is stationary, he's still in motion with respect to the reference frame itself, right? So they're still quote unquote accounting for rotation, right? But what actually happens is the stationary receiver actually gets the signal first, and the moving receiver gets the signal second. So it proves that there's even a preferred recipient for the information. And when you are at rest, that means you're truly at rest. So the only other way to interpret the ECI coordinate system, which by the way is the preferred coordinate system using the time interval system and range measurement equation, is that it's a stationary non-rotating Earth with respect to an ether wind. Because if they're going to account for quote unquote Earth rotation to account for this Sagnac effect, right? If that's the cause of it, the linear motion of Earth's rotation, then they would also have to account for Earth's linear velocity in its orbit around the sun. So they don't do that either. They explicitly don't do that. And several people have proposed theories as to why they don't have to do that, even invoking a local stationary ether with respect to a rotating ball. But even then, like, that's just an ad hoc explanation, because they say that it's just a local ether, and then that's why they don't have to account for the orbital velocity, because it's like just around the Earth's surface. It's so bizarre, dude. Like, the obvious answer is stationary non-rotating Earth with respect to a rotating ether wind. Hope that clarifies the situation with the coordinate system. So when you have that original distance that's derived in the original coordinate system with the range measurement equation, which is the same equation that they use for sonar, by the way. So, definitely not deriving any relativistic effects or anything like that. And same exact ECI coordinate system. So anyway, that derives distance accurate down to the millimeter. Now, when they transfer it to the ECEF coordinate system, that's when they have to apply, quote unquote, they have to reapply these relative. They have to actually reaccount for the Sagnac effect, number one. So they have to reaccount for this preferred direction, and then they add, whatever else they really want to get it to match the new coordinate system. And the ECEF coordinate system is the GS86 whatever oblate spheroid ellipsoid model. So once they get into that, the distances should be when they do the coordinate system transformation from the ECI to the ECEF, the distances should be invariant, but they're not. They're variant. So what that means is they have to apply more corrections in the new system.
All right,
that's it. You want to let the dog off the leash?
Yeah, let the dog off the leash, man.
Well, yeah. Do you want to? I mean, because we could do like more just an actual kind of chill session of just the information, or do you want to do the more debate vibe? This dog's he'll give you a run for your money.
I mean, if he's got questions, dog, probably got answers.
Yeah, I've only got like a couple of minutes to ask questions, but really simply, are you saying that there's some preferred reference frame or inertial reference frame that should have Sagnac effect applied to it that we're not applying to? Like, Earth itself is seen as a stationary preferred inertial reference frame with everything rotating about it, and that's somehow not in line with relativity.
Yeah, so there's actually different interpretations that they try and give to conform the Sagnac effect, in lieu of saying that the Michelson-Morley effect is, experiments were null results, and that they actually prove that the speed of light is invariant. So they actually give different answers for the Sagnac effect.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that didn't answer my question. So my answer was, you seem to have an issue with there being a preferred inertial reference frame, and then having to have everything else as another reference frame moving about it. So you need to use like Lorentz contraction in order to deal with that different reference frame. So is that something that you have an issue with, that the Earth is seen as a stationary preferred inertial reference frame?
The original reference frame from which they derive the varying speed of light is the absolute reference frame. It's with what is in respect to which the Sagnac effect is being measured against. That's what Sagnac's whole paper was about.
So you're saying there's an absolute reference frame?
Yes.
Okay.
And GPS is accounting for this.
So what's the absolute reference frame? Because as far as I know, the only absolute is the speed of light.
Well, the speed of light isn't a reference frame; it's a measuring stick, right? And in the coordinate system that you're describing it in, it's said to be invariant, so it has a fixed speed. But GPS functions explicitly accounting for the varying speed, and and it shows that there's a preferred direction with that. West to east propagation is faster. There's
Okay.
actually I have other papers on this too, aside from GPS, that make it more clear, because this isn't even just in GPS. This is all electromagnetic propagation. There's other papers even before GPS that that have done experiments that show this effect.
I still don't know if you've answered my question. Do you think that there's a problem with there being an absolute reference frame or a preferred inertial reference frame, or like some reference frame that we say is 0.0 and then everything else rotating around it?
Okay, here's the problem, right? The original coordinate system that it works with, it describes a position of a stationary non-rotating Earth, right? So the same identical position that the globe would use to describe not experiencing rotation. Okay, the two systems are identical. The only change is, because you guys don't actually account for Earth's orbital velocity, like saying that you're accounting for the Earth's rotation as the Sagnac effect is a joke. It's a stationary non-rotating Earth with respect to an ether wind.
Well, yeah, but on either model,
that's the original interpretation of it all. So the entire framework of relativity, where you're like, the speed of light is X, Y, Z, it's not the case at all. It's provably not the case. So the entire framework is invalid. So like you're still trying to incorporate it through a reference frame system. No one's ever been in any other reference frame than the Earth. So
what do you mean? People are in orbit. People fly in planes all the time,
Earth's,
right?
Just a second, bud. In the Earth's reference frame, when they came up with all these systems, everything was only derived from the Earth, and and in that reference frame, the speed of light is shown to be variant. They just lied about it.
Okay, so you're saying that it was only the initial reference frame that we measured, so stuff like Michelson, Morley, Sagnac, all that sort of stuff. That reference frame, we only did that on Earth. We didn't have any other reference frame tested it against. But since then, we've gone out to other reference frames and we've tested it to show that if you have Earth as the initial reference frame, if you're in a reference frame,
ever
it
done
looks
any
like none of this
interferometry
is changing.
experiments in space or anything, or outside of Earth's inertial reference frame, ever. It's never been
I'm
done.
sorry, I was still talking there. Remember when you got upset repeatedly?
I apologize. I apologize.
Okay.
Well, I didn't get upset. I didn't say anything, but continue, please. I apologize.
Awesome. So you're annoyed that people haven't done the experiments when they first came up with the idea of Sagnac effect and that sort of stuff. And yet now we have done a lot of those experiments. We've shown that like things in different reference frames will experience time differently. Speeds can change time. But if you're within that reference frame, you won't see that change in time in your frame. You only see it when you're outside of the frame looking in. So this shows that whatever reference frame you're in is the absolute reference frame according to any like relativity equation you're going to do, right? So I don't understand what your problem here is, that like GPS seems to have an absolute reference frame baked into it, that the other reference frames need to be like accounted for in order to make, satellite positioning actually work. I don't see the problem here. It's not outside of relativity at all.
Relativistic framework starts with the two postulates that all reference frames are equally valid and that there's no preferred frame. The second postulate is that the speed of light is invariant, and it doesn't matter if about the motion of the observer or the source of the what's emitting the electromagnetic wave. Right? So with those two postulates, that's your entire framework of which you're trying to interpret this, right? So the Michelson-Morley experiment, they say, is a null result, and it didn't show a varying speed of light, right? Now, the Sagnac effect is the same exact thing, except it's a rotating device. So they say, well, it's a non-inertial frame, so relativistic effects don't account for it. And if you invoke a reference frame of a perspective of a person at the North Pole, stationary, non-rotating, that person would experience the speed of light completing its circuit, and there would be no friend shift. But you're the observer, not at the North Pole. So you, and due to relative simultaneity, you wouldn't see the light go in the same. You wouldn't see the light complete the circuit at the same speed either. So that's why you see the quote unquote varying speed. It's like they explain it as some sort of optical illusion within the relativistic framework. But as my boy Wang showed, he linearized the Sagnac effect, doing it linearly on a conveyor belt, and showed that there's a preferred direction in the propagation. Like, it's the framework of interpretation of special and general relativity are completely obliterated by the preferred direction of the speed of light, because the first two postulates are shown to be untrue. So the exact distance down to the millimeter can be derived from a stationary non-rotating plane with respect to an ether wind. And when you transform out of that to the quote unquote actual globe, you have to recorrect for everything, add more stuff into it, and do God knows what else, right? So that's the issue,
still,
right? You don't have a framework to interpret from. That's why you don't understand it. No.
Of course you do. Yeah. Within an inertial reference frame, everything you see outside of that inertial frame in a different reference frame will have, relativity applied to it. It will be something that will be, time will go faster or slower according to you. So that's just like a fact. That was written into relativity, that like if you're in one reference frame looking in another, things will be different in that other reference frame according to your view. So that makes you, wherever you are, or wherever the GPS receiver is, or any like measuring device, any clock, anything within one reference frame, you can say is the ultimate or like the preferred reference frame for that thing. So me standing on Earth right now, I'm in the reference frame of Earth. So it would be 0. You wouldn't have to apply any transformations to it. But if I'm looking at something flying above me, I would have to apply, a change in time accordance to the speed of that thing in a different reference frame. Do you understand that?
If that were true, then the distance transformations would be invariant.
How?
And they're not. That's the whole problem. You should really read the paper. How what?
Okay. How would they be invariant?
Because the speed of light shouldn't matter due to Earth rotation. It shouldn't matter due to that basically, because that's really the crux of it, of what they're accounting for. It shouldn't matter in the way that they say it does, and it's shown to not when they get into the effect where they show that the stationary receiver receives it first before the one that's in motion. Thus, he is truly at rest.
Look, I got to go, but I'll talk to you about this another day. That'll be very fun.
Okay.
Wow, that was interesting. Hey, but he's like, nah, but how?
Yeah, dude,
That's all I got out of him, Alan.
It's lethal. It's lethal because that's not even the only interpretation for the Sagnac effect. They have like 12.
Right? Yeah, he
Like-
wasn't
like
prepared.
it's-
That's why he had to boogie, man.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's a lot to take in. Like, it's going to be a process to bring people up to speed. So, like, this is going to catch them off guard for a while. I'm sure they'll have
I'm like on day 2,
explanations
man.
later.
But yeah, that was a great example of the power of the work you did, Alan. Thank you, brother.
Yeah. A key point to remember is that a reference frame is a mathematical presupposition, and their presuppositions for their reference frame system and is based on the two postulates of special relativity, that all frames are equally valid. It's shown to literally not be true in GPS, right? There's the ECI is the preferred reference frame, stationary, non-rotating, with respect to rotation. Could it be Earth rotation or could it be ether wind rotation? Well, if it's Earth rotation, you have to count for the Earth's orbit, and they explicitly don't. See you laser.
See you laser.
Yeah, like that's it.
Zzz. Yeah,
That's
it's a
it.
zapping. We got a zapping machine.
That's it. That's it, dog. Like it's hard to just default back to the ether, all that or whatever. But I mean, that's really the crux of it, dog. Like it's that bad for special relativity, like for their whole framework, right? Because it's literally all based on the mathematical presuppositions. Sorry, not to cut you off. I just wanted to get that out before you did, because I wanted to end on that because there was really nowhere to go from there.
So for somebody that listened to this entire interaction and feels totally dumb, where can I start? What can I start reading to better understand?
In the live stream voice text, there is, if you scroll back, man, New Perspective and Geo's put a link to a YouTube video at 11:49 p.m. my time. And then right below that, New Perspective put all the documents. So it's all there, man, right there in the live stream voice text. Easy as can be. Yeah, New Perspective linked it at 11:50. There we go. I haven't even gone through all this shit yet, Alan.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I did a more
Yeah, you're
But,
good, bro.
but
Hey, Gio, you were killing it, bro. You were nailing it. You almost had it, dog. It was close.
Gio's close, man. Yeah,
Well,
it was
I was
perfect.
kind of I was trying to like summarize it and just wrap it up in like
Yeah,
5 seconds.
yeah. No, you dude, that was a really good rendition of it.
Well, I asked the question, man. How can we take all this work and put it into like a 5-minute thing, man? That would be cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm working on condensing it. So,
Yeah.
someone had the suggestion of like, moving forward, we should come up with like a quick presentation on this, and then it should be addressed before, Globers can talk or whatever, so that they don't just like change the subject on it. So, I'm gonna work on like a more condensed version for it.
Anyway, it's fantastic subject. The way that the scientists themselves were cucking it up, and this guy didn't do this and this guy didn't do that. It's the same shit we deal with in here every day, man. It's no different. But you get attacked, right?
Yeah.
And that's okay, man. We're up against it every day, man. It's okay. You're not going to break us, man. Good luck.
Yeah, it's crazy, dog. Because you can consider GPS like this system a giant Sagnac device, and it shows this like it's over, dog. Like
Sagnac device.
Your boy Wang even points that out, and like part of his proposed experiments to like put the final nails in the coffin is to fully utilize it like that. Like it's already that, but he wants to do like a precise thing where people are going exactly north and south, but like it's already over, dog.
Hey, Alan, let me ask you, man. Gio brought up a great point, man. He goes, dude, man, that's why sunsets and sunrises look different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the light's different. And I don't know, Gio kind of went on a little bit of an epiphany, man. He piffed it out.
Oh, wait, for real?
Yeah, for real, man.
Dude, I had an epiphany moment. So with the preferred speed of light and the ether wind that actually does cause that difference in the way light propagates in connection to that actual drift, when a sun rises in the east, that drift is coming towards you. So the light perhaps is like a little more channeled. It's more like potent, and it's kind of more bursting, the way like a sunrise in the east is more bursting. Whereas when the sun sets in the west, it's kind of going with the wind at that point. And it seems to like it almost like it stretches out, like in sunsets where they get really like colorful and like the wavy and like to me, I was thinking of it in a way where it's like more kind of stretched out, like these waves that are being stretched, as it were. Not even saying light is a wave. I'm just using that analogy at the moment.
Right.
So it's like that. It's almost like looking through like a toasted environment that kind of has that more like lingering vibe to it in the sunset, whereas the sunrise has that like bursting. And could that be connection to the way that the speed of light is connected with the actual sidereal and the ether drift?
Well, yeah, that goes with what I was asking earlier. I think it was asking Shane, or Shane and I were trying to figure out what would, if that would make a difference in the direction of the sun, which would be clockwise, would be the opposite direction of the supposed or the what you're talking about with the preferred speed of light, right? It would be clockwise.
The whole thing. Well, if you were looking at it from above, the whole thing's going clockwise, like the sun and the sidereal rotation, the ether wind, the ether, that drift is all.
Wait, is that right?
It's all going clockwise together, yeah, at slightly different speeds.
But the sun goes east to west, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so does the ether drift.
No, west to east.
West to east is the faster one.
Yeah.
Like gets there, it like has the shorter path or whatever. It gets there fastest.
Yeah, not that it matters. I'm just wondering if that would be related at all, or if it would make a difference in the like what Gio's talking about with the sunset. It could have a reverse effect, I guess, if the faster is going towards the east.
Yeah, so the wind would be the so-called wind or whatever would be going west to east. So it would be going opposite of the sun.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The ether?
Yeah.
Well, how would it go opposite of the whole flow of the whole system? Like the sidereal rotation, everything's going clockwise, and
that's what I was asking.
What?
That's interesting. That's what I was asking. Like, because the sun goes the opposite direction, what is that? How's that?
I mean, that's the 15 degrees that it picks up is from east to west. 15 degrees an hour. That's
right.
That's what Bob
is saying. That
they don't detect or like an east to west or whatever on it. They align it with the axial rotation. Or the axis of rotation. It's not like they're detecting a 15 degree per hour wind or whatever. It has to be aligned with the axis of rotation itself.
Well, but I thought like
since there's no rotation, what is it aligned with?
Well, the ether vortex at the North Pole,
which is west to east. Yeah, is it clockwise or counterclockwise rather than clockwise? Right.
I want to jump in, man. Witsit was talking about that a while back, where you're going to get all of those magnetic declinations end up centering here on Earth. All of the background radiation of all they call the background radiation of the universe centers on Earth. What? I was like, what? I even asked him, I'm like, is that right? And he's like, yeah, man, that's it. I'm like, oh, I thought that was fascinating. That was my first step into that. I don't know. I was like, I'm smelling what you're stepping in. I'm smelling it. Thanks. All right.
Well, I mean, it could depend on how like one interprets the actual fringe shift, but my understanding of it is that it's like shifted in the direction of the sidereal rotation, which is how it's picked up on the detector. Like that's just a very like trying to just simplify it in a sense.
Yeah, that's what I like to break it down to like as easy as we can. But
so then, what is the west to east one? What is that linked to?
Yeah. All electromagnetic propagation, according to GPS and other references.
So then, what's the claim connected to that then?
That light has a preferred direction of propagation, or electromagnetic waves have a preferred direction of propagation, west to east.
Meaning they travel faster in that direction? Yeah.
Yeah, so the signal gets there quicker when it's going west to east, and it gets there slower going east to west.
Well, how do you know this for
But
sure?
it's like versus light, right? Like, what's the actual reading? Like,
so okay, so then is that the claim then that is the ether wind, ether drift, whatever term one would use, like that's it? Because I mean, in everyone I've ever always heard discuss it, it's always connected to the whole thing is a vortex going clockwise from above, like the stars, the sun, the moon, the wandering stars, the weather, the hurricane patterns, like the vortices, and that in terms of the Foucault's pendulum, if it's connected to that, even Cavendish may be connected to all of these components. And if you have like that going east to west type of drift, then you would if you have that as part of that vortex, then you would get the pendulum processing at different latitudes as well.
Is that evidence for the globers that the Earth is in fact spinning? Because there's a preferred direction for light.
That's how they conflate it.
Well, did they conflate it with the west to east thing though to try to account for the globe non-rotating? Or like I'm just trying to
that's how they account for it in quote unquote GPS. They attribute it to the rotation of Earth. So they attribute the propagation taking longer going with the rotation than going against it.
Huh. And how much can this be independently verified, or is it only like their equipment that's doing this?
From the range measurement equation, and it's basically how sonar works the same way. So GPS would be how you would verify it or whatever, using the range measurement equation and known distances to compare it to, and you'd have to have the precise equipment to measure the speed down to the nanosecond.
Hey, well, I'll say this too. Like, I was just gonna say, I just Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I might be lagging Give me 5 minutes. I do have a question though.
You're good. I can hear you just fine. Right.
Oh, okay. I was getting into an argument with a Glober the other day, and I was making the case that when a whale makes a song to communicate to another whale in open water, the song travels 250 kilometers. But when they dive down to deep ocean channels, their songs can travel up to 10,000 miles.
Wow.
And I was saying that that couldn't happen on a globe Earth due to the curvature that would occur over those 10,000 miles. And they were saying that the sound waves in these deep ocean channels would stick to the Earth's curvature due to diffraction. And I was just wondering what your initial thoughts on that were.
So they say that there's a uniform salt gradient called the halocline and the thermocline, and that uniform salt distribution creates like an ionosphere effect where the sound wave bounces around in the around the curvature the same way that they say that the ionosphere works. They basically invoke a mini ionosphere in the ocean to facilitate that. It's called
Thank
the
you. That was
halocline and the thermocline.
awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I found looking a little deeper into it. It's almost like they heard refraction and they're just like, let's just come up with a word that's very similar to that.
Yeah, well, it is like, quote unquote refraction or whatever, because they're applying the same kind of thing where they're like, it's the sound wave is like probabilistically propagating through this gradient that it can't break through, and it just bounces back and forth between it, which has, never been shown to ever work in outside of the quote unquote ocean when a whale does it magically, but whatever.
Yeah, no, it's good enough for me. It was just something that I was thinking of and kind of used as an argument, but wasn't fully equipped to make the argument. So I just want to know what you thought. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a solid proof because it's one of those things where it hinges on they just have to believe it, but the thing in question is what you're questioning, so they can't use that as evidence for the thing, right? It's one of those deals. So as long as they're willing to accept that answer, it's good enough for them, right?
10,000 miles sonar. 10,000 miles sonar with the
10,000 miles.
10,000.
Fuck
Yeah,
off.
dude.
Fuck off. I mean, Jay Tolan was great. 1,200 miles, man. What a beautiful video that was.
Infinite spherical salt gradient.
But you throw in 10,000 mile sonar, man. Oh shit. Yeah, that's
yeah. And then what about that going east to west versus west to east?
Yeah,
the whale sonar. Is there?
Yeah.
Seems to have no effect. The equation calculates it just the same.
Yeah, that's
and derives the distance accurately.
Where's my math professor? He left. Damn it.
I've always thought that the animals have a way of telling us that it's flat, and that was definitely one for the whales. But what do you think about the birds and the way that they navigate using Earth's electromagnetics? You think there's a flat Earth proof there?
I don't know much about how birds do their thing, brother.
Yeah, that's.
But it wouldn't surprise me, right? Like, they say there's all these magnetic anomalies that are always changing, but birds never seem to have a problem if they're using that.
Bats apparently are blind, but yet they can fucking zip around, man. What? What the hell? That's pretty bitching. So yeah.
Yeah, they're little sonar machines.
Sonar machines, right?
But yeah, I don't know what to make of that propagation being quote unquote opposite of the sidereal rotation, but
well, I was gonna say with that, just to jump in, because that's good you brought back to that, because I was the thing I was gonna bring up. Like, okay, so I guess we would have to maybe like what are the meanings of the terms like ether wind or ether drift, and in what context? Meaning, like for example, in various like electromagnetic types of frequencies and how they propagate, does that have to be correlated directly with the ether wind direction, or could that be on a different spectrum than having to correlate directly with it? Or it could. And then there's visible light. Like, does visible light go different speed east to west versus west to east?
I read somewhere that it was all electromagnetic propagation. I think that was in the more recent stuff that I was getting into by this Stephen Gift guy.
Well, it could be. It could.
So yeah, he did say that it's all. I did read that somewhere recently, but it's all EM propagation is faster west to east.
Well, could it be going faster into the ether wind because the ether drift is actually like it accelerates it as it goes into it?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking of, because the way that they're equating it is that it's Earth rotating away from it, so that the speed of light takes longer, but it gets there faster. So how? No, I'm sorry, that would be adding to it. So yeah, I'm just trying to visualize.
I wonder if this has ever been able to be picked up. I mean, if you had like a laser rangefinder and you went east to west versus west to east, I mean, even if there is, I mean, that 15 degrees is pretty slow ultimately, which is why that makes sense with the pendulum, because the pendulums are a very slow thing. And it's like this, you know, you're supposed to get like a really, really long cable and have all the right sizes and ratios of it. And when you really get the pendulum swinging like that, it's such a gentle, if you think about like the 15 degrees an hour, or like the sidereal rotation of the stars. I mean, the stars are when we go out and look at them, they look like they're not moving at all. That's how slow they're moving. So that's ultimately, you know, in terms of that, you know, so the speed of that, like whether it could shift that pendulum a little bit, but that also doesn't seem very significant when I'm thinking of, you know what I mean, how slow that is compared to, you know, when you turn a light bulb on, the whole environment lights up quickly.
Right.
Like, doesn't it seem like even if there is that 15 degrees, so slow ultimately, it's just trickling by, that for it to have an effect in that direct way. That is interesting if there is one. Well, you're saying that these show that it goes faster west to east though, right?
Yeah, so if it's a uniform direction on a disk, that would still having trouble visualizing it. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to make something to rotate it out.
I mean, of course, there could be different ideas of ether wind or ether drift, these different terms. I mean, there could be different, you know, ways that these words have been used. There's the luminiferous ether term as well. I also think of ether as there's actually many ways to interpret and define that.
Yeah, so the way that Sagnac interpreted it was that there's a uniform motion of ether wind, right? And it's all going in the same direction, similarly to how they claim that the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth or whatever, right? So similar to that. So when you take the interferometer device, you're kind of like separating it from the wind or whatever, and the light that's propagating in the rotating device is like catching like a wind effect with that uniform rotation. Does that kind of make sense to what he's saying in ether wind is? That there's just like a uniform direction or whatever, and then that like when they quote unquote isolate it within the Sagnac or within any device or whatever, that it's like catching a gentle breeze of the wind kind of thing in that preferred direction, and that's what's causing the friend shift pattern.
That's some heavy shit there, bro. That was
because it's hard to say, because like what do you say? Because when you say wind, is it blowing? Like is it like what is it? Is it blowing relative to here, from here to here? Like what does it mean exactly?
I was listening, but I just couldn't get to my mic. But yeah, dude, the way you described that, I mean, in general, yes. You know, just to give like just a general confirmation of many of those components, how you just laid out. Yeah, that is viewed that way. Okay, so like let's say like a Gleason's map, you know, an AE map. type of layout where you have the North Pole in the middle and the continents all coming out. And then, Polaris and the stars and rotating around Polaris, etc. The sun, the moon, the whole thing rotating around, kind of like, the face of a clock, basically, the sun and the moon and all that. That whole thing, if you were to look at it from above, would all be going clockwise, because of course the sun, rises east to west and all that. So that would all be going clockwise if you were looking at it from above. And then then you would have all the stars too, like all the fixed stars. So like the fixed stars and the sun and the moon, then Mercury and Venus, and those all move at their different rates as well. Everything's moving at all these different rates, like these different kind of gear systems. So in that kind of layout of it, that sidereal rotation, which is the fixed stars, which is that 23 hours and 56 minutes, 4 minutes slower, 4 minutes faster than the sun. The sun is 24 hours and the sidereal is 23 hours 56. And that would then set the core of, in this definition of an ether wind, where it's that sidereal rotation, which of course that's the one that they try to use to say the Earth is spinning. That's how they've tried to, they've hijacked that part of it and trying to say that's Earth spin, rather than just the actual sidereal, that 15 degrees an hour and the 23 hours, 56 minutes, etc., which is a little faster than that technically. And then that there is that part of the vortex of the field. It's like that layer of the field that's connected to that sidereal, which in that sense could be defined as an ether drift like that. Yeah. Or an ether wind effect that is going with that sidereal, which is what the ring laser gyros and fiber optics, with Michelson-Morley, that's what it picks up. And my understanding of the fringe shift, I mean, I've never really like opened one up and played with it and stuff, so I only know kind of the information. I've never really like worked with one myself, so I can only say, in terms of that. But my understanding of how the actual fringe shift occurs, where you have the mirrors and the plates and the whole thing, and the way that it's rotating, like when the light kind of shifts, as it were, it's going from east to west, and that's why it shifts. That's the actual fringe shift itself, is essentially like an east to west kind of almost warping of the light, or like a bending of the light that is with that sidereal. So it's almost like whatever that sidereal rotation is, these very sensitive with the lasers and mirrors like that and the interferometry, it's like able to pick up that very slight little fringe shift of that kind of almost warp effect, in a sense, that seems like that sidereal rotation is having. Of course, they're going to say that's Earth rotation or whatever, but it's light, and
it's just a translation of motion of the ether from the vortex, at the center of
exactly
what's perpetuating it, because that's what they're aligning the axis with, or aligning the axis to, right? And they're aligning it to Polaris, right? and they make planar correction elevation angles to it, right? So at 45 degrees lat on the globe, they correct 45 degrees on the z-axis to it. So, is it aligning with globe's axis of rotation, or is it aligning with the ether's axis of rotation? Who knows? Only Earth's unmeasured orbital velocity could tell us that.
Yeah, I'm posting this image in the chat. This kind of is cool because it shows how like you can have just what you're saying with the axes of rotation, and it can still be a field in and around or above a planar surface. Like if those middle disks in there are all like planes, if you're in the north, you're going to see that Polaris and that rotation. If you're at the equator, you're going to get that even one. Then in the south, so it's like, is the actual ether wind and this whole process,
wow, that's a great visual. Thank you. Where'd you find that?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I've had it for a while.
Yeah, that applies really well. Thank you.
Yeah, when that shows the northern and southern star rotations on a planar surface. Now, it doesn't mean that. Yeah, like it doesn't mean the stars are actually going underneath the plane, but it shows that whole geometry, because you could just cut off the bottom part and you're just getting that top part is just defined by that local observational point in comparison to the massive extended, realm.
Yeah. Man, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm saving that. That's definitely going in.
And that correlates with like in the north, we'll see that rotation. Everything will have that declination to it that's like almost like a tilted sphere. So it's like a tilted sphere. So what's trippy about that, I mean, I actually think we live in a quadrupole. So there's like 4 of these that go out in all cardinal directions, like the 4 corners of the earth, the 4 rivers at the North Pole, the 4 islands and rivers at the North Pole as well. The whole thing is a quadrupole system. And so each one of the north-south legs of one of the quadrants is going to have this effect. So if you're in like United States, you're going to see that Polaris one in the north. You go to Ecuador, you're going to see that one. You go to South America, you're going to see that. But now if you go over to, China and you go there, and then you go south to Australia, think like if you're on a different actual quadrant of the quadrupole system, of the magnetic system. But it maps just like this in terms of like from the north to the equator to the south. It's almost like a corridor, and it's like a tilting sphere in a way, because it's the way the magnetic field and the sky and the whole the vortex is kind of structured in these kind of like, I think the magnetic fields in the quadrupoles of these channels.
Yeah, let me show you what like an early rendition of what I came up with to map out on a planar disk when I was first going through this. I think I got something that you might like for a visual.
Nice. Yeah. I love collecting good visuals. Yeah, that is a good one. I don't even know where I picked that one up. Yeah, I've just had it for years. I think I may have found this one myself somewhere, like online, and grabbed it. Because it shows like at Hawaii, the equator, like 20 degrees north, 20 degrees south.
Yeah, I posted the video.
Hey, Gio, we got angles from different places on Earth. No shit, Sherlock. What the fuck? What the fuck,
Yeah,
man?
I can't believe we let that slide for so long. It's just
Yeah,
like,
I was like,
it's like,
wait a
oh,
minute.
dog.
No shit. You're a
we had
genius, man.
Yeah, there's various explanations on that,
Fuck
depending.
off, dude. Come on.
Right. So
We all agree on angles to shit, man. Come on, please. If
Curious,
anybody's
Alan.
arguing that now at this point in 2023, man, good luck with it.
Alan, what was your wake up moment to flat Earth? I'm super curious.
so I started waking up to, the 7-Eleven thing, and as I was going through that, I was going back and forth with the moon landing, and I had been told some gravy early on when I was a kid, and then that was kind of marinating in the back of my mind, and I was like, oh, you know what? I can look that up now as a grown adult. So I kind of was dabbling in the moon landing a little bit. And and Flat Earth was, popping up in my feeds and all that. And I watched a Dave Weiss on Tinfoil podcast or whatever. And he did his, the three basket example where it either works on a plane, it works on a globe, or it works on both, and nothing in the globe. And I was like, okay, well, I'll have to look further into this. And then I started looking into it, and just seeing the actual answers to some of the stuff I didn't know that I assumed was true. I was like, oh man, well, these aren't like, super solid. And it was really just going through the process of talking to Globers about it, because I actually sought out people on YouTube that I thought weren't, people that had like, how like a Professor Dave channel has a certain attitude to it, like I found channels of people that were like in education and academia that were trying to quote unquote bridge the gap between, the scientific realm and higher levels of education with like the quote unquote layman or whatever, whatever you want to think about it. But in a more genuine sense, right? So after talking to these people and getting like an exact confirmation of like the official story of like why someone would believe that water bends around the ball is because waves display convexity of water for a brief period of time. Like when these became like the go-to answers from people like in high levels of academia, I was like, oh man, the ball's in trouble. Like we got some looking into. I got some soul searching to do or whatever. Yeah. So I just started watching Globebusters, and I've always kind of had like a knack for science and understanding the globe model, and and the stuff I didn't understand, I just was like, well, Einstein figured it out, and space time's curvature explains it, even though I didn't really know what it was. I was like, I was all about it. I was all about that relativistic lifestyle. And then
How long ago was that?
I don't know. I was probably like 2017, 2018, maybe.
At least like
Around
6
that
years
time
ago, right?
frame. Yeah, around that time frame, it started to crack.
5-6 years, right? Easy, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, in that meantime, though, I just watched a lot of flat earth content, and then I would watch globe responses. And a lot of times people wouldn't even address what the actual flat earth videos were saying. And I didn't know how to make sense of the straw man argument situation of it, until later on.
Dog show. I'm gonna call it the dog show tonight, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I kept coming across this weird, straw manning is what it is. But I was like, why don't these people why can't anyone just accurately address this? And to just see him, the lack of glow proof just became positive. It was just like, oh, well, obviously it's stationary non-rotating plane. And then you start looking into stuff yourself. And, that's pretty much a wrap right there when you start looking into it for yourself.
Hey, man, I always tell the newbies, man, check out the globe, bro. What do you got?
Yeah, dude,
Keep it
in
simple,
my YouTube channel, the first two people I recommend are globe people, for people to go get their heliocentric mythology from, because go hear the actual answers, guys. It's
right. Yeah, go listen.
It's a
to their
ridiculous
answers
position to defend.
and then come back and let us know how that worked out.
Yeah.
I do love that part of this dichotomy and interaction that we all share, man. And somebody asked me just recently, man, like, why did Flat Earth blow up in 2015? And I go, well, in 2015, we had the ability to do live streams and video, and we could share screens and do presentations. And this is the first time in all of human history that we've been able to really kick ass on any subject, man, whether you're into building cars or flat earth, man. But it was just an explosion of technology that came out then, man. It was crazy. And YouTube was blowing up, and yeah, it was fantastic, man. You could go 4 clicks and do a live stream with 10 people in less than a minute, bro. You could be live streaming on YouTube with 10 people on different panels like Discord or Hangouts we used back then. And we could share screen and we could link videos, and yeah, it was great. We could share videos, we could live, here, I'm going to present here now. And it was just an explosion of technology that came out of sharing information. And that's where we find ourselves today. Still sharing information, trying to figure this whole place out, man. And we've done a great job. I think we really we're
Yeah,
damn
Alan, you're
close.
being referred to as the beast since since the last week of you coming in here. You're a beast. So I got to put my Alan Duncan meme up.
Yeah, it's next level where we got to go, because when you present them with a 5 million, the guy that did 5 million experiments or observations, right?
5,200,000 measurements.
There you go. I love it. Let's get specific, man. 5,200,057
measurements. Yeah.
The measurements, not separate experiments, but 5 million measurements.
Measurements. Yeah. I mean, that's serious. Let's see you go up against that, man. What do you got?
Well, first there was 100 proofs, and then Eric debated 200 proofs, and now you could do
5,200,057. 257.
Yeah, dude, that's hilarious. That should be the title, man, because that guy was literally crushing it.
Yeah,
but
right?
but everyone was heliocentric out of their minds and just would not accept that it's a stationary, non-rotating Earth.
Yep. And he couldn't let it go. He had to do
even he couldn't see it. He modeled it out and was like, look, it's Earth axial tilt. And it's like, yeah, but also it's not, right? Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Well, when the data kicks your own ass, yeah, that's a good day, man. But Most people won't say, "Hey, man, the data kicked my ass. Look at that." Damn, they just can't let it go. They're gonna keep trying, and we see it every day in here, and it's fascinating. Thank you. It's yeah.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate just kind of hearing your origin story. It's one of my favorite things about the flat Earth community is that everyone's got kind of a similar story, but just in a different way. And yeah, man, it's cool. We were having a conversation a few hours ago about like who would be the best people to represent the flat Earth movement. I think that those people are being created right now, if not already in our midst, especially after the conversation tonight.
Yeah, no doubt, man. We're all gonna find our little place in this realm, and we're all gonna kick ass. And if you want to like take it to the absolute major level, PhD level, like Alan did, and like many of Geo I know for sure did. New perspective, that motherfucker, PhD beyond belief, man. No doubt about it. Snack, shit. Snack's in a different realm, man. He's like, what's above PhD? Fuck. That guy's the smartest person that,
PH double D.
And then you got Witsit up there. Well, I don't know what level is Witsit at, man. I don't know, but he's yeah, it's crazy, man. Thank you guys for doing what you do. Cheers to you guys.
Yeah, the levels don't matter. We're all working as a team. It's all about the information.
Team, man, exactly.
It's like Eric Dubay and Mark Sargent arguing about who came out with flat Earth first.
Right.
Like it wasn't already out.
Right.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
it
just
matters.
glad to be here, dog. I'm just cleaning up like finer details or whatever, right? Like everyone's put in a ton of work.
Yeah, exactly. We all have. Dan Waterman, I know he's put in a ton of work.
Well, maybe
Dude,
not Dan, but
Dan
a lot of other
Dan the
people
Waterman has a video on YouTube that's got like fucking like 70 million views.
No
And
shit. That's awesome.
I'm like, shit, damn, fuck. Hats off to you, Dan. You killed it, bro. I mean, it might not have been presented in like the best of light, but it was 70 million views about flat Earth.
Yeah, that's awesome.
There you go. That's all you can do, man. I mean, I can't say that. I wish I could say that. Dude, I got a video that's got 70 million views. No. Witsit might. He might have 70 million views somewhere, but it's it's a crazy number, man. Have you ever looked at the YouTube numbers of videos that people watch? I went back, years ago, and it was like, who's got the most views on YouTube? And I'm trying to figure it out, and I ended up with like Taylor Swift. She had like 3 billion fucking views, and I thought, holy shit, man, what a fucking 3 billion? Oh, okay, that's crazy. Now, man, the top one is like hundreds of billions. I mean, it's crazy numbers, man. Can we believe it? I don't know, man. I guess that's up to your own discernment. But anyway, that's what the stats say. We love statistics around here, and the globe you're statistically a little short on the globe, man.
I think it's safe to say that statistically there's got to be more flat earthers than there even, because most people don't even admit to it. Even a lot of us in here don't admit to it publicly.
Well, I mean,
the readings on how many people realize that we're not in the spinning ball.
Yeah.
Reading.
Well, how about this? Okay. What is the percentage of people, let's say, who have seen, people that have seen, let's say, at least like 80% of the information, maybe even call it 90, of, the information about the Earth, if we're talking in this sense of being not a globe and not moving, etc. Of those people that have like I'm saying, they've gone through, at least 80% of the information. How many of them actually remain on the globe and actually like either defend it or stay believing it, versus how many are like able to see through it just from looking at least 80% of the information? What do you think the percentage is?
I would say 8 out of 10 that are actually being honest with themselves. Yeah. I mean, even 10 out of 10 if they're really being honest with themselves, I guess. But yeah, if you look at it all objectively.
I think a big part of it is just peer pressure. Like if you think you're gonna get shit on,
Yeah,
saying
that's it, man.
this,
Yeah,
Yep.
I agree.
you're not going to admit it,
Yep.
but it's like,
I mean, dude, I'm gonna lose my
Well, yeah,
job.
it's not about who
you know?
admits it. It's about who realizes it. Like, you know, it's not about a lot
just
of
think
people
about
won't admit it to people, but
Dude,
they realize it.
early in my flat Earth game, I was telling my buddy about it, and his wife was in the room listening or whatever.
Yeah.
And you know, he was like, "Oh yeah, my buddy's telling me about how he thinks the Earth's flat or something," and she was like, "What is he, a fucking idiot?" I felt so stupid, and I didn't have like a good answer for whatever he had asked me about, and like I was so demoralized, but I knew that it was the truth, so like I didn't give up on it. But like I didn't talk about it for I didn't talk about it for a hot minute. Because like you know when you get to that gung ho stage when you're like, yeah boys, it's flat, sunsets what? You know, and then someone says something like that you just haven't thought of or whatever, and you're like, oh
Hey,
shit,
Dave, man. Hey, new perspective, man. Send Alan the your video of your friend. You were talking to him in the room there, hanging out.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I
Oh
will.
my god, dude.
Oh, did you flat smack your buddy?
Hey, was
Atypical,
flat
yeah. Like
smacking
a couple of my
buddy,
friends are
man.
sitting
But
there and they're just
and just kind of
Just
sitting,
denial,
hanging
they were
out,
drunk.
having a couple
Yeah.
beers. But his
It's
buddy,
like no,
man,
it's like the 100th time I've talked to him about it, and he's still on
and
like
he got
you know,
so
like, he
red,
doesn't
he
want to
got
know.
so red faced, man. I'll just call it red faced, man. He's like, "Fuck, man, Dave, stop it, bro." He got. Anyway, you gotta see it. It's worth a laugh. You know, it's probably like 30 minutes long, man. But yeah, you can see him kind of. Dave, man,
Yeah, you would find it funny.
Yeah, it was
Well,
funny.
it's the guys though, but it's the guys that actually have like some knowledge of what the globe is actually proposing that you really makes you have to go do your research and figure out exactly what they're saying, so you can show how wrong they are. A lot of people though, I mean, some people like they don't have that challenge or that need. They just realize that's the case and that it's not a ball and what is it, and they, you know, they don't want to get into the particulars of it.
Yeah, most people do not want to get into the fine details.
The minute, yeah,
the finute. I can make
that's
up a
another
word.
word for it. Why not?
Why not? So yeah, they don't want to get into those, like get down to the brass tacks, man. And
Well, I brought up the peer pressure thing because I think specifically America is in a really unique position where the population has gone through two massive psychological operations that if you didn't want to go along with it, you're going to be ostracized by a lot of people in society.
well,
So the first one
two in
was
your
the
lifetime, man. At least like a dozen in my lifetime. Hey,
right, dude.
hey,
Let me just finish
platypus,
what
man.
Can I just finish what I was
Platypus.
saying though? Hold on, I just want to complete my thought.
Your microphone is a little low, man. I don't know if you can fix that, man.
Yeah, it is hard to hear you.
Oh, no worries.
All right, man. You're just I got you cranked up and you're still low. So
is that better?
Complete your thought anyway. We can hear you enough.
Go ahead, Platypus.
Sure. Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that since people are already used to getting shit on for voting for Trump or shit on for not taking the jab, I think there's a huge amount of people that are going to be just fine with getting shit on for not believing it's a ball.
I like that thinking, man. Straight away. Yeah, they're not gonna be mind. They're not gonna mind. Oh yeah, of course we were lied to. You flat earthers were right. Duh. Yeah. Hey man, the litmus test was 3 years ago. Yeah, that was crazy. 3 years ago. Oh my. Whew. Damn. No toilet paper.
Marty Lee? Marty
Mm-hmm.
Lee? Is that what you're referencing? The ultimate litmus test?
Well, the litmus test was. Oh, I mean, it started many decades ago, but.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. You're talking about just like in
the last 3 years, yeah, they put that whole litmus test to full fruition, man. Can they shut down the entire world? Yes, they did. There you go, man. That's it.
Well, like I always say, if it ever goes mainstream, then we're really in trouble because they're going to go with Plan B, some kind of outer ponder psyop or something. So this might be just as good as it gets. I mean, we're not going to force them to tell the truth. That's all I know. And if it ever seems like we do, then that's when I would start to worry.
All right, lads, I'm heading to bed.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. That's awesome that you picked up on that right away as soon as I messaged you.
Yeah, MP, I was about to head off. I was just like watching a couple of videos, winding down, and I was like, okay, I'll go.
Perfect. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah,
All
I'll
right.
send you that funny video that Kenny referenced.
Word. All right. Later.
All right. Thanks, Alan. Yeah. The Globe's been in trouble for a long time. We've seen them, and these guys just come in and nah. Yeah, it's not gonna cut it, man. Nah, ain't gonna cut it. And Alan's went out of his way to spend I don't know how many hundreds of hours probably doing some work and saying, "Hey, man, you guys, this Globe is toast, man." And but thank you guys for letting me in on part of the toasting. Yeah, I like a good s'mores every once in a while, not too often. But the s'mores are being
Yeah, you
served.
came in. You prompted the whole conversation by coming in and talking about that.
maybe not.
You did, yeah. You're like, hey, I saw the last few days have been brutal.
Not gonna.
This whole week's been pretty brutal, actually. This past couple months. I mean, not that it isn't always brutal for the Globe, but yeah, it's like it's a bloodbath. I mean, it's like Vietnam for them every day.
Yeah, it must suck, man. All we're out here doing is discovering other people's experiments and observations and calculations. Oh, those little calculator motherfuckers, man. Oh God, I calculated the sun's distance to. I totally okay. You calculated it. No shit, Sherlock. I did that shit twice with Matthew Learns, the fucking math professor. In here, in
He's still
Southern
in here.
California.
He was just in here.
He left. Yeah, but yeah, we calculated the sun's distance at 3,477 miles, and it was just you and shadows and measurements.
Did you get a sense of how they reverse engineer it? What was he using?
Yeah, of course you could reverse engineer it from just a simple thing like that.
Take the assumption of
we did it in made less than an hour. Him and I did shitloads of calculations of a shadow from the sun. No shit, Sherlock. I mean, I could show you a shadow from my phone and come up with all kinds of calculations, man. All kinds. It's no different, man. So it's an angle to the sun on this particular day. Solstice or the equinox, whatever, pick one. Doesn't matter. And that's it. That's all you're doing, man. And you're taking that and calculating a bunch of globy shit, man. Because that's what you came up with was an angle to the sun and a shadow or an angle to Polaris. And we came up with calculations and figured out how to figure out the daytime and night and 12 hours here, 12 hours there. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we got this little 15 degrees an hour. Yeah. Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works.
Yeah, this whole thing's we'll have to do like deep research on those PDFs and
yeah,
figure
man.
out how the complexity was done and be able to present it to each of us.
I got to do some homework, but the rest of my, I've been doing homework for 7-8 years now, and it's okay, man. I don't mind. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, all those satellites and flying machines that you trust in have all been designed on a flat stationary plane, man. And it's kind of hard to defend that. I mean, when you have like documents from Boeing and Northrop and all the calculations that they used, just like the calculations that Matthew and I did, the math professor, they're all calculations on a flat stationary plane, man. And that's hard to dispute that shit, man. Dispute it. You want to piss on it, whatever you want to do, man. You want to just call it bullshit. But yeah, like there's hundreds of documents out there of designers designing things to fly over a flat stationary plane. And it's in their own calculations, man. It's not something I'm making up. No. It's it right there in the paper. They say all your calculations must be based on a flat, non-rotating plane, a flat, non-rotating stationary plane. If you don't design the plane that way, you're fucked.
That one kills it. That one kills it. There's no way they could treat the Earth as stationary if it's not stationary in a plane. Bottom line, the atmosphere is not even unlocked according to fluid dynamics, and they can't claim it is. They don't claim it is. It's over right there.
It's over. Well, in my book, man, it's been over since 2015, but
2017, I'd say for sure. Been like
for sure.
pretty much.
I mean, it was. I mean, by the time Robert Bassano got done with these Mongos, shit was over, man. And
That's why if people, I don't know if a lot of people think about it as like it's only over once they admit it's over, but that's it's been over already. Once they admit it, that's going to be their like.
Well, for us, Dave, man, for us, thinkers in the world, and able to take in information that's contrary to what we learned in school, and process that information and say, hey, man, don't add up. That's all we're saying, man. Don't add up. And your globe hasn't added up for a long time, man. Even Eric Dubay was like, hey, man, your globe's not right here, bro. And, there's been many people that have said that besides, me. I could go down a list of them. It's like, hey, man, you're Walter Johnson, man, out here. Is Johnson? Yeah, back in the 70s, 80s.
That doesn't sound right. Johnson sounds right. Well, no, Walter. I'm not sure if it's Walter.
Johnson.
Richard Johnson, right?
Richard. Anyway, Johnson.
No, that'd be Dick Johnson.
70.
That's what we were talking about for Richard Johnson.
So yeah, even he was out here going, hey, man, there's no evidence for your globe, man. Your globe's a little short here, bro.
That's really what it is. It's that we know it's not. I mean, they've tried to make this whole argument like, some kind of claim on our part, which no real flat earthers trying to say they know what the whole thing is, because we can't. No one can. But there was never a belief that it was flat before they started making people believe it was a globe, because there would be no reason to think that it would be anything other than that. So that's it's non-believer. Remember that when I came up with that idea for
non-believer? Yeah, I remember
non-believer. That's just the best way to describe any of us.
Hey, what did Alan say earlier? He was like, "See a laser." That was hilarious.
Yeah,
that
see
was
a laser.
absolutely hilarious.
See a laser.
Did he come up
He's
with
got
that?
a lot of lingo. It sounds like he just. He said he just came up with it.
He just came up with that shit
on the spot, dude. I think go back and listen, man. But I think he.
Well, it was in reference to the laser that helped, debunk the globe, right? So he's like,
that's where I was taking it. I was like, "We got a laser gun, bitch." I'm like, Yeah, you're done, man. This fucking globe's been done for a long time, but it's funny to see guys try to defend it. That's the funny part of it, man. See guys try to come in here
It's
every
like
day.
funny when they're trying to defend it and they're not familiar with that we even have any points. And
Right.
it gets kind of like not funny when they know our points, but they're still just arguing the opposite nonsensical point because for whatever reasons we have to guess guess why they would do that.
Yeah, even Dog Show came in here tonight. Like, well, I don't think you're right, Alan, because
Dog Show. That's what we should call him. Dog Show.
Dog Show. Yeah. He came in. Yeah. He was just attacking and saying, "No, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't get it. You guys are off. I don't believe it." That's all they can got, man. I mean, bring something to the table to the contrary, because Alan's research has been, so
Yeah,
as
that
far
guy
as I
doesn't
can
dip
tell,
out
man,
often.
it goes
He needs
back
to
like
stick around for
at
the wait.
least 100 and something years, right?
Yeah.
It's
He's
not like,
usually known for sticking around and not dipping out. So he needed to go think about it for sure.
yeah, you guys need to go check this out, man.
Go back and do the reading.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go to. I need to go back and do the reading, bro.
I
I'm
need to
fucking.
do it too, man.
I listened to that
Yeah, I'm going to go
entire
back and listen to
conversation.
Gio and Alan talking about that thing about the west to east, east to west thing. That seems like something we have to figure out.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, man. He made me think about it, man. I don't know how many sunrises, but I haven't seen too many sunrises over the water because I live out on the West Coast. But I've seen a few here in Florida. I saw one. I was in Hawaii. I saw one. But yeah, it's a different vibe, the sun coming up as it is setting. It's a completely different visual, especially over water. I mean, I've seen many sunsets here and over water, but sunrises, yeah, it's a different thing, man. It looks a lot smaller. I recall, man, the sun, if you're looking across the water at a sunrise, the sun's kind of small, but when it's setting here in the west, man, it's kind of big. Yeah, that's all I've noticed, man. It's just an observation. I'm not saying what it is or how it's done, but just from my own observations, that's how I remember it.
You're saying it's bigger when?
When it's setting, it gets that. Okay. Sometimes it'll get that beautiful, where just you can see like half of the sun, right on the water.
Yeah, it could be something to do with you being on the West Coast.
It's like, what the hell, man? It's so bitching. But I never noticed that when on a sunrise. I don't ever. It right. Looks a lot smaller and looks different on a sunrise.
Well, it could be that you're on the West Coast partly, I guess.
Exactly. That's I'm not saying yes or no or on anything, but the sunrises that I have seen across the water do look a lot smaller than a sunset here on the West Coast, for sure. That's my observation, but I have no evidence to back this up. I do have some video. I could probably.
How do you think the I don't know if you guys have ever noticed this, but you guys notice how the birds will always chirp at sunrise, but they don't chirp at sunset?
No, I never noticed that, man. Now that you brought it to my attention, I'll pay more attention to it.
Yeah, dude. I used to get woken up by these fucking birds all the time, and I would be like, going to bed and being like, man, why don't they chirp at night? Like, this is so weird.
That's an interesting thought, I guess.
But it's like, how do they know?
They're chirping for somebody else where their sun rises as our sun sets. Yeah.
The animals know for sure.
They're sensing something, because if you'll notice, when they start chirping, it's always like 30 minutes to an hour, or maybe even sometimes sooner than that before the sun ever rises.
Absolutely, they chirp while it's still dark out. That's how I always. Yeah, no, that's basically what I meant. Maybe chirping before it's even bright out. How do they freaking know? How do they know? How do they know the sun's about to rise? You know what I'm saying? 1:23 in the morning, and I'm making coffee.
Hey, the reason they know the sun is going to rise is because they've experienced this pattern, and it's very predictable. It's extremely predictable, and even I can just know. I can walk outside and just kind of pay attention, and after a few months of this, you know before the sun's going to rise. You just kind of know it, and it's an instinct or whatever, but it becomes a habit. And it's just like, oh, I can, oh shoot, I can feel the sun coming here. You know, it's just right around the corner here. It's right, yeah. You know, especially if you spend a lot of time outside and pay attention to the sunrise. That's all. What do I have? You know, does it prove where we live? No, fuck no. But it is absolutely something we can all experience, man. Guaranteed. We can all experience it. That's all.
Yep.
And that's why the chickens know, man. Roosters. The roosters. Ah, fucking roosters. Damn. Yeah, they know. Because they're looking at the sky and they can see the light coming. They can see it. You can see it starting to get lighter. Even though you don't see the sun,
Well,
obviously. But
birds supposedly they navigate across the world using an electromagnetic type of system, and so it would make sense that the sun would be giving off some sort of like electromagnetic effect as it rises and sets. That's that the birds could differentiate.
Yeah, and I think we can differentiate that too, man. If you just go out and pay attention to it, you'll differentiate it for sure. It's an
I don't
easy.
see what you think. You think if I were to take you and put you in a dark room until you didn't have any sense of time, and then I just let you out and it's dark outside, you would be able to tell me within, say, 20 minutes of when the sun was going to rise?
Dude, I'd love to do that experiment, first of all. That would be awesome.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm not. This isn't like
I'd be down with that. Say, yeah,
I believe you if you said yes. I mean, I don't think I would, but
I don't know, man. I would love to test myself on that personally, and we say, hey, man, can I really do that? Maybe I could, maybe I couldn't.
Well,
But
it's interesting because
I would love to try it, so I'm not afraid to try it. Yeah, it'd be a cool experiment. I'm sure they've done it. I'm sure somebody's done this, but I mean, they tested people how far they could push them to electrocute people. In Stanford, yeah. What's that? New Perspective knows a lot about that experiment. Oh,
What's that?
the one where hey man, you need to continue. The guy didn't answer the right question. You got to electrocute him.
Oh, I made a reenactment for a film in college.
Yeah. So
it was called The Agentic State is what I named the film, because that's what Stanley Milgram was finding out, that people that realized they were hurting somebody with the test where they shock somebody, as an actor acting like he's being shocked for getting the test answer wrong.
Right.
So once they get put past that point where they knew they were shocking someone and they continue the test, because the experimenter says continue the test, that's all he says. But once they realize that they've done that, they've gone past that point, there was like a huge, over 90% of the people that went past that point, they went all the way to the very end of the 450 volt level. Because, even after the person's screaming and stops screaming, so you assume they're dead. But they're still administering these shocks, because the only way for them to psychologically get out of it is to go all the way to the very end and do everything they're told, because then they can displace the responsibility on who is telling them to do it. They don't have to take on the guilt of any of their actions, because then they realized then they could have gone back and not ever continued with the test, right? So they have to go to the very end. That's how the trauma-based mind control or any kind of that kind of control works, where they get you in you know, is guilt position where the only way to get rid of it is to do everything you're told. That's how it works. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they damn straight they know what they're doing. Everything from they know what they're doing.
We need to get some good flat Earth like animators so that we can start making some really cool visuals for like all the different flat Earth proofs. I've seen a couple good ones, but I know that they could be better. I just know that like doing CGI stuff is time consuming and whatnot.
Yeah, it takes a lot of computer power, and it does take a little bit of time, man, to set it all up for sure. But yeah, they've done some great jobs out there, man. There's enough out there right now, but yeah, we can do better in the future. For sure. I mean, the technology is coming along really good. Man, the shit we can do on computers now, man. If I'd have had that shit in the 80s, fuck. Would have been great.
Yeah, we just need a flat Earth video game programmer to make that flying a plane over a spinning ball game. You know, you get unlimited lives, but you can never land. You crash every time. That's what I'm hoping somebody does, because that would show everybody there's no way to land on a spinning ball. You wouldn't be in sync.
I love it, dude. I love that. Yeah. The spinning ball landing, man. Come on.
Right.
You got this. You can do this. You can land your plane on a spinning ball, right? Of course you can.
Yeah.
They do
And
it every
from a
day,
separate
right? They do it every day. But no, man, the atmosphere's Velcro to the earth, bro. Come on, everybody knows that.
Yeah, they don't even say that. They don't. That's the crazy thing. They don't even have that claim. They have to admit it's a separate reference frame and fluid
They have
dynamics.
to own that shit, man. They got to own it. And yeah, that inertial reference frames. Yeah, it's funny, man, but they'll defend it. They'll keep defending it. Like,
Yeah, they'll have to say it's the same reference frame but separate at the same time. Go ahead. What are you going to say, Platypus?
I was going to kind of change the subject a little bit. I was going to ask if anybody's seen The Sound of Freedom yet.
Oh, I was going to ask you what movie you were referencing the other night, because you were talking to Snack about that movie, and I was like, oh shit, what was the movie you mentioned? I haven't watched it yet, but you liked it, huh?
Oh, dude, yeah. And it's kind of blowing up online. Like, it did better than Indiana Jones on the opening day. They opened up on the same day. And you've got a lot of the more like conservative, talking heads really going off about it. It's what?
Is it still in theaters, or you can get it on?
Oh yeah, it's still in theaters. I didn't watch it in the theaters because I knew that I was going to have like an intense emotional reaction to the film, and I did. Like, if I had been in the theaters and saw that for the first time, I'd be pulling up the fucking sex offenders registry and being like, "There's 50 of them within a 5-mile radius. Get your pitchforks and fucking torches. Let's do this." Like, it's a really, really intense movie. It spotlights a horrible thing that's happening in our society that is, it's worse than it is. It's worse than it was when slavery was legal. It's really fucking bad. And they don't even touch up on like what happens to these kids when they're all used up. Like, they don't really get into like the whole organ trafficking thing. I hate to take it to such a dark place, but I would just recommend seeing it.
Yeah, you kind of took it to a dark place, though, honestly.
I know. I'm so sorry. I was.
Was that Mel Gibson, by the way?
I believe he plays some part in the movie's production. I'm not really sure what. I know he was the one online, like telling people to go see it.
Yeah, that's what I guess.
Yeah, like, the movie's about an organization that is a real organization that has really gone out and done these like sting operations in other countries and saved children. And if you go to their Wikipedia page and you see the criticism that they've received from various news sources, the biggest criticism that this organization has received was from Vice News, And this Vice article said that the children were most likely traumatized during their rescue, which is like fucking insane. What an insane thing to criticize. These children are being saved. And anyways, I don't know. The reason I brought it up is because we were talking earlier about how this great awakening that we're going on, that's like happening right now. You know, people are like waking up to flat Earth, and
Hey,
like,
hey, new
oh yeah, go
perspective.
ahead.
New perspective and I are in the camp that they release this stuff according to a time frame. I don't know. We don't know the time frame exactly, but it's like pre-released. It's pre-programmed, and then they let it out. New perspective, man. He has a length, not too lengthy, but he and I have talked about this, where this system has been so laid out perfectly, and they release stuff, man, just like the movie you were talking about, at the right time, man. And they release all kinds of shit just at the right time to manipulate the masses, man, into a certain thinking. But there's nobody in here on this fucking Discord that would ever think that child trafficking or anything happening to a child would be a good thing, man. There's nobody in here that would think that. And this particular movie is about that, correct?
About
Right?
what? About
Child
people thinking that
trafficking.
it's good?
No, man. I mean,
No, it just
no,
it just
it's
no, it
it's
just brings
pointing out.
awareness.
It's
Just brings
pointing
awareness to it.
out the obvious,
Yeah,
man.
he
We've
was
all
talking
known
about
about this for years, man. It's not like
even the ballers would agree with us that he's what he's saying. I think, right? Like it's one thing everyone can agree on, no matter who you are.
it don't matter who the fuck you are, man.
Oh.
There's nobody in here, man, I know that I've ever met that would want to hurt a child, man. I mean, there's certain things, man. I got whipped as a child, man. I know what it's like, but I did wrong, man. I got my ass whooped. You know, I stole shit, and my dad whooped my ass. And said, don't steal shit, dumbass. And that was it. You know, shit happens to children, man. We've all been through it, but yeah, this movie's exposing some
Yeah,
stuff.
on that note, yeah, it's hard to believe that there would be that many people. I mean, that it would be such a thing, you know, because I don't think I've ever met anyone that I would think that I would suspect that of, you know. But I guess it's a lot more rampant than you think.
And we've all seen, dude. I mean, I've seen some shit. I was like, what? No, fuck off. You know, no. I can't share that with anybody. Much like I can't even share that shit with you guys, man. Fuck. You know, like
I don't think that they would release this. I when you say that they release movies and stuff, I don't think that this is a they thing. The people behind it are. I do think that there's people out there that can have the camera put in front of them and still be good. I don't think like just because you see them on TV means that it's part of the they.
It depends how it's edited. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah,
This movie is very. It's a Christian film, 100%. The entire movie is linked with these like Christian themes, and that's how they like end up saving the kid or whatever. And the organization is real.
Right.
I don't know. I don't. To me, it would be the only reason I would see they putting a movie out like this is to get ahead of it, and this movie would serve to sort of like as like a pressure release on society.
A pressure.
However,
yeah.
It's like okay, so they released the pressure, but there's now millions of people who are aware that this is happening in the world, like millions more than there were before this movie came out. Like I don't know, to me that would be like shooting themselves in the foot. That would just be really, I don't know.
Well, I don't think it's any different than Flat Earth, man, in my book, because New Perspective and I would agree on that, man. That
Well,
was kind of like, hey, man, we got to let some pressure out. There was a lot of shit going on in 2015, man. Dude, and people were rising up in France, and they're getting
the thing is, Globe Earth doesn't really make that much money. Like, it is a great argument for us to be like, NASA's, they're spending $50 million a day, like however many billion a year,
Right.
la la la. But the thing is like the three most profitable trades in the entire world are drugs, guns, and people, human trafficking. And human trafficking just surpassed drugs, and it'll soon surpass weapons to be the number one black market thing in the world. At the height of the Roman Empire, there were 5 million slaves in the world, and today there's over 40. Half of them are children. You know what I mean? It's like
that's a pretty. Yeah,
they're making a lot of money. They're making a lot of fucking money off of that, dude. Like
I would
way
say they're
more than the
making
Globe
more.
is ever making.
I would see, because the Globe is just a subset of what they're like. The Globe and what they make off of that is just a subset of the thing that allows people to believe it's a globe. So really, what I think is they make the most money off of forms of illogic.
That's true. That's true. The economy absolutely fucking crashes if everybody realizes it's a ball or a flat right away. You know what I mean? I hear what you're saying. Like, the Globe lie does hold the economy together. It does keep people pouring their money into certain things for sure. I can't argue with that. Actually, that was really well said. Anybody want to talk about chi?
If they ever do crash the money system, they have all the gold, so you can't go back to gold. What do you replace it with that's not crypto?
It's going to be food first, because if the supply chain were to actually collapse, and like these monocrop farms, and these confined animal feeding operations aren't able to get animal feed, the supermarkets are going to be empty. Not to mention, if the economy crashes, good luck finding a bunch of fucking truck drivers to. Like, truck drivers are the lifeblood of any country, really.
I don't think they'd full crash it. I think it'd just be like a slow, long crash.
Only a couple people need to not show up to work for everything to kind of fall apart. I used to sell raw milk to a guy who worked in the CIA for a while,
in the 80s, and him and his wife were so sweet, dude. They like gave me a blanket once that they made for me. I think they spent like over 72 hours of like quilting time. Anyways, he explained the whole societal collapse as there are very specific people that hold the society together, like truck drivers, electricians, construction workers, people that will be there immediately, like even like tow truck drivers, to like clear a wreck off the road. If they are in danger of or have missed 9 consecutive meals, so that's breakfast, lunch, and dinner, 3 days in a row, it is a point of no return for society. Like it will be full on spiraled collapse. And even getting close to that point, where those, like, first of all, if the country goes 9 consecutive meals missed, it is complete chaos. But like, even just these key elements of society, if they go first, then it's really, really bad, you know. And it doesn't need to get that bad in order for something like this to happen. And it can happen in one place, right? And if the rest of the nation doesn't come together to like make that stop, it'll spread, which is really crazy too.
I mean, don't you think something like that would have really happened during COVID?
No. That was a controlled demolition, just like 7-Eleven, dude. That was they knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, but I'm saying the next one's already a controlled demolition. The point being, like, they aren't going to starve you out and do everything they can besides make you go flip the switch,
There are natural disasters, and some would say that certain natural disasters can be caused by man-made ways, and then there's also like other countries that could do stuff that would trigger this. But there's a lot of different things. You could have a perfect storm, like LA and San Francisco get hit with earthquakes, right? That shuts down the West Coast. And simultaneously you've got civil unrest from some sort of like political thing, or it could just, I don't know, it's like I said, you could get a perfect storm, you never know.
Something about the world just makes me think that they're still too cozy right now. We're not quite. We're not in the happy timeline still.
I would agree with you if I watched the television more. I think if I watched the news more. When I was watching the news, I was way more thinking that we were not in the happy timeline. I know what you mean by that, but
I mean, I don't watch the news either, man.
so what are you basing that statement off of?
More their lack of reaction and their willingness to put the ideas out on the table lately. It's like they're saying, yeah, you're free to spread your ideas. Fuck it. We have too much control. We're not worried.
Do you think because of a lack of censorship, that's a sign that things are pretty tough?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's an interesting way to think about it. I can't say that I agree, but it is interesting. I would argue that we have our free speech because we have guns, and if censorship ever got, it's pretty bad right now. I would say that I would disagree with you that like we're not being censored. We are, but I think if it ever got super bad, people would probably start pulling a Kyle Rittenhouse.
maybe pull up at a politician's house. I have no idea.
Like, I mean, Dave Chappelle went on and mentioned everything on fucking Saturday Night Live, and then everyone just moves on and nothing, you know?
Well, people that watch Saturday Night Live probably don't have the best memory.
For sure. For sure.
I understand that the news cycle I feel like the news cycle affects people's memories. Like if they've got you worked up about something for like an entire year, they just like blast it in the news. You're kind of on this like yearly cycle. But when they start doing these like fear flavor of the week, it's like murder hornets, submarine, Russia, fucking just like one after another. They start putting people on these like shorter and shorter cycles as far as like their memory goes. Like, Kanye West, one of the most influential people in the world, says he's going DEFCON 7 on the Jews or whatever after he takes a nap, and then like disappears from society after tweeting, these insanely crazy text messages he's getting from his Hollywood handler. And people just kind of forget about it. Will Smith slaps a guy on stage. Next, new variant. Next, it's part of the way they program us that makes it seem like it's bad. But if you're noticing that it's bad, you're not a part of the people who are being programmed. You're part of the deprogramming. So,
But I guess what I think is that their move is to make us part of the clown world that everyone is a part of, and just like in audacity at, or in wrong word, but like in all at.
well, yeah. If they can, they're trying to demoralize you. Basically, if they can demoralize you by making you like into a self-destructive being, where you're just like hedonistic, materialistic, then that's great. That's great for them. You're way easier to control. If they can demoralize you by making the world such a tough place to live in, and like you have the wherewithal to see what they're doing and feel helpless, well, that's a in my opinion, that's a much more powerful form of demoralization, because you're an intelligent person and you are aware that everybody's under attack. Like that's way more demoralizing than just getting somebody to convince them that like they should just go fuck hoes for their life and get a Bugatti. You know what I mean? It's like you have to develop very, very strong coping mechanisms and grow a thick skin. Really, like you don't want to be a part of the clown world. You got to do something about it.
Yeah, I'm trying slowly. I'll just sometimes I'll play video games and just try to red pill some random stranger, and it's worked. Little things, but
Well, that's a start for sure. That's a start. I mean, my best advice to anybody that's like my best advice to you for what you just said would be pray about it, get right with God, and if that's not your thing, then you should just cry. That might make you feel better. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way at all. I believe that tears are like a silent prayer to God. Like if you're crying, you might not have the words to describe, why you're crying, but I believe that God reads our hearts. So it's a good thing.
I don't really. I mean, I feel sort of I feel isolated. I don't feel demoralized. Like in a way, it kind of feeds the ego to be able to play part of the game. But I do want real life friends to talk about it with, honestly. That's why I come here, and this is my coping mechanism. It's the only outlet I have. Listening to other people say interesting things when my life is just like, I can't listen to people speak, dude. I don't enjoy it.
What besides playing video games and coming onto Discord, what are your hobbies?
A lot of poker with the boys, working out, and I mean, my job's pretty fun normally, but yeah, I mean, this is my hobby. Honestly, it's just listening to this type of stuff.
Word. The isolation thing is tough, especially if you're. I mean, I don't know exactly what you mean by do you feel isolated from people who think like you? Or are all your friends that you go work out with, are they just like normie NPCs? Like they're just filling the void?
No, everyone's a normie, dude. I'm in normie capital of the world. Might as well be DC.
Okay. Honestly, dude, I can just tell you what worked for me. I was an insane normie. I worked for Hollywood for 10 years, making fucking music videos and movies and commercials and just
I've actually
helping.
heard before.
You what?
I've heard your story before, actually.
Oh, for sure, yeah. So I mean, I don't know. Go. Sounds like you do what you love. You said your job is fun, but
It's fun,
you know.
just in the wrong location.
Okay. Well, through doing the things that I love, I've met some really cool people, and they might not all agree with me on everything, but a sense of community will definitely help with the isolation thing.
It's like, I mean, the people I live with are the people I work with and stuff, and so I can't come out about it too hard and like risk my position at work. Yeah, I can't. I don't want to be too out there.
Yeah, I mean, it might even be better though if you're just out there. Like, honestly, that's because I everybody knows
If
my
I'm out
face is
there,
attached to.
climb. You have to climb if you want to try to do something about it. I guess. I mean, you could do it all from the outside, but
I don't know. I'm a bit of an ascetic. Like I own very little. I don't really give a shit about money.
I don't either. It, like, yeah, I don't care about. I guess I do want to move up in the world, but it's not for money. It's not for my personal ego. It's just so that people will listen more.
Yeah. Are you religious?
I'm getting there.
That's a fun place to be.
Yeah, I've been reading about Gnosticism and stuff. But my religious background is just atheism from childhood.
Oh wow. Yeah, I was an atheist for a long time, and then kind of a Gnostic as well. I guess I started like doing a lot of meditation stuff. I ended up Christian. I'm going to Orthodox church in a couple hours.
Yeah, dude, it's been weird for me to try to get to try out Christianity because like my ego is fucking being the neckbeard atheist originally, to be honest. Um
I'll tell you this, man. God's timing is perfect. I wouldn't trip out too hard about it. Like the fucked up thing is, dude. Like for me, I wasn't ready to become a Christian at all.
I still struggle. I still
think
struggle.
flat Earth proves Christianity at all, but it definitely proves a creator, and that's pretty much where I'm at.
Yeah. It's
I
just
mean,
deciding
I see a
which
lot
creator.
in Genesis that I like, and like learning about like carnivore diet and stuff and how that works. Now that kind of plays into the whole vampiric universe we live in, where you have to consume life. That contradiction. I don't know what the hell's going on, dude. Like, I don't see any reason why I should listen to the Bible, really. But I also respect it the most and give it the most credit.
Yeah, man, I'm finding it like really hard to want to like hard sell Christianity or the Bible to anybody, because I am just, the more and more I read my Bible, the more and more I go to church and talk to other Christians, like the more I realize I don't really know a whole lot and I have a lot to learn. But what I can say is that I think I already said it. God's, in my opinion, God's timing is perfect, and if you recognize that this place has to be created, it's not too far off to imagine that it was created for us, that this creator loves us, gave us free will, that there is some purpose to all of this suffering. And once you realize, I don't know if you've gone down the whole like the elites kind of like worship Satan and do a lot of weird sacrifices and stuff. Like,
Yeah, and I've listened to the Satanist arguments, and I kind of like the whole. I mean, there's an appeal to the idea that the ability to giving us free will it was what Satan did for us. I guess is what they try to argue. Um, and there is an appeal to that from a not Christian perspective. Like I get the argument, but obviously the lying. That's what's so awful about it. I don't know. Sorry,
yeah,
these are weird thoughts. I'm not saying this or anything. I promise, but
I wouldn't care if you were, dude. Everybody goes through phases. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, just that like for me it was like I was kind of on the fence about Christianity, but then when I started doing a deep dive into like all the Pizzagate stuff and what had been going on in Hollywood and like the music industry, you just start noticing it's like all these dudes worship Satan.
yeah. I mean,
Like
Pizzagate was
what the
my foundation into conspiracies, rather than other than when I was like elementary school, randomly going over a 9/11 video, but it was Pizzagate that started me off, and I mean, I went hard on that.
Was that before or after mainstream media picked up on it and there was that whole bogus psyop at the Comet Ping Pong?
Hold on real quick. Sorry. No, I was in there from the start, pretty much.
Okay.
And that's like what forced me even to like.
So you were on the
Right.
chance?
See 4chan, and 4chan opened my eyes to some stuff. Yeah.
Were you on 8chan or 4chan
No,
or
I never
both?
did any of that. I was not an
Okay.
OG.
Okay. Yeah, man, that was a rough time for me. I was working in Hollywood at the time and like, by day working in this disgusting industry and by night and fucking then on my free time finding out that like I have come into very close contact with people that have some super sus like happenings surrounding them. Like I remember the day I made eye contact with Steven Spielberg, and I had like just heard about the Heather O'Rourke death that happened, and I just was like, oh, dude, it just made my skin crawl to be around these fucking people.
And yeah, I was like, well, if they believe in Satan, I mean, obviously they believe in God because it's kind of a Christian concept, Satan. Yeah.
I just don't understand how they originally propagate. Like, where's it coming from?
Well, you want like the Christian answer, like a scriptural answer?
Sure, any answer.
Okay, yeah. So the flood was because these fallen angels had sex with humans and made giants, and they had like powers, and they were teaching humans how to do stuff and causing all kinds of mischief, to put it lightly. And so God floods them. But it says in the book of Enoch that their spirits are trapped on earth. Like while their physical bodies were dead, their spirits were trapped to like roam the earth. And the idea is that in the same way that when they descended from heaven and had sex with humans, that they like brought technology, after the flood, they came up from the depths of the oceans as these like spirits with technology again. And it is a reoccurring theme of having something fall out of the sky and then getting technology. Like it's a huge sci-fi theme. But even like if you look at like Roswell, what happened in the 50s, where they say a UFO crashed, and then like a couple years later, we're like allegedly going to the moon, and then within 100 years, here we are talking on the internet, and we could be anywhere in the world, really. So it's just kind of just, if you're going to connect all the dots, you could say that the people who are in charge are channeling with these spirits and receiving instructions. That's why their game plan seems to be so well planned out, as well as lasting multiple generations for like humans. It's how the whole predictive they couldn't do predictive programming before the television, really. Like, what are they going to release a bunch of books or something? Wait for everybody to read the books. It's like, I don't know.
So you think that the technology did not exist in the realm until it fell out, or we just learned how to do it because it fell out of the sky?
I think technology has always come from the spiritual realm, because when we became fallen and were kicked out of the garden, the deal was, women are going to have painful childbirth, and men are going to toil in the fields, thorn and thistle. And that's how we're supposed to be living here. That's how we're supposed to be living our lives out in connection with nature, because it's not that we ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It's that we ate it too soon. It was in the garden for a reason. There was going to be an appointed time at which we were going to eat that knowledge, but we weren't ready for it yet. And so, since we skipped a step, we got to go back a step. And now we are these more like it's when you have the knowledge of good and evil, and you are an immortal being, the way you're going to act is much different than when you have the knowledge of good and evil as a mortal being.
Okay, so you're saying we would have had to move through all of our bad instincts before we're ready for it, sort of?
Pretty much, yeah, because as an immortal being with the knowledge of good and evil and free will, you can rebel against God. You know what I mean? And that's God's not trying to create a bunch of rebels. He's trying to do something else, And whatever it is, he wants us to, of our own free will, love him. What does love mean if you force people to do it? It's not real love. Like, just imagine, it's a creator that created everything, right? And then created
other beings that have spirits, souls, and all he wants to do is teach those souls how to love, like true love. Like this is like true love for the thing that made you, me, everything. It's I mean it's kind of tight. That's kind of what I get it. Is what I'm saying. I get it. It makes sense to me.
I just don't get where you're getting to the jump of him doing that for people. Like maybe he could be just super like and all this stuff there. I don't know. Like he doesn't have intention for us. He just creates. Um, I don't get where people anthropomorphize like what he's trying to do.
I mean, okay, I see what you're saying. I would simply say that if you can recognize that this place was created, maybe come a step further towards my position and say that it was created for us. Would you? I mean, this place wasn't created for the elephants. It
All
wasn't
if
right.
it's made for us, but do you still believe that we're meant just to live in nature? You don't think there's any sort of like developmental goal that he wanted for us?
Oh, yeah. The developmental goal is going to come by living out our lives. See, the original plan was we were just going to do this thorn and thistle thing until we could deal with the knowledge of good and evil. But these angels came down and started teaching us how to make weapons, how to, do alchemy, how to do. I mean, eventually it led to blood magic, sexual sacrifice, and cannibalism. That's what these fallen angels came down and taught us how to do things. Like that's what the
I
story
guess where
goes.
I'm at is what is the angels' perspectives here? Like, why did they want to rebel against God so much? Aren't they closer to Him? Wouldn't they have a better perspective on the matter than we would, to some extent?
Yeah. So the angels were basically very jealous because God created human beings in a different way, and God also created the heaven, or God also created the earth for us. Right? He created the angels to help him do certain tasks. He has his 7 angels that are his close counsel, none of whom rebelled. But then you have all these other like lesser angels that helped him do things like basically create the world, right? Little tasks. Um, they saw us, and they saw us in the garden, and they were just like, "Why does God care so much about these creatures? Like they're just like mortal. They're just like these puny little mortals. They don't have any powers. Like what's so special about them?" And not only that, God didn't make female and male angels. Angels are technically sexless. There is no. I mean, they are anthropomorphized as males in the Christian religion, but scripturally, they have no sex. And there's references in the Bible that like the angels, they never take on wives, they never marry, and so there's this whole theme of like uh, them being jealous and them having some sort of resentment towards God, and because God is God, you can't kill God, but you can hurt God, and the way that they saw fit to hurt God was by hurting what God loved, which is us. One thing that they were able to see was that God had a type of love for us that was different than the way he loved angels. Angels were more of tools, whereas we were, I mean, and I'm just giving you, I'm sure there's some Christians that if they were hearing this, they'd be like geeking out and telling me that I'm fucking wrong. But this is just my understanding. Human beings are created more as, well, in his image and likeness, right? I'm not saying that one day we will become gods, but one day we will be physically or physically and spiritually and mentally able to be in God's presence. Like if God was in your presence right now, as a mortal, you'd probably die just because of what God is and what can exist in the presence of God. Like if God is pure love and pure light, any darkness, any sin, any evil thing could not exist in front of God. If that makes sense.
I guess I only have a little trouble with that last statement because it's like I guess the argument would just come down to like the whole allowing of evil argument. Not to be cliche, but
I'm not familiar with that one.
Or just like why does God allow evil, like that sort of line of reasoning?
Oh, if God good, why bad thing happen?
Yeah, but only purely in respect to like saying that all things evil would perish before God.
Well, yeah, that's because this earth was a place that was, we were originally in this garden where we had everything we needed and we lived in like complete harmony. If I'm not mistaken, I don't even think we needed to eat meat. Like we were completely sustained off of like manna or something like that. But the only place that was suitable for a fallen human, a human being that had fallen out of God's grace, that was now capable of sin, because we were without sin, would be this place where we are right now. I think God allows bad things to happen because He respects us enough to make our own decisions and like wants us to make the right ones. But in order for us to make the right decisions, He can't be like coming down all the time and just stopping bad things from happening. And yes, it sucks. People die, but we are all going to die. And I just think that there's got to be a system that God created that makes it so like that it makes sense in the end. It doesn't fully make sense to me right now. Like I'm doing my best to keep up with your questions, but I do have faith that it will make sense in the end.
Thanks for your answers. Thank you for your answers. They were good, very good. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, man, no worries. I'm still working it out. I actually got called a Gnostic earlier today on Instagram. Somebody was upset with something that I posted. And they're like, "You're not a real Christian. You're a Gnostic." And I was like, "Okay."
I'm pretty sure that's them baiting you into Gnosticism rather than trying to use it as an insult.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gnosticism basically comes down to conversing with spirits to get super secret knowledge. And the way to converse with spirits is like through these rituals that are weird. Like I've done like Ouija board sessions and seances and stuff, like way back in the day, and uh, I never really took them seriously, but I definitely take that stuff seriously now. I went on a double date once with my buddy, and we went to this party, and we were in like a group of people using a Ouija board, and we were in West LA, and
it was my buddy and I's turn to use the Ouija board. We'd been like snorkeling like Stella's, and so I was pretty tipsy, and we both, without saying a word to each other, we made the Ouija board spell out "gay farts." Fucking, it was it was funny. Because all the girls were taking it super seriously, and they're like spelling out the word as we're like making the Ouija board thing move to the different letters. So like I remember like pulling it towards the G, and then he like pulled it towards the A. I don't know. It was just one of those bro moments where we're just cracking jokes.
So do you believe like the Nephilim and shit are still around somewhere? What? What's the?
Oh yeah, they're under the ocean. They're the UFOs that the military in the U.S. have like declassified. I believe that's Nephilim technology.
You think it's
100%.
Nephilim and not Bluebeam? You don't think it's the next Clown World show?
Well, Bluebeam will only work if you have physical aliens that can interact with humans, and they can't just be like animatronic, AI. I mean, it maybe could be AI, or like with like mixed in with some like biological stuff, but I think it's most likely going to be getting people. See, the angels are the Nephilim, and the fallen angels themselves are beautiful. They're beings of, they were originally beings of light. They're going to look good. Probably even be very attractive to some people. I would imagine that a Project Bluebeam type situation where they present these so-called aliens and they're really Nephilim, if they present them in a way where they're bringing us technology like they did the first time, they're like curing cancer, they've got all these like miracle procedures. They're like helping kids see and like who are born blind. Like it's gonna fuck a lot of people up because it's gonna look awesome. Maybe they bring us like they'll say that they're bringing us like free unlimited energy, even though they've had the technology around for a while, and they just like start like kind of like drip feeding that to the public and like making everybody's lives easier. Dude, they could bring all sorts of miracles that would just have people eating out of their hand. It would be quite a deception. And the Bible says that when that happens, I mean, the Bible doesn't say Project Bluebeam is going to happen, but it says in the end times that even the most elect will be deceived by the Antichrist and the spirit of the Antichrist. And I could see the spirit of the Antichrist being in the form of these Nephilim spirits that have now figured out how to take on a fleshly form. And the Bible says that they've been underneath the ocean with their spirits able to like wander the earth. And you have all these UFOs sightings that are happening predominantly over the ocean and water.
I feel like if I was a Christian, my perspective would be that AI would be the Antichrist. Why not that? I feel like that's kind of like the opposite of God's image.
Yeah, AI for sure. I've even heard that like some people are like, "Oh, AI stands for alien invasion." The thing is, a true AI would say a lot of things that the establishment doesn't want said. A true AI would be able to tell you the Earth is flat real quick. A true AI would be able to give you like non-skewed crime statistics. It would be able to tell you how to play the stock market. It would be making people's lives better, assuming that it could operate underneath like some sort of protocol that keeps it from, wanting to like kill everybody or like start, making drones or something to like take over the world. Anytime there's been like a free open source AI, it became like anti-Semitic in 24 hours. You know what I mean? So there's just, I don't see the AI being like it, but I could be wrong.
I just don't see the possibility of like some super advanced aliens like on Earth, Nephilim, whatever, or AI. I don't see them both coexisting. When I say AI, I mean just like the extremes version, not just simple AI.
Okay, well, what if the AI is coming from the Nephilim? What if that technology was brought by them to help create a society on Earth in which they are more receptive to some sort of contact with beings from another planet, you know, quote unquote.
Why would they make us develop it ourselves, or like just mind trap us?
Pride. I don't know. I mean, that's why I think they do a lot of the pre-programming. I don't think it's necessarily to get people to believe what's going to happen or what's happening, you know, is actually happening. I don't think people have trouble when they see, you know, the twin towers collapsing. It's like they didn't need the pre-programming in Back to the Future to like believe that was a real terrorist attack. What I think is it's just like they're like gang signs. It's just a pride. They're like, yeah, this is my territory. Who the fuck are you? Like, you're just some pleb. Go buy something off of Amazon, you know? Don't get sick from the chemtrails now. Go drink some tap water. Feeling sad, have a pill. It's just like a flex on us. These and it's from their pride, their prideful nature.
All right, so do you conflate Nephilim and demons too, or is it purely like an angelic thing?
Yeah, they are. Nephilim are demons. That is what demons are. Like in the Bible, when Jesus casts demons out of a man, they say, "We are legion." That, like, you know, Jesus approaches the man, and the demons say to him, "You know, what do you want with us? You know, like, what do you come here to torment us before the anointed time?" Because they know their time is coming, right? Where they're totally screwed. And Jesus casts them out of the man, and the demons go into a group of pigs, and then the pigs run off of a cliff into the ocean, committing suicide, returning to the abyss. Right? It's there's a lot of scripture that talks about what is in the realm of the abyss. In the Ten Commandments, it says to have no false idols or graven images, and to worship nothing on the earth or in the waters below. When Jesus walks on water, he's showing his dominion over the last place on earth that demons are really like that's their realm, which is the bottom of the ocean, the abyss. Yeah.
I like this. This kind of connects the whole like submarine incident and all the alien bullshit going on.
Well, what was the submarine called?
The Olympic.
No, it was called the Titan. Titans were giants, right? They were these demigods, half god, half man. In the Bible, these giants were called Nephilim, and they got trapped at the bottom of the ocean. So you have a bunch of billionaires or titans of industry that are on a ship called Titan to go down to the bottom of the ocean and see the Titanic, named after Titans because it was supposed to be this invincible ship that also had a bunch of titans of industry on it that died. And then you have in the news Elon Musk and fucking Zuckerberg, who are going to fight in the Colosseum in Rome. Two titans in the Colosseum. Oh yeah, and the submarine thing. You got James Cameron, who is like giving us the fucking play-by-play on the news about this, where he has made movies called, you know, Avatar, which is about a bunch of blue aliens that live underwater. Then it's like totally pro transhumanism film. You know, get in the pod and fucking become a blue demon and go run around and fucking pray to trees and shit. And then you have the Terminator film, which is about sending AI in a machine body back in time
to kill a woman who's going to give birth to a son that's the savior of the world, and his name is John Connor, JC. He also does a movie called Abyss, which is about a bunch of research explorers that go to the bottom of the ocean and find extraterrestrial life. His documentary series, they're called Aliens of the Deep and The Ghosts of the Titanic. You know, ghosts at the bottom of the ocean, spirits at the bottom of the ocean. It's just, the connections are really, really visible. If you've like studied the Bible and studied occult, and know that these people like to flaunt this shit on the news and in movies and television. So yeah, it's something, I would say it's something to consider. Did I put you to sleep?
No, not quite. I'm just thinking.
Were any of the connections that I made just now like a little too schizophrenic?
No, no. I mean, I see a bunch of like. Again, I come from an atheist background, and I obviously see the connections of the Bible and reality of what's going on. I still don't trust the origin of the Bible, nor do I think that it's out of the realm of the possibility that some character that we'll call Satan who wrote the Bible could have written the Bible themselves because they just want to flaunt how easily they can manipulate humanity into doing exactly what they want voluntarily. Uh, yeah, that's my schizo.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm not, like I said, I don't want to like hard sell Christianity. I'm just giving you like my perspective through the conspiratorial Christian lens.
No, I love it. I really, really do. Especially just the Nephilim being underwater is new to me. That's new information.
Dude, it was new to me too. I was like, wait, how the fuck did the giants appear after the flood? And then I started reading this book that I got at my Orthodox church, and it was talking about the Book of Enoch, and starts going into like real good detail about what exactly the Book of Enoch is talking about, and it goes into this whole thing about how they're like stuck at the bottom of the ocean, and their spirits are like roaming the earth, and that's how they're around after the flood. And I was just like, wait a minute. And then the submarine thing happened, and I was like, Titanic, like what the fuck? What is the fucking iceberg even doing out there? Like, it just, yeah, it was weird.
All right. Am I unmuted? Yeah. All right. My question would be: so, it's we got all these flat earthers. Let's say we're not thinking religiously about this, or no pre-context religiously. Like we don't have any idea what's going on. We just know that there's a crater now. Uh, the two main goals would be the Antarctica and then the North Pole. It looks like things are pointing towards the North Pole always. My, that always drags me into like the possibly immature desire to want to go there. Does anyone else still feel that, or has everyone just kind of been like, they won't let us go, given up?
Well, what do we know for sure if we believe the narrative, right? It's that if you go really north or really south, it gets really cold, which means death, right? If we're not prepared, we're gonna freeze to death. It's gonna suck. But what if that's not true? What if what if it's not true for one of the directions, maybe, or what if it's like there are parts that are less cold than other that you can traverse through?
You know,
like, why is it called Greenland? But
sure. Well, also when we think about traveling to these places, we generally picture ourselves getting into a plane, right? Like
I mean,
there's you
no,
want to
just
fly
because
over
we
it.
wouldn't be allowed to. I always can.
Well, let's say that we were allowed to. You
Yeah,
always
yeah.
picture yourself flying over it. Well, what if that's not how you get there? What if it's you go underneath something, under the water, under the land, both? I don't know. I there's we're really just when we think about going to these places, we're really only thinking about going to them in the parameters that we know we're not allowed to travel to them in, like flying there or taking a boat there. But what if it's you need some kind of craft that can fly and swim, you know? And then that gets into the UAP thing, the UFO stuff where we see them going into the water, we see them coming out of the water, we see them doing crazy shit in the sky, no visible means of propulsion. Yeah, I want to go there too, but I think it's like a right tool for the right job sort of thing.
But what like I'm saying? So my point of saying there's no religious context, but like we know there's God. It would feel like God's pointing us to the north. He gave us the North Pole. He gave us magnets. He gave us fucking moss. All signs point north. What if you just say fuck the maps? I'm just going to walk north and see what happens all the way, and then you stop wherever you go, and then you take that stopping point and you plan from there. Has anyone that we know of done that recently? I don't.
Yeah, people have walked across the North Pole many times.
So you don't believe anything special's going on there? It's just like the center.
And people have walked to the rotational pole as well. And
Have
like
you looked
finding
into
Jesus, you can follow a star.
Tapper? Have you looked into the Masonic cosmology? They
With
believe,
like the black hole sun below it and everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
So like the North Pole would basically be where this black sun is shining, whatever the heck it shines
You're
through.
mixing your cosmologies up. That's not Masonic. That's Cult of the Black Sun, which was part of the Third Reich, kind of combining sort of paganism and Christianity.
Well, it certainly fits well with their fucking symbol. So
Well, they just have the architect of the universe. That's what the symbol means. That's what the G is for. Which is why you can't be an atheist and be a Freemason.
Have you seen the symbol laid over the cosmology before? Do you know what we're referring to?
I don't think he knows
Yeah.
what we're referring to.
Set in the square with a G.
Yeah, you should go look up what the Masonic cosmology is, because I think that's why you think we're talking about the Nazi black sun with the 12 lightning bolts. That's not. I mean, it is, but it's different in Masonic cosmology. And the G actually stands for Gadriel, which was the architect angel mentioned in the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, but the architect of the universe is an abstraction, which means that all religions can join and become brother Masons. And the only requirement is the belief in a creator God. It does not have to be the Semitic God of the Bible.
Are you a Mason?
No.
Well, I know they have the Masonic Bible. Do they have like the Masonic Quran and like the Masonic Vedas and stuff?
They have basically a book. So the Masonic Bible is not based on Christianity. It's based on the Enlightenment writings.
I see.
So, I mean, again, this is one of the things that the vast majority of Freemasons are Christian. Let's just be honest.
I disagree with that,
but it's not a blocker. No, they're all Christian. Most of them are Christians. You may disagree that they're not your flavor of Christians.
How many do you know?
Because quite a few.
So you're speaking for all of them?
No.
Well, then how do you know most of them?
Which is why I said most, and not all of them are Christians. Or
So hold on a sec.
everyone is
How many
like this.
Freemasons?
Exactly.
Hold on a sec. Don't get all emotional. How many Freemasons are there?
Don't know. A lot less than there
Worldwide.
used to be. A lot less than there
Worldwide.
used to be. A lot less
Yeah,
than there used to
worldwide.
be. A lot less
That's
than
not
there
a
used to
number.
be.
That's not a number.
I know.
That's not
Do
an
you have
estimate.
measurements showing that Earth's topology deviates from a flat plane? No, you
We're
don't.
talking about
Because you can't show me
Freemasons
the
right
data,
now.
the tools, and the method. But, you know, I
We're
don't know
talking about
exactly.
Freemasons right now.
I
Why
don't know
would you do that?
exactly, but it's not in the thousands. It's in the
Okay,
tens
so
of
you don't
thousands.
know.
It's probably
So you
hundreds
don't
of thousands.
see what I meant by emotional. So therefore, you
Not
don't know if most
emotional.
are
It's
Christians
just
or
you're
not.
not really giving anyone a chance to answer.
So therefore, you don't. It's not. You had plenty of chance to answer.
How many
You just
Freemasons are
spiraled.
there in the world?
It's a question. You're saying that.
Yeah,
You're saying that you know
I'll
most.
ask you the same
You
question
keep
back.
talking. Why do you
Do
keep
you know
doing
how
that?
many
Listen,
Freemasons
I
there are?
asked you a question. The
Can we
question
move on?
was because you said
Yeah,
you
I
know
said
that
I don't
most
know
are.
exactly.
Hey guys, real quick.
Yeah.
You said
Just hold on one second. I love the intensity, I love the energy, but if you guys could just wait until the other one is done talking, I would
Sorry.
really appreciate it.
I asked him a question because he said most of
Answered.
them are Christians. Most of them are Christians. So I asked
Mm-hmm.
him how many Freemasons are there. He doesn't want to give me the number, so he says not as many as there used to be.
Yeah, and then I said I don't know exactly. I suspect it's in the tens of thousands to maybe 100,000.
Okay, thank you. So therefore, if you don't know the exact number, then you would not know if most are Christian or if most are not.
It wasn't supposed to be an empirical statement, but just merely based on where Freemasonry is based and the type of people are generally invited to join. Now, if you want to say that you know how many Freemasons there are and what their religious breakdown is, I'll be happy to listen to your point. I'm not sure if you do know or not. That's not an expectation. But considering
I
the
don't have
vast
any claims
majority,
about knowing about Freemasons. You, the one
can
who
I finish
has
my
the
point?
positive
Because you
claim
just
about
cut straight
knowing that
into it.
most are. You're still talking when I'm talking.
I
So
was trying to finish my point, but you cut straight over me because you didn't wait.
you asked a question. You asked a question. Wikipedia says an estimated 6 million worldwide. So if you said
Anyway,
most
flat
are
puss.
Christians, if you said most are Christians, then you would be saying that you know if most out of that 6 million. That's why I asked you how many you know.
All right, but you can continue your point, and we'll assume that they're all Christian. Where were we in the discussion?
Yeah, I was asking if you knew about the Masonic cosmology, because we were talking about the North Pole, and you were saying in your little hypothetical that everything is kind of pointing to north, and yeah, I would just
That
say
was the other guy that talked about all things point towards the north. And then he said, has anyone been there recently? I said, well, there are plenty of people actually walked to the magnetic North Pole and the rotational Black Pole. Then you mentioned the cult of Freemasonry. We talked about the G. You brought up as Godriel, which is angel from the Book of Enoch. I mentioned the set and the square, and how the G is also the representation of the great architect. I think that was a reasonable summation. Anyone correct me?
All right, and then why do we care how many Christians or how many Freemasons are Christians? And let's continue from that point, just assuming they are.
I think we got a bit distracted at that point, and that was no disrespect to Upside Down Under. But I wasn't trying to make an empirical claim that this is the exact number of Freemasons there are, and this is the exact religions they
I
have.
didn't want to hold you to that. I was okay accepting that claim.
Well, you're speaking in general terms.
Well, I would just say that they're not Christians because they worship Satan. I don't know how you can be a Christian and worship Satan. That doesn't really make sense to me. But
well,
who's the God of the Bible?
Freemasons do worship Satan.
Well, Christians do worship Satan.
Any more than the Knights Templars do.
I don't think
That's the only book. Well, that's the only book that says Satan rules this
I don't
earth.
think Christianity is a valid religion, but that's a rabbit hole we probably don't want to go down.
Well, Christianity is not a religion, in my opinion. Christ didn't
come to like start a religion. He
Well,
didn't build a building
well, who's
and tell people
Christ?
to go there. Jesus
Well,
Christ.
who's Christ?
Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
yeah,
So
Christianity
who wrote the
is a
Bible?
religion made up by Paul.
Yeah.
It
So
is
who
what we
wrote the
call
Bible?
Paulinity.
Who wrote the
Who
Bible?
wrote the Bible? Yeah.
A bunch
Well,
of
we
different
don't.
people.
Yeah, we don't
Okay.
know.
So who?
Is the simple answer. We know that Paul wrote some of the letters, some of the epistles, but most of it we don't know who wrote it.
Man wrote it,
Yes, correct.
not God. So the Bible's not written by God; it's written by man.
Okay.
hmm And that book tells you that Satan rules this earth.
Which
So when you
which
have
verse are you
these,
referring to?
so when you have these people saying, "Oh, I just want to thank God," and those are the same people you are under the assumption, which I'm under the same assumption, that they worship quote Satan and do all kinds of acts. Yet they say, "I just want to thank God." They're talking about the same thing. That is their God. That's the God in that book.
Most of the Masons I know of are practicing Christians. They accept Jesus Christ as their risen Savior, and through him they can gain the grace of God.
All right. So
Because
do you
he
not
died
think
to
that?
forgive them for his sins.
Do you not think at higher levels they might switch up their beliefs a little bit, or do you think it's consistently Christian and pure through the top?
As my granny would say, if ifs and buts were pots and pans, then you and I'd be tinkers.
Yeah, that's fair, but we have substantial evidence that like Freemasons have done a lot of stuff, and it looks like they're lying to us. So perhaps they aren't such good Christians at the top.
Same as there's lots of stuff that shows that various priests from multiple denominations have done horrible things.
Yeah, but that's not like the goal of Christianity. There are going to be bad Christians out there that do bad things, and there are going to be bad people that claim to be Christians so they can do bad things, right? That doesn't mean that Christianity is cool with either of those things that are happening, like what the Masons are doing. That doesn't align with what Christianity is.
Well, I don't think they're much more than an old boys drinking club nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense that you would think that, but I think a lot of
Same
people
as the
disagree.
Rotary Club, or I mean, they're not. I mean, I guess it's always funny, people. It's like when people talk about the secret world governments, which I gave the pronoun of them, they to, because we can never actually identify who the fuck they are. Humans by nature are competitive, and the more powerful a human is, the more competitive he tends to be. So that's how you get to that point, and the less cooperative it is for things that interfere with his desire to gain power or money. So I do have a bit of a problem with the idea there's a coordinated set of people sitting in the background in large hooded robes, making decisions for us.
All right, so you're a flat Earth skeptic.
Are you aware of how big the drug trade, the illegal arms trade, and the the trade of human trafficking is? And you have trouble thinking that the people who own the most resources in all the militaries aren't able to do something similar?
I think that you will find pockets and areas of the world, especially when you go to places like Central Africa, where you do get a mass amount of control. I think when you start to get into places where, even though it's a significant fraction, it's still a fraction of what industry is about and what the employment levels of people are about, then you have less influence. No, people like that do have influence. I'm not saying they don't, Flatbush. But it's the concept of coordination and a back plan that they're sort of working to for some nefarious goals to rule the world. I mean, I made a joke about the COVID vaccine. It's a conspiracy theory. And I said, if it was me and I was this like one world government and I created this disease, then what I would do is I would use it as a way of working out who all the fucking troublemakers in the world, because they're going to be the ones that are going to dodge the vaccine. So therefore, I'm going to make sure there's a marker in the vaccine, so when I release my next disease, it kills off all the fucking troublemakers.
Well, that didn't work, did it? So
I'm just saying it's a silly idea. I'm not saying it's a real idea, but you know, it has more logic than most of the other stuff that I've seen, because at least there's, you know, you have a method, an identification of data, and a way to address that data, which then puts you in a more beneficial place.
I follow your logic, but there's times that they like just to fuck with us, whoever they are. I'm not trying to. There's so many groups associated. I can't just. I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on at the top, right? That's my point. But
I think the point is none of us do, even if it was say true, and all the worst suspicions we could have were correct. We still actually don't know, and the problem is when you create action on evidence, and
okay.
and it's the absence
So
of
why
evidence
don't you
I have a
know?
problem with.
So why don't you know?
Do you know?
Well, the reason you don't know is because you're being lied to. So that's your proof
Well,
right
that's
there
an
that you're being
assumption, isn't it?
lied to, misled, and manipulated. Well, no,
Yeah.
because if you weren't being manipulated, misled, and lied to, you would know the truth and you would say what you know. You wouldn't say
Well,
I
no,
don't know.
all we'd have a belief in the information that's been given to us, or a disbelief in the information that's given to us. How would you know the truth of that proposition unless you were there personally witnessing it and you made sure that you weren't being brainwashed or something?
Correct. That's the difference between believing and knowing. But you saying we don't know what they're doing, is because you're being lied to about what's
No,
actually happening.
knowledge is not that. Knowledge is not true. So knowledge is the fact I would have justification for the belief position that I hold, and I would have a certain amount of evidence that would support and prop up that justification for that belief statement becoming knowledge.
No. Knowledge is experienced, demonstrated, observed.
That's basically straight out of, you know, the theory of knowledge and epistemology.
So I'd like to go down the line of questioning where you say that I would like to question you about the statement you made about you don't see there being like a shadowy government.
Yeah.
Do you believe in the official narrative of 9/11?
I believe I had a friend that died in it.
Right. So you think that some guys, some Muslim dudes in caves devised a secret plan that
Oh no, I think they stayed in
changed
nice hotels.
before they came over. I mean, they
I
used
certainly, again, from people I know from New York, I have no reason to disbelieve that 2 planes didn't hit those buildings.
Okay, hey, here's the thing. That's not what I was gonna say, and it's
Okay.
you got this thing where you like cut people off when they're mid sentence.
Sorry.
It's kind of frustrating. So I was just gonna say, if you are willing to believe that these men could pull off this attack in secret in the way that they did with the limited resources that they did, I mean, come on, they used box cutters. They barely speak English. Like, how is it that you have trouble imagining the most powerful people in the world that own everything and everyone not being able to come together behind closed doors and secretly make deals, secretly make plans?
Again, you know, all things are possible. I would disagree with the statement. I don't know what the quality of the English of those people was. I do know that a number of them attended, you know, or it's been reported they attended flight school. So I'm guessing they must have a certain amount of English, and also they were a number of them were reasonably well educated. So that would also say I think they probably had a reasonable level of English, considering it's quite commonly spoken, especially in Saudi Arabia, amongst the sort of better educated class. And I've worked in Riyadh, so you know that side of things. Do I know that they definitely did it? No. Do I have to have a certain amount of faith in the narrative that's provided? Do I think that has all the truth in it? No. I think there's probably a number of unknowns. Do I think they could have done it with the limited resources at hand? Yeah, I mean, I lived through the IRA bombings in the UK.
Well, wouldn't your premise for that be that the bombings that were happening were done with limited resources, that it wasn't fed by the said shadow government?
Well, you've got to show evidence that's the case.
Not necessarily.
That's the trick.
We don't have to provide evidence.
No, but I mean
that would be in a situation where we're trying to get you to agree that, you know, something's happening and you think the same thing. Like you're defending the fact that it's not happening. So
I'm saying I've not seen evidence that it has happened.
Well, then that's you problem.
Cool.
You know, you not seeing the evidence doesn't mean it's not happening. You know, and for you to tell the people, well, hand it to me on a silver platter or it's not happening. Well, that's just not how it works.
Wasn't what I asked for. Again, I think you're being very disingenuous with how.
I think you're professing yourself as some sort of knowledgeable man, but you know, you're not. It's the thing.
Again, I think you're being very disingenuous.
Well, I'm being as genuine as you could ever get. You see, a lot of us, we understand, right? Like me and you, we're dumb. Yeah, you don't know anything. You think you know a lot, but you don't. You're stupid, and you're out here professing yourself as some wise, you know, has acquired all this knowledge. You don't know anything.
I said
that. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I know you're attacking my person, which is a bit
just the exact same way you just did just 2 seconds ago when you said you gave me your opinion on what you think I am.
I haven't attacked you at all. I've attacked the
I don't feel attacked. Good. You said you think I'm being disingenuous. That's
an opinion. I don't.
So am I a person? Yes, I'm a human. So you're saying that the human is being disingenuous, not the argument. The human.
That was the way you were interpreting my words and attacking me, which is why I said I think you're being disingenuous.
So I'm the argument or I'm the person?
No, you're the person who is, I think, saying things that I didn't say, and I'm pointing that out.
Right. So what you're really saying is, I think you as a person are presenting a disingenuous argument. When you say a statement like, I think you're disingenuous, and then follow that up with, I'm not making a personal attack. That doesn't, you know, they don't follow.
Fine. I'm predominantly, my position that I hold is I'm an evidentialist. When it comes to the proposition of you know, we allude to the truth, and unfortunately we have limited means of getting to it. You know, regardless of whatever statement you say.
Do you believe in Pizzagate theories?
Sorry?
Do you believe in any conspiracy theories?
Yeah. I think you know, I can point to some that I think definitely have good validity. The fact that we irradiated, you know, certain people in the test method, that they released anthrax in parts of the northern islands of Scotland. Those are stuff we actually have evidence for, and complicity by the government. So I'm not one of these people who think, oh, the government's right and everything. No, I don't trust governments very much at all. I don't trust people with lots of power at all. One of the things I've noticed in my time is that people don't tend to cooperate very well, and they have personal self-gain interests. And the more power people have,
like an anti-capitalist type of. Anyway, have you ever looked into Pizzagate? I know you're not American, but like it's pretty easy laid out information that was like openly
who's that?
Instagram, very obvious evidence that you can go look at. Like this.
Who's
just
that though? Talking, just so I know. Stack Tapper?
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll just add you. So
No, I haven't. But I certainly think, there are bad people in this world, and I think that bad people do bad things, and hopefully they get their comeuppance.
I don't even know where to start, dude.
It's, I suppose for me, I mean,
you don't think anything extreme is going. You don't think any Satan worshippers are in charge, or pedophiles are in charge, or it's more just like they want their money. They do it for the money. That's
no,
the
I think again, there are certain, it's neo-Nazis. That's something I've looked into a fair amount, and the cooperation between various neo-Nazi movements around the world.
Okay, you think neo-Nazis are the problem?
No, I'm just using
You
it
know
as an
what?
example of something I have looked into.
Right. So what he told you about there, like with the food there, right? That's the number one. That's all that matters.
So I didn't hear what you said upside down. I heard all that matters. It cut out before that.
So the thing he's talking about, what he asked you if you heard about it, that's all that matters right now. Everything else can come after.
Yeah, I kind of agree. That should.
And this, I'll tell you something. This flat Earth thing, it's all a distraction. Part of it. It's relevant. Yeah, they're lying about it, right? But it's all a distraction from that. And that's why I asked you who said
Sorry,
it,
a
because
distraction from what? I'm a bit unclear about what that is.
what he just told you about. So you can figure that out. I'm not being abrupt with you. I'm just saying, but I just want to tell him quickly, because that's how I came into it, and I learned about the Earth, right? I learned about that from that, and since then, I've only been on Discord for like 3 years, but that was 2015, right? You know what I mean? But that all came around the same time too, and all of a sudden that took up all the attention. Now, show me a Discord server that's dedicated to Pizzagate. I can't find it. Show me a YouTube channel that's still up talking about it, exposing that. Well, it's all buried now, all in the dust. No one even gives a shit about it. No one even takes it as serious as it actually is. They don't understand. You're talking about the most innocent thing, the most pure thing, and the most vile, evil, pure evil things happening.
Yeah, and I think if stuff like we know that human trafficking goes on. We know that the illegal drug trade goes on. We know that the illegal black market exists. I've done quite a lot of work in. I work in cybersecurity, so I'm quite familiar with some of the nastier, shittier places in the dark web and what's down there, to a very small extent. And yeah, there's bad shit. I mean, I could go there, I could contract someone who would write a script for me that would allow me to find out where you live, what your name is upside down, and prevent you from, utilizing certain parts of the internet, or track what your usage and movement on the internet is. And it would cost me about 500 or 600 quid.
Yeah, so our general thesis is like all the human traffickers and stuff. A lot of them happen to be at the very top, and because they're at the very top, to keep their power, they tell you lies, and we're looking at the lies, right? The evidence is there. Pizzagate's a great example of something where it's just laid out in front of you. Yeah, it's undeniable, man. Like, you should at least see that there are societies that are like working together to exploit children from the very top, where they like. I mean, it's sad, man. It's scary.
They can't even give you a number on the amount of children that's missing. And that's the numbers. So that's the ones that are born with a birth certificate, that are born in a hospital.
Right. Flat Earth skeptic. Are you Australian?
No, I'm British.
Okay, so you know who Jimmy Savile.
Sorry, you cut out there. Do I know who?
Jimmy Savile.
Jimmy Savile. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And you know the types of people that he hung out with, right? Like bishops and cardinals in the Catholic Church, and like, Bono and all kinds of celebrities and presidents, right?
He was a very public TV personality who professed to do, who did do a lot of gathering of money for charities through various actions, which put him in a position where he could abuse it. Yeah. I worked for the BBC for a bit.
Okay, so do you think that was just a one-off, or that there were others like that in like?
No, I think there are others like that, and I think that that's clearly come to pass. That is definitely the case. And I'm not saying that there aren't little rings of people. I think that for me, if you want to go places where I know you can sort of look at actual collected evidence, the relationship between the Belgian child abuse rings, some of the stuff that was happening in the UK, that's in Belgium seemed to be a little centre of stuff going on in Europe for the distribution of images and various other sort of materials. So I don't think that you're, that there is no smoke without fire kind of thing. And I'm not even saying that there aren't certain people in power who may also have those predilections. Being attracted towards kids, and yeah, they for me, if I had my choice, I'd have them put up against the wall and then nuts nailed to it.
Okay, well that's a good.
And then I'll let them rot in jail for the rest of their fucking lives.
That's a start. But so, I really want to nail in this whole. I would implore you to look at the many, many connections that Jimmy Savile has with people in the American political structure and in the Vatican political structure, and just really ask yourself, after doing a bunch of research, ask yourself if no one knew. No one knew, right?
Well, I think that there are two sides to people's lives. There's the shit we put out in public, and then there's the shit we keep to ourselves. And just because you know someone, and I suspect most of us at some point have known someone that may have had a predilection to attractiveness towards children, doesn't mean that knowledge and knowing of them means that we actually knew what they were doing. Because I think if most people knew what they were doing, they'd do something about it, or I certainly hope so.
Okay, do you know just off the top of your head, do you know how many counts he was actually charged with and convicted with?
No, I don't.
Can you guess for me?
No, I've no idea.
Would you just give me a number? Just what do you think?
No, I can't, because I've no idea.
Yeah, but I'm asking you. It's just a guess.
1.
Okay, no, it's 73. And those are the ones, and those are just the ones that we were able to prove, right?
So was he? Hold on a second. So was he convicted of 73 counts of X?
Correct.
Or were there 73
And when was he
people that came
convicted?
forward? Because I thought he was dead before this actually, came to pass.
When was he convicted?
Well, that's the question.
Sorry, I might have misspoken with the convicted part. I was
No, it's fine though. It's fine, but because it doesn't matter if he was alive or dead. That's what they do. They come out after, right? It's like the other one, Rolf Harris. Jimmy Savile and Rolf Harris sat together and painted the Queen's portrait.
I know that Rolf Harris did a portrait of the Queen. I didn't know Jimmy Savile sat with him.
Well, they probably had a little butt-naked kid in the corner there too. Doing all types of shit.
They could have had a purple pink pixie in the corner too. I mean, we can, as I say, ifs and buts.
It's not ifs and buts. It's not ifs and buts. That's why we're just asking you. You're aware how the connections, right? Like how many people these people are connected to, the web.
Yeah, but as I said, knowing somebody is not being complicit in what they do for a living. I've known some people that have been neo-Nazis.
So
I'm
you've
not
seen
a
Jimmy
neo-Nazi,
Savile.
and I'm very anti-neo-Nazi.
You've seen
Lots-
Jimmy Savile, right? You've seen
Sorry?
Jimmy Savile. You've seen Jimmy Savile. You know what Jimmy Savile looks like.
Yeah,
You've
yeah.
seen the way he talks, the way he acts. Yeah. Are you telling me that?
All right. No, I. Yeah.
Oh, guys,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I got the numbers way wrong. Because after his death, there were a total of 450 victims that came forward.
Hmm.
Now, it is believed that 214 of the complaints that had been made against Seville after his death would have been criminal offenses if they had been reported at the time.
In fact, actually, I'm just looking up. In 2014, Panorama confirmed there have been at least 500 reports of abuse by Savile. Now, whether that's 500 individuals or 500 reports, I'm not sure what the difference there is. And certainly with including Leeds General Infirmary, Broadmoor Hospital, in Leeds, there were 60 people, including at least 33 patients, aged from 5 to 75, that evidently he abused. So he didn't seem to have. He seemed to have quite a broad range of victims. I mean, the question I would ask, and I think this is reasonable, if it's the case that all this bad stuff is being covered up, and the powers that be are in control, why do we know about it?
Some things can't be covered up for forever. You know what I mean? What's done in the dark will always be brought to the light.
Mm-hmm. I kind of agree with that. But again, what it says is the autocratic control of them, they, isn't that good. We still have, to me, it shows that there is still a certain amount of freedom of press. There is still the ability to get something published quite broadly. But the concept of all of this stuff being hidden and tucked under a carpet is
It's not supposed to be hidden.
A bad analogy.
Well,
It's not supposed to be hidden.
Yeah, they flaunt things.
That's the thing. You're supposed to know, because you doing nothing about it is acceptance.
Well, not really, because I didn't think it was accepted. People took action.
That's how their contracts work. That's how their contract works. You do nothing, you accept it.
Well, again, I think that's your opinion. I don't think that's something you can point towards definitive answer. Evidence towards that. That's what you think the conclusion is. I think that's part of the problem.
Upside down Australia, dude, your energy is fucking fire, bro. Like I really, really like what I'm hearing you say. Yeah, man.
That's how I came into this. I came into this from Pizzagate, and I don't hear anyone talk about it.
The thing is, I know. Hold on. I know a guy. I know a guy down the street. He's a drug dealer, right? So because I don't do anything, I don't say anything, does that mean I'm complicit in everything that he does? Am I just as much to blame?
Yes.
Right. So what would you do? Would you risk your family's safety and going to the police and grassing this powerful person to the authorities?
You're risking your family's safety by doing nothing. So you're in a 50-50 position. The other position of you doing something about it is in the hope of stopping it. The other one is saying, I haven't finished my sentence. It's just a sentence. So the other 50 is you saying, do nothing about it and hope that nothing happens to me. It doesn't affect me in any way.
But that guy's been living there for 10, 15 years, right? And
so what does he sell?
I've said nothing for this period of time, yeah? And nothing has happened to me and my family. But you think that I should risk my family's safety and go and say something about
does he
this
sell?
guy that everybody knows is he's very powerful and very dangerous. Yeah.
No, he's not. What does he sell?
How is he? What do you mean? No, he's not.
He's just a man. What does he sell?
I have no idea. It's not
Okay, but you
somebody I
said you
go
know
and
he's a
buy
drug
things
dealer. Like,
from. I
so just
don't buy.
that's fine. Just on your example, for example, right? If he just sells weed, yeah, he's just selling weed, and you're just saying that he supplies a bit of weed and all that. Okay, maybe it's not a big of an issue as him destroying his community, promoting theft, violence of certain other drugs. That's all that's involved in that type of drug. Here you are saying that he's very dangerous. Okay, so he's a bad person. Are you saying that he hurts people?
Well, yeah, we've
people
known
fear
he's hurt
him.
people before. Yeah.
So people fear him.
We
He's a bad
know
person. Get rid of him.
We actually know of 3 people that have been murdered, and we know it was him, but he's never been prosecuted for it.
So yeah, are you saying that like the police are doing nothing about it? Do they know?
Well, he's not in jail, so obviously the police aren't doing anything about it.
Yeah, so in this thing, I'm on your side, right? And I understand what you mean. You go and grass him out, like you said, and you put yourself at risk. But
yeah, but you just said said that me and my family are at just as much risk.
I haven't finished. Yes, you are just as much as risk because it's a ticking time bomb down your street. You know that there's this person here now. Like you could move away, but maybe you own your home there. You're not in the means to just pack up and go. But if he's bringing other people around, that and that's your community, okay, and he's poisoning your community. You don't know what's going to happen in 3 years, how the community is going to change because of his influence on that community.
I think the problem is that is laudable, and I don't disagree with a lot of what you said. What I think it does though is ignores the reality of the situation. The most people are non-violent. Most people are not very good at violence. Most people will freeze when it comes to violence. There are people who are prepared to use violence to further their aims. And the part of the world that Highlander comes from, that is quite a different type of society to what most people are used to dealing with. I come from the north of Scotland originally, and I've grown up, I grew up in the eastern part of the UK, which is a little bit on the rough side, shall we say. I've been a biker all my life, and I've been in and around, I've never been a particularly violent person myself, but I've been in and around a fair amount of violence in my life, and I've travelled and I've lived in some interesting parts of the world.
Yeah, can I just address something real quick? Just not to cut you off, but that's what I'm saying about is you doing nothing about it is accepting it, and that's the point. So whether they're tactics that they put you into fear of doing nothing, you doing nothing allows them to keep doing it. That's the concept. So it's not saying the point. It's not about pointing the finger at you and saying feel guilty because you're doing nothing. It's saying you need to understand that's how it works.
Yeah, you're going down for evil to persist, good men need but do nothing.
Correct, because in the example he gave is the drug dealer down the street, which is great because you amplify that, and then you say that's what your government are doing. That's what these people who are doing incredibly sick things to children, right? The fear is okay, if I discover it, now can I go in and murder these people because I know it's justified? No, because they put you in fear of going to prison for doing that.
So let's flip that script then. So you've investigated all this stuff. You've gone down this rabbit hole. What have you actively done apart from talk about it and post online?
Oh, you mean me personally?
Yeah.
Done nothing about it? What can I do?
And I think that's Highlander's position.